Chapter 1. The Heavenly Demon Sect, Peak of the Holy Maiden. Today marks the day when our sect master, Leng Ningshuang, emerges from her seclusion. A formidable emperor-level powerhouse shall soon be born within the Heavenly Demon Sect. From henceforth, our sect shall surely secure its rightful place among the four great sects. The Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, displayed an expression of fervent excitement, his countenance still retaining a hint of youthful charm. At the foot of the high platform, 100,000 disciples stood in orderly rows before the grand hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They eagerly anticipated the moment when their revered sect master would break through and make her appearance. Yet, at the front of the throng, closest to the high platform, stood a strikingly handsome youth who seemed utterly indifferent, yawning incessantly as if he had just awakened from slumber. His name was Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His languid demeanor was in stark contrast to the fervor exhibited by the other disciples. Was it truly necessary to rise so early just to await the emergence of that ancient crone? How utterly tiresome! To risk life and limb for a position among the four great sects, did they not realize the dangers of attracting attention? Ceaselessly engaged in conflict and bloodshed, there was not an ounce of peace to be found. And oh wonder that old crone, despite her advanced age, remained unmarried. She had brought it upon herself. Lin Chuan muttered under his breath. Ever since he inexplicably traversed into the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Chuan had become the holy son of the sect. While this title might sound prestigious, it also bore great peril. The Heavenly Demon Sect, as its name implies, was a den of malevolence. Beneath its banner lay a host of demons and fiends. Particularly notorious was sect master Leng Ningshuang, a notorious killer devoid of compassion. Legend has it that she achieved her breakthrough to the celestial saint at the tender age of 20, spurred by a mere slight from a disciple of the Xinjian sect. In retaliation, she single-handedly stormed the Xinjian sect, slaying over 100 individuals. Among them, 5 of the 7 grand elders of the Xinjian sect perished, while the remaining 2 suffered grievous injuries. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the Xinjian sect's own leader, the aftermath would have been far graver. From that day forth, Leng Ningshuang's infamous reputation was firmly established. With her ascension, the Heavenly Demon Sect rose in prominence. Despite its nefarious nature, even righteous sects dared not provoke it lightly, fearful of incurring the wrath of Leng Ningshuang and sharing the fate of the Xinjian sect. The cycle of karma and retribution is unerring. A killer shall inevitably be killed. Should that ancient crone continue her ruthless ways, the Heavenly Demon Sect is destined for ruin. In any case, the sect is bound to meet its demise sooner or later. So why should I toil in my cultivation? I might as well embrace a life of leisure, seeking a tranquil existence elsewhere. Lin Chuan grumbled once more, resuming his carefree persona as the holy son that in truth, he did not possess an inherent inclination towards pessimism. Primarily, as a transmigrator, he was endowed with a system. However, his system was rather peculiar. It was called the lazy fish system. Indeed, it was a system designed for lethargy. As long as Lin Chuan chose to do nothing, he would reap generous rewards. For instance, while others attended lectures, he could simply indulge in slumber. The elder preached, but he was rather indolent. While others diligently cultivated, he chose to skip classes. Naturally, the system rewarded him with abundant accolades. If a slacker could acquire resources that others yearned for, why would he toil tirelessly? Ding! The Grand Elder Wei Wuyang admonished, noting the host's laziness. Reward acquired. 10 years of cultivation. Once again, the system conferred a reward upon him. In an instant, he gained 10 years of cultivation. Lin Chuan's realm was nearly overwhelming. Whoosh! Suddenly, a restless wind began to stir. The air swirled, indicating something extraordinary. Wei Wuyang and numerous disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect turned their gazes towards Lin Chuan. 100,000 pairs of eyes reflected astonishment, delight, and incredulity. The Holy Sun has broken through once more. A female disciple, enamored with Lin Chuan, exclaimed while cupping her face in awe. Why the term once more? Because, over the years, Lin Chuan had continuously broken through in the most peculiar circumstances. He had achieved breakthroughs during lectures, while sleeping, and even during leisurely strolls. After all, the system's rewards for cultivation were never less than 5 years. Lin Chuan found it impossible to suppress his progress. However, to the eyes of others, Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a prodigy beyond compare. His aptitude surpassed even that of Leng Ningshuang by a considerable margin. It was precisely for this reason that Leng Ningshuang had promoted him to the role of Holy Son. Coupled with his handsome visage and carefree demeanor, he garnered the admiration of numerous young female disciples. it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the foremost idol of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With this breakthrough, the Holy Sun must have entered the Heavenly Saint realm. Who would have thought that in just 5 years, the Holy Sun could attain such a level? Truly astonishing. Even when compared to the sect master, he is certainly on par, if not surpassing. Wei Wuiyang declared joyfully. Within the sect, a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint emerged in a single day. How could the Heavenly Demon Sect not flourish? I truly wish for the sect master to witness this. Surely, upon seeing it, the sect master would be immensely pleased. She smiled confidently. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, a graceful figure sat cross-legged upon a mat. Beneath her flowing black gown, a glimpse of her fair legs was subtly visible. Her alluring physique was undeniable. Yet the rising and falling of her chest suggested that her current circumstances were far from favorable. Especially her breathtakingly beautiful face, one that could make any woman question her existence, which bore an exceptionally gloomy expression. Leng Ningshuang was incensed. Just moments ago, during the most critical juncture of her breakthrough, a man's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. It was as if someone was whispering directly beside her. The clarity was unervingly sharp. To gather us all early in the morning just to wait for that old hag to emerge. All they know is fighting and killing. No wonder the old hag can't find a husband. Who is it? Who is speaking? Cold Condensation Frost's beautiful eyes widened in fury as she scanned the grand hall, yet found no trace of anyone. However, she distinctly heard voices conversing. How infuriating! Who possessed the audacity to refer to her as an old hag? She was merely 26 years old indeed. Furthermore, for cultivators, the passage of time holds little value. At 26, she was still in the bloom of youth. Wait, she exclaimed. I am a powerful being on par with the Celestial Emperor who dares to speak under my very nose without revealing their presence? Could it be that she was merely imagining things? Cold Condensation Frost pondered, filled with self-assurance about her own strength. Despite the multitude of formidable beings in this vast world, those who could surpass the level of the Celestial Emperor were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the one who had insulted her was clearly a youth. Could it be that I am able to hear the thoughts of a disciple? She mused. Indeed, that must be it. How infuriating. Do not let me drag you out, she threatened. Otherwise, you shall surely experience the pains of life. With gritted silver teeth, a murderous intent began to permeate the air. Disaster. She had intended to conceal her prowess, but now she had revealed her breakthrough to the Celestial Saint in public. Alas, she could not shake off her identity as the Holy Sun. If misfortune befell the Heavenly Demon Sect, how could she escape? Once more, the situation intensified. Just as Cold Condensation Frost had begun to regain her composure, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. That voice once again resonated clearly in her ears. Lin Chuan, so it was you. Cold Condensation Frost was livid, and the consequences would be dire. With a heart steeped in the path of slaying, she held no regard for any man. It was precisely for this reason that she had once ruthlessly ascended the mountain gate, claiming over 100 lives, merely because a disciple of the Xian Sword sect had spoken. Lightly to her that in Lin Chuan's world, this would undoubtedly qualify as misandry. What, the Holy Sun? How dare he insult me, the sect master? She seethed, seeking death. With her murderous intent ignited, and having just broken through to the Celestial Emperor level, her sense of superiority rendered her indifferent to anyone else. Moreover, the one who had dared to insult her was a disciple of her own sect in even graver offense. Wonderful news. The Holy Sun has also achieved a breakthrough. The Holy Sun, as the successor to the sect master, stands as yet another celestial saint. How could our Heavenly Demon Sect not prosper? The excited cries of the elder Wei Wuiyang echoed throughout the Saint's Peak, reaching even Cold Condensation Frost within the Grand Hall. A celestial saint. The Holy Sun had actually broken through to the celestial saint level. The temperature in the Grand Hall suddenly stabilized, followed by a warming sensation. Though Cold Condensation Frost's enchanting visage remained frosty, her beautiful eyes now held a glimmer of surprise. Beneath the Celestial Emperor lies the Celestial Saint. Before her seclusion, Cold Condensation Frost had just transcended to a new realm. In the azure expanse, the Celestial Emperor had already become a top-tier powerhouse. The Heavenly Saint, however, existed as one beneath one, yet above millions. Lin Chuan had diligently practiced for 5 years, exhibiting remarkable progress in his cultivation. His rate of advancement surpassed even that of Cold Condensation Frost. Such prodigious talent rightfully entitled him to be called the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The very reason Cold Condensation Frost had elevated Lin Chuan was precisely this. Yet, She never anticipated that Lin Chuan's potential would far exceed her own. How could she not be astonished? To kill or not to kill? That is the dilemma. Cold condensation frost furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. According to her nature, any disciple of the sect who dared to insult her would face merciless retribution. However, considering Lin Chuan's extraordinary gifts, should she take his life, it would be a loss for the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the consequences would be unfathomable. Though she was loath to admit it, Lin Chuan's visage was indeed breathtakingly handsome, to the extent that many female disciples were fervent admirers of him, which caused her considerable vexation. Yet there was nothing she could do about it. Given your commendable talents, I may spare your pitiful life. However, while death may be evaded, the consequences of your actions cannot be escaped. Do not presume that I would easily let you off the hook. Cold condensation frost haughtily snorted, rising slowly from her seat. Having been in seclusion for such an extended period, it was time to step outside for some fresh air. Outside the grand hall, 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect awaited her emergence to celebrate. Creak! The doors of the hall suddenly swung wide open. The disciples waiting outside ceased their clamoring. Pairs of eyes immediately turned towards her. Welcome back, Sect Master. Elder Wei Wuyang led the throng of disciples in congratulating the Sect Master on her return from seclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, who had just broken through to the rank of Heavenly Saint, also clasped his fists in salute, appearing quite fitting. Finally, she was out. Hurry up and conclude this. I wish to return and indulge in restful slumber. Lin Chuan kept his head down, murmuring incessantly. Having just calmed her emotions, cold condensation frost suddenly glanced over. That voice again. It was as if Lin Chuan was openly voicing his thoughts in her ear. Yet such audacious remarks elicited no reaction from those around them. Had the world gone mad? No. It was that cold condensation frost could hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. Excellent. After my ascension to the Celestial Emperor, I can actually perceive the thoughts of others. But why can I only hear the Holy Sun's thoughts? Cold condensation frost furrowed her brow, perplexed. Regardless, she could now discern Lin Chuan's true sentiments, thus unveiling the discrepancy between his words and his heart. This rogue, how dare he show such disrespect towards me? He must be properly punished. Everyone, I have been in seclusion for over 6 months and have finally become a celestial emperor. Subsequently, it is only natural for this sect leader to declare herself an empress beyond the imperial court. And within the rankings of the 4 great sects, our Heavenly Demon Sect holds a prominent position. From now on, while our Heavenly Demon Sect may deceive others, we shall never be deceived. Any who dare to insult our Heavenly Demon Sect shall face ruthless retribution. Cold Leng Ningshuang raised her arm high, her commanding declaration igniting fervor among the 100,000 disciples. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chants of hail to the sect leader. And long live the sect leader. It was well known that Cold Leng Ningshuang had attained the status of celestial emperor, leading the Heavenly Demon Sect into an unprecedented era of prosperity. Still the same large in stature, yet lacking in wit, only capable of violence and intimidation. Little do they know, to stifle is not to guide. The Heavenly Demon Sect shall inevitably fall to this old witch. A sigh echoed in Cold Leng Ningshuang's ears, akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing her ambitious flames. You! Cold Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened, her fierce aura erupting uncontrollably. Accompanied by the overwhelming presence of a celestial emperor, a powerful wave of internal energy surged forth. Hiss! Wei Wuyang and the 100,000 disciples acutely felt Cold Leng Ningshuang's chilling murderous intent, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. Just a moment ago, all seemed well. Now, the sect leader had ignited such fury. What could have transpired? Had the old witch lost her temper again? No wonder they say she is a volatile person, quick to anger. Yet, despite her advancing years, she still possessed striking beauty. If only she were not so fierce, she would surely be adored by the male disciples. Once again, this was his inner voice. This time, Cold Leng Ningshuang had kept a vigilant eye on Lin Chuan, fully convinced that Lin Chuan had not uttered a word. Thus, it was evident that what she had heard was indeed his inner thoughts. Do you dare to label this sect leader as fierce? Am I truly fierce? Cold Leng Ningshuang clenched her silver teeth, indignantly retorting. Well, it seems she is indeed rather fierce. However, that is not the crux of the matter. This young lad, still wet behind the ears, had the audacity to be impertinent with her. The last disciple from the Xian sword sect who dared to be so bold now has grass 3 feet high on their grave. Does this boy not realize? Very well. It seems she had been overly lenient with Lin Chuan, the Holy Sun, allowing him such insolence. It appears she must employ extraordinary measures to make the Holy Sun aware of the might of the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. While I was in seclusion, I sensed a surge of spiritual energy outside the Great Hall. It appears the Holy Sun has broken through to the celestial saint realm. Has he not? Cold Ningshuang's exquisite features revealed no hint of disturbance. In the face of adversity, her composure was that of a true formidable leader. Seeing this, the elder Wei Wuyang felt a deep sense of relief and quickly affirmed, "What the sect leader says is indeed correct. Just moments ago, the Holy Sun broke through to the celestial saint. Our Heavenly Demon Sect has ascended to a new level of strength. In a single day, the Heavenly Demon Sect gave rise to an emperor and a saint, a feat that left all other sects in utter astonishment. Consequently, the disciples of the sect were brimming with excitement. Merely a saint, is it truly worthy of such commotion? The Holy Sun has just recently ascended to the status of saint. Surely he has yet to master it fully. The sect master has decided to personally guide him, ensuring a swifter acclimatization to the realm of the saints. And Holy Sun, what are your thoughts on this?" Song Ningxiang's lips curled into a slight smirk, a mischievous glint reflecting in Lin Chuan's eyes. Guidance? In front of such a multitude? The old witch harbors such peculiar inclinations. Lin Chuan, what on earth is this scoundrel contemplating? What guidance? What excitement? As the Holy Sun of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how dare he entertain such impure thoughts? Song Ningxiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ever since she stormed into the Sunjin sect and slew 100 of their elite, the notorious reputation of the demoness had spread far and wide. Yet, never before had anyone dared to so brazenly tease her. Lin Chuan is the first. He is destined to meet his demise. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted, and a tempestuous wind rose. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the sacred maiden peak. The countenances of the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect changed dramatically. They gazed in terror at their leader, utterly bewildered as to the cause of her wrath. Even Wei Wuying was perplexed, unable to comprehend what had transpired with Leng Ningshuang today. Why was her mood so erratic? Could it be that she had succumbed to demonic deviation? It was said that once a cultivator fell into such madness, they would be unable to govern their emotions, experiencing unpredictable fluctuations between joy and anger. Although their leader's temperament had always been elusive, today was particularly extraordinary. "Master, please compose yourself. We are within the Heavenly Demon Sect. What would happen if you were to inadvertently harm your own?" Wei Wuying urged loudly, genuinely believing that Leng Ningshuang had indeed lost her sanity. She had even prepared herself to subdue Leng Ningshuang by force, despite the fact that this leader was a being of emperor-level strength. For the sake of the Heavenly Demon Sect's future, she was willing to risk everything. She could enlist the Holy Sun's aid. Although the Holy Sun had now ascended to the level of celestial saint, one realm below Leng Ningshuang, he was nonetheless the strongest beneath the emperor. He was a formidable figure, unmatched within the Heavenly Demon Sect, second only to Leng Ningshuang. With his assistance, the chances of success would increase. Upon this realization, Wei Wuying turned to Lin Chuan, intending to discuss the matter with him. However, she found Lin Chuan stifling a yawn, a languid expression evident upon his face. "How dare you remain idle at such a time?" The sect leader's fury was palpable, leaving one at a loss for words. Wei Wuyang rolled her eyes, casting a sharp glare at Lin Chuan. However, it was not the moment to reprimand him. She had to join forces with the Holy Sun to subdue the sect leader, who was on the verge of losing control. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Chuan's previously languid expression transform into one of seriousness. He turned his gaze towards the heavens, and at the same moment, Leng Ningshuang did the same. The two of them stared coldly into the sky, as if they had sensed something amiss. Curiosity piqued, Wei Wuyang followed their gaze. Soon, from 100 miles away in the sky, numerous dark specks began to emerge, rapidly approaching the demon sect. In no time at all, these specks transformed into figures, their faces becoming unmistakably clear, though clad in various martial robes. The formidable aura they exuded was unmistakable. Xianjin sect, Qingyang sect, Bloodthirsty sect, Gate of the 100 Demons. Wei Wuyang cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly of formidable cultivators, naming each of their sects with precision. A multitude of faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, converged upon the sacred maiden peak. It was evident that their intentions were far from benign. The reason these visages seemed familiar was that they belonged to the leaders and heads of various sects. Yet they appeared strange due to their rare presence in the mortal realm. Even someone of Wei Wuyong's stature, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had seldom glimpsed their true forms, relying solely on their formidable auras to ascertain their identities. Celestial Emperors and Celestial Saints. Truly, they were the sovereigns of their respective sects, with the weakest among them being a Celestial Saint. Clearly, the recent ascension of their sect leader to the rank of Celestial Emperor had instigated a sense of threat among them, prompting their audacious appearance at the Sacred Maiden Peak to assess the situation. Wei Wuyong furrowed her brow in contemplation. At this moment, over 100 sect leaders had gathered at the Heavenly Demon Sect, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the 100,000 disciples. The mere presence of such powerful beings cast an overwhelming aura that instigated fear. Moreover, these leaders approached with evident hostility. TSK, what did I say? A towering tree attracts the wind. Now, it seems there is no escape. You old hag, continue with your antics. You will undoubtedly bring ruin upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. He merely wished to lead a languid existence. Yet his sect leader's competitive nature and desire for recognition had transformed the Heavenly Demon Sect into an adversary of the cultivation world. Were it not for his identity as the son of the sect, which bound him tightly, he would have seized any opportunity to flee long ago. After all, a life of misfortune is preferable to a certain demise. Descending the mountain to find a secluded spot to relax while enjoying the benefits bestowed by the system. Does that not sound delightful? Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the awkward atmosphere, leaving the sect leaders and masters who had hastily arrived from afar utterly astonished. They had yet to voice their protests when turmoil erupted within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, what is the meaning of this? Wei Wuyong inquired, equally perplexed. What could possibly provoke cold condensing frost to chastise the Holy Sun? Has the Holy Sun committed some grave offense against her? Yet, there was nothing to suggest that. The Holy Sun had merely been idly standing here, seemingly unperturbed. With a deep breath, the icy demeanor of Leng Ningshuang suppressed her fury. At present, she faced the unwelcome presence of over 100 adversarial sects seeking trouble. She had to discern the gravity of the situation with utmost clarity. Above all, internal strife was simply unacceptable. It could only be said that Lin Chuan was fortunate this time. She would deal with him later. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan himself was quite perplexed. Ever since Leng Ningshuang emerged from her seclusion, her emotions had been in turmoil. He suspected she might have succumbed to a form of madness or perhaps was merely experiencing the trials of a midlife crisis. After all, what could account for her inexplicable outbursts? Alas, women truly are a source of endless complications. Cough, cough. Leng Ningshuang feigned calmness, primarily provoked by Lin Chuan. She cleared her throat twice, regaining her icy demeanor. With a frosty gaze, she surveyed the 100 sect leaders. Esteemed guests, have you come to my Heavenly Demon Sect today to congratulate your humble sect leader on her ascension to the position of Celestial Emperor? Leng Ningshuang spoke with an authoritative presence, devoid of anger, yet emanating an air of command. Having served as sect leader for over 10 years, her decisiveness in matters of life and death imbued each gesture with the lofty poise of one in power. Congratulations? Cold condensation frost. You are overthinking. The mocking laughter was exceedingly jarring to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A middle-aged man with a mustache naturally drew the attention of the crowd. He was the esteemed leader of the Xianjin sect, Hong Tinha. Wei Wuyong spoke in a low voice. Is he truly the leader of the Xianjin sect? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, sizing up the man before him. A celestial being, yet he appeared significantly older. If such talent can ascend to the position of a sect leader, then perhaps he too could aspire to such heights. Unbeknownst to Hong Tinha, Lin Chuan's scornful gaze eluded him. In truth, he held the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in utter disdain. Today, his singular aim was one, cold condensation frost. Clearly, he sought vengeance, seizing the moment while cold condensation frost had just broken through to the level of Heavenly Emperor, still vulnerable to suppression. Otherwise, once she fully grasped the essence of her newfound power, the Xianjin sect would have no hope of retribution. Esteemed guests, the bloodthirsty demoness cold condensation frost must be eradicated. I implore you to lend your strength to this sect leader, to cleanse the realm of her menace and restore peace to the world of cultivation. With a righteous banner held high, Hong Tianhe sought to suppress the Heavenly Demon Sect. This was the bitter fruit sown by cold condensation frost. Yet the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were the ones expected to pay the price. Lin Chuan had anticipated this turn of events, yet regrettably, he had arrived too late. Gazing at the multitude of heavenly emperors and celestial saints above, Lin Chuan felt an acute sense of embarrassment. How could Hong Tianhe muster the audacity to utter such juvenile and clumsy slogans? Did he not feel a tinge of humiliation? Despite the goosebumps that covered his skin, it appeared that these sect leaders felt no such discomfort. Some, evidently swayed by Hong Tianhe, even echoed his words, further amplifying the absurdity of the scene. However, unlike Lin Chuan's bemusement and uncontrollable sarcasm, the atmosphere within the Heavenly Demon Sect was fraught with anxiety. The elation from cold condensation Frost's ascension to the Heavenly Emperor level was short-lived, as she faced pressure from formidable sect leaders of equal standing. How could such a scene not instill fear? Even Wei Wuyang had never experienced such a weight of dread. The Heavenly Demon Sect stood on the precipice of annihilation, with the specter of extinction looming ever closer. Master, Wei Wuyang gazed at Leng Ningshuang with bewilderment. In the face of life and death, only the Master represented the last glimmer of hope for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Wei Wuyang. Her pair of beautiful eyes, as cold as steel, cast a glance that turned Hong Tianhe's face pale with fear. Master Hong, it appears you have forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. In the past, even as a mere celestial sage, I could slay 100 formidable warriors of your Xianjian sect. Now, as I stand as the Celestial Emperor, you, Hong Tianhe, are but an insignificant insect in my eyes. Do you truly believe that by gathering these worthless individuals, you can exert pressure upon me? If the Heavenly Demon Sect were to face annihilation, I would be free from all constraints. Do you truly think you can withstand the wrath of a Celestial Emperor? Cold Ningshuang's chilling voice echoed for miles, each word striking like icy daggers into the hearts of these cultivators. Indeed, could they truly bear the consequences of offending a Celestial Emperor? Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect were to be eradicated, the act of slaying a Celestial Emperor is no trivial task. Should Cold Ningshuang manage to escape, it would spell endless calamity. One can only imagine, in the dead of night, a Celestial Emperor infiltrating the various sections. With Cold Ningshuang's ruthless and decisive methods, she would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all factions. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air as those who had intended to support Hong Tianhe now wore expressions of hesitation. Unlike the Xianyuan Sword Sect, they bore no long-standing grievances against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Indeed, they had no justifiable reason to oppose it. Their presence today was merely a result of Hong Tianhe's promise of substantial rewards upon success. But could such rewards truly mitigate the frenzied retaliation of Cold Mistress? There must be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing that Cold Mistress had attained the status of Emperor, we have come merely to extend our congratulations. The enmity between the Xianyuan Sword Sect and your esteemed sect is merely hearsay to us. We never intended to intervene. We beseech Cold Mistress not to implicate us. Eager to distance themselves, some voiced their agreement, and soon the tide turned. As the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Few dared to openly support Hong Tianhe. The situation had taken a dire turn. Hong Tianhe's face was flushed with humiliation. He was furious, yet powerless to alter the course of events. After all, how could he contend with the formidable and ruthless Cold Ningshuang? How detestable! You wicked enchantress! How dare you oppress others with your power? You fickle individuals! How easily you have been intimidated by the sorceress's mere words. Very well. On the day the Heavenly Demon Sect rises, you shall all come to regret it. Hong Tianhe's face flushed with rage. At this juncture, although everyone had clearly expressed their unwillingness to oppose Leng Ningshuang, he remained obstinate. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The aura of the celestial sage surged wildly. Hong Tianhe was utterly incensed. Even though Leng Ningshuang had already attained the strength of a celestial emperor, he felt compelled to confront her head-on. Otherwise, even if he survived, it would taint his state of mind, potentially evolving into his inner demon. Is resorting to violence the only solution when one cannot articulate their arguments? Do you even deserve that? Cold condensation Frost remarked with a frosty smile, seemingly mocking with a tinge of apprehension. 3 months prior, she might have regarded Hong Tianhe with some measure of respect. However, she has since transformed beyond recognition. There is no need to regard Hong Tianhe with any significance. Nevertheless, his public provocation cannot go unanswered. To remain silent would be to tacitly accept the antics of such a buffoon. Yet, she is disinclined to take action. Moreover, within the Celestial Demon Sect, she is not the only one capable of making an impact. Lin Chuan, that rascal, it is indeed time for him to play his part. Saint Sun, Cold Ningshuang uttered a low exclamation, her voice resonating like a chilling echo from the abyss, imbued with a hint of resentment. Due to Hong Tianhe's provocation, The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not attribute this animosity to Lin Chuan. Instead, they eagerly anticipated his intervention. At last, it was time for the Saint Son to take action. It is worth mentioning that despite being a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect for 5 years, none had witnessed the Saint Son in combat. Who among the Heavenly Saints possesses greater strength? The anticipation is palpable. Undoubtedly, the dashing and charismatic Saint Son is far superior. When he strikes, he shall surely strip that old scoundrel Hong Tianhe of all dignity. Go, Holy Son. The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect instantly transformed into a fervent support group. The air was filled with ceaseless screams and chants. Were it not for the sight of fellow cultivators clad in martial robes surrounding him, Lin Chuan might have believed he was in the modern world. That wretched old hag. Why doesn't she take matters into her own hands? I truly wish to avoid the spotlight. Haven't they ever heard that the bird that stands out gets shot? What if I were to be killed by Hong Tianhe? Perhaps surrendering would be the wisest choice after all. Better to preserve my life than to risk disgrace. Lin Chuan pouted, his mind racing with thoughts. In just a few moments, he had spoken so much to himself. Yet, he remained oblivious to the increasingly terrifying expression on Leng Ningshuang's face. This scoundrel, he is actually contemplating surrender? Does he possess no sense of honor for the sect at all? It truly infuriates this sect master. Lin Chuan, the cold voice echoed once more. Reluctantly, Lin Chuan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the frigid stare of Leng Ningshuang. You must remember, you are the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You stand second to none, above 100,000 disciples. Your honor is entwined with that of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should you emerge victorious, no one will dare to insult our sect again. However, should you falter, our sect shall become the subject of ridicule. Do all within your power to defeat Hong Tianhe. If you succeed, I, the sect master, promise to grant you one request. Whatever it may be, I shall not retract my word. Leng Ningshuang felt a pang of distress. To prevent this indolent fellow, Lin Chuan, from surrendering, and to preserve both her own and the sect's dignity, she was compelled to offer a tempting incentive. This was in stark contrast to her initial intention of punishing Lin Chuan. Ah, anything is possible? How splendid! If I defeat Hong Tianhe, I can finally sever ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yay! Leng Ningshuang stared blankly at Lin Chuan, her mind echoing with his excited exclamation. She felt utterly stunned. She had already entwined the honor and disgrace of the Heavenly Demon Sect with Lin Chuan, having delivered so many inspiring declarations, even offering rewards to motivate him. She was now confronted with the shocking realization that he was contemplating fleeing the sect. How infuriating! Clenching her teeth in frustration, her entire body trembled with rage. Yet, she forced herself to refrain from losing control, aware that it would render her a laughingstock among the various sections. Nevertheless, her restraint was wearing thin. She yearned to tear Lin Chuan's handsome face apart and stomp on it repeatedly. Even such actions would hardly quell the fury burning within her. How vexing. Not even Hong Tianhe had provoked such ire in her. It was her own disciple who ignited her indignation. Where could she seek justice? The sect leader's command was absolute. No disciple dared defy it. Just a moment, sect leader. I shall swiftly deal with Hong Tianhe. Lin Chuan's radiant smile shone like sunlight breaking through the clouds after rain. His charm once again incited a fervent uproar among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It must be said, his popularity within the sect was beyond what Leng Ningshuang could command. Who could have imagined that such a beloved figure, the Holy Son, was consumed with thoughts of fleeing the sect? One should not judge by appearances. Go, Holy Son. Wei Wuyong also made a fist and mimicked a heavy downward motion. Had even she fallen under Lin Chuan's spell? At that moment, Lin Chuan, with an elegant gesture, pointed his sword towards the heavens. As his aura surged, a sound of the void tearing echoed forth. The sword light ascended into the sky before swiftly descending, ultimately lifting Lin Chuan aloft like a gentle breeze. With a resounding pop, the sword and its wielder became one, vanishing into the heavens, soaring directly towards Hong Tianhe. How handsome! The exclamations erupted once more. The female disciples were utterly thrilled. After 5 long years, they had eagerly anticipated Lin Chuan's display of prowess. Even the mere thought of him soaring through the skies on his sword had seemed like a distant dream. Now, their wishes had finally come true. Indeed, he was every bit as dashing as they had imagined. How infuriating! This group of fools. Are they here to cultivate at the Heavenly Demon Sect, or to pursue romantic entanglements? All this time, I, the sect master, have remained utterly oblivious. What a failure! Cold condensation frost glared furiously at the group of female disciples, her head throbbing with frustration. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that while Lin Chuan's heartfelt sentiments indeed vexed her, both his cultivation and appearance were exceedingly rare in this world. It is only natural that such a prodigy could captivate the hearts of many. Should such a talent depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect, or even align with other sects, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. A genius who is neither friend nor foe is best dealt with by ensuring their demise should they be beyond one's reach. This is the simplest solution. Whether one can survive depends on the choices one makes. A chill emanated from the frosty gaze of Leng Ningshuang. Simultaneously, a gleam of sword light ascended towards the heavens, then hovered before the numerous sect leaders and masters. With a statuesque figure and a strikingly handsome visage, every movement exuded an effortless grace. More importantly, this individual was young yet possessed the cultivation of a celestial sage, truly a sight to behold. We had merely heard of Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor and came to the Heavenly Demon Sect to witness it. Little did we expect that another celestial sage would emerge from within the sect. Is he the Holy Son? Such youth, yet such profound cultivation. It is indeed enviable. The various sect leaders and heads murmured amongst themselves, unabashedly revealing their envy and resentment towards Lin Chuan. Simultaneously, many felt a sense of relief, for they were not foolishly following Hong Tianhe's reckless pursuits. After all, provoking both an emperor and a saint is a calamity for any sect. One could only wonder what Hong Tianhe truly felt upon encountering Lin Chuan. Out of curiosity, the crowd turned their gazes towards him. His aged visage was now flushed with embarrassment. Lin Chuan's emergence was entirely unforeseen for him. Although the various sects were not entirely ignorant of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and were aware of the presence of a Holy Son within, they could not fathom why this Holy Son remained obscure, akin to a specter in their records. Details regarding his cultivation, qualifications, techniques, and weaponry were all merely glossed over as unknown. The only information they possessed was his age, and that he was remarkably handsome. Handsome? In the realm of cultivation, does good looks provide sustenance? There are no celebrity idols here. The only currency among individuals is strength. Only those with formidable power are deemed worthy of survival, not those who rely on a handsome visage. Yet, who could have anticipated that this Holy Son, renowned for his looks, possessed such astounding qualifications as well? Oh, heavens! How blind you are! Cough, cough. So, when shall we commence our battle? My sect leader is eagerly awaiting to bestow upon me my rewards, Lin Chuan languidly remarked. He held a profound aversion to fighting, if given the choice. He would prefer to surrender outright. After all, what is a little loss of face? It cannot be consumed as sustenance. Moreover, being incessantly pursued by a throng of enchanting junior sisters is quite bothersome indeed. You impudent wretch! How dare you underestimate the leader of our sect? Hong Tianhe thundered in fury. He was, after all, the head of a sect and a formidable celestial saint. A decade prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial saint realm. Lin Chuan, merely a youth of less than 20 years, though endowed with commendable talents, could not possibly match the years of experience Hong Tianhe possessed in becoming a celestial saint. As equals in that realm, there was no reason for him to concede defeat to a mere child. Cold Ningshuang has sent you to your doom, and I shall fulfill her wishes. Hong Tianhe sneered, a wicked grin stretching across his face as if he had already secured victory over Lin Chuan. Once you descend into the abyss, you may lament your choices. However, when he raised his gaze to observe Lin Chuan once more, he was taken aback to find that the youth was now accompanied by an array of over 10 extraordinary treasures: the Qilan fire sword, the falling star hammer, the frost sword, the meteor fire refining spear. These were all renowned and exceptional spiritual treasures. How could such a young lad have amassed them? Hong Tianhe stared in disbelief at the collection of exquisite spiritual artifacts, momentarily forgetting that he was still embroiled in battle. Even the numerous sect leaders, masters, and the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect atop the Holy Maiden Peak were rendered speechless. It appeared that their Holy Son had concealed his prowess to such an extent. How had he come into possession of these rare treasures, seldom seen by the world? The Heavenly Demon descends, and all swords return to their origin. Go! With a thunderous roar, the air quivered, charged with an intense energy. Over a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures became restless, all under Lin Chuan's command, turning to face Hong Tianhe. Wait, wait. The sect leader hasn't declared the start yet. Hong Tianhe exclaimed in a flurry of panic. In his haste, he completely forgot to defend himself, merely waving his hands frantically in an attempt to halt Lin Chuan and the dozen or so spiritual treasures. The sound of whistling pierced the air relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Brilliant flashes of light illuminated the scene, accompanied by a continuous rumble. The blazing flames in the sky were more dazzling than the sun itself, mingled with the echoes of anguished cries. The figure of Hong Tianhe was completely engulfed by the flames. Time elapsed unmeasured as the battle neared its conclusion. Lin Chuan recalled his treasures, murmuring with an air of indifference. How strange. Did someone just speak? Perhaps I misheard. At last, he could escape the clutches of the old hag. Oh, joy! Lin Chuan's heart swelled with excitement, and a relaxed smile graced his youthful and handsome face. A visage capable of captivating all souls. It was enough to make the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect scream in adoration. Yet, the closest to him, Leng Ningshuang, wore an expression of icy disdain. Crunch, crunch. It seemed something had been crushed between her teeth. Lin Chuan was perplexed, oblivious to the fact that it was the sound of Leng Ningshuang grinding her molars. Nor did he realize that she was wishing to deliver him a punch for his audacious thoughts of betrayal. At this moment, this rascal still contemplated defection, which was utterly detestable. Master, your disciple has fulfilled the task as entrusted. Lin Chuan slightly bowed, clasping his fists in respect. Though he was on the verge of liberation, yearning for a carefree life, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum towards his master. Otherwise, given Leng Ningshuang's volatile temperament, it was entirely plausible she would deliver him a harsh reprimand on the spot. Old hag, what are you staring at? Can't you discern such an obvious hint? Hurry up and announce it. I can hardly wait. This identity of the Holy Sun is of no interest to me. I shall not serve it. Farewell. Lin Chuan's inner monologue was a frenzy of contradictions. This was in stark contrast to his handsome and graceful demeanor. On one side, Wei Wuyang was utterly enchanted by him, while Leng Ningshuang remained as unyielding as frost, her expression darkening. Very well. You may take your leave. Leng Ningshuang clenched her silver teeth, fearful of unleashing a torrent of curses. If words could manifest, each syllable she uttered would have been accompanied by a flurry of icy shards. Yet, considering her usual temperament, Wei Wuyang found it unsurprising. However, Lin Chuan was less than pleased. What of the promised rewards? The commitments made that could be fulfilled? Where have they vanished? Lin Chuan was indignant. He had waited 5 long years, yearning to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect and live a tranquil life. He refused to allow his rewards to slip away unnoticed. Master, you seem to forget your esteemed promises too easily. A minor detail seems to have been overlooked. Lin Chuan reminded with a serious expression. Faced with such a ferocious female demon, he dared not speak too harshly. Moreover, there were many outsiders present. As the current Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he certainly could not tarnish the reputation of his own sect. Please, remember quickly. The strength concealed for 5 years was not only revealed today, but also resulted in the death of the head of the Xianjian sect. The disciples of the Xianjian sect must be furious. It is possible that in a few days, they will come to the sacred Maiden Peak demanding retribution for blood debts. With the old witch's methods, she would undoubtedly plunge the Xianjian sect into chaos, leading to a bloody storm in the realm of cultivation. Other sects, fearing her wrath, would unite against the Heavenly Demon Sect, which would find itself isolated, unable to withstand even the old witch's fury. Ultimately, to quell the public outrage, the old witch and the sect would surely make me the scapegoat and hand me over. Hiss. I have already envisioned this entire scenario. If I choose to remain in the Heavenly Demon Sect, I would be a fool. In a mere 3 breaths, Lin Chuan managed to concoct a complete narrative. Unfortunately, no one else could hear it. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive his inner thoughts. Yet even she was profoundly astonished by Lin Chuan's whimsical imagination. Good gracious! What kind of nonsense occupies this boy's mind? To describe him as a worrywart would be an understatement. His imagination is exceedingly vivid. However, on the other hand, is my image in this rascal's mind truly that dreadful? He actually presumes that I would abandon him for the sake of the sect. Leng Ningshuang muttered indignantly. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's concerns were not entirely unfounded. The Xianjian sect is merely a moderately prestigious sect within the realm of cultivation. The death of 1 or 2 individuals does not constitute a significant event. Yet this time is different from 5 years ago. The one who has perished is none other than the head of the Xianjian sect. Moreover, the esteemed head of the Xianjian sect met his demise at the hands of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although Lin Chuan holds a noteworthy position within the Heavenly Demon Sect, as Leng Ningshuang stated, he ranks beneath the sect leader and above 100,000 disciples. His status is indeed exceptional. However, he is neither the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect nor a fearsome figure like Leng Ningshuang, known for her terrifying reputation. Provoking him is certainly not out of the question. Therefore, in seeking vengeance for Hong Tianhe, the Xianjian sect will undoubtedly come to settle the score. How could Leng Ningshuang, with her cold demeanor, possibly tolerate that? Perhaps the conflict between the two parties has escalated to such an extent that Leng Ningshuang may indeed lead a bloodbath against the Xianjian sect once more. One must bear in mind that the formidable presence of the Heavenly Emperor is sufficient to instill a sense of dread in countless sections. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Sect is, after all, a faction of the demonic cult. Should the tragic fate of the Xianjian sect incite a defensive response from the various sects, it is highly plausible that they would unite to collectively suppress the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that juncture, even if Lin Chuan is the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the choice between one life and the survival of the sect is a dilemma that would leave even Leng Ningshuang hesitant to draw a conclusion. This mischievous lad has always yearned to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that he anticipated the calamities that would befall the sect? Despite his seemingly lacking intellect, his thoughts are surprisingly intricate and astute. Although the sect leader is reluctant to shoulder this burden, it is a consideration she cannot dismiss lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Ningshuang's gaze softened considerably as she regarded Lin Chuan. The fact that the Heavenly Demon Sect has gained a prodigious genius capable of breaking through to the Heavenly Saint realm within 5 years is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Moreover, this genius possesses a remarkably astute mind. Such talent is undeniably someone the sect cannot afford to lose. However, this mischievous lad is resolute in his desire to flee the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could the sect leader acquiesce to his wishes? If he fears retribution from the Xianjian sect, then what harm would it be for the sect leader to eliminate the Xianjian sect altogether, regardless of the circumstances? The sect leader will never permit you to abandon the Heavenly Demon Sect. A cold smile crept across Leng Ningshuang's face as her beautiful eyes grew increasingly resolute. At this moment atop the Saintess Peak, there remained 23 other sect leaders and masters. The elders of the Xianjian sect linger helplessly in the clouds. The death of Hong Tianhe cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, they never imagined that he would perish at the hands of Lin Chuan, the Holy Son. To have a sect leader meet such a fate, leaving not a remnant behind, is unconscionable. Even if the other sects remain silent, the Xianjian sect will undoubtedly not acquiesce. To quell this matter will not be an easy task. Today's events are a matter of enmity between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xianjian sect. The esteemed sect leaders and masters present witnessed firsthand that it was Hong Tianhe who initiated the provocation, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of our sect's holy son. Regardless of whether the Xianjian sect seeks to annihilate the Heavenly Demon Sect, it is a concern that does not involve others. Esteemed sect leaders and masters, will you choose to align with the Xianjian sect or maintain neutrality? It would be prudent to declare your positions openly. I, as the sect leader, shall provide the necessary clarification. Clarification? When Leng Ningshuang uttered these words, her countenance resembled icy frost, her captivating eyes radiating a chilling aura. Her image, cold and ruthless, has long since taken root in the hearts of many. Choosing to side with the Xianjian sect? Is that not akin to directly tearing the veil with Leng Ningshuang? Despite the presence of 23 esteemed sect leaders and masters, each possessing formidable cultivation, whether as celestial emperors or celestial saints, they all felt inadequate in comparison to the lethal aura of Leng Ningshuang. Who would dare to provoke such a formidable female fiend without cause? Amitabha. The words of the cold sect leader resonated deeply. The sound of the Buddha echoed as a venerable monk, clad in a cassock and with palms joined in prayer, emerged upon a lotus platform, his treasured artifact. With white brows and hair, and a countenance radiating compassion, he was undeniably a sage of great enlightenment. In the realm of cultivation, the monks of the Sound of Dharma Monastery are renowned. This individual is none other than Master Fame, the abbot of the Sound of Dharma Monastery. While Hong Tianhe may have erred, we must remember that the deceased hold the greater significance. His ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect have already been severed. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? The old monk, with humble courage, implored the cold sect leader to relinquish hatred and seek reconciliation with the Xinyuan sect. Master Fame spoke earnestly, his words imbued with sincerity. The Sound of Dharma Monastery has always upheld the image of a benevolent entity in the eyes of the world, and this occasion was no exception. Despite Leng Ningshuang's frequent denouncement of the monastery as hypocritical to the majority of people, these monks embody the light of righteousness, at least 1,000-fold better than the infamy associated with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, the one who has perished was none other than the esteemed leader of the Xianjian sect. How can this matter simply be dismissed? The speaker was an elder of the Xianjian sect. When Hong Tianhe met his demise, he remained silent. Only when a powerful figure stepped forward did he muster a measure of courage. In such a cowardly manner, does he dare to challenge? 5 years ago, our sect leader could single-handedly storm the Xianjian sect. Today, what is there to prevent the holy son of the Tianma sect from slaying your leader? Should the Xianjian sect harbor grievances, feel free to come forth. However, I must caution you that the animosities between the Tianma sect and the Xianjian sect are none of anyone else's concern. Those who dare to intervene shall be deemed enemies by the Tianma sect. Against our foes, the Tianma sect will undoubtedly pursue a relentless vendetta. The cold, chilling voice of Leng Ningshuang resonated, piercing the hearts of all who heard it like icicles, instilling an unsettling dread. Hiss! Master Famings took a sharp breath, his brow involuntarily furrowing. He had come to an understanding. Cold Ningshuang's warning was not solely directed at the Xianjian sect. It was intended for all the sect leaders and masters present. This time, Cold Ningshuang's breakthrough had drawn countless powerful observers, including those who had congregated due to the Xianjian sect's influence, specifically to target Cold Ningshuang and the Tianma sect. However, Hong Tianhe proved to be a disgrace, ultimately vanquished by an obscure youth. This resulted in the collapse of their support, as many sects loyal to the Xianjian sect fled in fear. In the end, only 23 sect leaders and masters remained. Their decision to stay was not motivated by a desire to confront Cold Ningshuang, but rather by curiosity towards Lin Chuan, the rising star. Regrettably, during the battle with Hong Tianhe, Lin Chuan's strikes were executed with such swiftness and flamboyance that before they could fully comprehend the situation, the conflict had already concluded. Initially, these leaders had hoped for another bout from Lin Chuan, but Cold Ningshuang had seized the spotlight. Do not misunderstand, Cold Clan. We have already made it clear that our presence here is solely to extend our congratulations. None other intentions. If the Heavenly Demon Sect does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Farewell. These sect leaders are all astute individuals, naturally reluctant to provoke unnecessary conflict, especially with the recent ascension of Cold Condensation Frost to the position of Heavenly Emperor and the sudden emergence of an unfathomable Holy Son from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Only a fool would dare to oppose such a formidable sect. Moreover, what is the Xianyuan Sword Sect but a feeble offshoot? A sect whose leader was utterly defeated, hardly worthy of their attention. In an instant, the 23 sect leaders and heads dispersed in a flurry. Above the clouds, only the elder of the Xianyuan Sword Sect remained alone, facing 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, accompanied by a Heavenly Emperor and a Heavenly Saint. You shall wait. The elder of the Xianyuan Sword Sect, with a face full of trepidation, hastily uttered a half-hearted threat before fleeing. The once boisterous Saintess Peak fell into a profound silence, evoking a sense of desolation. However, Cold Condensation Frost felt no emptiness, for she had many matters to attend to. In light of the foreign threats, the Holy Son's contributions to safeguarding the sect shall be duly rewarded. I hereby grant the Holy Son entry into the Heavenly Demon Pool. Our disciples must take the Holy Son as a model, engaging in daily self-reflection and diligent cultivation, lest they become complacent. Cold Condensation Frost announced, leaving no chance for Lin Chuan to refuse. Disciples, remember well. The 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect responded in unison. Eager eyes were fixed upon Lin Chuan, with even the male disciples expressing profound envy towards him. After all, it was the Heavenly Demon Pool. It was rumored that only the sect leader and those who had rendered great service to the sect had the privilege to enter. Those who underwent the refinement of the Heavenly Demon Pool could grasp the true essence of the Heavenly Demon transformation. It was even said that one might uncover the remaining opportunities of the Heavenly Emperor within. To call it the sect's most treasured asset would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, Lin Chuan's remarkable feat of slaying Hong Tianhe had earned him significant merit. Despite the envy among the disciples, none dared to harbor feelings of jealousy, for it was a reward rightfully earned by Lin Chuan. No, I do not wish to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool. I only desire to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan thought bitterly. Could that wicked old hag have done this on purpose? She promised me a choice, yet she remained silent on the matter? This cannot stand. I must find a way to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. I refuse to be a scapegoat. Lin Chuan's heart was heavy with anguish. Despite Leng Ningshuang's threats, which had frightened many formidable opponents and even repelled the elder of the Xianjian sect, the roots of vengeance remained unextinguished. The grudge against the sect leader was one that could never be forgiven. The Xianjian sect would undoubtedly seek a way to retaliate. If he waited until the righteous forces besieged the Holy Maiden Peak, it would be too late for Lin Chuan to escape. The echoes of complaints inevitably reached the ears of Leng Ningshuang. At this juncture, this audacious young man still harbored thoughts of escape. Preposterous. If the heavenly demon pool could not retain him, it appeared that Lin Chuan was resolute in his departure. This simply cannot be allowed. However, upon listening to Lin Chuan's inner thoughts, it was evident he was convinced that the Xianjin sect would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, she, Leng Ningshuang, would surely sell him out as a scapegoat. With such biases in play, even if Lin Chuan could be physically detained, his heart would remain unbound. It seems that extraordinary measures must be employed. The Saint Sun has accomplished great feats for my Heavenly Demon Sect today. The cleansing of the Heavenly Demon Pool is merely to assist you in solidifying your Heavenly Saint cultivation. During your encounter with Hong Tianhe, this sect leader discerned your instability in cultivation. You have likely yet to realize it. How about this? Come to my room tonight. I shall personally guide you. In the depths of the night, amidst the chorus of chirping insects, atop Saintus Peak, a refreshing breeze wafted through, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. Yet for one individual, this evening was fraught with peril. Before the grand hall, Lin Chuan stood alone on the steps, his gaze fixed intently on the door, hesitating whether to enter. Recollections of the day flooded back. Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes had briefly shimmered with urgency. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Lin Chuan had caught it. He panicked. Ever since Lin Chuan traversed into this realm and became a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had never heard of Leng Ningshuang being involved with any man. Throughout the cultivation world, all rumors regarding her portrayed her as ferocious and cold-blooded, a killer who showed no mercy. Particularly, the narratives from other sects painted her as a remorseless demoness, her malevolence overshadowing her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the realm of cultivation. At times, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of pity for Leng Ningshuang. Yet, how could it be that a 25-year-old woman had never experienced romance? Is this normal? Lin Chuan did not know. But one thing was clear, he was genuinely popular among women. Otherwise, the 60,000 female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not have become his fervent admirers. His confidence in his own allure was so pronounced that he could not help but worry whether Leng Ningshuang might harbor inappropriate thoughts towards him. However, on the other hand, although the old hag was somewhat advanced in years, her beauty was undeniably striking. Her figure was also quite commendable, though her temperament was notoriously poor. If she were to insist that I submit to her, what should I do? Wait, I am someone who has vowed to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. How can I entertain such thoughts? No, survival must take precedence. Should she insist on treating me in such a manner, I shall resolutely adhere to my principles and categorically refuse. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, conjuring an elaborate array of non-existent scenarios, yet he remained utterly convinced of their veracity. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they might have deemed him a lunatic and dealt with him most harshly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rose from the ground. With a resounding crash, the grand doors of the hall swung open. A tempestuous wind swept through, enveloping Lin Chuan in its embrace. Instinctively, he braced himself, yet the ferocious gust felt akin to a powerful hand, binding him tightly. The oppressive aura of a celestial emperor. How formidable! Lin Chuan was filled with trepidation. Confronted for the first time with the might of a celestial emperor, he found himself utterly unable to resist. This realization only fortified his resolve to flee from the demon sect. For when calamity befalls the sect, they would not contend with merely one celestial emperor, but many. How could a single figure like Leng Ningshuang withstand such overwhelming force? As the one responsible for the demise of Hong Tianhe, he would inevitably become a scapegoat. Alas, Lin Chuan's mind raced with possibilities. Yet, in his moment of panic, he was swept into the hall by the tempest. The scenes before him blurred past, the hall's entrance, the conference chamber, the rear hall. Was this the abode of the sect leader? It was not until a faint, alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils that he truly took in his surroundings. Before him lay a bedroom adorned in tranquil blue tones. At an antique tea table, the strikingly beautiful Leng Ningshuang gazed intently at him. Sect leader, please. Lin Chuan was flustered. As a robust man of stature, he was decidedly averse to passivity. If this formidable elder were to exert her influence upon him, should he resist? Or should he yield? With a thud, a forceful surge abruptly hurled Lin Chuan away, leaving him disoriented. Yet, he felt no pain. In fact, it was rather soft. Was this a bed? Is it possible? Lin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had indeed been brought to the bed by the cold and enigmatic cold condensation frost. Moreover, his body remained firmly restrained by the oppressive force of the celestial emperor, rendering him utterly immobile. Alas, his pure and innocent self was on the verge of being ruined by this ancient sorceress. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a remarkable lightness wash over him. The celestial emperor's pressure had inexplicably vanished. Could it be that he had misjudged cold condensation frost? Filled with excitement, he hastily sat up, ready to express his gratitude. However, he was met with cold condensation frost's emotionless gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a chilling yet melodic command resonated in the air. Undress. The simplicity of her words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Chuan utterly bewildered. Goodness, this ancient sorceress was even more audacious than he had imagined. Today, he had truly witnessed the might of a celestial emperor. Resistance was futile. As the old adage goes, if one cannot resist, then one should indulge to the fullest. Whatever happens next could be addressed later. Lin Chuan, with a newfound acceptance, resolved to embrace the situation, adhering to the principle of a carefree existence. He was too apathetic to resist any longer. Thus, he began to loosen his garments with astonishing dexterity, a sight that left onlookers astounded. Yet, cold condensation frost stood there, taken aback. She had heard every unspoken thought that crossed Lin Chuan's mind. Even a fool would comprehend his intentions. This scoundrel dared to perceive her as such. An unforgivable offense. Stop. Please, cease this at once. Cold condensation frost urgently commanded, realizing she could not allow this brash young man to continue undressing. If she hesitated even for a moment longer, he would truly be left in a state of complete undress. Oh, does the sect master enjoy this kind of play? Very well. It is all a first for me, and such straightforward words make me feel bashful. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Finding solace in the sliver of control he managed to seize amidst despair. However, his subsequent action provoked a furious reaction from Leng Ningshuang. Lin Chuan lay back on the bed, sprawling himself in a large shape, and shouted, "Come on." In this particular moment, feeling shy was utterly futile. Before the might of the Heavenly Emperor, he, a mere heavenly saint, possessed no power to resist. Rather than tormenting himself, he chose to embrace his fate and accept reality like a fish out of water. Ah, scoundrel, rascal, Lin Chuan, we shall end you. After a piercing scream, Leng Ningshuang was actually enraged. This should not be the case. Could it be my overly proactive approach? Alas, this old witch is indeed a challenge to please. Lin Chuan helplessly sat up once more. Before him, Leng Ningshuang was covering her face with both hands, her fair neck blushing a deep crimson. Yet, between her index and middle fingers, there remained a slight gap. She was peeking. What the teacher of indulgence said was indeed true. When a woman says no, it is, in fact, a yes, and she still pretends otherwise. Aha, my dear, brother has come to find you. Lin Chuan leaped up with fervor. If Leng Ningshuang did not appreciate taking the initiative, then he would be even more audacious. It would be best if she grew to despise him. Perhaps in a fit of rage, Leng Ningshuang would expel him from the sect. In that case, his wish would be fulfilled. Though such actions might seem somewhat despicable, they were certainly preferable to losing his life. With this thought, Lin Chuan's courage swelled. Not only did he dare to approach Leng Ningshuang, but he also boldly reached out to touch her. Just as his fingers were about to graze her rosy cheek, an overwhelming and powerful force suddenly surged forth, accompanied by a furious roar. Get lost. Subsequently, Lin Chuan's anguished cries echoed throughout the back hall. In the Lord's chamber, Leng Ningshuang sat on a stool, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her delicate, jade-like hands clutched her cheeks tightly, lost in a daze. How infuriating. He actually dared to call her baby. I absolutely detest this. Cold Frost exclaimed, shaking her head vehemently while cradling her face. Her chest rose and fell tumultuously, making it difficult for her to find calm. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, she was utterly bewildered by the concept of love. Could this truly be what is commonly referred to as a confession? Surely not. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors feelings for me, the sect master? Yet, he was undeniably lewd just moments ago. Nevertheless, despite his inappropriate demeanor, he remains quite handsome. It is no wonder that the female disciples are so infatuated with him. Leng Ningshuang alternated between frowning and smiling foolishly. Even she, who was typically so capricious, appeared somewhat deranged at this moment. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. As the sect master, how could I possibly entertain the notion of a romance with the Holy Sun? Absolutely not. Yet, he is undeniably handsome. In a state of bewilderment, she suddenly leapt onto the bed, rolling about with excitement. Gone was her usual, aloof demeanor as the formidable leader. At that very moment, outside the grand hall, a disheveled man clad only in shorts stood alone in the biting cold, clutching a bundle of clothing, enveloped in solitude. With his other hand, he pressed against his face, which throbbed with discomfort. That wicked old hag certainly struck hard. I hope my handsome visage remains unscathed. Very well, Lin Chuan mused, feeling a sense of liberation at the thought of being detested by the old hag. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would be expelled from the sect. If that were to happen, he would finally be free. Oh joy! The gloom that had shadowed his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of exhilaration. The prospect of escaping the torment filled him with delight, so much so that he forgot to dress and soared into the sky unadorned. At that moment, on the peak of the Saintus, 2 female disciples were admiring the moon. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the lunar orb, trailing a shadow that danced like a ribbon. From a distance, it appeared as though a celestial being was gliding through the night sky. Look, the moon goddess has manifested, one of the disciples exclaimed with excitement. It is said that wishes made to her at this time are sure to come true. Is that true? Then let us hasten to make our wishes. I long for the favor of the Holy Sun, even if it merely involves assisting him with his attire. Naturally, it would be ideal to warm his bed. The following day, the legend of the Moon Fairy's manifestation last night suddenly spread throughout the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that time, the disciples who beheld the Moon Fairy were not limited to those 2 female disciples. Numerous male disciples also witnessed her. Yet their accounts diverged entirely from the traditional tales of the Moon Fairy. What a Moon Fairy! I distinctly witnessed a lecherous man, bare-bottomed, soaring through the sky. That detestable scoundrel, should I uncover his identity, I would ensure his demise is most unpleasant. The male disciples furiously berated him with fierce words. Yet, they remained oblivious that their utterances reached Lin Chuan's ears, leaving him so frightened he dared not venture outside for quite some time. Indeed, that bare-bottomed pervert was none other than he. He never anticipated that while inadvertently flying through the heavens, so many of his fellow disciples would be gazing at the moon. How utterly mortifying! However, Lin Chuan's reluctance to step outside was not solely due to the Moon Fairy incident. His handsome visage had also been swollen by a blow from Leng Ningshuang the previous night, and the swelling had yet to subside. Although the imprint of her hand had faded after a night of cold compresses, the puffiness remained. Should anyone catch sight of him, misunderstandings would undoubtedly arise. Dong dong dong. The resounding chimes echoed through the valley. It was the signal for the disciples to gather, an indication that significant matters were afoot. All disciples were required to be present. Oh dear! Lin Chuan found himself in quite a predicament, yet he could not avoid it. Reluctantly, he covered his face and steeled himself to proceed to the grand hall. Oh, Holy Sun, what has happened to your face? A female disciple exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chuan's visage, instantly drawing the attention of many. It's nothing really. I accidentally got slapped by a bear while cultivating on the back mountain last night. Lin Chuan hastily clarified. Bear? What kind of bear possesses such ferocity that it could harm the Saint Child? Fear not, dear Saint Child, for I shall undoubtedly avenge you. The female disciple was instantly filled with rage, vowing to eradicate the bear from the back mountain, seeking retribution for Lin Chuan. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan could not help but smile ruefully, silently uttering Ba. His single utterance, however, brought misfortune upon the bears of the back mountain. One can only hope they do not reincarnate as bears in their next life. With a creak, the grand hall's doors slowly swung open. The ethereal figure clad in a black gown, condensation frost, floated forth with an air of chilling elegance, captivating yet distant, evoking a sense of reverence. However, when her enchanting eyes caught sight of Lin Chuan, she instinctively averted her gaze in a fleeting moment, fortunately unnoticed by those around her. Cough, cough. Cold condensation frost cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor as she proclaimed, Yesterday, I, the sect master, declared the reward for the Holy Sun to enter the demon pool for purification. The Holy Sun shall accompany me forthwith. However, in light of my favorable mood today, I permit all disciples to attend and observe. Whatever insights you may glean shall be your fortune. Each shall follow their own destiny. Upon the utterance of these words, an uproar erupted atop the Holy Maiden Peak. After all, it was the demon pool. Since the establishment of the demon sect, spanning a millennium, only 50 individuals have had the fortune to enter the demon pool for purification. The last to qualify was none other than cold condensation, Frost herself. Following that moment, she ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. 3 years later, she encountered a bottleneck, subsequently entering seclusion. Thereafter, she emerged, having broken through with the cultivation of a Celestial Emperor, astonishing the realm of cultivation, with such a paragon preceding them. Even those unfamiliar with the significance of the demon pool recognized its unparalleled value. Lin Chuan, as the Holy Sun, had single-handedly slain the sect master of the Xinjian sect, Hong Tianhe, thereby rendering great service to the demon sect. Thus, he naturally qualified for entry into the demon pool for purification. Yet, what merit could the 100,000 disciples possibly possess to be granted the privilege of observation? It was nothing short of the sect master's benevolence. Majestic sovereign, long live the sovereign. The disciples incessantly chanted, their voices echoing in the heavens for a considerable time, a testament to their profound excitement. Leng Ningshuang, however, was not the least bit surprised by their fervor. She merely cast a detached glance at Wei Wuyang, instructing, let the Grand Elder lead the disciples into the demon pool. They must not act recklessly, otherwise they shall face severe consequences. Having spoken, she turned her gaze towards Lin Chuan. Yet, when their eyes met, her gaze abruptly shifted to a 45-degree angle. The small hands clasped behind her back began to fidget with her sleeves. That saint shall accompany our sovereign to the demon pool immediately. The moment her words fell, before Lin Chuan could express his gratitude with a cupped fist, an overwhelming surge of delicate inner strength suddenly enveloped him, forcefully dragging him away. Ah! Lin Chuan's anguished scream pierced the heavens, fading into the distance. The disciples of the 10,000 demonic sect and Wei Wuyang stood in a daze, their faces etched with confusion. Good heavens! The sect leader has become increasingly violent. May the Holy Sun be unharmed. The disciples fervently prayed for Lin Chuan. Even those female disciples who admired him could only shake their heads and sigh, hoping their leader would exercise caution and not inadvertently harm the Holy Sun. At the peak of the Holy Maiden, ethereal mist swirled, rich in spiritual energy. Daily, this energy and mist surged forth like a tide from a particular source. Yet, whenever one attempted to trace its origin, it seemed as if an invisible barrier obstructed the way, rendering it utterly inaccessible. However, upon contact, one could perceive shimmering ripples, akin to delicate gossamer. Alas, even the mightiest of celestial beings could not breach this veil. In the realm of cultivation, such a phenomenon is typically referred to as a restriction, akin to a formation, yet created using the elements of nature as its focal point, thriving independently, without human intervention. Without extraordinary means, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to approach, let alone enter. At this moment, Lin Chuan stood before such a restriction, behind which lay the source of the mist and spiritual energy atop the Holy Maiden Peak, visible to the naked eye. Beside him, Leng Ningshuang was deftly manipulating hundreds of intricate incantations, channeling them into the restriction. Soon, the barrier trembled, and a fissure appeared, revealing an entrance before them. Enter. The cold voice of the frost reminded him indifferently, yet she did not cast a glance at Lin Chuan. Something was amiss. Wasn't she supposed to expel me from the Celestial Demon Sect? Had she truly ceased to be angry with me? Perhaps this was a form of unconventional vengeance. Indeed, it must be. Given the malevolent nature of that old witch, she would never let me off so easily. Was it still possible to refuse at this moment? Lin Chuan stood at the threshold, trembling with trepidation. In just a few breaths, a multitude of harrowing images swirled in his mind. Drowning, struck dead by heavenly lightning, pierced through the heart by the sword intent of spiritual energy, perishing in an explosion due to backlash during refinement. The visions of various lamentable fates flashed relentlessly before him. Lin Chuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His foot that had ventured forth trembled uncontrollably. He promptly withdrew it. You. The cold and hesitant Song Shuang turned around and shot Lin Chuan a fierce glare. Goodness, Lin Chuan, the imaginative one, was at it again. Was she truly that terrifying? Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, she had indeed struck with considerable force. Even after a night had passed, Lin Chuan's face remained swollen. It was no wonder he had misunderstood. However, to expect her to utter soft words was utterly impossible. As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a female fiend in the world of cultivation, how could she ever yield to a man? Since you dare not enter, do not blame this sect leader for employing extraordinary measures. Song Shuang let out a faint huff, slowly raising her arm and extending her slender fingers like delicate green onions. She then lunged at Lin Chuan with an abrupt grasp. Again, Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body suddenly propelled uncontrollably into the abyssal pool. With a resounding splash, Lin Chuan plummeted into the water like a forsaken stone, sending droplets cascading around him. Panic enveloped him. He felt as though he might drown at any moment. The female antagonist was indeed treacherous. He truly believed his demise was imminent. "Hey, is everything all right?" Lin Chuan floundered a few times before rising from the abyssal pool. Aside from his drenched garments, he was unscathed. He immediately sighed in relief, raising his gaze towards the icy visage of cold condensation outside the pool. Their eyes met once more. Yet, cold condensation's perpetually frosty countenance struck Lin Chuan like a blunt force. "Ah," Lin Chuan gasped in astonishment. It was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. This female fiend must be intent on tormenting him slowly to death. Help! All he desired was a life of leisure, yet fate seemed to conspire against him. Wait. Soon the Grand Elder would arrive with 100,000 disciples. The old witch had summoned them all. Surely she did not intend to publicly execute him. Heaven help! This woman is utterly ruthless. No wonder she is dubbed a female demon. She possesses such a cruel penchant. Oh no, not only would he perish, but he would also be subjected to a public execution at the hands of Leng Ningshuang, and in front of 100,000 fellow disciples, no less. Such a humiliating fate was unbearable. Lin Chuan's thoughts echoed like a rapid-fire barrage in Leng Ningshuang's ears, leaving her both amused and infuriated. "Ah, ha ha, the audacious rascal. Is this truly how you perceive your lord? I am merely indifferent, not depraved. Moreover, I have graciously bestowed upon you the opportunity to refine yourself in the celestial demon pool, yet you dare to slander me in such a manner. Very well. If you relish hardship, then this master shall oblige you." Leng Ningshuang silently gritted her teeth, with her sword aimed at the gathering spirit. Her beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a chilling light. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and even the waters of the heavenly demon pool abruptly froze into icy shards. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, frost enveloped Lin Chuan, transforming him into a statue of ice. Thunder rumbled ominously, filling the air with an unsettling roar. The once clear sky, now shrouded in dark, ominous clouds, were witness to the gathering storm. From the depths of the heavens, formidable bolts of lightning coalesced, swirling like fearsome dragons above Lin Chuan's head. "Oh my, indeed. My predictions were accurate." Lin Chuan lamented in despair. Despite having prepared himself for a myriad of potential demises, he found himself unable to accept the imminent crisis. At last, the moment to behold the saint bathing had arrived, a scene so exquisite it would be etched in my memory for eternity. Clear the way. I must enter. I yearn to witness the saint's emergence from the waters. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. The saint is frozen. The sect leader is summoning the heavenly thunder prison. Good heavens, could it be that the sect leader harbors murderous intent towards the saint? The disciples who had just stepped into the devil's pool were fortunate to witness this astonishing spectacle. 100,000 disciples stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the surreal scene before them. None could fathom the reason for Lin Chuan's offense to Leng Ningshuang, nor why she had resorted to such drastic measures. Yet, they all understood that, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, no one could hope to persuade her. Lin Chuan's fate was sealed. Sigh. Since resistance is futile, I might as well languish like a salted fish and await my demise. This indeed aligns with my principles. Lin Chuan remarked with a wry smile, his expression one of resignation. He valued his life dearly, yet he was also remarkably indolent. If he were compelled to struggle for survival, he would find it more in accordance with his disposition to simply lie back and await death as a salted fish. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable cold condensation frost and had personally experienced the might of a heavenly emperor. Rather than engage in a desperate struggle, it was far simpler to embrace the life of a salted fish. With a resounding splash, Lin Chuan, now encased in ice, surrendered himself to the waters of the devil's pool, drifting like an ice coffin. At the brink of life and death, he chose to embrace passivity, embodying the ultimate essence of lethargy. Suddenly, the chime of impending doom echoed in his ears as the system announced his choice to embrace this passive existence, granting him enlightenment in the profound truth of lethargy. Reward: Thunder Law, immunity to thunder, with a 100 affinity for thunder. The system's notification resonated in Lin Chuan's mind. Thunder Law, immunity to thunder. Such a reward was remarkably fitting. As for the so-called truth of lethargy, one should not heed the system's nonsensical prattling. It was merely Lin Chuan's reluctance to resist. Indeed, the indolent are blessed, as the ancients have rightly proclaimed. The great transformation of the devil, the thunderous abyss of the 9 heavens. Fall. Rumbling thunder. The heavens trembled as the ominous clouds gathered over the mere 5 zhang span of the demon pool. Beneath the darkened skies, 9 colossal thunder dragons roared as they descended, aiming directly for Lin Chuan within the pool. Alas, the sect leader is truly resolute. Oh, no. The Holy Sun is so handsome. If he were to perish, it would be a dreadful loss. How could the sect leader bear to slay the Holy Sun? Oh, please. Great Elder, devise a plan quickly. The disciples cried out in despair, their voices rising in a cacophony, yet none could quell the fury of Leng Ningshuang. Wei Wuyong stood in stunned silence, having just arrived and utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. How could Leng Ningshuang turn her wrath upon Lin Chuan? Yet she understood the nature of Leng Ningshuang. Once she had set her mind on a matter, no amount of persuasion would sway her resolve. Boom. The thunder continued to rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed thunder dragon had once again descended into the abyssal pool. Humph. In this 9 heavens thunder prison, the master has only exerted a mere 30% of his power. Though the spectacle is grand, the damage is insufficient to be fatal. It merely serves as a lesson for you, you insolent brat. This is the consequence of daring to insult the master. Leng Ningshuang let out a cold chuckle, her finger, resembling a jade onion, forcefully pressed down. Accompanied by the might of 9 colossal thunder dragons, it struck fiercely upon the heavenly demon pool. Clatter. The sound of rushing water was accompanied by the jarring crackle of electricity, causing the demon pool to shatter in an instant. One could only imagine the harrowing sight it would present to a person caught within. Despite Lin Chuan's strikingly handsome visage, resembling that of a youthful heartthrob, under the relentless assault of the 9 heavens thunder prison, he would swiftly be transformed into a charred version of himself. Not merely injured, but utterly disfigured. What is that? The distraught female disciples, who were on the verge of despair, suddenly fell silent. They rubbed their eyes and craned their necks. At that very moment, within the 5 zhang radius of the demon pool, the thunder continued its baptism. Yet amidst the tumult of water and thunder, a figure appeared to be swimming in the demon pool. He alternated between the butterfly stroke, backstroke, and even the dog paddle, seemingly at ease. Who among the entire demon sect could dare to enter the demon pool? That audacious and infuriating fellow, apart from Lin Chuan. Could it possibly be anyone else? This rascal. Cold Ningshuang felt a surge of frustration. She slowly retracted her jade finger, which had been pointing towards the demon pool, and clenched it into a fist. If she could, she would truly relish the opportunity to give Lin Chuan a sound thrashing. However, on the other hand, how could he remain unscathed? This was the 9 heavens thunder prison. Even with only 3/10 of her power, it was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even if Lin Chuan were a heavenly sage, it was inconceivable for him to emerge unscathed. Furthermore, not only was he unharmed, but he was also swimming leisurely in the demon pool. This was utterly outrageous, beyond belief. Though this rascal was indeed deserving of a beating, one could not deny that he was truly unexpected. The sect master had never encountered anyone immune to thunder in her lifetime. How many secrets did the Holy Sun still harbor that remained unknown to her? Cold Ningshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, 2 beams of brilliance shining through the narrow slits, fixating intently on Lin Chuan, as though she wished to penetrate his very essence with her gaze. Yet alas, she could not fathom him. Driven by curiosity, however, she felt compelled to augment her power. She intended to test whether Lin Chuan truly possessed the ability to be immune to the thunder as she suspected. Boom. Above the 9 heavens, the thunder grew even more formidable. The already fearsome thunder dragon suddenly swelled to 10-fold its size. In an instant, the thunder crashing into the pool of celestial demons expanded to the size of a large vat. The moment it made contact with the pool, a staggering 30% of the water instantly evaporated. Master, please, cease at once. If this continues, the heaven demon pool will be in jeopardy. How shall we account for this to our esteemed ancestors? Wei Wuyong's face drained of color. The heaven demon pool is the sacred treasure of the heaven demon sect, a pivotal element in the ascension of successive heavenly emperors. Every disciple cherishes it as a priceless gem, allowing for no margin of error. Yet, cold condensing frost seems unfazed. One cannot fathom what enmity she harbors against Lin Chuan, to unleash the 9 heavens thunder prison within the most sacred grounds of the heaven demon sect. In an instant, she has evaporated 30% of the pool's water. Given the current predicament, if she does not swiftly intervene, it is likely that, in the next moment, the heaven demon pool will cease to exist. 50% of power. Lin Chuan, should you withstand this, the sect master shall regard you with newfound respect. Leng Ningshuang was completely oblivious to Wei Wuyang's cries. She was wholly absorbed in the thrill of testing Lin Chuan, entirely forgetting the significance of the heavenly demon pool. 50% of power surged into the 9 heavens thunder prison. 9 colossal thunder dragons descended in a roaring cacophony. The heavenly demon pool shattered. With a resounding roar, 9 bolts of lightning struck the surface of the pool, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Flames soared skyward, and debris scattered wildly, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of dust and smoke. Within the vast expanse, apart from the tumultuous chaos of the 9 heavens thunder prison, all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect present were left utterly petrified. They stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon the ruins of the once magnificent Heavenly Demon Pool. Their minds a blank canvas. Spit, spit, spit. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a disheveled figure flickered into view. The individual coughed up mouthfuls of mud and debris. Sprawled upon the ruins, Lin Chuan had been swimming contentedly in the Heavenly Demon Pool, but who could have foreseen that the 9 heavens thunder prison would suddenly intensify? It bombarded the Heavenly Demon Pool, draining its waters. Yet, he remained in the posture of swimming, which was quite an embarrassing predicament. It was said that the Heavenly Demon Pool was the treasured possession of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could such a priceless artifact be obliterated? Was I to be held accountable? A spark ignited in Lin Chuan's eyes as his already astute mind began to whirl with frenetic thoughts. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, particularly the elders like Wei Wuyang. Those antiquated old crones placed immense importance on the heritage passed down by their ancestors. The damage inflicted upon the Heavenly Demon Pool would be deemed a grievous sin. If I could intercept that blame, I would surely be expelled from the sect. This was simply splendid. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth nearly reached his ears. For him, the explosion of the Heavenly Demon Pool was an unparalleled opportunity. Even if Leng Ningshuang intervened, she could not save him. However, Lin Chuan could never have imagined that his inner thoughts had already been overheard by Leng Ningshuang. Not far away, the figure clad in black involuntarily shuddered, causing the 9 heavens thunder prison to dissipate in an instant. Have I caused a calamity? A hint of panic flickered in Leng Ningshuang's exquisite eyes. Could it be that she knew fear? This was indeed a marvel of the world. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool bore grave consequences. The Holy Sun was willing to bear the repercussions for the sect. Could this be love? A faint blush crept across Leng Ningshuang's delicate face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed at Lin Chuan, her expression softening. Fortunately, the rising smoke obscured this rare scene from prying eyes. Otherwise, the entire realm of cultivation would surely be set ablaze with tumult. The Heavenly Demon Pool has been destroyed. What shall we do now? The ancestors would surely be displeased. Wei Wuyang would be ashamed before the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leng Ningshuang's destruction of our treasured artifact was an unforgivable sin. Wei Wuyang would undoubtedly owe the ancestors an explanation, and subsequently would take his own life in the ancestral hall as an act of atonement. The Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, was filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, her complexion was ashen. The demon pool was the supreme treasure of the demon sect, and to have it destroyed by the hands of the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang, was utterly inconceivable. Even if it were a mere blunder, it was an issue of monumental significance for the demon sect, one that could hardly be forgiven. As the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang felt compelled to provide an account to the sect, even if it meant expelling Leng Ningshuang from the sect without hesitation. She had already prepared herself for the ultimate act of contrition. Meanwhile, the 100,000 disciples of the demon sect were at a loss. The destruction of the demon pool was a matter of such gravity that it was beyond the capacity of ordinary disciples to discuss. Yet, they were acutely aware of the profound importance of the demon pool to the sect. As Leng Ningshuang faced inevitable consequences, she would undoubtedly encounter severe punishment. After all, a sect leader was not beyond reproach. Within the demon sect, the 9 grand elders held the authority to impeach the leader. Furthermore, these elders were all elders of Leng Ningshuang. If they were to unite against her, the spectacle would be nothing short of remarkable. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed chaotically. Wei Wuyang, accompanied by a multitude of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect, approached Leng Ningshuang. Today, it was imperative that an explanation be rendered regarding the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool. There was no escape from this predicament. Wei Wuyang's mind was in turmoil, leaving him no inclination to consider suppressing the matter. Furthermore, the devastation of the Heavenly Demon Pool had been witnessed firsthand by the 10,000 disciples. There was no possibility of silencing this incident. They could only bear witness to the calamity that had befallen the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, Wei Wuyong furrowed her brows, hastily clasping her fists in a gesture of respect. She opened her mouth, intending to express a myriad of thoughts. However, in the end, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. In that fleeting moment, Wei Wuyong and Leng Ningshuang locked eyes, both bewildered and speechless. A chilling breeze swept past the crowd, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Within the expansive confines of the demon pool, a profound silence reigned. So much so that even the sound of breathing was scarcely discernible. Suddenly, a languid voice shattered the stillness. "What is this?" All at once, 100,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison. Lin Chuan had produced a palm-sized orb from beneath him. The orb was crystalline and translucent, exuding an ethereal beauty. Wisps of mist seemed to envelop its surface, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. Holding it in his hand, Lin Chuan felt an immediate connection. Although the system had bestowed upon him numerous exquisite spiritual treasures over the years, and he had encountered many astonishing artifacts since his arrival, none could compare to the orb he now possessed. As he inhaled deeply, the mist from the orb flowed into his nostrils. Instantly, a refreshing sensation akin to enlightenment surged through him, leaving Lin Chuan thoroughly invigorated. The richness of spiritual energy was palpable. Such a precious treasure. Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Although he possessed over 10 exquisite spiritual treasures, they paled in comparison to this singular pearl, which rendered them akin to mere refuse. It is no wonder that the heavenly demon pool has nurtured so many celestial emperors. This pearl must be the true essence of the pool. Unfortunately, the successive leaders of the heavenly demon sect have been excessively cautious, treating this rare sanctuary as a cherished relic. Little do they realize, they have merely safeguarded a pool of ordinary water, while the true treasure lies submerged at its bottom. Had it not been for Leng Ningshuang's impulsive act of detonating the pool, this magnificent pearl might have remained buried in obscurity for an indeterminate time. Natural treasures are categorized into 4 grades: spiritual treasures, exquisite spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, and exquisite supreme treasures. If I am not mistaken, this pearl is at least of supreme treasure caliber. No, it is undoubtedly an exquisite supreme treasure. Lin Chuan contemplated surreptitiously, considering whether to seize this exquisite supreme treasure while the disciples of the heavenly demon sect remained oblivious. Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts had already been heard loud and clear by Leng Ningshuang. An exquisite supreme treasure? Indeed. The master once remarked that the Devil's Pool is a rare treasure among the world's natural wonders. If categorized, it certainly qualifies as a supreme artifact. The luck of our sect leader seems rather favorable. By happenstance, I have unearthed the exquisite treasure from within the Devil's Pool. With this, perhaps my transgressions are absolved. Leng Ningshuang quietly exhaled, aware of the grave sin she had committed. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's discovery of the supreme treasure within the Devil's Pool, given Wei Wuyong's pedantic nature, she would have surely summoned the 9 elders to directly impeach her as the sect leader. The elder approached with a fierce demeanor. Leading the disciples, was she here to demand accountability? Leng Ningshuang maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes disinterestedly avoiding Wei Wuyong's gaze, instead resting upon Lin Chuan. The lad was currently stuffing the exquisite treasure into his pocket. How audacious! Before Wei Wuyong could utter a word, Leng Ningshuang suddenly extended her fingers, clutching at the air. An unparalleled force surged forth, violently targeting the supreme treasure and forcibly wrenching it from Lin Chuan's grasp. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Lin Chuan was startled. Akin to a child caught misbehaving by a parent, he quickly lowered his head, pretending as if nothing had transpired. This scene did not escape Wei Wuyong's notice. Yet she remained oblivious to the connection between the supreme treasure and the Devil's Pool. At this moment, she was still engulfed in rage over the destruction of the pool. The sect leader ought to recognize that the Devil's Pool is a treasure of our Tianma sect. Every generation of sect leaders has treated it with utmost caution, fearing any misstep. And yet, Leng Ningshuang, you have destroyed it. This tremendous sin, how am I to report to our ancestors? Wei Wuyong clutched her chest, displaying a heart-wrenching expression. On one side stood the most revered elder of the sect, and on the other, the frigid and eccentric sect leader. The disciples dared not offend either party, remaining silent in the face of the brewing storm. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted in the air. Wei Wuyong looked incredulously at Leng Ningshuang, her eyes filled with unmistakable ire. However, before she could chastise her, Leng Ningshuang parted her crimson lips and languidly declared, "Is the mere Devil's Pool truly worthy of being regarded as a treasure of our Tianma sect? Elder, do you genuinely believe my sect to be a backwater, so unremarkable? Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyong felt an urge to retort, but was interrupted by Leng Ningshuang's wave of her hand. At this juncture, allow me to enlighten you. In truth, I have long sensed that something was hidden within the Devil's Pool. It is the essence of the Heavenly Demon Pool, a treasure of unparalleled value. Only the prodigious talent of the Holy Sun, in conjunction with the Emperor's methods of our esteemed leader, can coax forth this extraordinary treasure. Today, with great success achieved, it is a day of immense celebration for our Heavenly Demon Sect. The Grand Elder and the 100,000 disciples should swiftly extend their congratulations to our leader and the Holy Sun. Cold Ningshuang's attempts at rationalizing her position, though coherent, failed to sway the crowd. At the very least, Wei Wuyong remained skeptical. The claims of a treasure within the Heavenly Demon Pool and the notion of uniting with the Holy Sun to extract such a gem. Are these assertions truly credible? Are we to believe them simply because they are spoken? To take the leader's word at face value is to invite folly. In my opinion as the Grand Elder, it is imperative to convene the 9 Grand Elders for a collective discussion. The Heavenly Demon Pool, after all, is a treasure of our sect. It cannot be recklessly destroyed. Even the leader must bear the consequences of such actions. Wei Wuyong, with a stern countenance, spoke with unwavering integrity. As the Grand Elder, she has always upheld fairness. Although aged and perhaps a bit inflexible, her character remains trustworthy. Even cold Ningshuang dared not openly contradict the Grand Elder and could only acquiesce to her proposal. Ah, that was a close call. Fortunately, I managed to deflect it. This time, turning danger into safety, the Saint Sun's contributions cannot be underestimated. However, it seems that the Council of the 9 Elders will still require his assistance. Leng Ningshuang secretly exhaled in relief. The peril had been averted. But it was not entirely behind them. Wei Wuyong insisted on convening the 9 Elders for a collective discussion, determined to thoroughly investigate the repercussions of the destruction of the Demon Pool. Unless, of course, the gems discovered within the pool were of far greater value. Elder, please proceed as you wish. The Sect Master and the Saint Sun have pressing matters to attend to. As for the arrangement of the disciples present, I shall leave it to your judgment. With that, Leng Ningshuang shifted her captivating gaze towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, standing 10 paces away, wore a slow, triumphant smile. Despite Leng Ningshuang's attempts to tarnish his reputation, he felt nothing but exhilaration. It seemed as though his escape from the demon sect was imminent. Yet, in the eyes of Wei Wuyong and the 100,000 disciples, his expression rendered him a madman. The destruction of the demon pool was a catastrophic event, a calamity from which others would flee. Yet here he was, smiling. Surely, there must be something amiss with his mind. Go. Suddenly, a sharp command resonated. An irresistible force enveloped Lin Chuan, and then, with a swift motion, Leng Ningshuang cast aside her garments and forcibly drew him away from the forbidden ground. In the blink of an eye, they entered the grand hall of the Saint's Peak. Within its confines, Leng Ningshuang released her grip, gently placing Lin Chuan upon the ground. This tender yet firm gesture left Lin Chuan feeling quite unaccustomed. Has the old witch truly changed her demeanor? Saint Sun, the sect leader inquired, is this precious orb discovered within the abyss of heavenly demons? Leng Ningshuang's countenance resembled that of frost, her enchanting eyes seemingly emanating a chilling light that sent shivers to the soul. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied, somewhat perplexed. He was, of course, unaware of the significance of a single pearl to the cold condensation frost. At this moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending gathering of the 9 esteemed elders, anticipating his expulsion from the sect. It seemed that only he alone in the world bore such an urgent burden of blame. Such is splendid. Leng Ningshuang exhaled softly, her previously tense demeanor now relaxed. Subsequently, she retrieved the orb, cradling it in her hands, examining it intently. The surface was icy to the touch, and ethereal energy surged forth intermittently. Merely holding it felt akin to a divine enlightenment, invigorating her spirit. It was evident that this mysterious orb was indeed extraordinary. However, whether it bore any relation to the comprehension of the celestial emperor's path within the abyss of demonic pool remained uncertain to her. Regrettably, she had already ascended to the realm of the celestial emperor, rendering any potential benefits of the orb moot for her. Suddenly, a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on Lin Chuan. What are the old crone's intentions? Has the Holy Sun gleaned any insights within the abyss of demonic pool? Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Lin Chuan's slightly flustered expression, her entire focus absorbed by the orb in her grasp. She would respond to the sect leader's inquiry. No. Lin Chuan replied candidly. Nonsense. With such a brief span of time, to endure threats was absurd. He nearly lost his life. What enlightenment could there possibly be? Here. Cold condensation frost unhesitatingly tossed the orb over. Lin Chuan immediately reached out to catch it. The exquisite treasure had returned to his grasp once more. If the lord of this sect's assumptions are correct, this orb is known as the Heavenly Demon Orb, one of the 10 supreme treasures. It harbors the path of the Heavenly Emperor, a rarity indeed. However, the Lord has only heard tales of it and has never witnessed it with his own eyes. Regrettably, the Lord has already attained the status of Heavenly Emperor and cannot validate it. Thus, your verification is required. Cold condensation frost spoke gently. The distinction between the Heavenly Saint and the Heavenly Emperor may seem but a single step, yet the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Without the proper understanding, one might spend a lifetime without ever stepping into the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Even though the Heavenly Demon Sect possesses the Heavenly Demon Pool, it requires a fated individual to comprehend the path of the Heavenly Emperor. The disparity between individuals can often be monumental. Nonetheless, Cold condensation frost believes that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary aptitude, he will undoubtedly grasp the path of the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, it is imperative that he accomplishes this before the arrival of the 9 elders to resolve her predicament. Time is of the essence. Let us commence forthwith. However, you are well aware of the Lord's temperament. If too much time elapses, the Lord may become displeased. It would be wise for you to achieve some understanding within half an hour, or at most, the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Otherwise, the frost condensed, narrowing her eyes, within which 2 slender pupils seemed to shimmer with a glacial light. Gulyalu. Lin Chuan swallowed hard. The old hag was furious. It was utterly terrifying. He never doubted that Leng Ningshuang could be ruthless, showing no mercy even to her kin. Though he had never witnessed, nor heard of, her slaying a fellow disciple, he could not guarantee that he would be the exception. This only reaffirmed how wise it was for him to consider leaving the Heavenly Demon Sect. He fervently hoped the 9 elders would arrive soon. For then he could escape this torment. How infuriating it was. How could one possibly comprehend the way of the Heavenly Emperor from a mere pearl? And just a cup of tea's worth of time to do so? Was this something within human capability? Perhaps, if he could endure for the duration of a tea's brewing, he could feign enlightenment. After all, the way of the Heavenly Emperor was shrouded in mystery. The old hag might not discern his deception. Lin Chuan mused quietly. Engaging in such mental exertion was exhausting. He might not succeed anyway, so it would be best to simply coast along, a task he was most familiar with. Regrettably, his innermost thoughts were captured word for word by Leng Ningshuang. Her face resembled an icy mountain in fury. This wretched boy had quite the assortment of cunning ideas. Were it not for the fact that the sect leader could hear his thoughts, he might have been led to his own demise. Do you wish to be lazy? The master refused to comply with your desires. With a cold snort, she suddenly turned and vanished from her original position. In the next instant, she reappeared behind Lin Chuan. Startled, Lin Chuan was taken aback. Yet, before he could react, he felt his entire being ensnared by an overwhelmingly formidable force. Woo, here I am, a dignified man of 7 feet, bound by the whims of women daily. Do I not care for my dignity? The great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavens unfold in 49. By evading one, the secrets of the cosmos are revealed. What cultivators seek to master is precisely this evasion of one, the celestial secrets. Yet, among countless practitioners, few can truly uncover these mysteries. Even those fortunate enough to stumble upon such revelations often fail to grasp them fully. Thus, no matter how precious the celestial demon pearl may be, it is perhaps only those of exceptional insight who are worthy of its use. Presently, Lin Chuan possesses the celestial demon pearl, yet after a mere glance, he shows little inclination to ponder its significance. Such a grand opportunity, and he chooses to disregard it? Leng Ningshuang is left speechless, her frustration mounting. What a lackluster disciple. Perhaps it would be better to simply eliminate him. However, the 9 elders, including Wei Wuyang, are soon to arrive. She has no time to engage in frivolous banter with Lin Chuan. You must keep a vigilant watch. Should you exhibit even the slightest hint of laziness, I shall execute you on the spot. Do not doubt my resolve. Even you shall not escape my wrath. Her frigid tone struck Lin Chuan like an icicle. The old hag is truly furious. How terrifying. Lin Chuan's lips twitched in confusion. How could she possibly know of his desire to be idle? Could it be that she can hear his thoughts? What a ridiculous notion. Such powers akin to mind reading are only found in films, are they not? It must be mere coincidence. Lin Chuan muttered a few complaints. Yet they were nothing more than grievances. He completely dismissed the idea that Leng Ningshuang could genuinely hear his thoughts. Nevertheless, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. Lin Chuan's mind seemed to operate differently from that of ordinary individuals, often spouting words she could not comprehend. What is a film? What are these extraordinary abilities? It seems this mischievous boy possesses some understanding of mind reading. Clearly, he harbors many secrets unknown to her, which she must gradually uncover. Guard the spirit platform. The cold voice of condensed frost resounded, urging him to closely observe the heavenly demon pearl. You have but the time of a tea break to attain some understanding. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Such a formidable threat loomed behind Lin Chuan, rendering him incapable of retreating. Reluctantly, he took the heavenly demon pearl into his hands and began to scrutinize it. Yet, he harbored little hope for himself, for after all, those who uncover the secrets of the universe are as rare as 1 in a million. He was merely an ordinary person equipped with a penchant for idleness. Why should fortune favor him? Well, I might as well just go through the motions, Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He then toyed with the heavenly demon pearl, endeavoring to unravel its mysteries. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. 50 breaths passed, and Lin Chuan was on the verge of slumber. Yet, there was no change within him. Indeed, he was just an ordinary man, forever estranged from the mysteries of fate. Apart from his inclination for laziness, he possessed nothing. Perhaps it was best for him to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect and seek a secluded place to continue his idle pursuits. Impossible. The urgent voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed from behind Lin Chuan. While he had given up, she refused to accept it. Was it so difficult to acknowledge that he was merely an ordinary person with an innate talent for excellence? The master need not feel sorrow on behalf of his disciple. The will of heaven is thus. The disciple remains unfazed. Lin Chuan, concerned that Leng Ningshuang might act recklessly in a fit of anger, hurriedly offers words of comfort to avoid facing the consequences himself. Am I grieving for you? No, the sect master is lamenting for his own sake. Oh no. If I cannot prove that this orb is indeed the celestial demon orb, the consequences for me will be dire. Cold Ningshuang's face was etched with panic as she paced back and forth, hands clasped behind her. This disheveled demeanor completely overturned Lin Chuan's perception of her. Goodness, is this truly the old witch I once knew? Even a female demon in the realm of cultivation can feel unease? How astonishing! Lin Chuan reveled in this rare sight, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. However, the moment Cold Ningshuang caught wind of his thoughts, she shot him a glare. At this juncture, rather than harboring anger towards Lin Chuan, it would be far wiser to devise a clever plan to deceive. Once the 9 elders arrive, it will be all over. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the grand hall. Leng Ningshuang immediately felt a shiver run through her, as if turned to stone, her entire body stiffening. Master, Wei Wuyang, accompanied by the 8 elders, came to pay their respects. The deep, resonant voice of the grand elder, Wei Wuyang, penetrated the door and drifted in softly. At this moment, Lin Chuan noticed that Cold's expression was exceedingly tense. For someone as cold and decisive as her, a ruthless enchantress, what could possibly instill such fear of meeting the 9 grand elders? Could it be due to the destruction of the heavenly demon pool? Yet, wasn't Cold planning to shift the blame onto Lin Chuan, intending for him to bear the brunt of the consequences? Master, Wei Wuyang appeared somewhat anxious, urging once more with renewed insistence. Cough, cough. Cold condensation cleared her throat twice, forcibly suppressing her anxious demeanor. She endeavored to appear more composed. Subsequently, she turned around, facing the grand entrance. Come in. With that, the frosty air responded. 9 figures entered the grand hall, led by the venerable elder Wei Wuyang. The other 8 elders bore expressions of grave seriousness. As they crossed the threshold, they immediately assumed a demeanor of accusation, intensifying the already awkward atmosphere to an even heavier tension. The 9 esteemed elders entered the hall, their gazes fixated on the icy figure of Cold condensation, evidently intent on confronting her. However, upon taking their positions, they soon realized that another presence occupied the hall. Saint Sun, why does that orb rest in your hand? Wei Wuyang exclaimed, his aged eyes fixed intently upon the heavenly demon pearl grasped by Lin Chuan. Leng Ningshuang had previously stated that this heavenly demon pearl was an exquisite treasure, born from the eruption of the heavenly demon pool. It encapsulated the very essence of the pool itself. Such a precious artifact could not be casually bestowed upon another. Even the Saint Sun lacked the qualification to engage with it. In truth, although this inquiry was directed at Lin Chuan, it was primarily aimed at Leng Ningshuang. The detonation of the heavenly demon pool was orchestrated by her, yet she had yet to devise a plausible explanation. Now, before the 9 esteemed elders, she had committed a grave blunder, making her position even more difficult to defend. Oh dear, why must the Grand Elder make such a fuss? It is merely the Heaven Demon Pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures. Our Heaven Demon Sect, vast and resource-rich, is hardly in need of this singular treasure. The Grand Elder seems rather petty. Lin Chuan chuckled, entirely unfazed. In his eyes, supreme treasures were hardly significant. After 5 years of leisure, the rewards bestowed by the system began at the level of exquisite spiritual treasures. He was indeed affluent, and thus he regarded it with indifference. However, when such words reached Wei Wuyo and even Leng Ningshuang, they were perceived as nothing short of provocation. "Holy Son, what nonsense are you speaking?" exclaimed Wei Wuyo. "This pearl is a treasure of the Heaven Demon Sect. Quickly return it." She extended her hand to retrieve it. Such a treasure could only be deemed secure in her possession. Furthermore, it would allow the 8 Grand Elders to examine it closely, facilitating a decision regarding the punishment of Leng Ningshuang. Since everyone is present, I shall no longer pretend. I am laying my cards on the table. It was I, the Holy Son, who detonated the demon pool that day. There is no need to return the demon pearl to the Grand Elder. Moreover, I intend to shatter it. If the 9 Grand Elders wish to impose punishment, let it fall upon Lin Chuan. Ideally, he should be expelled from the sect. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the sect master. Come on, how could Lin Chuan let such a splendid opportunity to escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect slip away? What if it meant taking the blame? He would bear it. What if it meant being expelled from the sect? That suited Lin Chuan perfectly. He had already contemplated this in the depths of the Heavenly Demon Pool. He simply could not allow Leng Ningshuang to seize the chance to blow up the Heavenly Demon Pool, a prime scapegoat. He must take the initiative to embrace it. Only then would he have the opportunity to flee the sect. Saint Son, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you not realize that such a grave sin cannot be borne by you alone? Being expelled from the sect is merely a trifle. Having your cultivation abolished and being cast into the abyss would be a light punishment. If you wish to protect the sect leader, you must act within your means. Wei Wuying's expression grew solemn as he earnestly advised. It was evident to even the simplest of minds that Lin Chuan was willingly taking the blame. However, this child seemed to be somewhat misguided, believing that the consequences would be as simple as mere expulsion from the sect. To further abolish one's cultivation and cast them into the abyss. How terrifying. It was merely the destruction of a bathing hall, nothing more. Besides, we still possessed the Heavenly Demon Pearl. As the sect master stated, it is of far greater significance than the Heavenly Demon Pool. Lin Chuan casually toyed with the Heavenly Demon Pearl, even spinning it on his fingertip as if it were a basketball. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the 9 esteemed elders. Cold Ningshuang's expression shifted rapidly, fearing that Lin Chuan might accidentally damage the precious pearl. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Pearl is an exceptional treasure, so it should not be overly fragile. Yet, without having ever dropped it, how could anyone truly know its resilience? Nevertheless, as Cold Ningshuang observed Lin Chuan, she couldn't help but find him remarkably handsome. The Holy Son was willing to take the blame for her sake. Is this not love? There was no need for the Holy Son to say more. Each person should bear the consequences of their own actions. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool was the sect master's decision, and if the 9 elders wished to impose punishment, they should direct it towards the sect master. Resolute, Cold Ningshuang decided to abandon any further arguments and seize the opportunity to take the blame herself. Lin Chuan was utterly astounded. In this day and age, who would willingly shoulder such a blame? He was so close to liberating himself from the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, that old witch had thwarted his chance. No, the burden of blame must rest upon my shoulders alone. No one shall contest it with me. Lin Chuan resolutely vowed that not even the King of Heaven could obstruct his opportunity to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan raised the Celestial Demon Pearl. 10 pairs of astonished eyes turned in unison towards him, holding the Celestial Demon Pearl aloft. Lin Chuan adopted a posture of reckless abandon, as if he had nothing left to lose. Son of the Holy, Lin Chuan, what do you intend to do? Quickly set down the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang admonished in unison. The Heavenly Demon Pool has already been destroyed. If the Heavenly Demon Pearl were to meet the same fate, the repercussions would be far graver. It would likely not be a mere matter of Wei Wuyang taking her own life to atone for her sins. The 9 esteemed elders and the sect leader would undoubtedly have to pay with their lives as well. The Holy Son declared, I shall bear the blame alone. Why do you refuse to listen? He continued with fervor, I do not care. This matter is my fault. Esteemed elders, sect leader, you must expel me from the sect, or I shall perish alongside the heavenly demon pearl. Lin Chuan exclaimed with indignation. He merely wished to depart from the heavenly demon sect. Why must it be so arduous? It appeared that unless he resolved to act decisively, escaping the clutches of the heavenly demon sect would remain an impossibility. With a resounding thud, the heavy sound reverberated through the air as the celestial demon pearl crashed forcefully onto the ground. With a sharp crack, the fissures swiftly spread across the entire orb. In an instant, it shattered, releasing a torrent of white mist that rapidly filled half of the grand hall. The 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that Lin Chuan had dared to break it, and even more so that the heavenly demon orb was so fragile, shattering so easily. Impossible. This is one of the top 10 exquisite treasures, the heavenly demon pearl. Could it truly be so easily damaged? Or have I misjudged? Cold condensation frost was in disarray. Whether the heavenly demon pearl is genuine or not is of no consequence to her. However, one thing is certain, Lin Chuan's transgressions far outweigh hers. It is likely that his punishment will extend beyond mere expulsion from the sect. Given the nature of the 9 elders, it is probable that only by dismembering Lin Chuan could their deep-seated resentment be assuaged. Lin Chuan. Wei Wuyong's furious roar pierced through the white mist, sending a jolt of pain through Lin Chuan's ears. Yet, a satisfied smile graced his face. The intensity of Wei Wuyong's anger was a testament to the gravity of his transgressions. At long last, it seemed he could finally achieve his long-desired outcome. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the grand hall, as if a tempest had unleashed its fury. An overwhelming aura surged forth, scattering in all directions. Debris cascaded from the vaulted ceiling, and under the weight of this formidable power, it felt as though the very summit of the Saintis Peak had been shaken by an earthquake. Alas, the 9 elders were incensed. Cold condensation frost's expression altered dramatically. She immediately unleashed her internal energy, intending to shield Lin Chuan. However, the movements of the 9 elders were evidently swifter than hers. Before cold condensation frost could act, Lin Chuan was already encircled by the 9 elders. Their faces, far from youthful, were filled with wrath. The 9 heavenly saints launched their simultaneous assault. Even the heavenly emperor would find it challenging to contend with them, let alone Lin Chuan. Have I perhaps overstepped? Lin Chuan awkwardly grinned. In response, cold condensation frost shot him a disdainful glance. His actions were not merely excessive. He had committed an unfathomable catastrophe. The heavenly demon pearl was the treasured artifact of the heavenly demon sect, one of the top 10 supreme treasures, and an exceedingly precious item within the entire realm of cultivation. How dare he shatter it? Even as the Holy Son, he could not expect leniency. The 9 elders, fueled by indignation, were poised to either execute Lin Chuan on the spot or, at the very least, strip him of his cultivation and imprison him for life. In short, his existence was effectively ruined. Capture the Holy Son. After questioning, they would decide his fate. Wei Wuyong was not blinded by fury. Yet, once Lin Chuan was subdued, he would lose his freedom. Moreover, the authority of the 9 elders surpassed even that of the sect leader. Unless cold condensation frost resolved to rebel against the sect, she dared not defy the 9 elders. Lin Chuan acted for my sake. Can I truly stand by idly? Cold condensation frost furrowed her brow at a loss. The typically resolute her was now at a crossroads. The 9 elders approached Lin Chuan with heavy steps. Surprisingly, Lin Chuan, who should have been the most anxious, stood unmoving, as steadfast as Mount Tai. It appeared the Holy Son was aware of the gravity of his transgressions and chose not to resist. This was for the best. Preventing further conflict, Wei Wuyong sighed, his gaze toward Lin Chuan tinged with compassion. Although Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius, such brilliance could not excuse his transgressions when weighed against the matters of the sect. Sigh. Wei Wuyong shook her head and slowly extended her hand towards Lin Chuan. Just as she was about to make contact with him, a sudden and forceful resistance surged forth, unexpectedly propelling Wei Wuyong away. Impudent! The Holy Son dared to assault the Grand Elder. You shall not be spared. The 8 elders immediately sprang into action. However, when these 8 celestial powerhouses simultaneously launched their attacks against Lin Chuan, they were met with an overwhelming force the moment they made contact with him. The 8 elders scattered like celestial maidens scattering flowers, flying away in disarray. Not far off, the previously anxious Leng Ningshuang wore a look of astonishment. Is this the path of the Heavenly Emperor? No, More accurately, it should be the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Within the Grand Hall, mist billowed upwards. Yet amidst the fog, a mysterious opportunity intertwined with Lin Chuan. This was the doing of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had chosen Lin Chuan as the fated one. His fortune was remarkable, for he was selected among 11 individuals by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. The foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor manifested as an invisible opportunity, merging seamlessly with Lin Chuan. The most direct manifestation of this was that the 9 elders, upon attempting to intervene, were all repelled by an intangible force. These were 9 powerful heavenly saints, yet they could not even approach Lin Chuan. The mere foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor was already so formidable. One can only imagine that if Lin Chuan were to one day attain the title of Heavenly Emperor, there would likely be no one in this world capable of shaking him. Cease at once. The voice of the cold and aloof condensation frost floated through the air, momentarily silencing the defiant 9 elders. However, their anger remained unabated. Lin Chuan had dared to destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl and had acted against the 9 elders, a transgression unprecedented within the Heavenly Demon Sect, warranting severe punishment. Yet, they were oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Lin Chuan at that moment, though they could sense that something was amiss with him. What could possibly be the matter with the Holy Sun? Wei Wuyang, enduring excruciating pain, turned to condensation frost and inquired. The foundation of the titled emperor was intertwined with the mysterious essence residing within the Heavenly Demon Pearl. How could such a supreme treasure be so easily destroyed? Nevertheless, the foundation of the titled emperor was indeed a reality. Should no unforeseen events arise, the Holy Sun was destined to become a titled emperor. Condensation Frost declared with unwavering conviction. She was not exaggerating. The truth lay bare before them. Furthermore, it substantiated her previous estimations. Hidden beneath the Heavenly Demon Pool was the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had eluded the notice of all previous sect masters. It was only by a stroke of luck that Condensation Frost had inadvertently unearthed it. Alas, Lin Chuan seemed to have succumbed to madness, carelessly shattering such a precious artifact. The thought of the Heavenly Demon Sect losing a supreme treasure pained Condensation Frost deeply. She could only strive to protect Lin Chuan, for otherwise, given the gravity of his transgressions, the lightest punishment would be eternal imprisonment in the abyss. A titled emperor? Is the sect master speaking earnestly? Wei Wuyang exclaimed in disbelief. The other 8 elders mirrored her astonishment. They had harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had led them to jointly hold Condensation Frost accountable. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Lin Chuan had indeed destroyed the Heavenly Demon Pearl, only to be selected by fate and merge with the foundation of the titled emperor. Such a remarkable opportunity had inexplicably favored a sinner, placing the 9 elders in a quandary. Should they punish Lin Chuan or not? Their resolve faltered. The Holy Sun's talent was evident to all. He had continuously broken through realms within 5 years to become a heavenly saint. His ascent was so rapid that even the sect master could not compare. Now, he had received the tremendous opportunity of the titled emperor's foundation. Could the 9 elders truly bring themselves to impose a severe punishment on such a prodigious talent? The frost of condensation let out a cold snort, her demeanor aggressive, as if to suggest that all responsibility lay squarely upon the shoulders of the 9 elders. Were it not for their actions, how could the Heavenly Demon Pearl have been destroyed? Now, Lin Chuan stands as the greatest beneficiary. Sooner or later, he will ascend to the title of Heavenly Emperor, becoming an unparalleled force in this world. Such a prodigious talent, if not courted, is destined to become a significant threat to the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. The question remains, should he be eliminated or allied with? It all hinges on the decision of the 9 elders. Indeed, Wei Wuyang's expression was fraught with embarrassment. After hearing Leng Ningshuang's remarks, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The 9 elders had already offended Lin Chuan, even attempting to take his life. Should Lin Chuan ascend to the position of the enshrined emperor in the future, it was inevitable that he would seek retribution against them. To mitigate the risk, they should eliminate Lin Chuan now, thereby eradicating any future threats. However, on the flip side, with the destruction of the demon pool and the loss of the demon pearl, it would be exceedingly difficult for the demon sect to produce another emperor henceforth. Moreover, Lin Chuan possessed exceptionally formidable talents. Should he merge with the title of the enshrined emperor, the prospects would be nothing short of terrifying. If Lin Chuan were to pledge his unwavering loyalty to the demon sect, it would not be long before an enshrined emperor emerged, inevitably leading the demon sect onto an unprecedented path. In the entire realm of cultivation, the demon sect would undoubtedly stand as the preeminent sect. Consequently, the 9 steadfast elders devoted to the demon sect would secure their place in history. The dilemma remained, to kill or to spare him. Such choices truly posed a conundrum. Previously, the Holy Sun had shattered the demon pearl to uphold the dignity of the sect master, demonstrating his loyalty. Thus, even if the Holy Sun were to become the enshrined emperor, he would undoubtedly remain aligned with the interests of the demon sect. If they could secure such a talented individual to assist the sect master, how could the demon sect not flourish? This elder proposes that we retain the Holy Sun. Moreover, we ought to treat him with utmost respect. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? After much contemplation, Wei Wuyong finally reached her resolution. As the Grand Elder, she naturally held the most sway among the 9 elders. Upon her decision, the other 8 elders swiftly aligned with her stance. The Grand Elder's words rang true. The demon pool and the demon pearl were merely 2 artifacts of the demon sect. Ultimately, their purpose was to assist disciples in elevating their realms. If they could cultivate an enshrined emperor, it would indeed be a worthy utilization of their resources. The 8 elders chimed in, supporting Wei Wuyong's rationale, as it also provided them a means to save face. After all, they had just contemplated punishing Leng Ningshuang and even imprisoning Lin Chuan. It would be challenging to gloss over their previous intentions without offering some conciliatory remarks. Leng Ningshuang rarely displayed a hint of a smile, albeit one tinged with a trace of disdain. The 9th elder's ability to adapt to circumstances truly opened her eyes. Yet, this was not her first encounter with the 9th elder's remarkable prowess. Nonetheless, the matter of the heavenly demon pool's destruction had at least reached a resolution. Leng Ningshuang silently breathed a sigh of relief. This was likely the most arduous day of her life. A heavy sigh echoed through the tranquil hall, abruptly shattering its serenity. Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What had transpired? A sense of amnesia enveloped him. As he realized he could not even recall the significant confrontation among the 9 esteemed elders. Upon awakening, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within himself, the nature of which he could not articulate. The heavenly demon pearl has been destroyed. You may punish me as you see fit, he declared, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Considering the circumstances, will the 9 elders show leniency? A mere expulsion from the sect would suffice. I would not take issue with it. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze upon the 9 elders, his face betraying a hint of wariness. Though he feigned submission with his words, his body conveyed a different truth. Should the elders choose a more forceful approach, he would undoubtedly resist. Among the 10 individuals present, only the formidable cold condensation frost, a celestial sovereign, possessed the power to restrain him. Yet, beneath her rank, Lin Chuan had never known fear. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. The Holy Sun is a pillar of our heavenly demon sect, endowed with great fortune. The fact that the demon pearl has chosen the Holy Sun is undoubtedly a blessing for our sect. I, as the elder, shall announce to the sect that the dual fortunes of our sect are in harmony with the Holy Sun. Anyone daring to speak otherwise will face severe consequences. In the lecture hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, tens of thousands of meditation cushions are occupied, predominantly by female disciples. They are brimming with excitement, their beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. All these gazes are fixed upon a single high platform, and the reason is clear. Seated cross-legged upon the solitary cushion is Lin Chuan. Ever since the heavenly demon pool was destroyed, the 9 elders of the sect jointly issued an edict prohibiting any discussion of the matter among disciples. Since that day, Lin Chuan has carried on as if nothing had happened, leisurely as usual. To this, Leng Ningshuang has never inquired. It is well known that our sect leader disapproves of lazy disciples, yet Lin Chuan is the epitome of idleness. He has been absent from morning exercises and evening readings, and his presence is never witnessed during routine cultivation or tasks. He does not step out of his residence until the sun is well above the horizon. And even when he does venture out, it is merely to seek a secluded and comfortable spot to indulge in slumber. Many male disciples have affectionately dubbed him the god of sleep. However, despite this, Leng Ningshuang not only refrains from reprimanding him but also sends numerous cultivation resources to Lin Chuan's residence, inciting envy among countless male disciples. Today, at the request of Elder Wei Wuyong, Lin Chuan is to deliver a lecture for the disciples. This marks Lin Chuan's first teaching engagement in 5 years. Yet, the disciples harbor no grievances, for he has ascended to the rank of heavenly saint, and notably, he is the youngest heavenly saint in the history of the heavenly demon sect. Cough, cough. Today, it is I, the Holy Sun, who shall impart knowledge. I kindly request that everyone maintain a modicum of silence. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of reluctance. The prospect of teaching is most bothersome, especially when faced with a throng of infatuated female disciples. How tiresome. Initially, he had rebuffed Wei Wuyang's request for him to conduct the lesson. He believed it inappropriate to acquiesce merely because Wei Wuyang held the esteemed title of Grand Elder. However, upon their first encounter, she wielded the matter of the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pearl as leverage against him. She insisted that the Heavenly Demon Pearl was a treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and that Lin Chuan ought to face severe repercussions. Yet, recognizing his sincere intent to protect the sect leader, the 9 Grand Elders decided to be lenient. Wait a moment, when did I ever protect the sect leader? Shattering the Heavenly Demon Pearl was merely a means to compel you to expel me from the sect. These old crones truly possess vivid imaginations. Lin Chuan silently grumbled for a while. He had intended to voice these thoughts aloud, but what Wei Wuyang said next swiftly dissuaded him from doing so. It is a tradition of the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Holy Son to teach the disciples, bearing the burden of responsibility. The Holy Son is duty-bound to serve the sect. Should the Holy Son refuse, the 9 Grand Elders will have no choice but to deliberate further and cast the Holy Son into the abyss, where he shall endure endless suffering. Wei Wuyang threatened fiercely. Being cast into the abyss and subjected to eternal torment? How terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan capitulated. What a jest. Since his transmigration, his foremost principle has been to preserve his life. Given his usual extreme caution, how could he possibly endure a lifetime in the abyss? As for pride, what is that? What is its worth? Is anyone even willing to purchase it? Subsequently, Lin Chuan found himself in the lecture hall, facing the eager gazes of tens of thousands of disciples. He maintained an air of remarkable composure. The Holy Son is truly handsome, having broken through to the Heavenly Saint in just 5 years. He must possess profound insights into the great Tao. We are indeed fortunate. Who could argue otherwise? With such striking looks and elevated cultivation, the Holy Son is undoubtedly a dragon among men. To share the same sect as him is a blessing accrued over countless lifetimes. The female disciples were beside themselves with excitement. If not for the presence of the 9 Grand Elders and Leng Ningshuang, it is likely that thousands would have rushed the stage. Ahem. Silence. Wei Wuyang's expression darkened as he admonished loudly. The reckless behavior of his disciples was truly embarrassing. If this continued, the Heavenly Demon Sect, a cultivation faction, would inevitably be reduced to mere existence like the Harmony Sect under Lin Chuan's influence. Recently, the Holy Son had achieved a breakthrough to the Celestial Saint realm, a testament to his profound understanding of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was only fitting that the Holy Son shared his insights with the multitude of disciples during such a fortuitous moment. Please, Holy Son, do commence. Wei Wuyang cast a sharp glance at Lin Chuan, his eyes glinting with a threatening light. Lin Chuan forced a smile, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Is it the way of heaven? The Holy Son himself was unsure whether he had truly comprehended it. He had merely taken a nap and experienced a breakthrough. If one were to speak of diligent cultivation, he felt even more distant from it. If one were to insist that understanding the way of heaven could be achieved through sleep, leisure, and wandering amidst mountains and waters, could that truly be considered enlightenment? Lin Chuan expressed innocently. His heartfelt words echoed in the hall, yet the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone wore dark expressions, glaring at him with resentment. Even the female disciples who admired him sat in a daze on their cushions. At that moment, Wei Wuyang clenched her teeth and fists, filled with indignation. She longed to strike Lin Chuan with a punch. This insufferable brat, could he not refrain from showing off? She even regretted allowing Lin Chuan to teach. Initially, she had only wished for him to share his insights on the way of heaven, perhaps even on the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Who would have thought it would devolve into a display of his own arrogance? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. And she glanced at the serene cold Ningshuang beside her. Since the beginning of the lecture, cold Ningshuang had sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in meditation. It was only when Lin Chuan began to speak those infuriating words that she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The hint of dissatisfaction between her brows indicated her discontent with Lin Chuan. It seemed that in order to deal with this insufferable brat, one must first gain cold Ningshuang's consent. Master, the Holy Son's blatant disrespect during the lecture warrants punishment. Wei Wuyang spoke in a hushed tone. Indeed, a punishment is in order. Cold condensation Frost responded without hesitation, surprising Wei Wuyang with her swift acceptance. However, The words of the Saint's son rang true. The Grand Elder had to concede that the Saint's son's demeanor was indeed consistent. Even in inaction, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. With such extraordinary talent, the Grand Elder should be elated for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cold Condensation Frost spoke with a calm expression. The sudden reversal caught Wei Wuyang off guard. Yet, she was correct. Lin Chuan was undeniably a once-in-a-millennium genius for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Perhaps there were others of his age who had attained the title of Heavenly Saint. But those formidable individuals had all consumed vast resources and dedicated themselves tirelessly to their cultivation. What of Lin Chuan? To describe him as idle would be a compliment. He spent his days sleeping, lazing about, tending to flowers, and exploring the mountains. Yet, even such a mundane existence could not suppress his remarkable talent. Imagine, if only he applied himself a little, would he not soar to unimaginable heights and astonish the world? The sect master was correct. The Saint's son was indeed a rare genius. However, could the Heavenly Demon Sect truly contain such a prodigious individual? Once the Saint's son achieved the title of Heavenly Emperor, could the sect master be confident in keeping him within the Heavenly Demon Sect? Upon reflection, this matter was far from simple. It is hoped that the sect master will make a decisive resolution soon. Wei Wuyang was right. With Lin Chuan's aptitude, he would inevitably surpass Cold Condensation Frost one day, becoming a heavenly emperor and dominating the world. Such an extraordinary individual would hardly be constrained by the sect. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's foundation for becoming a heavenly emperor stemmed from the loss of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, a precious treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Having made such a significant sacrifice, it would be a waste to let Lin Chuan depart. Wei Wuyang naturally felt it was unfair. Yet, this matter required Cold Condensation Frost's consent. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's influence among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, any mishandling could lead to considerable trouble. Therefore, it demanded careful consideration. The Grand Elder was correct. The heart of the Saint's son should belong to the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, the Grand Elder seemed overly concerned. The sect master believed that the loyalty of the Saint's son was evident, and he harbored no thoughts of betraying the sect. Cold Condensation Frost maintained her usual demeanor, betraying no sign of emotional upheaval. Yet, internally, she was in a state of panic. Lin Chuan's loyalty? This rascal was constantly plotting to escape the sect in pursuit of a comfortable life. Could this be called loyalty? His mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending doom of the sect, prompting him to escape while he still could. To speak more harshly, he was effectively cursing the sect. Should Wei Wuyang become aware of this, he would certainly face imprisonment as a consequence. According to the temperament of Leng Ningshuang in the past, even the Holy Son would face a dismal fate if he dared to harbor ulterior motives. Yet, her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was not merely that Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary talent. He had also integrated the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor sealed within the Heavenly Demon Pearl. This was an opportunity that countless cultivators yearned for. A rare fortune seen only once in a million. To kill Lin Chuan would be an immense loss. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that Lin Chuan was willing to take the blame to protect her. Stirring within the usually frosty and merciless female demoness feelings that transcended mere camaraderie among peers. She was unfamiliar with the concept of love, but she had heard whispers of the affairs between men and women. Perhaps this was what love truly was. In any case, Leng Ningshuang's mindset had shifted, leading her to make judgments entirely unlike those of her past. She was attempting to shield Lin Chuan, to exonerate him. Was it possible that the sect leader harbored such confidence in the Holy Son? Indeed, the matter of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl has undeniably revealed to this elder the unwavering loyalty of the Saint's son to the sect master. However, what I did not anticipate was the profound bond of brotherhood that could develop between the sect master and the Saint's son after only a few brief encounters. I had assumed the sect master was merely ruthless and decisive in her actions, yet she possesses such finesse in the art of manipulation as well. It truly brings me solace. Wei Wuyang expressed her heartfelt relief. Clearly, she had misconstrued Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet, was this not precisely what Leng Ningshuang hoped Wei Wuyang would believe? Indeed, it was so. The Grand Elder could rest easy now. Leng Ningshuang feigned composure, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Chuan, her brows slightly furrowing without a trace. Instantly, her heart grew heavy. Although Lin Chuan seemed to harbor unusual feelings for her, she was, after all, the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and, in a sense, Lin Chuan's mentor. If they were to shatter that boundary, Would it not render them a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation? Alas, what should be done about this? A few worried glances blended into the throngs of thousands of female disciples, remaining virtually undetectable. Lin Chuan was, of course, oblivious to the myriad thoughts that Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang harbored regarding him. However, his extravagant lecture had incited a considerable amount of resentment among the male disciples. What of the saint's son? He truly has no fear of retribution for his ostentation. Hush, keep your voice down. Although the saint's son is somewhat laid back, he is a formidable heavenly sage. If he hears you, be wary of your head. Not just a heavenly sage. After undergoing the baptism of the heavenly demon pool, the saint's son already possesses the potential of a heavenly emperor. He is likely the next sect master we shall see. Alas, what a pity for our thousands of female disciples in the Heavenly Demon Sect. They may soon find themselves entangled with the saint's son. The male disciples grumbled in discontent. Why is there such a disparity in the experience of being a man? Unlike the male disciples' biases against Lin Chuan, the female disciples eagerly anticipated his sharing of cultivation wisdom. Feeling the intensity of their eager gazes, Lin Chuan thought that if he refrained from speaking further, it would seem rather unkind. Yet, he truly had no profound insights to impart regarding cultivation. Cough, cough. The great Tao is innate. Heaven and earth coexist with me, and all things unite within me. The path of cultivation is the avenue leading to the great Tao. One must follow the heart's desires, abandon the wise and the sacred, and harmonize with nature. For all things return to oneness. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial manifestation comprises 49. To evade one is to grasp the heavenly mystery. Yet this mystery remains elusive. Relentlessly pursuing it often yields no fruit. Perhaps it is wiser to remain at ease, for fortune may come knocking unexpectedly. Just as with misplaced items, the harder one searches, the more elusive they become. When one ceases to seek, they may suddenly reappear. Given this, why not embrace a leisurely existence, savoring life and distancing oneself from the entanglements of the world, its rivalries, intrigues, and violence? Is that not a delightful notion? Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. As a traveler from another realm, he understood profound truths better than anyone. Yet he was equally versed in fallacies. To articulate the concept of leisurely existence with such nuance and philosophy is a rare gift, perhaps unmatched in the entire realm of cultivation. When he fell silent, the hall was enveloped in complete stillness. Even Leng Ningshuang and Wei Wuyang were left in stunned silence. What was this talk of the great Tao and following one's heart? Of abandoning wisdom? What did it mean to embrace life leisurely? A multitude sat, none comprehending fully, yet they felt the profundity in Lin Chuan's words. There was simply no counter-argument to be made. Wait, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This rascal has managed to present laziness in such a refreshing and unconventional manner. Does he truly believe that I, the master of this sect, cannot see through it? Cold Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her lips twitching slightly. She was almost deceived by the scoundrel. Fortunately, her extensive reading of online novels over the years had equipped her with a wealth of obscure and intricate expressions. Perhaps, just perhaps, these could fool this group of cultivators. Soon, I would allow them to come to their own realizations, and then I could indulge in my laziness without a hint of shame. Oh joy! Lin Chuan's excitement was fully laid bare within, yet he maintained a facade of solemnity and profoundness on the surface. Had it not been for cold Ningshuang's ability to hear his innermost thoughts, she might have genuinely been taken in by his seemingly harmless countenance. Humph, with exceptional talent, yet perpetually inclined to take the easy route. Is this not a gross misallocation of divine potential? No. It is imperative that I impose stricter discipline on the saint's son from now on. Alternatively, I might bestow upon him the most profound techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Perhaps this could inspire the saint's son to engage more earnestly in his cultivation. Cold shot a cold glare at Lin Chuan, silently resolving her determination. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, there exists an abundance of intricate techniques, predominantly focused on demonic arts. Naturally, practitioners of the demonic sect prioritize the mastery of these arts. However, the more advanced the demonic technique, the greater the challenge it presents. A moment of carelessness could lead one astray, and in severe cases, result in a reversal of internal energy and catastrophic demise. Therefore, those lacking sufficient mastery must exercise caution when approaching advanced techniques. The most esoteric and perplexing methods are safeguarded by the sect leader, rarely revealed to others. This is not only to conceal the sect's treasured techniques, but also to prevent disciples from surreptitiously practicing them, and straying from the righteous path. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan's cultivation and comprehension have reached the requisite standards. It is only logical to assign him the study of advanced demonic arts. If this could anchor Lin Chuan's presence and stimulate his enthusiasm, it would not have been in vain for Cold to invest her efforts. The sect leader's words ring true. The saint's son possesses great potential, yet his inherent laziness is a considerable hindrance. Should he become more proactive, his achievements could undoubtedly surpass mere expectations. Wei Wuing could hardly contain her eagerness to express her full support. Even she felt that Lin Chuan, blessed with such exceptional aptitude, was squandering it through lack of effort. That would indeed be a travesty. Yet, neither she nor Cold understood that Lin Chuan's distinction among the 100,000 disciples stemmed precisely from his indolence. Diligence was an impossibility for him. He would never embrace it in this lifetime, unless the system were to vanish suddenly. Relying on it to live a carefree existence would be far too simple for anyone foolish enough to exert themselves. Since the Grand Elder has also concurred, the upcoming lessons will be entrusted to him, while our sect shall escort the saint's son away. Cold slowly rose, then extended her delicate fingers toward Lin Chuan, channeling a surge of formidable internal energy that swiftly bound him firmly in place. Again, Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body uncontrollably hurtling towards Leng Ningshuang. Soon after, the disciples were startled by a piercing scream. Two figures swiftly darted overhead. By the time they regained their composure, Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan had long vanished from the lecture hall. Ahem. The subsequent lesson will be conducted by this esteemed elder. All disciples, please pay close attention. Saintess Peak, the grand hall of the sect. Thud. Lin Chuan fell heavily to the ground, landing squarely on his backside, causing him to grimace in pain. At his level of mastery, even a fall from a height of 100 feet would not harm a single hair on his body. However, the formidable cold condensation frost surpassed him in prowess and had bound him with her overwhelming internal energy. He wished to summon his own power, but alas, he found himself incapable of doing so. That wretched old crone, with her ferocity, was destined to remain unmarried for life. Sigh. I once believed I might perish amidst the chaos of righteous sects. Yet now I realize that my ultimate demise may very well be at the hands of this old hag. No, I must hasten my departure from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before I meet my end at her hands. Lin Chuan fumed. It was hardly surprising that he harbored such sentiments. From his perspective, cold condensation frost was indeed ruthless. Whether it was forcing him to challenge Hong Tianhe, subjecting him to the 9 heavens thunder prison in the heavenly demon pool, or casting him down from a great height without provocation, her actions were deliberately targeted at him, with the intent to cause him grave harm. Lin Chuan could not comprehend what offense he had committed against cold condensation frost. Or perhaps, as he speculated, she was experiencing the tumultuous phase of menopause. Women in this period are often more capricious, easily angered. Furthermore, it was rumored that cold condensation frost harbored a disdain for men. Lin Chuan was notorious within the sect as a girl killer, adored by over 60,000 female disciples who lavished him with affection, and some even boldly proclaimed their desire to bear his children. Such matters had likely reached the ears of cold condensation frost, the woman afflicted with misandry. How could she possibly let Lin Chuan off the hook? If that were indeed the case, I must expeditiously leave the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is utterly terrifying. Lin Chuan shivered involuntarily, as if sensing that his demise was imminent. Unbeknownst to him, all his thoughts had been conveyed to cold condensation frost's ears. He also failed to notice that her expression grew increasingly frigid and her demeanor more menacing. Miss Andre, how dare anyone propagate such absurd statements? It is infuriating. I must uncover the identity of the one who dares to slander me. Otherwise, they shall face a most gruesome fate. Leng Ningshuang was on the verge of exploding with rage. At merely 20 years of age, she had the audacity to single-handedly storm the Xianjin sect, driven solely by the disrespectful words of its disciples. The graves of those she had slain years ago must be overgrown with grass 3 feet high by now. It seems her prolonged seclusion has caused the world to forget her notorious reputation. Certainly, those who slander her must be dealt with severely. However, the most pressing concern at this moment is to prevent Lin Chuan from fleeing the sect. To this day, the Holy Sun persists in his intention to abandon the sect. Is it truly as he claims, that I have been too harsh with him? A frown creased Leng Ningshuang's brow, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of unease. Ever since she believed Lin Chuan had confessed his feelings for her, their relationship had transcended the purity of mere comradeship. She had initially intended to treat him with more kindness, Yet her inherently cold nature left her oblivious to the concept of caring. Instead, her attempts came across as cruelty to Lin Chuan and others. Is my image truly so dreadful in the eyes of the world? Very well. Perhaps my previous actions were indeed too extreme. This time, I shall adopt a gentler approach, bestowing upon Lin Chuan the opportunity to cultivate profound techniques. This is undoubtedly a chance that many practitioners of demonic cultivation would yearn for, and surely no one would refuse it, including Lin Chuan. With this thought in mind, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a confident smile. Then, she spoke softly. The Holy Sun has been with my Tianma sect for nearly a decade now, hasn't he? It has been 5 years since he ascended to the position of Holy Sun, correct? 10 years ago, Lin Chuan was merely an ordinary 8-year-old child within the Tianma sect. And 5 years ago, upon his arrival, his talents began to reveal themselves. It was then that Leng Ningshuang and Wei Wuyang recognized his potential and appointed him as the Holy Sun. Since that time, Lin Chuan has soared to unprecedented heights, transforming from an obscure disciple to a formidable heavenly saint. Such a meteoric rise has astonished even Leng Ningshuang. However, Lin Chuan remains unaware that all these years, Leng Ningshuang has been keeping a watchful eye on him. One must wonder whether being observed by such a fearsome female demon is a blessing or a curse. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied cautiously, swallowing hard as he did so. Haha, the Holy Sun has now become a formidable celestial sage. According to the sect's regulations, all celestial sages are permitted to cultivate the profound techniques of the sect. The Holy Sun, with his exceptional talents and astonishing brilliance, has prompted the sect leader to make an exception. I shall impart to you 10 divine magical arts, and 3 days hence, I will personally evaluate your mastery of the incantations. Divine magical arts? And to bestow 10 at once. Is this not tantamount to threatening Lin Chuan's very life? Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's declaration, Lin Chuan's expression contorted into one of despair. As a man who preferred a life of leisure, how could he possibly wish to delve into the complexities of magical arts, especially those of the divine variety? He, who often dozed off during lectures, would surely find his entire persona shattered if he were to earnestly study. Thus, his heart was rife with vehement refusal. However, upon beholding the icy visage of Leng Ningshuang, he faltered. What a jest this was! The individual before him was none other than the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a woman who had once single-handedly stormed the Xianjin sect, claiming the lives of hundreds. To dare reject her goodwill would surely suggest that Lin Chuan had grown overly fond of his own life. Yet, wisdom lies in self-awareness. Lin Chuan knew full well that he was no genius, merely an impostor. In 10 days' time, he would be hard-pressed to even skim through the 10 divine magical arts, let alone master them. Therefore, what was the point in studying at all? He might as well remain in the Great Hall and indulge in slumber. Given the system's nature, he was bound to receive ample rewards. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang valued his potential so highly that she was willing to invest significantly, offering him 10 tomes of divine magical arts to nurture his abilities. But if the outcome turned out to be the very opposite of her expectations, it would surely incite her wrath. In that scenario, he might even earn the expulsion from the sect reward. Indeed, with that old hag's fiery temperament, she would undoubtedly impose punishment upon him. After 10 days, he would proactively seek forgiveness under the guise of being unworthy of the title of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Let that transgression be framed as a reason for expulsion from the sect. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth involuntarily lifted, reveling in his self-satisfaction. One must admit, his plan was quite flawless. Furthermore, given Leng Ningshuang's character, she would indeed punish Lin Chuan in a fit of rage. However, this was contingent upon her remaining unaware of Lin Chuan's true intentions, proactively seeking forgiveness. You intend to exploit the pretext of laziness to escape the sect, do you? The sect leader is perplexed. The divine magical arts are treasures that countless individuals yearn for. Why then does this young man show no interest? The cold condensation of frost caused an unbearable headache. Lin Chuan's inner thoughts were in stark contrast to her intentions. She had initially planned to seize this opportunity to win Lin Chuan over, ensuring that he would remain steadfastly loyal to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, this young man, in the face of supreme demonic skills, remained utterly unmoved, fixated solely on escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that he has foreseen impending calamities for the sect? To safeguard his own interests, has he thus resorted to every conceivable means to defect? It must be so. Had the Holy Sun not been privy to certain truths, he would never exhibit such resolute determination. It appears that he harbors numerous secrets that even this sect leader is unaware of. Humph. With that, as the sect leader, I shall pry open your mouth to uncover the truth. Leng Ningshuang cast a cold glance at Lin Chuan, her mind already formulating a plan. Nevertheless, she intended to honor her promise to Lin Chuan. Moreover, she had already discerned his thoughts, so there was no need for haste. 10 volumes of divine-level cultivation techniques were merely that. Even if they were bestowed upon Lin Chuan, this lad would undoubtedly refuse to practice them. At most, the two would merely spend 10 days in this endeavor. Once the 10 days had elapsed, Lin Chuan's fantasies would inevitably shatter. Of course, as the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang's personally issued task could not be taken lightly by her disciples. Lin Chuan not only clung to the divine-level techniques without studying them, but also intended to shirk his responsibilities. He must face some form of punishment. While the severity of this punishment may not be great, it was bound to create a stir within the sect. She aimed to ensure that every member of the sect was aware of it. At that point, even if Lin Chuan harbored thoughts of betraying the sect, he would dare not attempt to flee in secret. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Demon Sect issued a bounty throughout the cultivation world, Lin Chuan would find himself without a place to stand, and his dreams of descending the mountain to live a carefree life would remain unfulfilled. Hee. You are still too immature to contend with this master. Leng Ningshuang secretly chuckled to herself. She then casually tossed a volume of martial arts techniques before Lin Chuan. These 10 divine-level demonic arts were all reproductions. Although they were copies, they meticulously detailed the essence of the techniques. Leng Ningshuang had never anticipated that Lin Chuan would completely master all 10 divine-level demonic arts within 10 days. She merely wished for him to remember the core principles. However, she was utterly unprepared for the moment when Lin Chuan began to entertain thoughts of giving up. If that was the case, why waste her breath? She might as well proceed according to Lin Chuan's inclination. After all, this lad was utterly incapable of escaping her grasp. 10 days. Once the deadline passes, I shall personally verify the matter. Since the 9 elders have taken a particular interest in the Holy Son, I will then invite them to join my disciples in admiring his grace. The Holy Son must not disappoint his fellow sect members. Leng Ningshuang chuckled mischievously and strode away, leaving Lin Chuan alone, lost in thought as he contemplated the demonic arts. That wretched old hag. She is clearly intent on making me look foolish, and in public no less. How will my devoted female disciples perceive me? Alas, it matters not. I shall soon depart from the Tianma sect. So why concern myself with the opinions of others? Lin Chuan smiled nonchalantly, dismissing the matter from his mind. He is precisely that kind of person, carefree and at ease. Yet, he is overly cautious about his life. There is nothing inherently wrong with this, but in the treacherous world of cultivation, where deceit is rampant and life and death are dictated by fate, it appears distinctly out of place. Coupled with his astonishing talent, he inevitably attracts attention. If he chooses not to strive, others will compel him to do so. This further contradicts his laid-back approach to life. How vexing. Lin Chuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Yet, alas, in the realm of martial arts, one has little autonomy. Were it not for his lack of skill, would he be forced to rely on others? Must he await the moment the Tianma sect is destroyed? Should I actively pursue cultivation? The moment this thought emerged, Lin Chuan resolutely dismissed it. Why toil when he could effortlessly reap various rewards while reclining? The allure of divine demonic arts may seem tempting, but it pales in comparison to the system. Moreover, cultivating such arts is exceedingly troublesome. It is said that Leng Ningshuang, a prodigy with unparalleled talent, required a full decade to master a single volume of the Tianma arts before ascending to the rank of Celestial Emperor. In contrast, Lin Chuan has achieved the status of Celestial Sage in just 5 years without any effort. The disparity is glaringly evident. Perhaps it is best not to strain myself. As I have not read in years, I would likely fall asleep after a short while. Instead of torturing myself, I might as well recline and indulge in a deep slumber. The cool, refreshing floor of this grand hall is perfect for resting. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself and lay down. No sooner had he closed his eyes than the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding. While cultivating the divine demonic arts, the host has chosen to be lazy. Divine demonic arts. The system grants them directly, sparing him the toil of cultivation. Such delightful fortune is reserved for Lin Chuan alone. Since a slothful existence allows him to effortlessly acquire divine demonic arts, why should he endure the hardships of active cultivation? Lin Chuan disdainfully glanced at the 10 supreme magical texts beneath his feet. He casually stacked them, and used them as a pillow to recline upon. At that moment, he lay in the grand hall, crossing his legs and whistling, utterly carefree and blissful. This carefree demeanor was visible only to Leng Ningshuang, who was nearly driven to the brink of fury. "You rascal, do you truly intend to indulge in 10 days of idleness? Do you have any idea how many have yearned for these 10 supreme magical texts, treasures unattainable by many? You dare to treat them as mere pillows." Such a heartless attitude is truly exasperating. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never felt so helpless towards anyone else. It was precisely because she valued Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent that she resolved to use the supreme magical texts to win his heart. However, to Lin Chuan, these coveted texts were merely a means for slumber. Even Leng Ningshuang found herself at a loss with him. Let it be, with 9 days remaining. Though he may be momentarily lost in his desires, it does not necessarily imply that he can truly restrain them. 10 days hence, I shall personally verify the matter. Cold as frost, Leng Ningshuang uttered a disdainful scoff, and her figure gradually faded into the shadows of the grand hall. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, reclining within the hall, was far from as leisurely as he appeared. Though he seemed languid, the system-bestowed Hunyuan Tiangong was steadily operating within him. Even though Lin Chuan did not consciously wield the demonic art, a divine-level technique is incomparably superior to ordinary practices. The Hunyuan Tiangong is a self-contained entity, perfectly merging with Lin Chuan's physique. The essence of Hunyuan embodies the boundless, transcending the distinctions of meridians, acupoints, and even the duality of yin and yang. Along with the 8 trigrams, it represents the most primal and innocent state of cosmic energy, in comparison to the celestial demonic arts cultivated by Leng Ningshuang. This Hunyuan Tiangong is of a far superior caliber, even surpassing the 10 divine-level techniques she bestowed upon him. Even if Lin Chuan refrains from active cultivation, the Hunyuan Tiangong will advance autonomously. Day and night, it seeks the path of the heavens, an outcome that is merely a matter of time. Undoubtedly, this technique was meticulously crafted for Lin Chuan, tailored for his unique needs. Consider this, whether Lin Chuan is sleeping, dining, or exploring scenic vistas, he remains in a state of cultivation. Consequently, his progress is far from stagnant. Who would dare to claim that he is being idle? Such a remarkable technique, he mused. Yet it is not prudent to reveal it just yet. With my extraordinary talents, it would be exceedingly difficult to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, he resolved to conceal it for the time being, awaiting the arrival of 10 days. Lin Chuan sighed softly, speaking to himself with an air of resignation. At the Holy Maiden Peak, a graceful figure soared through the skies on a sword. In the mountains, disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gazed upon her with delight. Even the 9 elders were drawn to the commotion. Wu Nanming has returned. Surely she has gained some insights regarding the great martial illusion. All of you, hasten to the main hall with me to pay your respects to the sect master, Wei Wuyong exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she reluctantly tore her gaze from the enchanting figure above. Wu Nanming, the eldest sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, was of the same generation as Lin Chuan. Although her status within the sect did not surpass that of Lin Chuan, the Holy Son, her prowess was commendable, and her cultivation was substantial. She was known for her kindness and amiable nature, earning her great affection among her peers. As news of Wu Nanming's return spread, numerous disciples flocked to the Holy Maiden Peak to welcome her, their cheers echoing from afar, reflecting an enthusiasm rivaling that of Lin Chuan's fervent admirers. With a soft thud, the flying sword fell to the ground, and Wu Nanming landed gracefully. Immediately, she found herself enveloped by a throng of male and female disciples. The female disciples were drawn to her amiable nature, while the male disciples were captivated by her exquisite beauty. If one were to rank the appearances of the female members of the Tianma sect, the foremost would undoubtedly be the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang. The second place, without question, would belong to Wu Nanming. Alas, Leng Ningshuang, known for her ruthless demeanor, had long established a fearsome reputation, leaving no one in the world of cultivation daring to harbor any romantic feelings for her. In contrast, Wu Nanming was approachable and kind-hearted. Her stunning visage and affable personality made her the object of affection for many male disciples. Thus, it was entirely natural that upon her return to the mountain, she was surrounded by a large group of admirers. Dear fellow disciples, it has been a while since we last met. I have matters of great importance to report to the sect leader upon my return. Once I have attended to these pressing affairs, I shall take the time to catch up with you all, Wu Nanming said with a slight bow and a clasp of her hands, preparing to depart. Unbeknownst to her, The happenings within the Grand Hall were quite significant. However, the disciples were well aware of the situation. You cannot enter. The doors of the Grand Hall have remained closed for 9 days. Ever since the sect leader took the Holy Sun away, no one has seen them since. A kind-hearted female disciple offered a gentle reminder. They, too, were curious about what the sect leader and Lin Chuan had been doing within the hall for such an extended period. As for the sect leader, it was understandable. Leng Ningshuang had always been emotionally distant. Even a year without seeing her would not be surprising. However, Lin Chuan was another matter entirely. He had never been known to enter seclusion, nor had he ever been seen practicing diligently. He was known for his carefree lifestyle, wandering about without a care in the world. The notion of him entering seclusion was utterly perplexing. If it were true that Leng Ningshuang had forced Lin Chuan into seclusion, it would change everything. Unfortunately for the female disciples who missed Lin Chuan, enduring 9 days without the sight of his handsome face had left them in a state of yearning. Is this truly the case? It is indeed rare for the Holy Sun to seclude himself. This is a fortunate occurrence. Wu Nanming smiled with relief. As the eldest disciple, she had often overseen Lin Chuan. Long before Lin Chuan ascended to the role of Holy Sun, Wu Nanming frequently urged him to practice diligently. Yet, each time, Lin Chuan would only agree verbally, continuing to indulge in laziness afterward. What was most infuriating was that, despite his apparent lack of effort, his cultivation had progressed remarkably. In just 5 short years, he had become a formidable celestial sovereign, surpassing even her as the eldest disciple by a considerable margin. How vexing! After a year of her own cultivation journey, it seemed that Wu Nanming had also made strides in her own practice. Could it be that she had also attained the status of a celestial sovereign? A keen-eyed female disciple inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples cast envious glances in her direction. For them, a celestial sovereign represented one of the rarest pinnacle cultivators in the realm of immortality. Apart from super sects like the Heavenly Demon Sect, even the leaders of many mid-tier sects were merely celestial sovereigns. Thus, it was clear that if Wu Nanming so desired, she could easily sever ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect and establish her own sect. Indeed, throughout the trials of this year, I fortuitously encountered an opportunity that allowed me to transcend my limitations and ascend to the esteemed rank of celestial sovereign. However, I recently learned that someone within our sect has just achieved the exalted status of celestial saint, creating quite a stir among various sections. I am curious as to the identity of this individual. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow slightly, showing no signs of reveling in the joy of her own accomplishment as a celestial sovereign. In response to her senior sister's words, she remarked, "That person is none other than the Holy Sun." "What?" Wu Nanming exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Chuan has broken through once again. How could this be possible? It is true. Not long ago, the sect leader was about to emerge from seclusion. The Holy Sun publicly achieved the rank of celestial sage. Witnessed by our 10,000 disciples present, we all beheld this moment clearly. There could be no doubt. Moreover, the Holy Sun personally beheaded Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xinyuan sect, a fact known throughout the realm of cultivation. Surely, the senior sister is not unaware of this. The female disciple blinked her bright, expressive eyes as if to remind Wu Nanming. In front of so many disciples, she must not embarrass herself. I had indeed heard whispers of this matter. Wu Nanming suddenly became enlightened and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the female disciple had prompted her in time. Otherwise, she would have faced humiliation before her fellow disciples. The news of Lin Chuan slaying Hong Tianhe had already spread like wildfire across the cultivation world. If she remained completely ignorant, would it not lead others to underestimate her? The reputation of this esteemed senior sister could easily become a subject of ridicule. In truth, as she hurried back to the sect, she had little time to inquire about the details. She had only gleaned from fragmented remarks that there was a conflict between the Xinyuan sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, and that Hong Tianhe had perished within the latter. However, she was unaware of who was responsible for his death. Little did she expect that the one who had slain Hong Tianhe and achieved the status of celestial sage was none other than Lin Chuan. Oh heavens! How could you be so partial? Nanming. The voice of Elder Wei Wuyong resonated through the crowd, reaching the ears of Wu Nanming. Numerous disciples turned in unison, bowing their hands in respectful greeting alongside Wu Nanming. Great Elder. Wu Nanming's brow relaxed, as if her previous worries had dissipated. At this moment, Wei Wuyong arrived, accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders. They had come to welcome Wu Nanming and, incidentally, to meet Leng Ningshuang in person. 9 days prior, Leng Ningshuang had confined Lin Chuan within the grand hall, and to date, there had been no word from him. Wei Wuyang was concerned that Leng Ningshuang's temperament could easily lead to trouble. Moreover, Lin Chuan was known for his laziness. If Leng Ningshuang were to personally impart the divine technique and Lin Chuan remained indifferent, it was conceivable that this irascible sect leader might strike him down in frustration. Lin Chuan was indeed a rare genius, and to lose him in such a manner would be a lamentable fate. Nanming, your arrival is fortuitous. The sect leader and the Holy Sun have been in seclusion for 9 days. It is said that the sect leader intends to personally teach the Holy Sun a divine magical art. I wonder how the Holy Sun is progressing today. Why don't we pay them a visit together? Wei Wuyang remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Previously, she had no excuse to enter the grand hall. But now that Wu Nanming had returned, this opportunity seemed like a gift from the heavens, perfectly aligning with Wei Wuyang's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Nanming was blissfully unaware of Wei Wuyang's ulterior motives and readily agreed. However, deep down, she was not as tranquil as she appeared. The sect leader intended to bestow divine magical arts upon Lin Chuan. Such techniques were reserved for those who had attained the celestial sage realm. It seemed that Lin Chuan's ascension to that level was a foregone conclusion. How infuriating. Why was she always one step behind him? Wu Nanming felt a surge of indignation. Clearly, Lin Chuan had entered the sect after her and was inherently lazy, rarely seen practicing diligently. Yet, in a mere 5 years, he had made astonishing progress. And after becoming the Holy Sun, he had left her far behind. Even though Wu Nanming had ventured down the mountain to seek the path to the celestial venerable. Upon her return, she discovered that Lin Chuan had already attained the rank of celestial sage. This sensation was akin to a diligent student who studied tirelessly day and night, only to end up in second place, while Lin Chuan, the first-place student, seemed to achieve his results with little effort. If Wu Nanming was a top scholar, then Lin Chuan was a prodigy, one who could claim the top spot without any apparent effort. How exasperating. Not only was it infuriating, but the elder and the sect leader were also circling around Lin Chuan. I shall surpass him sooner or later, Wu Nanming murmured to herself, clenching her fists tightly. It was not unusual for the junior disciple to surpass the senior sister in cultivation. However, Wu Nanming's discontent towards Lin Chuan stemmed from his lackadaisical attitude. In stark contrast, she epitomized diligence and perseverance. It was only natural that she would feel resentful being eclipsed by someone so indolent. Great elder, she began. The divine magic of our sect is notoriously prone to leading one astray. Even with the sect master personally imparting knowledge, without exceptional aptitude, one may not possess the qualification to cultivate it. Given that the Holy Sun has only recently ascended to the heavenly saint level, why the haste in bestowing upon him the divine magic? Wu Nanming inquired, her expression calm. What was she truly anticipating? Even she herself was uncertain. Perhaps she secretly hoped for Lin Chuan to falter in his cultivation, even to the point of being consumed by madness. Yet, as this thought emerged, Wu Nanming was taken aback. As a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how could she harbor such malevolent intentions? Fortunately, Wei Wuyang remained oblivious to her inner turmoil and continued to elucidate. The Holy Sun's talents are unparalleled, a sight I have never witnessed in my lifetime. On the day the sect master emerged from seclusion, hundreds of sect leaders came to challenge him, including formidable figures such as the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Saints. Yet, they were all left in awe after witnessing the Holy Sun's victory over Hong Tianhe. With such extraordinary gifts, I believe that mastering the divine magic will be well within his grasp. Moreover, Wei Wuyang hesitated for a moment. She pondered whether to disclose her plan to win over Lin Chuan to Wu Nanming. Few were privy to this matter. Only the 9 great elders and Leng Ningshuang were aware. Even though Wu Nanming was the senior sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she might not share the same allegiance as they did. Given this uncertainty, perhaps it was best to refrain from sharing. Is that so? This young man, Lin Chuan, possesses such audacity, daring to slay Hong Tianhe before the eyes of hundreds of sect leaders. Wu Nanming clenched her fists tighter. Previously, she regarded Lin Chuan as languid, indulging in his talents and behaving recklessly. Yet today, upon hearing the account of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe, her heart was profoundly shaken. One must ask, if she were to face such a scene, could she ever be compared to Lin Chuan? I am grateful for the warm reception from the 9 esteemed elders. I have returned with significant news to convey to the sect leader. There have been developments regarding the great marsh illusion. Wu Nanming was eager to shift the conversation. She feared that continuing to discuss Lin Chuan might arouse suspicion among others. As the senior sister, Harboring resentment towards the Holy Sun was no trivial matter if it were to become known. Indeed, Nanming, you have truly accomplished a great feat this time. Quickly, let us hasten to present ourselves before the sect master. Wei Wuyang exclaimed with great joy, promptly taking Nanming's delicate hand and leading her towards the grand hall. The 9 elders, along with Wu Nanming, sought an audience with the sect master. Their calls echoed into the hall, yet there was no immediate response. Meanwhile, thousands of disciples eagerly awaited from behind, curious to witness how the Holy Sun fared after 9 days of secluded cultivation of the divine magical arts. Creak. The grand door slowly swung open, revealing a handsome countenance. However, before Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming could utter a word, the youth nonchalantly stretched his eyes still heavy with sleep, and remarked, "Didn't we agree on 10 days? I distinctly remember only sleeping for 9. The hall was in disarray. Several tattered books were haphazardly piled together, as if they had been used as makeshift pillows. Given Lin Chuan's recently awakened demeanor, it was evident that he had indeed been indulging in sloth. Witnessing this, Wu Nanming's jealousy surged once more. The sect leader personally imparted divine magical skills to Lin Chuan. Yet he chose to squander his time in slumber? This was utterly intolerable. Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming exclaimed, her frustration palpable. While it is one thing for you to be lazy on a regular basis, the Grand Master has entrusted you with divine magical skills, placing great value in you. How could you lack discernment and indulge in such idleness? The ire of Wu Nanming swelled as she pondered the inexplicable fortune of Lin Chuan. What unfathomable stroke of luck had he encountered to attract such admiration from so many? It was not merely the Grand Master who held Lin Chuan in high regard. It seemed that fate itself had bestowed upon him the very best of offerings. Yet, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the necessity of cherishing these gifts. In truth, this was inconsequential, as one's path in life is ultimately a personal choice. However, Wu Nanming viewed Lin Chuan as a rival, which rendered the diligent efforts of someone like her seem all the more foolish. "Ah, it is the senior sister," Lin Chuan remarked, attempting to deflect the tension with humor. "You have grown even more beautiful in these past few months." Regrettably, Wu Nanming appeared to have already formed a negative opinion of him, refusing to engage in conversation. Cough, cough. Wei Wuyang sensed the peculiar atmosphere and quickly cleared the air with a cough. Then, turning to Lin Chuan with a serious expression, she remarked, "Though Nanming's words may have been somewhat harsh, they are ultimately for the benefit of the Holy Sun. Over the past 9 days, as you have trained under the guidance of the sect leader, have you made any progress?" Her inquiry was initially casual. She expected Lin Chuan to provide a simple explanation, allowing the matter to pass. After all, mastering a divine-level cultivation technique in just 9 days was an ambitious endeavor. It was commendable if he could merely memorize the essential mantras. Is the Great Elder referring to those 10 divine-level techniques? My apologies, but there are too many words. I can't be bothered to read them, Lin Chuan shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. He had long awaited this moment. As for the cultivation methods, he had no intention of engaging in such endeavors. He anticipated the moment when the entire sect would learn that the 10 divine-level techniques lay before him. Yet he remained indifferent to their value. The disappointment of Cold Ningfang and the 9 great elders would likely lead to his punishment. Perhaps even expulsion from the sect as a warning. How delightful that would be. The notion of those 10 divine-level techniques. The sect leader could not possibly believe that he would master them. Wu Nanming was taken aback. Although she had yet to reach the pinnacle of a heavenly saint, she had heard whispers of the extreme difficulty in cultivating divine-level techniques. A moment's carelessness could lead one to madness. Why would Cold Ningfang trust that Lin Chuan could handle it? Not only did Wu Nanming harbor doubts, the expressions of the 9 great elders also reflected surprise. However, they had yet to voice their inquiries. If the senior sister was skeptical, she could simply observe. The 10 techniques scattered on the ground were indeed bestowed upon him by the sect leader. While the methods might be arduous to learn, they made for an excellent pillow. The cold, hard floor of the hall was quite comfortable for a nap. Lin Chuan seized the opportunity to yawn and stretch leisurely. He relished his own enjoyment, much to the exasperation of Wu Nanming and the 9 great elders. This child is beyond redemption. Wei Wuyang shook her head in dismay. The other 8 elders sighed in unison, clearly disheartened by Lin Chuan's behavior. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. It seemed that the pressure needed to be intensified. Lin Chuan secretly reveled in the thought. At this rate, expulsion from the sect would soon be within reach. However, his identity within the Heavenly Demon Sect was unique. To be expelled as the Holy Sun was no simple matter. It required the sect leader's personal decision. The senior sister's return to the mountain likely meant there was news regarding the great marsh illusion. I shall summon the sect leader immediately, Lin Chuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Everything was in place. All that remained was to invite Cold Ningfang, his esteemed guest, to witness the unfolding events. Humph. Wu Nianming was fuming, utterly disinclined to respond. However, Lin Chuan was quite enthusiastic, scampering eagerly towards the rear hall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the rear hall, a slender figure stood resolutely. Her chilling gaze fixated on the approaching figure. You little brat, do you truly wish to drive this sect leader to madness? 10 volumes of divine magical arts. And within 9 days, you haven't even glanced at a single one. I have never gone out of my way to please anyone in this lifetime. Yet you fail to appreciate it. I genuinely wish to slap you. Leng Ningshuang ground her teeth in silent reproach. It was one thing for her goodwill to be treated as if it were worthless by Lin Chuan, but this boy still harbored thoughts of fleeing the sect. Were it not for his extraordinary talent and the fact that he had previously aided her in offending others, his persistent inclination towards betrayal alone would suffice to condemn him to death. Of course, had Leng Ningshuang not been able to hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts, she would remain oblivious to his true intentions. One could only say that this boy concealed his feelings exceedingly well. The human heart is a labyrinth. Oh, sect leader. Lin Chuan encountered Leng Ningshuang midway and immediately greeted her with a beaming smile and a courteous bow. His face was alight with excitement, leading one to believe that he had mastered his magical arts and was itching to boast. Yet only Leng Ningshuang understood that Lin Chuan was exhilarated by the certainty of his impending expulsion from the sect. How infuriating! Cold condensation frost trembled uncontrollably, her piercing gaze shifting away from Lin Chuan. She feared that she might lose control and truly harm him. Master, the senior sister has returned. She mentioned that Lin Chuan incessantly babbled on. Yet, cold condensation frost absorbed not a single word. How goes your cultivation of the demonic arts? Her frigid tone interrupted Lin Chuan's discourse as she stepped toward the grand hall. Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Nianming approached, but abruptly halted at the spot where Lin Chuan had once slumbered. A collective grimace adorned their faces as they beheld the scattered divine-level demonic arts on the ground. These were the treasured possessions of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could Lin Chuan have used them as mere pillows? Truly despicable. In response to the master, this disciple is foolish and unable to grasp these divine-level demonic arts. I beseech the master to mete out punishment, Lin Chuan declared with unyielding fervor, deliberately emphasizing the word punishment, eagerly anticipating cold condensation frost retribution. At that moment, her gaze also lingered upon the 10 divine-level demonic arts strewn across the floor. To think such treasures were used as pillows, not only did it sadden her, but it also ignited a desire to eliminate Lin Chuan. However, Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of murky air, her expression remaining composed as she said, "It matters not. The cultivation of divine magic is inherently arduous. The sect leader merely desires that you remember the incantations. She never anticipated your success in mastering them. You need not feel remorse." With a wave of her hand, she effectively dispelled Lin Chuan's aspirations. Is it truly so difficult to receive a punishment? Can life not proceed normally? Lin Chuan, in a state of urgency, implored, I dare not conceal anything from the sect leader. I have not memorized the incantation. Moreover, since my arrival 9 days ago, I have yet to even glance at the techniques. I earnestly request that the sect leader impose a punishment upon me. His tone was one of desperation, clearly betraying a hint of anticipation. The 9 elders and Wu Nianming were taken aback. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors a penchant for self-punishment? Leng Ningshuang had already declared that no punishment would be forthcoming, yet he still sought it eagerly. She found herself at a loss. She was well aware of Lin Chuan's intentions. The notion of punishment was merely a pretext for him to escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Initially, the goal was to cultivate his affinity for the divine magic. Now it had morphed into a rigid demand. However, as the esteemed leader of the sect, she could not, in front of her disciples, plead with Lin Chuan not to leave. That would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect had yet to decline to such an extent. This unruly youth truly believes that the sect leader remains oblivious to his inner thoughts? Do you seek punishment? Very well. The sect master granted your wish. Cold condensation was seething with anger. With a cold snort, she spoke. The 9 elders have heard. The Holy Sun seeks punishment. Thus, I shall fulfill his request. Wu Nianming, hear my command. Immediately cast the Holy Sun into the abyss for solitary reflection. Without my order, he shall not be released. Upon hearing this, Wu Nianming's face brightened with joy. The 9 elders remained silent. Lin Chuan was left dumbfounded, cast into the abyss for solitary reflection. This punishment was not in accordance with his plans. Wasn't he promised expulsion from the sect? Master, the disciple exclaimed, I have yet to even glance at a single cultivation technique. I am not only disinclined to practice the divine magical arts bestowed upon me by you, Master, but I even use them as a pillow for my slumber. You should impose severe punishment upon me, perhaps by expelling me from the sect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain order. Lin Chuan hastily implored, yet his words grew increasingly awkward. Rather than a plea for forgiveness, they sounded more like a provocation. This audacious youth, fully aware of his transgressions, dared to challenge the master. Lin Chuan, you are exceedingly bold. Wu Nanming fumed, promptly restraining Lin Chuan as if fearing his escape. But Lin Chuan had no intention of fleeing. He actually hoped for cold Ningshuang's wrath to be directed at him, and in a fit of anger, she might decree his expulsion from the sect. At this moment, Wei Wuyang and the other 9 elders were on edge. Filled with anxiety yet also bewilderment, Lin Chuan was clearly courting disaster. However, no one could fathom the rationale behind his audacious actions. Why would he forsake an excellent opportunity to learn such powerful magical techniques, only to provoke cold Ningshuang? Who was she? A merciless female demon known for her ruthlessness. Did he not fear that she might take his life in a fit of rage? As for Lin Chuan, he was a rare genius, possessing the foundational essence of the Heavenly Emperor, a status bought at the cost of the Heavenly Demon Pool. Should he perish in such a manner? The ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely not forgive them. Master, while Lin Chuan is indeed at fault, I believe he must have his reasons for such behavior. Wei Wuyang anxiously attempted to mediate. Yet before she could elaborate, she noticed that cold Ningshuang's countenance remained unperturbed. Not only did she exhibit no change in expression, but the corners of her mouth even turned upwards, as if she possessed complete confidence. The master was smiling. Was she still the same infamous female demon known to all? No, I have no hidden reasons. There is no need for the Grand Elder to plead on my behalf. I humbly request various forms of punishment from the master. Lin Chuan once again clasped his fists, showing no regard for Wei Wuyang's authority. Lin Chuan, you should perish. Wei Wuyang seethed, her face flushed with indignation. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lin Chuan across the face. It is often said that Lin Chuan's talent is unparalleled, yet his emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. Lin Chuan, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Acknowledging your mistakes merits punishment. Wu Nanming let out a cold laugh, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She believed that merely making Lin Chuan stand facing the wall was too lenient a consequence. To squander a divine magical skill, to be utterly inept, and to deceive the sect master and the elders, such a multitude of offenses warranted a far more severe penalty. This was not born from jealousy as the eldest disciple. Wu Nanming was revered by her peers for her unwavering integrity. Punishment is due when one errs, a principle deeply ingrained in her being. Moreover, Lin Chuan had always been devoid of skills. If he were not taught a lesson, how could the sect master command respect? The eldest disciple spoke wisely. Regardless of the severity of the punishment, the disciples would willingly endure it without a trace of complaint. Lin Chuan emphasized this point, showcasing a commendable attitude of acceptance, which left the 9 elders and Wu Nanming momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, Wu Nanming had regarded Lin Chuan's acknowledgement of guilt favorably. Now, however, she began to question her judgment. When circumstances appear unusual, there must be something amiss. Lin Chuan, he is too abnormal. A cold snort abruptly interrupted the brief moment of awkwardness. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill swept through the air. The 9 elders and Wu Nanming were jolted awake. Instinctively turning their gazes, there stood Leng Ningshuang, exuding an imposing aura, her garments billowing gracefully. The pressure emanating from the celestial emperor's might instantaneously filled the grand hall, rendering the atmosphere palpably heavy. In the next heartbeat, a blur caught everyone's eyes as Leng Ningshuang transformed into a spectral figure, hurtling towards Lin Chuan. The intensity of her murderous intent left no room for doubt. Leng Ningshuang had indeed harbored a lethal intent towards Lin Chuan. Master, Wei Wuyang exclaimed in alarm, instinctively attempting to intervene. However, the disparity in strength between her and Leng Ningshuang was insurmountable. Despite her swift reaction, she was unable to halt the impending doom. As for the 8 elders and Wu Nanming, they stood frozen in place, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. Yet, the phantom surged forward with alarming speed, its murderous intent palpable, fixating solely on Lin Chuan. The distance between the celestial emperor and the celestial saint was but a mere step. yet it represented an insurmountable chasm. Lin Chuan had indeed provoked this formidable enchantress, sealing his own fate. Alas, Lin Chuan could only gasp in his heart as his body instinctively channeled his inner strength. Danger had descended upon him, and instinct compelled him to summon every ounce of his power. He was facing a being of the celestial emperor's caliber, affording him no room for arrogance. With a resounding clang, numerous exquisite spiritual treasures unfurled in an instant. Whoosh! The surge of internal energy stirred a tempest that swept across all directions. Bang! Bang! The clash of internal forces with the external world produced a jarring sound that tormented the eardrums of all present. Yet, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming endured the discomfort, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Lin Chuan. The confrontation between the Heavenly Saint and the Heavenly Emperor was supposed to be a path to certain demise. However, Lin Chuan appeared to be far from defenseless, particularly with his innate internal power, which emanated a primal and pure energy, seemingly the most elemental force in existence. Although his energy was quantitatively inferior to that of Leng Ningshuang, its quality managed to withstand the threat of the Heavenly Emperor, albeit with great effort. Hunyuan Tianma Gong. Wei Wuyong murmured the 5 words, and with that utterance, the previously tumultuous air fell into an immediate tranquility. Upon glancing at Leng Ningshuang, one could see the shock reflected in her beautiful eyes. "You reckless lad, how can you claim you have not mastered a divine-level demonic art?" The incredulity in her voice was tinged with astonishment, as her excitement led her to speak without thinking. Reflecting on it later, she marveled at how Lin Chuan had successfully cultivated a divine demonic art in just 9 days. A genius, unparalleled in the world. It was infuriating that such talent could not be utilized by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leng Ningshuang's piercing gaze fixated intently on Lin Chuan, yet internally, she wrestled with doubt. Should one of such extraordinary talent truly be eliminated? Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming stood in utter astonishment, resembling 10 statues, their expressions blank as they stared at Lin Chuan. The Hunyuan Tianma Gong was the supreme technique of the Heavenly Demon Sect, mastered only by their ancestors among the 36 generations of sect leaders. The fact that the Holy Sun had achieved this was nothing short of astonishing. Wei Wuyong, in his excitement, stumbled over his words, inadvertently revealing the incredible difficulty of mastering the Hunyuan Tianma Gong. It was no surprise that everyone was so taken aback. However, one person remained utterly bewildered, Wu Nanming. The Hunyuan Tianma Gong was a divine-level demonic art known only to those in leadership within the Heavenly Demon Sect, and her knowledge of it was limited. Nevertheless, even a secret treasure of this kind was classified as divine. The mere thought that Lin Chuan could cultivate such a divine art within 9 days led her to wonder if such talent could still be called human. It seemed that even the term defying the heavens was inadequate to describe him. Perhaps monster would be more fitting. Hee. It appears I have been foolishly comparing myself to such a remarkable being. Surely, there must be something amiss with my intellect. It is evident that geniuses and ordinary individuals exist on entirely different planes. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from such comparisons to safeguard my fragile self-esteem. Wu Nanming felt disheartened. Unlike others, she was not particularly astonished. Deep within her heart, she had always acknowledged that Lin Chuan's talents surpassed her own. Rather than shock, she was predominantly besieged by a sense of defeat. In stark contrast, Leng Ningshuang and the 9 esteemed elders were far from the superficial understanding that Wu Nanming possessed regarding divine-level magic, particularly Leng Ningshuang. As a formidable heavenly emperor, she had genuinely mastered the celestial demon technique to its zenith and, in doing so, broken through to the rank of heavenly emperor herself. Thus, her comprehension of the challenges inherent in the cultivation of divine-level magic was significantly more profound. The notion of cultivating a divine-level technique such as the 9 heavens had never even grazed her thoughts prior to today. Had someone dared to suggest that such an event was plausible, she would have deemed them a lunatic. Yet, the reality lay before her. Lin Chuan had accomplished it. Furthermore, he had mastered the even more formidable primordial celestial demon technique, a feat only achieved by the founder of the celestial demon sect. A miracle, beyond the word miracle. She could conjure no other descriptor. In summary, Lin Chuan's talents exceeded even the most extravagant estimations of her and the 9 elders. Such extraordinary genius, with talents defying the heavens, must not be allowed to defect from the sect. Moreover, it was imperative that she secure Lin Chuan firmly within the celestial demon sect. Congratulations, esteemed leader. Congratulations to the Holy Sun. The emergence of the Hunyuan heavenly demon art is sure to astound the myriad sects of the world. With the Holy Sun's extraordinary talent, achieving the title of Heavenly Emperor, is merely a matter of time. Wei Wuyong's face flushed with embarrassment, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Witnessing this, even the oblivious Wu Nanming could discern the gravity of the situation. Lin Chuan's mastery of the demonic art is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, the usually composed Grand Elder would not display such uncharacteristic emotion. Indeed, cold condensing frost forcefully suppressed her excitement. Yet her expression revealed no discernible change. She was unlike Wei Wuyong. Lin Chuan's thoughts were far from simple. This brat was perpetually contemplating defection from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Given the slightest provocation, he would dare to rebel. Wei Wuyong's enthusiasm was enough to lift Lin Chuan's spirits. Should cold condensing frost, in her capacity as sect leader, remain inactive, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly seek various excuses to escape. The Grand Elder's fervor indicated that the primordial heavenly demon technique was indeed formidable. Should he take the opportunity to curry favor with the old hag? Perhaps he could feign a need for practical experience as a pretext to slip away. With everyone caught up in the excitement, the old hag would likely acquiesce. Lin Chuan was indeed soaring high, even contemplating overstepping his bounds. This was insurrection. At that moment, cold condensing frost, who could hear Lin Chuan's thoughts, clenched her fist in silence. Were it not for her regard for his exceptional talent and the past favors he had shown her, this punch might have led to Lin Chuan's demise. Fortunately, she managed to restrain her impulsiveness. With a stoic expression, she turned to Lin Chuan and spoke softly. The Holy Sun has cultivated the primordial heavenly demon technique to the 9th day, showcasing remarkable talent. However, the duration has been brief and stability is lacking. A period of seclusion is necessary to solidify your cultivation. During this time, the Holy Sun shall remain within the Heavenly Demon Sect and refrain from going anywhere else. Cold condensing frost offered Lin Chuan no opportunity to respond, effectively quashing his thoughts before they could bloom. Lin Chuan stood in stunned silence. The old hag must possess mind-reading abilities. He was greatly astonished, yet regrettably, he had no evidence to support his claim. Your Majesty, the Sovereign. Wei Wuyong nodded solemnly in agreement. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished by the Grand Elder, leaving Lin Chuan dejected and disheartened. Humph. Cold condensation frost observed Lin Chuan's dejected demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her spirits soared. This troublesome lad had been a constant source of discomfort for her. And today she had finally avenged herself upon him. The satisfaction was unparalleled. It turned out that one need not take a life to exact revenge. The torment of the heart was far sweeter. However, as the leader of a sect, she would not allow herself to be overly immersed in such childish sentiments. Having returned from her training journey, Wu Nanming had successfully completed the task assigned by the sect to investigate the Great Marsh Illusion. It is said that within this marsh lies a paradise-like illusion, teeming with extraordinary flora and fauna. Those fortunate enough to enter the Great Marsh often emerge with rare and coveted specimens. Gradually, the legend of this treasure trove spread among the various sections a year prior. Cold condensation frost had dispatched Wu Nanming down the mountain, both for her training and to gather information about the Great Marsh Illusion. Once news was obtained, the Heavenly Demon Sect could seize the opportunity to infiltrate and procure valuable resources for cultivation. Now that Wu Nanming had returned, even if cold condensation frost did not inquire, it was evident that she must possess some intelligence. Nanming, said Leng Ningshuang with a calm demeanor, indicating that Wu Nanming could speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming immediately withdrew her gaze from Lin Chuan and, with a serious expression, addressed the sect leader. Master, I have gathered information regarding the Grand Marsh Illusion. However, I am not the only one aware of its location. It is likely that within a few days, word of the Grand Marsh Illusion will spread throughout the cultivation world. In no more than half a month, numerous sects will dispatch their disciples to enter it. Thus, I implore you to mobilize our disciples immediately and head there. The location of the Grand Marsh Illusion has been exposed. Various sects are already sending their disciples toward the Grand Marsh. Within a fortnight, a fierce contest for the Grand Marsh Illusion is inevitable. This is the news I have brought back after my return to the mountain. The competition for resources has always been a time-honored practice in the cultivation world. Elixirs, spiritual treasures, herbs, and inner cores, these consumables are the targets of every sect's relentless pursuit. If we delay, there may be nothing left for us to claim. Furthermore, it is essential that the disciples sent to the Grand Marsh Illusion possess considerable strength. Otherwise, even if they attempt to seize resources, they will only retrieve the scraps that others have discarded. Master, the Grand Marsh Illusion is renowned for its treasures. With your ascension to the position of Heavenly Emperor, and the Holy Sun's elevation to the rank of Heavenly Saint, our sect has already gained significant renown. This is an opportune moment to demonstrate our might, thereby letting the other sects recognize the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Therefore, I believe that the Holy Sun's past transgressions can be temporarily overlooked, allowing him to accompany Wu Nanming to the Grand Marsh Illusion to redeem himself through merit. Wei Wuying earnestly proposed this strategy. Upon hearing her words, the 8 elders unanimously expressed their support for Wei Wuing's plan. It was only natural that they valued Lin Chuan highly, for his talents were unparalleled among the younger generation. Moreover, having successfully cultivated the divine art of the primordial heavenly demon, he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers. In fact, it was presumptuous to think that another cultivator of Lin Chuan's age would ever emerge. Should he appear in the Grand Marsh Illusion, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc and his reputation would spread far and wide, showcasing the extraordinary genius within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect's young disciples. However, Wei Wuiying did not truly understand Lin Chuan. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was eager to descend from the mountain. Once he did, he would surely concoct a reason to flee, and at that moment, it would be like a dragon diving into the sea, never to return. Master, I too support the elders' arrangement. Since the Holy Sun joined our Heavenly Demon Sect, he has been negligent in his training and inattentive during lessons. Although he possesses remarkable innate talent that is rare in this world, he is significantly lacking in practical experience. This upcoming Grand Marsh Illusion will undoubtedly witness a grand battle. Seizing this opportunity, it would be beneficial for the Holy Sun to undergo further trials. Wu Nanming also added her own commentary, which only aggravated Leng Ningshuang's predicament. However, where there is someone troubled, there is also someone elated. At that moment, Lin Chuan maintained an air of calmness, yet the brilliance in his eyes betrayed his exhilaration. How splendid! Once I descend the mountain, I shall swiftly seek an opportunity to escape. Heavenly Demon Sect, that old hag, and the 9 esteemed elders. Our paths shall not cross again. Lin Chuan's internal musings were so vivid that all his thoughts were clearly perceived by Leng Ningshuang. Just as she had anticipated, the Holy Sun's journey would undoubtedly be a one-way trip. Allowing him to descend the mountain would contradict Leng Ningshuang's original intentions. Nonetheless, Wei Wuiying and Wu Nanming were correct. This Great Marsh Illusion is a coveted ground for various sects vying for resources, as well as a platform to showcase the prowess of the younger generation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the realm of cultivation, it is not unheard of for someone of Lin Chuan's age to be a heavenly saint, though such individuals are exceedingly rare. Moreover, Lin Chuan has mastered the divine art of the primordial heavenly demon technique. Once he enters the Great Marsh Illusion, he will undoubtedly wreak havoc, instilling fear throughout the cultivation world. If all goes as planned, the Heavenly Demon Sect's reputation will soar, and no one will dare to challenge them. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that due to the enmity between the Xian Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, coupled with the death of Hong Tianhe, they would inevitably incite the ire of the righteous sections. In the future clash between good and evil, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be at the forefront. One day, the Holy Maiden Peak may become a hell on earth. This is the very reason Lin Chuan is determined to betray the sect. Initially, Leng Ningshuang scoffed at this notion, but upon reflection, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The saying goes, the more powerful, the more vulnerable, and the more prominent one is, the more attention they attract. Leng Ningshuang herself is already quite conspicuous, especially with the death of Hong Tianhe at the Heavenly Demon Sect. The combination of new grievances and old resentments makes it difficult to ensure that the righteous sects will not harbor suspicions, leading them to target the Holy Maiden Peak. However, while it is wise to prevent potential threats, Leng Ningshuang dares not speak of unfounded matters. Should she request assistance from other sects based on a non-existent pretext? True to her nature, she would rather perish than bow her head. Thus, the only path laid before the Heavenly Demon Sect is one of overwhelming strength, intimidating the righteous sects into submission. Yet, this is no feat that a mere heavenly emperor can achieve, unless Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes slowly turned toward Lin Chuan. Within her cold gaze lay her cunning intentions. As the sect leader, every decision must be made with the sect's greater good in mind. If, in the future, the Heavenly Demon Sect were to face peril, there would only be one person capable of safeguarding the sect, and that person could only be Lin Chuan. But it must be the future Lin Chuan, the one who would achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor. Cold condensation Frost understood that individuals of Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent could not be confined by ordinary means. Rather than imprisoning him with various excuses, it would be wiser to release him from the mountain. In doing so, there would be a chance for him to achieve the title of Celestial Emperor. However, once Lin Chuan departed from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would undoubtedly devise ways to escape. Relying on Wu Nanming would be insufficient to deter him. Looking across the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, only one person possessed the capability to restrain Lin Chuan, and that person was none other than Cold Condensation Frost herself. Very well. After 5 years of entering the sect, the Holy Sun has become a celestial sage. It is indeed time to descend the mountain and undergo some trials. This journey to the Great Marsh Illusion has been arranged by the Grand Elder, who selected the candidates for this experience. The only expectation from the sect leader is that you must showcase the majesty of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Time is of the essence. Make haste to depart. After giving her instructions, Leng Ningshuang dismissed the group. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a fleeting expression of excitement on Lin Chuan's face. Though it was but a momentary glimpse, it did not escape her keen observation. As the others departed, however, Leng Ningshuang retained Wei Wuyang. Sect leader, is there anything further you wish to convey? Wei Wuyang inquired respectfully. Leng Ningshuang's demeanor remained as composed as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. At merely 25 years of age, she had already matured into a remarkably capable sect leader. Great Elder, the sect leader remarked. Recently, the sect had been quite tranquil, prompting the sect leader to contemplate a distant journey. Certain matters necessitated her attention, and she requested the Great Elder, along with the 8 other elders, to oversee the sect in her absence. Going on a distant journey? Could it be to settle the grievances with the Xinjian sect? Wei Wuyang furrowed her brow. She did not oppose Leng Ningshuang's intentions towards the Xinjian sect. Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had already plunged the Tianma sect into an irreconcilable conflict with the Xinjian sect. If left unaddressed, it could lead to further complications. However, with Leng Ningshuang's capabilities, the annihilation of the Xinjian sect seemed well within her grasp. Wei Wuyang merely worried whether such extreme actions were truly wise. Please proceed, sect leader. The entirety of the Tianma sect stands united behind you. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall share in your honor and disgrace. Wei Wuyang's bold declaration illustrated her unwavering loyalty to Leng Ningshuang. Even though she was uncertain of the consequences of obliterating the Xinjian sect, she resolutely supported Leng Ningshuang's decision. Thank you, Great Elder. Leng Ningshuang replied with an impassive expression. Her face betrayed no emotion, nor did her heart stir. It was not that she lacked compassion, rather. She believed that Wei Wuyang's unconditional support as her sect leader was to be expected. The Xinjian sect must be eradicated. Yet her purpose in descending the mountain extended beyond that singular goal. More critical than annihilating the Xinjian sect was the surveillance of Lin Chuan, a rising star with the foundation of a titled emperor who constantly contemplated escape. Leng Ningshuang knew she must exercise utmost caution. Unfortunately, she could not speak of the matter concerning her disciples tailing him. Such a revelation would be embarrassing. Even if she divulged her ability to perceive Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts to Wei Wuyang, it was unlikely that she would be believed. In the realm of cultivation, a technique that allowed for such insight was virtually unheard of. It would be absurd for anyone to trust her. Rather than waste breath on explanations, it would be wiser to take matters into her own hands. Once Lin Chuan was stabilized, she would swiftly eliminate the Xinjian sect. Proceed, said the cold and frosty figure, gesturing gently for the Grand Elder to withdraw. She then vanished from the main hall, leaving behind an enveloping silence. Half a day later, atop the Holy Maiden Peak, 10 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including Wu Nanming and Lin Chuan, stood in a precise formation. The 9 Grand Elders had just concluded their admonitions and assigned the trial task within the Great Marsh Illusion. Apart from Wu Nanming and Lin Chuan, the remaining 8 disciples were filled with exuberance. They were aware that the Great Marsh was not exclusively a domain of the Heavenly Demon Sect. From the news brought back by Nanming, it was evident that at least 100 sects were converging on the Great Marsh, with participants numbering in the thousands. All exceptional youths of their respective lineages. However, the 10 of them were no less formidable. The sect master had decreed that, under any circumstances, they must establish the reputation of their sect and bring no shame to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wei Wuyang's impassioned rhetoric only served to heighten the enthusiasm among the disciples. Although the 8 disciples were the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, in the grand tapestry of the cultivation world, they could only be considered moderately above average. Yet, they felt no trepidation. With a transcendent like Wu Nanming and a celestial being like Lin Chuan leading them, what was there to fear? Rest assured, Grand Elder. With our senior sister and the Holy Sun at the helm, We could easily face 100 sects, even 1,000. Perhaps we won't even need to lift a finger. The disciples from those other sects may well flee in terror upon hearing the Holy Sun's name. At this proclamation, laughter erupted among the group. When it came to confidence, they surpassed Lin Chuan himself. Even Wu Niaming found no grounds to contest this assertion. It was undeniable, celestials were indeed formidable. Cough, cough. Maintain a low profile. Lin Chuan said awkwardly. His fellow disciples held him in such high regard, yet he was wholly preoccupied with the desire to flee. This predicament weighed heavily on his conscience. However, in order to preserve his own life, he felt compelled to depart. To alleviate his moral burden, it would be wise to distance himself somewhat from his fellow disciples. Set forth. With a commanding voice, Wu Niaming led Lin Chuan and the others down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Saint's Peak, a shadow traversed the air, hastening toward the valley below. The direction of this figure aligned with that of Lin Chuan and his companions. However, this presence was utterly silent, making it exceedingly difficult to detect, even in broad daylight. In the depths of the night, within the forest, 10 individuals gathered around a flickering campfire. After half a day's journey, they were nearing the vast marshlands. The travel methods of cultivators differ entirely from those of mortals. They can soar through the skies at remarkable speeds, covering vast distances in mere moments. For a being of Lin Chuan's caliber, a journey of 10,000 miles in a single day would be well within reach. Yet, out of consideration for the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect, Wu Niaming was compelled to temper her pace. Otherwise, they would have already entered the marshlands by the time night fell. The crackling of the firewood infused the desolate night with a semblance of vitality. A group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect had scarcely settled when Lin Chuan rose and ambled towards a grand tree. Before the eyes of his peers, he took his seat beneath the tree and promptly fell into a deep slumber. My goodness! The Saint's son is not a paragon of divinity, but rather a deity of slumber. I have heard tales that the Saint's son can doze off at any moment, regardless of the setting. Such an ability, if possessed by us, would be deemed laziness, yet for the Saint's son, it is merely a manifestation of his unrestrained nature, an unattainable quality for most. It is indeed astonishing. He has never been seen cultivating yet achieved the realm of the celestial saint within a mere 5 years, as if the heavens themselves were offering him sustenance. The 8 disciples were filled with envy, though that sentiment only went so far. The realms of celestial sect, celestial venerable, and celestial saint, despite being separated by only 2 stages, represent a chasm that countless cultivators may spend their entire lives attempting to bridge. The harsh truth is undeniably disheartening. While effort is certainly vital, innate talent holds even greater significance. Even someone like Wu Niaming, who ascended to the celestial venerable realm through sheer determination, possesses remarkable aptitude, albeit slightly inferior to Lin Chuan's. Yet, when compared to the average cultivator, she is already a prodigy among thousands. Alas, the Saint's son remains somewhat of an outlier. Despite his striking good looks, he has yet to find a romantic companion. What a pity, a male disciple lamented, his voice tinged with disappointment. Indeed, many of the male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had fantasized about possessing the striking features of Lin Chuan. Otherwise, how could they still be single? Furthermore, the sect never prohibited romantic relationships among disciples, making their single status even more embarrassing. What nonsense they spoke. As cultivators, we ought to embrace unity and dispel distracting thoughts. Engaging in dual cultivation would only hinder our progress. It is no wonder you remain mere disciples of the Heavenly Sect. It seems the lectures have not been sufficiently rigorous. Wu Niaming suddenly rebuked, her tone sharp. As the senior sister, she was not always accommodating, especially regarding cultivation, where she was even stricter than Wei Wuyang. Clearly, the casual chatter of the 8 disciples had crossed her threshold. This was understandable, as she had always aimed to surpass Lin Chuan. In contrast, these Heavenly Sect disciples envied Lin Chuan's appearance, even fantasizing about transforming into him to escape their singlehood. Absurd. As they approached the Great Marsh, disciples from various sects would soon converge, leading to an inevitable clash. With the current calm, it was best to rest early. Wu Niaming, irked, chastised them and sent them on their way. Her admonition silenced any further idle talk, and they obediently withdrew to rest. Meanwhile, under a large tree, Lin Chuan was restless. After descending the mountain for half a day, he had been seeking an opportunity to leave, and at last, the moment had arrived. To depart? Now is the time. Lin Chuan suddenly rose, gazing into the night, taking steps towards hope. Holy Sun, where do you intend to go? A cold voice pierced the darkness. reaching Lin Chuan's ears like a shard of ice thrust into his chest on a winter's night. He shuddered, momentarily paralyzed. His foot, poised a step forward, froze in midair. The rustling of leaves, stirred by the night wind, filled his ears. The cool breeze of the night was not only damp but also carried an air of foreboding. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees, startling Lin Chuan into retracting his foot. It was over. The old hag had discovered him. No, wait, why was he panicking? He hadn't made any overt moves. Even if the old hag arrived, there was no need to fret. At worst, he could simply claim he was in the woods to relieve himself. What could she possibly do? Lin Chuan quickly regained his composure, his mind racing as he concocted various scenarios, patiently awaiting the appearance of cold condensation frost. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, there was still no sign of her. Doubt began to creep in, making him question whether he had merely imagined the voice he had distinctly heard, one strikingly similar to hers. Furthermore, he had indeed witnessed a figure moving through the trees, and with his keen eyesight, he could not have been mistaken. Disciple Lin Chuan humbly welcomes the sect master. If the sect master is present, I kindly request your appearance. Lin Chuan boldly called out. Should he find that he had merely misheard or imagined the encounter, he could depart with confidence after this test. Conversely, if cold condensation frost were to manifest, he could easily fabricate an excuse to deflect the situation, allowing for a peaceful resolution. Of course, there lingered a third possibility, the old witch might possess the ability to read minds. If she were aware of his desire to defect from the sect, it would be entirely reasonable for her to follow him. Yet, given her nature, had she truly known of his intentions, she would not have allowed him to live this long. Unless, perhaps, the old witch had developed an interest in him? Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in contemplation, as a sense of resentment began to bubble within him. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the stillness of the forest, snapping him back to alertness. Is that you, sect master? He inquired tentatively once more. No sooner had the words left his lips than a rabbit sprang forth from the underbrush, glancing at Lin Chuan before darting away like the wind. It was merely a rabbit. What a pity, Lin Chuan mused. Although the old hag possessed a rather fierce temperament, her appearance was not without merit. If she were to become my girlfriend, I could reluctantly acquiesce. Lin Chuan's thoughts wandered. It was not mere narcissism, considering his own appearance. He was quite popular among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Finding a girlfriend was hardly a challenge, let alone amassing a harem of 3,000 beauties. Furthermore, his past intimate moments shared with cold condensation frost led him to realize that she was not entirely unattainable. However, dealing with a woman of such a difficult disposition was perilous indeed. One would need to summon the courage of desperation, risking life itself. Regrettably, Lin Chuan valued his life above all else. Rather than pursuing romance, he would prefer to live a few more years. Click. With a thunderous roar, a sudden cacophony echoed from afar, reminiscent of a colossal tree crashing to the ground. The sound was so profound that it reverberated throughout a 100-mile radius, startling all within its reach. What is the matter? Wunamen's voice rang out sharply. Following closely behind, she led 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect towards the scene. The 10 of them swiftly assembled, their expressions grave as they gazed into the dark woods. Holy Sun, do you know what has transpired? Wu Nanming cast a wary glance at Lin Chuan. Upon their arrival, he was the sole figure present, making it imperative to question him. Yet, Lin Chuan appeared utterly bewildered. Or perhaps, frightened. The earlier noise was undeniably no coincidence. Though he had not ventured forth to investigate, he could ascertain that the fallen tree was the result of human intervention. After all, a single tree could easily be shattered even by a celestial master. However, the mere thought that Leng Ningshuang was nearby unsettled him. Could it be that the old witch had truly arrived? She must have overheard my words and was thus enraged. This is it. I am doomed. Should I simply flee? Otherwise, I would surely meet my demise at her hands. Lin Chuan's mind was in turmoil. Leng Ningshuang was notorious for her ferocity. The last person who dared to provoke her now lay in the graveyard of the Xianjian sect, likely reduced to nothingness. He had no desire to follow in that person's footsteps. Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. If the figure lurking in the shadows was indeed Leng Ningshuang, why had she not revealed herself? Was she perhaps monitoring him to prevent his escape? The more he pondered, the more terrifying it became. He had never disclosed his plans to defect from the sect to anyone. How could Leng Ningshuang be aware of them? Unless she possessed the ability to read minds, or perhaps this cold and ruthless woman had an extraordinary level of keen observation. This was more impressive than Conan. Master Sister, I recently sensed an extraordinary surge of internal energy nearby. This individual surpasses me in strength. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he remains concealed. This, however, has afforded us a chance to depart. I propose we hasten our exit. We must not provoke this person unless absolutely necessary. Lin Chuan fabricated a casual tale, but intriguingly, half of it bore truth. The individual he referred to is indeed more formidable than he. However, that person is merely Leng Ningshuang. Even if targeted, she would only direct her focus towards him, leaving Wu Nanming and the others unharmed. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's words instilled considerable fear among the group. Could there truly be someone more powerful than him? Perhaps even an emperor of heaven? Is it possible that a being of such caliber exists in this vicinity? Is it true? Wu Nanming asked cautiously, her brow furrowed in concern. Lin Chuan nodded, adopting a demeanor of perpetual vigilance. This only heightened the anxiety among the crowd. Senior sister, the saint's intuition is infallible. We should make our swift retreat. The disciples quickly echoed Lin Chuan's sentiment. Among their peers, they undoubtedly placed their trust in Lin Chuan, especially given his formidable cultivation. How could he possibly be mistaken? Very well. Following the words of the Holy Sun, they departed from this place, hastening through the night towards the vast marshlands. Without a trace of doubt regarding his intentions, Wu Nanming promptly gathered her disciples to pack their belongings and swiftly set off. At the very moment Lin Chuan and his companions took their leave, a figure clad in a flowing black gown silently emerged from the woods. The woman's exquisite visage bore a complex expression, her captivating eyes fixated on the retreating, yet faintly discernible silhouettes. How infuriating, you wretched boy! Is the leader of your sect truly so fearsome in your eyes? Am I merely perceived as fierce and difficult? Is this truly how you regard me? Yet, even so, does that mean I cannot be your girlfriend? Humph. The esteemed holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect exhibits such timidity. Perhaps, as the leader of the sect, I ought to provide him with a subtle hint. No, I am the sovereign of a sect. I cannot act in such a manner. Leng Ningshuang muttered to herself, her expression one of inner turmoil. Oh dear. What am I even saying? This rascal was just on the brink of betraying the sect. That is the crux of the matter. For many days, all sects have been fervently seeking the great marsh illusion. This unclaimed treasure trove has naturally drawn an influx of cultivators. Whether they are disciples of sects or lone wanderers, they have all flocked here. The back and forth of Wu Nanming to the Heavenly Demon Sect has already rendered the great marsh teeming with people. However, the precise location of the illusion remains shrouded in mystery. Within the ocean of forests, numerous ferocious beasts roam. Venturing in alone inevitably invites peril. Thus, most who seek the great marsh illusion travel in groups, either as sect disciples or as lone cultivators banding together. When the 10 members of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrived at the Great Marsh, the location of the illusion was still an enigma. The marshland stretched for thousands of miles. And even with tens of thousands searching, it would take considerable time. Nonetheless, it should not exceed half a month. Moreover, word of the illusion's emergence has already spread. It is likely that soon, tens of thousands will converge here. Wu Nanming gazed at the bustling figures, calmly elucidating the situation. She was among the first to genuinely explore the Great Marsh illusion. Unfortunately, the other sects were not lagging behind the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even while searching the forest, she had already crossed paths with disciples from other sections. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and the Heavenly Demon Sect had no reinforcements. Consequently, Wu Nanming had no choice but to temporarily withdraw. In truth, her intention for this expedition to the Great Marsh illusion was to send more disciples to compete for resources. Yet, Leng Ningshuang had dispatched Lin Chuan along with 8 other disciples from the Heavenly Sect. It seemed the purpose of the expedition was less about resource competition and more about leveraging Lin Chuan's prowess to instill fear in the other sects while simultaneously allowing the 8 disciples to gain experience. Indeed, Lin Chuan, at such a young age, had already attained the status of Heavenly Saint. In the entire realm of cultivation, his talent was undeniably remarkable. However, as the old saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. With Lin Chuan's exceptional abilities, does Leng Ningshuang not fear that such a prodigy might meet an untimely end? Throughout the journey, Wu Nanming remained deeply troubled by recent events, particularly the occurrences of the previous night. The formidable figure concealed in the shadows was one that even Lin Chuan regarded with trepidation. Moreover, with the death of Hong Tianhe, Lin Chuan had already gained considerable notoriety. It was entirely possible that someone had set their sights on him. Though formidable empyrean beings are indeed rare in this world, they are not entirely absent. In addition to Leng Ningshuang of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there are Elder Faming of the Fanning Temple, the esteemed Jinshan Jinren of the Qingyang Sect, the Blade Emperor of the Blood Slaughter Sect, and the Elder Baiku of the 100 Ghosts Sect. Each of these individuals is a powerful Empyrean. On that fateful day, with so many Empyrean beings present, they bore witness to Lin Chuan slaying Hong Tianhe. It is conceivable that they have already harbored murderous intentions towards him. The Great Day's illusion presents itself as the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, as well as to curb the development of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Such a chance could not be squandered lightly. Reflecting on this, Wu Nanming felt the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier. Although Lin Chuan's cultivation surpassed her own, she held the esteemed title of senior sister. Furthermore, the sect leader had entrusted her with leading the expedition into the Day's illusion, clearly placing the safety of the disciples in her hands. Should any misfortune befall them, how could she possibly explain it to the sect leader and the sect itself? Ladies and gentlemen, it is inevitable that our journey into the Day's illusion will culminate in a chaotic melee. However, the magnitude of this turmoil remains unpredictable. My only hope is that we, the 10 of us, can depart together, especially you, Lin Chuan. As the Holy Son and a talent held in high regard by the sect leader, you must not encounter any mishap. Do you understand? Wu Nanming's gaze was intense as she fixed it upon Lin Chuan, fearful of losing sight of him. In truth, if not for the events of the previous night, Lin Chuan would have already slipped away. Even now, he suspected that Leng Ningshuang was trailing him, watching his every move. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed? Senior sister, forgive my frankness. The Day's illusion is rife with dangers, teeming with both fish and dragons. One could easily lose their life at any moment. Rather than risk it, it would be wiser to return home. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of resources for cultivation. Moreover, the competition for resources is rather uncouth. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is not lacking in funds. Why not simply purchase what we need? Even in thievery, there exists a code. The demonic sect should adhere to principles of legitimacy, Lin Chuan declared with righteous fervor. Originally, he had consented to descend the mountain at Leng Ningshuang's behest. But his intention was not to partake in any trivial competition for resources within the illusion. Rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to defect from the sect. However, to his dismay, his plans were thwarted before they could even begin. Consequently, he was reluctantly compelled to follow Wu Nanming into the Days. But who decreed that entering the Days necessitated participation in the ensuing conflict? With blades and swords mercilessly wielded, what if you were to be fatally struck? Even if one is not fatally wounded, a mere scratch can still cause considerable pain for a prolonged period. Moreover, while others may lack cultivation resources, he himself is not in short supply. With a little indulgence, the system generously bestows upon him a plethora of treasures, more than one could ever utilize. Yet, the resources acquired through strenuous effort must be duly surrendered to the sect. What a futile endeavor this is. Therefore, Lin Chuan contemplated whether he could persuade Wu Nanming to refrain from entering the Great Marsh illusion and instead enjoy the beauty of the flowers and moon at the periphery. Would it not be splendid to frolic for a few days and then return home? The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect gazed incredulously at Lin Chuan, their expression shifting the atmosphere into something peculiar. He feared they might suddenly assault him, yet in the next moment, they were overcome with emotion. Is our esteemed saint truly concerned for us? They thought. Tears flowed as they realized the saint's care for them. It was an overwhelming joy. Upon returning, I shall boast to my sisters, and they shall undoubtedly be envious. The 4 female disciples transformed into infatuated admirers, weeping profusely. Even the 4 male disciples wore expressions of self-satisfaction, leading one to question their peculiar inclinations. Observing this, Lin Chuan could only cover his forehead, murmuring to himself, "What a miscalculation, a grievous miscalculation. Having too much charm is not always a blessing." Headache. Wu Nanming gazed at her rather peculiar fellow disciples, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? During her absence from the sect, had Lin Chuan's popularity among the disciples soared to such outrageous heights? No, something was amiss. The words Lin Chuan had just uttered were rather unsettling. This scoundrel had actually wavered. How could he, a formidable heavenly saint, display such timidity, even more so than her? Indolent and faint-hearted, despite his handsome visage, his character was utterly lacking. She simply could not fathom why such a slothful and cowardly individual garnered the favor of the heavens. Oh, heavens! Have you truly lost your sight? In a fit of exasperation, Wu Nanming promptly cast aside the notion of caution. Regardless of whether it was a chaotic battle or a desperate struggle, retreat was out of the question. If Lin Chuan was unwilling to engage in combat, she would deliberately plunge into the fray. She was determined to unveil just how much substance lay beneath the facade of this so-called heavenly saint. Time waits for no one. Everyone, swiftly follow me into the vast expanse to seize the resources. Should anyone dare to hesitate, upon our return to the sect, I shall certainly report to the sect master and ensure their expulsion from the order. In the great expanse, Wu Nanming led Lin Chuan and 9 fellow disciples deep into the wilderness. Along the way, the disciples were filled with fervor for battle, eagerly anticipating the arrival of challengers. Eager to test their skills, only Lin Chuan trailed along lazily, occasionally betraying a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth, as if his mind were adrift. Expelled from the sect, haha. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself foolishly. Yet, no one knew that he was secretly delighted at the prospect of an opportunity to escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Fortunately, Wu Nanming remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she might have fainted on the spot. Senior sister, what is wrong with the Holy Son? Has he been rattled? The disciples, puzzled, could only turn to Wu Nanming for clarification. Humph. Wu Nanming's response was succinct and clear. These disciples were nothing but ardent admirers of Lin Chuan, oblivious to the fact that he merely sought to evade exertion. However, she would never grant Lin Chuan the opportunity to indulge in idleness. A revelation struck her. There he was. Wu Nanming's piercing gaze immediately fixed upon a group. In the vast expanse of the great marsh, countless cultivators traversed its depths. Many bore grudges against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet the target of Wu Nanming's attention was not one of them. That individual was her adversary, the Bloodslaughter sect. Though the Bloodslaughter sect also belonged to the demonic faction, their relations were far from amicable. Especially when confronted with competing interests, treachery was all too common. During her previous venture into the Great Marsh, some of her assailants had been disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, and among them, one stood out. Currently assuming the role of captain, leading his fellow disciples in the search for the entrance to the illusory realm of the Great Marsh. Li Tangfeng, one of the direct disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect's leader, the Blade Emperor, who had achieved the status of celestial sovereign 3 years ago, gaining renown across the 100 sections. To everyone's astonishment, it was he who led the Bloodslaughter sect into the enigmatic Great Marsh this time. A voice filled with apprehension echoed behind Wu Nanming. Li Tangfeng's notorious reputation preceded him, and the Bloodslaughter sect was already infamous. It was no wonder they felt concerned. At that moment, Li Tangfeng seemed to sense the gazes of the crowd and turned to look over. In an instant, his eyes locked with Wu Nanming's, their glances colliding in the air, sparking what seemed like a shower of sparks. Senior sister, they are coming. A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect whispered urgently. As the words fell, Li Tangfeng decisively led his disciples forward with determined strides. There were nearly 30 followers, all of whom were at least at the celestial level. In terms of numbers, they held a clear advantage, and their cultivation levels were on par. Should a conflict arise, it was evident that the Heavenly Demon Sect would be at a disadvantage. However, Wu Nanming and her fellow disciples remained unperturbed. The disciples dispatched by the Bloodslaughter sect were right before them. And even a formidable celestial sovereign, like Li Tangfeng, had made his presence known. This indicated that there could be no unforeseen variables from the Bloodslaughter sect's side. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon Sect had Lin Chuan on their side. This was the foundation of their confidence. Ah, exclaimed Nanming, the junior sister, after parting a few days ago. I am delighted to encounter you once more today. I have yet to explain the misunderstanding from our last encounter. If you do not mind, shall we, as disciples of the Demon Sect, embark together on a quest to explore the Great Marsh illusion? It would grant me the opportunity to clarify our misunderstanding, would it not? Li Tangfeng grinned widely. He was of robust stature, broad-shouldered and stout, standing there like an imposing rock formation. In contrast, while Wu Nanming could not be described as petite, she possessed a certain delicateness that diminished her presence when compared to Li Tangfeng. Despite both being esteemed as celestial lords, Li Tangfeng had achieved a breakthrough 3 years prior, creating a 2-year gap in their respective cultivations. This disparity in strength was evident, placing Wu Nanming at a distinct disadvantage. It was precisely for this reason that Li Tangfeng exuded such audacity. Misunderstanding? The words of senior brotherly implied that asking me to be your wife was also a misunderstanding. Wu Nanming's expression darkened, her tone frigid. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces tinged with indignation. Even Lin Chuan, who was not far away, was drawn into the spectacle, craning his neck as if to eavesdrop on the gossip. To pursue such a woman as senior brothers, this fellow certainly had audacity. Lin Chuan exclaimed in wonder. In his eyes, Wu Niaming was even more formidable than Leng Ningshuang. 5 years ago, before he ascended to the rank of Holy Son, it was Wu Niaming, as the master sister, who urged the disciples to hone their skills. Naturally, he was among them. Back then, he could hardly afford to indulge in laziness or slumber. Each day, he was dragged from his warm bed by Wu Niaming. She would invariably repeat, "It's already noon. Do you dare linger in bed?" Of course. Lin Chuan's perception of Wu Niaming's fierceness was not limited to this. There were instances of being rapped on the head for dozing off in class, and being yanked back by the ear for trying to skip training. He endured 3 long years of her strict tutelage, and though he finally managed to escape her grasp, the impression she left on him was that of a formidable taskmaster. Even with her popularity among male disciples and her undeniable beauty, Lin Chuan would never entertain the thought of pursuing Wu Niaming. Haha, Sister Nanming is truly candid. Indeed. This is not a misunderstanding, but a heartfelt declaration from me, Li. If Sister agrees, I would not care for any trivial illusions of the day's realm. Let us return to the Blood Fiend sect and wed at once. Li Tangfeng spoke incessantly, his face alight with excitement, as though Nanming had already consented to his proposal. Bah, how could our esteemed senior sister possibly be interested in someone like you? You self-deluded fool. Be gone at once. The 4 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect rebuked indignantly. What a farce. The senior sister is not only beautiful but also gentle and kind to her disciples. Such a paragon of perfection, even her own disciples dare not harbor extravagant thoughts. What is Li Tangfeng after all? Even if Wu Niaming were to consider marriage, she would at least seek a match with someone of Lin Chuan's caliber. A true dragon among men, rather than a mere oaf. Excuse me, when did it become your turn to speak? Begone. With a sharp reprimand from Li Tangfeng, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect behind him surged forth in a disciplined manner, intent on confronting the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Are you ready to take action? Who is afraid of whom? Do not presume that your numbers intimidate us. With the Holy Son on our side, you are nothing but refuse. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect immediately assumed a battle stance. Faced with nearly 4 times their number, they exhibited not a hint of fear. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. They would once again witness Lin Chuan's prowess, allowing the cultivators of the Great Marsh to behold the Holy Son's magnificent presence. Son of the Holy One, Lin Chuan. He is the one who recently vanquished the leader of the Xinjian sect, a celestial saint. The disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect were thrown into disarray. Li Tangfeng's expression immediately fell. He seemed taken aback that Lin Chuan had actually arrived at the Great Marsh. That individual is a celestial saint, a formidable being second only to the celestial emperor. As a member of the younger generation, he is a terrifying adversary far exceeding the heavenly sovereigns. If the rumors hold any truth, then he and the multitude of cultivators who entered the Great Marsh are indeed insignificant. Indeed, the Holy Son of the Demon Sect has personally graced us with his presence. Li Tangfeng was eager to behold the countenance of the saint. Might he request the Holy Son to reveal himself? Unwilling to relent, he thought to himself, with beauty so near at hand, if he faltered now, where would he place his face? Moreover, rumors can be both true and false. Without witnessing it firsthand, how could he find peace of mind? Wishing to see the Holy Son, is he? He's right over there. As the words fell, the crowd followed the direction of the man's finger. There, behind the disciples of the demon sect, a young man was squatting on the ground, yawning. Upon sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, he paused in bewilderment. That's me, I agree. Lin Chuan was completely out of sync with Li Tangfeng and the others. He mistakenly believed that everyone was seeking his opinion. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a deep-seated grudge between Wu Niaming and Li Tangfeng. The prospect of them becoming a couple was far-fetched. Even a direct confrontation would be mild in comparison. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's aimless remarks managed to ease the previously tense atmosphere. Li Tangfeng had anticipated that the son of the Heavenly Demon Sect would stand up for Wu Niaming. Moreover, as a powerful figure of the Heavenly Saint, he ought to exhibit a certain demeanor of superiority. However, upon a closer glance, he realized that apart from his handsome appearance, this lad was merely an inexperienced novice in the realm of martial arts. The Holy Son is delightful. If that esteemed individual could marry your esteemed elder sister, then the Holy Son would indeed become my brother-in-law. We would be one family. Li would certainly present a grand gift to the Holy Son. Li Tangfeng beamed with joy. His only concern was the potential interference from Lin Chuan. Against the celestial sovereign, he had no chance whatsoever. Who would have thought that this holy sun would be so unexpectedly remarkable? Today, it seems that the heavens have truly opened their eyes. Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly, nodding his head. Yet suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Wu Nanming. What is happening? Lin Chuan was taken aback. Why would Wu Nanming harbor such lethal intentions towards him out of the blue? Could it be that he had misspoken? Lin Chuan, I shall eliminate you. Wu Nanming suddenly erupted in fury. Her delicate countenance was suffused with rage, turning a deep crimson. Her exquisite eyes radiated a chilling glare, brimming with boundless murderous intent directed at Lin Chuan. It was as if he bore a profound enmity against her. As Wu Nanming appeared on the verge of losing control, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect grew anxious. Eldest sister, please remain calm. Holy Son, do you not comprehend? The eldest sister has a grudge against the one surnamed Li. He has been tormenting her. The disciples hurriedly elucidated. It was evident that Lin Chuan was an outsider in this matter. His state of oblivion had persisted for quite some time. When others spoke, he often drifted into distraction. Even on such a significant day as the sect master's emergence from seclusion, he dared to be disengaged. What else could he possibly do? Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not perceived Li Tongfeng's provocations. Huh? Lin Chuan blinked, still looking bewildered. Indeed. His thoughts were still entrenched in the moment when Li Tongfeng confessed his feelings to Wu Nanming. He had entirely missed the ensuing conversation. It turns out the misunderstanding lay here. No wonder Wu Nanming wore such a fierce expression, as if she wished him harm. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. If the senior sister was unwilling to engage with Li Tongfeng, then she should simply reject him. And as for Li Tongfeng, what was he thinking? My esteemed senior sister has no affection for you. Why persist in your shameless pursuit? Let me offer you a piece of advice. The path of a sycophant leads to ruin, especially since my senior sister is quite the tempestuous woman. It would be wise to keep your distance and mitigate your losses. Lin Chuan spoke earnestly. He was merely trying to offer a kind-hearted warning to Li Tongfeng. The sooner one distances themselves from a woman as formidable as Wu Nanming, the better. Moreover, the enmity between Wu Nanming and Li Tongfeng had nothing to do with him. He was simply making a passing remark, and whether or not Li Tongfeng heeded it was entirely up to him, as long as it did not interfere with his rest. That was all he cared about. What's this? Li Tongfeng was filled with confusion. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already made their intentions clear. He had expected Lin Chuan to stand up for his fellow disciples, which made him quite anxious. However, Lin Chuan seemed utterly oblivious, even attempting to dissuade him. How peculiar. Was this lad truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? If he were indeed a formidable heavenly saint, we would stand no chance against him should he choose to strike. This young man did not appear to be a simpleton, but rather someone adept at buying time. Could it be that he was merely a paper tiger, and that Hong Tianhe's demise was orchestrated by Leng Ningshuang? Should we test him? The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect began to murmur quietly. Lin Chuan's demeanor was exceedingly strange, lacking any semblance of a masterful presence. Even if he were naturally amiable, he should not be considering the enemy's perspective. He scarcely resembled a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Given Lin Chuan's numerous odd behaviors, it was no wonder the Blood Fiend sect's disciples harbored suspicions. They had a point. The news of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect's battle with Hong Tianhe had only circulated within the martial world. Moreover, the sect leader had been present that day, yet upon returning to the mountain, he had never mentioned the incident again. At that time, I found it peculiar. Perhaps the claim of the Holy Son achieving Heavenly Saint status was merely a fabrication of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nonetheless, one must not be careless. We should not jeopardize the camaraderie between the two sections. A mere cautious probe would suffice. We must not harm him. Li Tongfeng decisively instructed, who said that a brawny figure lacked intellect. Li Tongfeng's thoughts were indeed quite astute. Tap, tap, tap. 3 disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect stepped out from the crowd. Each of these individuals had been personally selected by the Blade Emperor, accompanying Li Tongfeng to explore the mystical marsh. Their cultivation was at the heavenly sect level, placing them firmly among the backbone of the cultivation world. However, in comparison to the heavenly saints, they still fell short. Although the 3 disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect were self-assured, they were not arrogant. Whether Lin Chuan was merely a paper tiger was beyond their certainty. Yet, should their suspicions prove correct, it would mean they had seized a significant advantage over the Heavenly Demon Sect. If they were to leverage this to coerce Wu Nanming, then Li Tongfeng's ambition to win her favor might very well come to fruition. A little further manipulation could even suppress the Heavenly Demon Sect, marking a tremendous achievement for the Blood Slaughter sect. With this thought, The excitement of the three disciples surged, and their steps became noticeably lighter. They glided past Wu Nanming, drawing the keen gaze of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples. Why had these blood-slaughter sect disciples approached Lin Chuan? Could it be that they were indeed fulfilling Li Tongfeng's promise to deliver gifts? However, Wu Nanming did not share this belief. If Li Tangfeng truly intended to present gifts to Lin Chuan, he would have done so personally rather than sending unrelated individuals. Moreover, despite their light-footedness, the sharpness in their eyes betrayed an underlying battle intent. This did not resemble the demeanor of gift-bearers. It was more akin to preparations for an impending confrontation. Humph. A faint smirk graced Wu Nanming's lips as she let out a cold snort. The anger that had once consumed her suddenly dissipated. Li Tangfeng had the audacity to doubt Lin Chuan's prowess, thus dispatching his disciples to probe him. Was he courting death? Lin Chuan was inherently a languid individual, so disinterested that even with a blade poised at his throat, he could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes. He had once confided in her his guiding principle, to chatter rather than engage in conflict. It could be said that Lin Chuan had reached an extraordinary level of indolence. For him to take action, it would require an imminent catastrophe, one that threatened his very existence. When compelled to act, he would undoubtedly seek to conserve his strength and resolve matters swiftly. The most efficacious means of eliminating an adversary, after all, was to extinguish their life. Lin Chuan, are you not reluctant to offend Li Tangfeng? I shall provide you with a reason to do so. Wu Nanming has misunderstood. Lin Chuan is not simply hesitant to confront Li Tangfeng. He is, in fact, timid. Indeed, Lin Chuan embodies timidity. In his 2 lifetimes, he has keenly understood the perils of attracting unwanted attention. He would rather choose the path of a salted fish, quietly cultivating his strength, than engage in enmity that would leave him perpetually under the scrutiny of adversaries. Furthermore, in his previous life, he became acutely aware of the intricate schemes prevalent in the realm of cultivation. In this world, defeating the younger foes only leads to encounters with the older ones, and vanquishing the old brings forth even more formidable adversaries. The cycle of vengeance seems never-ending. If one cannot eradicate the roots of trouble, then it is wiser to avoid conflict altogether, unless one's life is at stake, in which case swift resolution is imperative. Anyone who dares to leak information must be eliminated to prevent future repercussions. Wu Nanming believes she comprehends Lin Chuan, yet she is utterly mistaken. Nonetheless, her attempts to compel Lin Chuan into action have indeed crossed his threshold. For one who has wholly chosen the path of a salted fish, the sole boundary is not laziness, but the will to survive. Thus, those 3 provocative disciples of the Blood Fiend sect are destined for a grim fate. The name of the Holy Sun resonates like thunder. Today, we are fortunate to witness him. The 3 of us feel a surge of competitive spirit. Might the Holy Sun be so gracious as to impart some guidance? The trio of disciples took turns provoking Lin Chuan, attempting to incite him into action. However, their words were rather tactful, sounding merely like a friendly spar. Yet, should the confrontation escalate, controlling the force could prove a daunting challenge. After their remarks, the 3 eagerly fixed their gaze upon Lin Chuan, having lavished him with such flattery. Surely, he cannot refuse them, can he? Bestow your teachings? Your petty grievances concern me not. If your hands are restless, simply rub them against the ground. Resorting to fights is hardly a display of elegance. Instead of wasting energy, you would do better to take a few more steps and swiftly uncover the illusion. Moreover, your esteemed Li Tangfeng is currently confessing his affections to my senior sister. What significance do you 3 foolish individuals hold? In a narrative, you would scarcely survive beyond the first level of incompetence. Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of disdainful remarks, rolling his eyes intermittently, his face a canvas of contempt. After such an outburst, not only the 3 disciples of the Blood Fiend sect stood bewildered, but even Wu Nanming, Li Tangfeng, and a throng of disciples from both the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Blood Fiend sect were left speechless. Particularly, Li Tangfeng found himself disillusioned. He was quite certain that Lin Chuan had shed any semblance of a formidable presence. This fellow, despite being a heavenly sage, ought to at least maintain some semblance of decorum, even if merely for show. His incessant prattling exceeded that of the village matron. Yet, curiously, there was a modicum of truth in his words. Infuriating, indeed. Simultaneously, Wu Nanming seethed with anger. Lin Chuan, this rascal, continued to dwell on Li Tongfeng's confession. Was he genuinely willing to relinquish her to Li Tangfeng? Did he truly believe they were a suitable match? Unforgivable! Lin Chuan, should you persist in your absurdities, I shall tear your mouth asunder. Unable to contain herself any longer, Wu Nanming took it upon herself to diffuse the situation. After reprimanding Lin Chuan, she scarcely afforded him a glance. Turning her ire upon Li Tangfeng, she commanded, Li Tangfeng, if you truly wish to marry me, you must first defeat Lin Chuan. The son of the Heavenly Demon Sect wields authority akin to that of a half-leader. Only upon vanquishing him will you earn the right to claim me. However, my esteemed son never deigns to engage with mediocrity. Your ability to defeat him remains contingent upon your own prowess. Inspired by her provoking words, Li Tangfeng felt a stirring within. He was not oblivious to the fact that, given his status as a heavenly sovereign, he was no match for Lin Chuan. Yet, pride compelled him to uphold appearances. Now that he had spoken such bold claims, retracting them was not an option. Furthermore, he entertained the notion that Lin Chuan's cultivation might indeed be a fade. His demeanor bore little resemblance to that expected of a heavenly sage, further fueling his misplaced optimism. Nevertheless, prudence was paramount. He must not offend Lin Chuan to the point of no return. Hence he would engage under the guise of a friendly spar. Tap, tap, tap. Li Tangfeng strode towards Lin Chuan. He accepted this battle, motivated by pride and the desire to win the heart of a fair maiden. At that moment, Lin Chuan watched as Li Tangfeng approached. A look of helplessness etched across his face. What does this have to do with me? He truly did not wish to play the third wheel. Why must he be coerced into such a role? It is often said that a gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. Perhaps he could feign a few exchanges with Li Tangfeng and then take the opportunity to withdraw. In doing so, the system would reward him, and he could also assist in uniting a couple. A win-win situation. Yes, that shall be the course of action. With this thought, Lin Chuan smiled once more. However, his smile instantly sent Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the blood-slaughter sect into a frenzy. This is bad. The Holy Sun is about to strike. The disciples of the blood-slaughter sect were taken aback, and the three closest to Lin Chuan hastily retreated to preserve their lives. Even Li Tangfeng's steps became rigid, firmly planted on the ground, as he dared not advance any further. Holy Sun, please do not be angered. Li Tangfeng quickly extended his hand to halt Lin Chuan. Yet his words puzzled Lin Chuan. Have I been angry? I am so amicable. How could I lose my temper so easily? Nevertheless, Li Tangfeng was undeterred. Convinced that Lin Chuan was indeed enraged, he hurriedly explained, Li is fully aware that he is no match for the Holy Sun. However, your esteemed senior sister has explicitly commanded me to defeat you. I have no choice but to face this challenge head-on, and I implore the Holy Sun to show mercy. Li Tangfeng clasped his fists in respect, genuinely harboring such thoughts. He did not aspire to truly defeat Lin Chuan. Of course, if Lin Chuan were to prove weak, he would not remain in his current state. He might even eliminate Lin Chuan entirely, tarnishing the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, while simultaneously earning fame across the realm. In that case, Wu Nanming would become his plaything. Please. Lin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. To everyone's astonishment, he readily acquiesced. This left Wu Nanming and a group of disciples from the Tianma sect utterly dumbfounded. Had their holy son truly undergone a transformation? Lin Chuan had suddenly become so enthusiastic. How peculiar. Nevertheless, since he had accepted the challenge, it marked a promising beginning. At this juncture, there was no justifiable reason to intervene. Wu Nanming could only suppress her displeasure and allow Lin Chuan to continue his charade. Such magnanimity from the Holy Sun commands respect. Please. Li Tangfeng exclaimed with delight. Opportunities to prove oneself were scarce, and he could also take the chance to gauge Lin Chuan's strength. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip by. With a swift motion, a blood-red blade was summoned. In that instant, the aura of Li Tangfeng transformed dramatically. He remained the same disciple of the blood-slaughter sect, a direct apprentice of the Blade Emperor. Yet, this mere blood blade amplified his malevolence by more than 100-fold. This blade is a supreme spiritual treasure. Who among us lacks a supreme spiritual treasure? Holy Sun, demonstrate your prowess to this young man and terrify him. Holy Sun, show them what you are capable of. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect clamored with excitement. They were filled with confidence in Lin Chuan. The memory of Lin Chuan's instantaneous obliteration of Hong Tianhe was still vivid. How could a mere heavenly sovereign stand against Lin Chuan? As the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect continued to speculate, Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the Blood-Slaughter sect grew increasingly tense. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan, awaiting the moment he would unveil his treasure. Lin Chuan, possess a sword capable of moving mountains, overturning oceans, subduing demons, vanquishing evil, commanding gods, plucking stars, severing rivers, raising cities, and even creating worlds. This sword is called the Heavenly Sword. I wield a sword known as the Heavenly Sword, Lin Chuan proclaimed, raising his sword with great bravado. These words were undeniably imposing. However, no matter how grand his boasts, they could not conceal the undeniable truth that he had merely 2 fingers to wield. The absence of a spiritual treasure was simply undeniable. What a futile display of bravado! Still boasting about the celestial sword. Do you truly consider yourself a sword deity? Li Tangfeng shot a disdainful glance at Lin Chuan, his irritation palpable. Witnessing such pretentiousness infuriated him. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor, a prodigy known throughout the Bloodslaughter sect. He had never encountered anyone audacious enough to show off in front of him. What was even more exasperating was that Lin Chuan chose to display his bravado in the presence of Wu Niaming. How was he supposed to maintain his dignity in such a situation? Were it not for Lin Chuan being a formidable force among the celestial saints, Li Tangfeng's fist would have long sought to greet Lin Chuan's nose. Such words, Lin Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically at Li Tangfeng. If I don't embellish my story a little, how could I possibly slack off? Those disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have already witnessed my spiritual treasures. If I were to summon those artifacts, how could I maintain my act? Do you think they are fools, unable to discern my feigned lethargy? It's like a dog biting El Dombin. It reveals a lack of good intentions. Lin Chuan felt quite aggrieved. He had merely intended to facilitate a harmonious union while simultaneously taking a break. How could Li Tangfeng be so unappreciative? It truly wounded his feelings. In truth, Lin Chuan was making earnest efforts to foster a relationship between Li Tangfeng and Wu Niaming, not because he deemed Li Tangfeng a virtuous person, but rather because he felt that Wu Niaming did not treat him well and constantly targeted him. A senior sister like that would be better off marrying sooner rather than later. Lin Chuan, I warn you, she said. If you intentionally lose to Li Tangfeng, I shall take my own life. Wu Niaming seemed to perceive Lin Chuan's intentions. This scoundrel had a penchant for shirking responsibility at critical moments. Despite possessing an abundance of exquisite spiritual treasures, he stubbornly refrained from utilizing them. Instead, he merely blew on 2 fingers for an interminable duration. Was he belittling Li Tangfeng? Certainly not. This fellow was merely concocting an excuse, intending to deliberately concede to Li Tangfeng. Wu Niaming was infuriated. Did Lin Chuan truly regard the honor and disgrace of the sect as inconsequential? What on earth was this scoundrel thinking? He was unexpectedly seen through. Lin Chuan gasped. Angrily, he shot a glare at Li Tangfeng. It was all this fellow's fault. Had he not spoken out of turn? Lin Chuan was confident that his acting skills would have sufficed to deceive anyone. What was the point? What was it to him? Li Tangfeng was startled, his face etched with tension. Yet, he soon smiled. Lin Chuan's anger was not an unwelcome turn of events, on the contrary. It provided him the opportunity to engage in a serious contest with Lin Chuan. Should he emerge victorious, it would be splendid. If he were to lose, given Lin Chuan's simple-mindedness, he likely wouldn't delve too deeply into the matter. It was a risk-free gamble in every regard. Holy Sun, if we delay any longer, this grand illusion of the Great Marsh will no longer concern us. Moreover, I, Li, am a person of pride. Your claims of the celestial sword cannot easily deceive others. Why not summon your spiritual treasure and engage in a proper duel? What do you say? Li Tangfeng urged. He had no time to waste on idle chatter with Lin Chuan, and he was eager to witness the capabilities of Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the nature of his spiritual treasure. Even in defeat, he would acquire valuable intelligence to report back to the Blade Emperor. I apologize, but I must decline. Suddenly, Lin Chuan changed his tone, reverting to his previous languid demeanor. He plopped down onto the grass, yawning as he spoke. My senior sister mentioned that if I were to lose, she would take her own life. I cannot bear that responsibility. Please, feel free to proceed, young Master Li. Previously, he had intended to act as a facilitator. However, a single remark from Wu Niaming had awakened Lin Chuan to the reality that she had no desire to marry Li Tangfeng. Thus, what was he meddling for? Yet, his statement was akin to ridiculing Li Tangfeng and a group of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect. How could that not incite their ire? Lin Chuan, do you truly believe that my Blood Fiend sect can be easily bullied? Can you dictate our actions at will? How shall my Blood Fiend sect maintain its standing in the realm of cultivation henceforth? Regardless of the circumstances, you must engage in battle with me. Otherwise, do not even think of leaving. Li Tangfeng was seething with rage, brandishing his sword menacingly at Lin Chuan. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the surroundings. The unique demonic techniques of the Blood Fiend sect grow stronger with the intensity of one's malice. Consequently, the disciples of the sect are known for their exceedingly volatile tempers, frequently resorting to violence with ruthless methods. Even someone as tempestuous as Leng Ningshuang appears gentle in comparison to the members of the Blood Fiend sect. If not for Li Tongfeng's initial awareness of Lin Chuan's status as a celestial saint, he would not have wasted a single word. Yet, what does that awareness matter now? At this critical juncture, allowing Lin Chuan to escape would tarnish the sect's reputation, even in the event of defeat. Would the Heavenly Demon Sect dare to sever ties with the Blood Fiend sect? Let us not forget, we are in the Great Marsh, where disciples from all sects are observing. Should he fall, the Heavenly Demon Sect would also suffer dire consequences. Master Sister, it seems the situation has escalated significantly. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have sensed the oddity. Li Taifeng appears to be in a frenzy, clearly driven mad by rage. If Lin Chuan inadvertently causes Li Tongfeng's demise, it would ignite a blood feud between the two major sections. Yet, Li Taifeng has openly called him out. Should they truly compel Lin Chuan to back down? Fear not. This matter concerns only the grievances between myself and Li Taifeng and does not involve others. You must swiftly escort the Holy Sun away. I shall confront Li Taifeng myself. Wen Yiming furrowed her brow, filled with regret. To put it plainly, this entire situation was instigated by her. Even the coercion of Lin Chuan to engage with Li Taifeng was a consequence of her actions. Should any trouble arise, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. As the senior disciple, it was her duty to step forward and ensure the safety of her fellow sect members. AI. Just as Wu Nanming lifted her foot, a sigh echoed softly in the air. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Nanming turned to see Lin Chuan gazing sorrowfully at Li Taifeng. Why is it that there always exists a group of fools eager to court death? Yet, it matters not if you seek your demise. Why must you drag me into the fray to eradicate the roots? Within this vast marshland, there are 100 sects, with disciples numbering at least 8,000. Even capturing 8,000 pigs would not be an easy task, let alone exterminating them all. Lin Chuan continued to mutter incessantly, though his expression remained calm. His words were perpetually fixated on the theme of killing. What could he possibly mean? Does he intend to slay everyone present here? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly, Lin Chuan soared into the air, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Nanming and declared, "Martial sister, I may need to distance myself from the Heavenly Demon Sect for a while. To avoid implicating our sect, if you encounter the sect leader, please ensure you provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, I shall find myself at the mercy of the sect leader's wrath." As his words settled in the air, before anyone could react, Lin Chuan's cold gaze was immediately locked onto Li Taifeng. A series of explosive sounds erupted around Lin Chuan, as exquisite spiritual treasures sprang forth one after another. To the uninformed observer, it might have seemed as though he was deliberately displaying his prowess for all to see. However, it soon became evident that a palpable intent to kill surged forth, directed straight at Li Taifeng. At that moment, the onlookers grasped the reality. Lin Chuan was indeed serious about his murderous intent, resolutely set on delivering a fatal blow. My grievances with the Bloodshed sect have nothing to do with the Heavenly Demon Sect. From this moment forth, I, Lin Chuan, shall no longer be a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If vengeance is to be sought, let it be sought from me, Lin Chuan. His voice rang out, resonating across the vast expanse of the marshlands, louder than ever before, as if proclaiming to the entire world that he had finally severed his ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, Wen Yiming and a group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect remained ensnared in their emotional turmoil, genuinely believing that Lin Chuan was sacrificing himself for their sake. In truth, however, that was far from the reality. His sole intention was to seize this opportunity to escape the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and at long last, he had found the means to do so. Unbeknownst to even Li Taifeng, he had unwittingly become a pawn in this unfolding drama, a pawn destined to endure punishment. Without this performance, the entire spectacle would lack its completeness. Primordial Heavenly Demon Technique. Unending Calamity. Lin Chuan raised his arms to the heavens, unleashing a surge of inner strength. Dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures swirled around him, their dazzling brilliance strikingly illuminated by the blazing sun. Yet, in comparison to the formidable might of the primordial demonic art, they appeared utterly insignificant. This was a divine-level demonic technique, one that even the mightiest of celestial emperors would find exceedingly challenging to master. Lin Chuan, merely a heavenly sage, astonishingly wielded such a formidable divine art. In this moment, the numerous disciples from various sects in the vast marsh stood in stunned silence, as if time had come to a standstill, were it not for the howling winds surrounding them. Li Tangfeng trembled in fear, his face paling drastically. The overwhelming presence he sensed was reminiscent of a celestial emperor's strength. Even the wrath of the blade's sovereign paled in comparison. He could not help but lament, questioning the nature of the being he had provoked. What was supposed to be a mere spar had escalated to a life-threatening predicament. Yet, under such immense pressure, he found himself rendered speechless, his mind blank, even forgetting to plead for mercy. The resonant clang of spirit treasures colliding echoed incessantly. One exquisite artifact after another redirected their trajectory, aiming directly at Li Tangfeng. The sound of the wind was unrelenting, and an icy chill permeated the air. Lin Chuan's murderous intent had already ignited, and there was no turning back. He was not timid, rather, he cherished his life, especially in the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. When would vengeance ever cease? Only by eradicating the root of the problem could one hope to attain lasting peace. Li Tangfeng must perish. Yet, the disciples of the sect, ensconced in the vast marsh, were also witnesses. These individuals could not be spared. Kill. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes widened, and a furious roar erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures surged forth, infused with an unparalleled killing intent, charging straight toward Li Tangfeng. The 8,000 disciples of the sect gazed upon this battle, all too aware of the inevitable outcome. Li Tangfeng was doomed. Help! The desperate cries of Li Tangfeng were mercilessly torn apart by the howling wind. At this point, apart from calling for aid, he found himself devoid of any better means to extricate himself from peril, unless a miracle were to occur. Humph! At the critical moment, a cold snort pierced through the howling wind, reaching the ears of all present. Those originally ferocious dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures seemed to have encountered their nemesis, suddenly being restrained in midair. One by one, the exceptional spiritual artifacts struggled desperately, yet it was as if they had collided with an invisible cage, rendered utterly immobile. After a considerable while, the onlookers finally discerned that within this vast expanse, an even more formidable force had descended, one that was suppressing the formidable Lin Chuan. A powerful figure among the Celestials. Master, Wu Niaming exclaimed in astonishment. She was all too familiar with this aura. There could be no mistake in her judgment. Whoosh! The wind swept through, and a graceful figure descended as if from the heavens. She floated down, clad in a black gown, her gaze as frigid as a glacier. Indeed, the embodiment of icy elegance has arrived. Ah! Lin Chuan involuntarily gasped, his mind immediately flooded with memories of the events that transpired in the woods last night. Could it truly be her? He had intended to betray his sect, yet he heard the voice of Leng Ningshuang. Despite calling out for her numerous times, she never revealed herself, leading him to believe he had misheard. Now, with Leng Ningshuang's appearance, it was undeniable that the voice he had heard last night belonged to her. It seemed she had been trailing him all along, only choosing to reveal herself now. Had Leng Ningshuang been monitoring his every move? Grumble. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had an unsettling sense that he was being seen through by Leng Ningshuang. However, if that were indeed the case, how could someone with her temperament endure such a situation until now? Thus, Lin Chuan found himself in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating whether he should make a hasty escape. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang was equally exasperated. She had indeed been shadowing Lin Chuan and his companions. The events of the previous night had made her wary and cautious. This young man was resolutely determined to betray the Heavenly Demon Sect. A moment's negligence could allow him to slip away, and even upon reaching the vast marshlands, should he encounter Li Tangfeng, he would likely concoct an excuse to defect. It was utterly infuriating. To make matters worse, Wu Niaming and her group were foolishly expressing gratitude towards Lin Chuan. This only served to further aggravate her. In truth, her intervention to save Li Tangfeng had been a last resort. Li Tangfeng was no virtuous figure, and she harbored a strong aversion to the Blood Fiend sect as well. Under normal circumstances, she would have had no qualms about eliminating him. However, the crux of the matter was that Lin Chuan had the audacity to use the assassination of Li Tangfeng as a justification for his defection. She simply could not tolerate such an affront. Thus, she had no choice but to reveal herself. In any case, Li Tangfeng could not perish, especially not as a consequence of Lin Chuan's betrayal. With a resounding crash, the formidable pressure of the Heavenly Emperor's might was unleashed. Instantly, dozens of Lin Chuan's exquisite spiritual treasures were subdued. However, cold condensing frost did not impose any further difficulties upon Lin Chuan. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she summoned a gust of energy that returned all those treasures to him. Lin Chuan curled his lips in a silent sigh, subsequently retracting the treasures back into his being. He realized that his plan to betray the sect had once again met with failure. "Begone!" Cold condensation Frost uttered with a low hiss. Her ire directed solely at the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Ningshuang was still reveling in his good fortune and dared not linger. He promptly clasped his fists toward Cold Condensation Frost, expressed his gratitude, and hastily departed with his disciples. Though he had physically left, a rift had undeniably formed. Lin Chuan observed the frigid gaze Li Ningshuang cast before his departure and realized that the exploration of the Great Marsh's illusions would inevitably intertwine with the grudges against the Blood Fiend sect. Such a cliché narrative. It was an outcome that could have been avoided. All blame lay with that meddlesome old witch, Cold Condensation Frost. What business did she have interfering in matters that did not concern her? Master Wu Nanming led the disciples as they hurried forth. After a collective gesture of respect, they stood reverently to the side. Following the gaze of Leng Ningshuang, they turned their attention to Lin Chuan. Not only they, but also the 8,000 disciples from various sects present in the Great Marsh engaged in animated discussions about him. Although Lin Chuan had not succeeded in slaying Li Ningshuang, the terrifying prowess he had exhibited was sufficient to awe the onlookers. Within the Great Marsh, the majority were young disciples from various sections. It could be said that even the heavenly saints were scarce, let alone the heavenly lords. Thus, Lin Chuan was in a position to dominate within the Great Marsh. At this moment, the disciples from different sects began to deliberate. It was perhaps prudent to steer clear of Lin Chuan or any disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. The Holy Sun was remarkably benevolent. Who permitted you to sacrifice yourself for righteousness and betray your sect? Remember this, as the master of this sect, even in death, you remain a ghost of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nanming, ensure that all of you understand this. Should the Holy Sun harbor such thoughts again, there is no need to take them seriously. In the Great Marsh, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect listened intently to Leng Ningshuang's teachings. They felt deeply moved, even expressing relief for Lin Chuan. How fortunate he was to have such a commendable master. Ha ha ha. Lin Chuan's laughter was forced, to the extent that it rendered his handsome features somewhat unappealing. He was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang possessed the ability to read minds. However, her previous remarks had effectively severed any escape routes for him. His plans to defect from the sect had once again met with failure. It seemed he was bound to be a specter of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Was his soul to be tethered in this manner? Yet, that was not the crux of his concerns. What truly troubled Lin Chuan was the realization that Leng Ningshuang had been monitoring him all along. Should he exhibit even the slightest inclination to betray, he would likely find himself a lifeless corpse. Given Leng Ningshuang's ruthless and cold nature, such an act was well within her capabilities. Lin Chuan held no doubts regarding this. Alas, to be burdened with a leader who relished in stalking him was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. He dreaded the day he might attempt to flee, only to have her suddenly materialize, sealing his fate. Cursed old hag, it would be a grave injustice if you did not pursue a career as an assassin. Lin Chuan seethed internally, yet could only silently vent his frustrations. He believed that his innermost thoughts were concealed from others, yet Leng Ningshuang could hear his silent musings. Surprisingly, this time she did not become enraged. Instead, a smirk played upon her lips, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Witnessing Lin Chuan's predicament brought her a sense of triumph. You troublesome brat, causing trouble for your sect leader time and again. This time, I shall instill a psychological scar in you. Let's see if you dare to flee again. Leng Ningshuang felt fortunate for her vigilance this time. Otherwise, Lin Chuan might have truly escaped. Nonetheless, her appearance, though compelled by circumstance, seemed to yield unexpected results. From now on, should Lin Chuan contemplate fleeing, he would undoubtedly recall this day. The seeds of fear had indeed been sown today. Very well. The sect leader has merely passed by on this occasion. The exploration of the vast wilderness still necessitates your own capabilities to carve out a notable achievement. Once the exploration concludes, you shall return to the sect independently. The sect leader has pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Leng Ningshuang cast a cold, indifferent glance over the crowd. However, as her gaze swept around, it lingered upon Lin Chuan. A cunning glint fixed on his eyes, her lively gaze seemed to speak volumes. Yet, those unspoken words were far from affectionate. They were, in fact, a warning. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. The message conveyed through Leng Ningshuang's stare was unmistakable. Most alarmingly, Lin Chuan comprehended it fully. Thus, he felt a sense of trepidation. After all, he was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang had genuinely departed for other matters, or if her words were deliberately aimed at him. If he were to flee, and she were to suddenly appear before him, that scenario would transcend mere awkwardness. It could very well spell disaster. Humph. You all better be cautious, especially you, Lin Chuan. The somber voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed as she vanished like a dark wind, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere gradually returned to its previous liveliness. Though Leng Ningshuang had departed, discussions about her persisted unabated. Most, however, only began to converse once they were certain of her absence. After all, the tragic fate of the disciples from the Xianjin sect served as a cautionary tale. Unless one had a death wish, they dared not speak ill of her in her presence. It was rumored that the Tianji Pavilion had recently released a ranking of enchanting cultivators. I learned that Leng Ningshuang secured the second position. Initially, I was skeptical. But having witnessed her today, I can attest to her formidable beauty. Hush, keep it down. The last person who mocked her appearance met a grim fate. Do you wish to tempt the same? Perhaps I shall refrain. What a pity, such a stunning visage, yet a devil at heart. Best to steer clear. Leng Ningshuang's notorious reputation preceded her, and even upon witnessing her true form, disciples from other sects dared not harbor any ill intentions. In contrast, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Tianma sect felt a warmth in their hearts, particularly for Wu Nanming, who regretted her previous scheming against Lin Chuan. He had forsaken his identity as a Tianma sect disciple for her sake, a bond that profoundly moved her. At that moment, her delicate face flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unshed tears. In all her years, she had never encountered a man so devoted and noble, especially one as handsome as Lin Chuan. If she were to seek a partner, surely he would be the ideal choice. Thank you, Lin Xingzi. When Aming nodded, her tone imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. She genuinely wished to express her gratitude, though her thoughts were somewhat convoluted. Lin Chuan was taken aback by Wu Nanming's bashfulness. Was this truly the fierce woman who once dragged him from his bed? Naturally, her gratitude stemmed from his expulsion of Li Tangfeng, despite the plan veering off course. It ultimately did not spiral into worse outcomes, a fortunate twist amidst misfortune. Sister, what are you saying? We are of the same sect. When my sister faces adversity, how could I turn a blind eye? However, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble when outside. Preserving one's life is the utmost priority. Lin Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Li Tangfeng and then flee. Even with numerous eyewitnesses present, the vastness of the immortal cultivation world offered him ample refuge. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Due to the influence of Leng Ningshuang, he found himself compelled to remain within the Tianma sect. There was an old adage, while one could escape the monk, evading the temple was another matter entirely. If trouble arose, it would be straightforward for others to trace him back to the Tianma sect. For the sake of his own life, he resolved to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Of course, if Li Tangfeng insisted on harassing him due to their previous encounters, he would seek a secluded location to eliminate him, thus eradicating any future threats. Furthermore, the environment within the Great Marsh Illusion was intricate and treacherous. One could easily encounter ferocious beasts. If Li Tangfeng were to perish at the jaws of such a creature, it would leave no evidence of foul play. Should there be any witnesses, they too would need to be dealt with. Rooting out the problem entirely was Lin Chuan's modus operandi. Indeed, that was the plan. Lin Chuan squinted, stroking his chin, occasionally nodding and muttering to himself, lost in contemplation. Wu Nanming and a group of disciples from the Tianma sect observed him, their expressions a mix of confusion and bewilderment. They simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of their esteemed saint. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the vast marsh. The wave of sound stirred the air like a tempest, causing the trees to sway wildly. The disciples from various sects were roused, their senses heightened. 8,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison, each face alight with exhilaration. Found it. The great illusion of the vast realm has finally been unveiled. The great illusion of the vast realm has commenced. Instantly, the disciples from the 8,000 sects were drawn towards it, momentarily setting aside their thoughts of cold condensed frost and Lin Chuan. They prepared to enter the illusion and seize the abundant resources within. As one gazed upon the scene, the deep forest was teeming with a bustling crowd. Yet each disciple exhibited a readiness to dash forward, their poised stances suggesting that a single moment's delay might result in the treasures being snatched away by others. Holy Sun, esteemed comrades, it is time to depart, Wu Nanming stated solemnly. Within the vast day's illusion, resources abound in countless numbers. Merely relying on 8,000 individuals is undoubtedly insufficient for seizing them. Yet, wherever there are people, strife inevitably arises. Self-interest serves as the root of distinguishing good from evil, right from wrong. Once one steps into the illusion, Even the most innocent soul becomes embroiled in conflict. As the saying goes, in the realm of the martial world, one is not the master of their own fate. Not all matters can be dictated by one's whims. Even Lin Chuan remained acutely aware of this truth. Thus, as he trailed behind Wu Nanming, the languid expression that once graced his visage had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Nevertheless, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. He truly wished to avoid such troublesome affairs. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect are approaching. Along their journey, this phrase echoed most frequently in their ears. With Li Tongfing's unfortunate fate as a cautionary tale, those who dared to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect were either foolish or exceptionally foolish. Even with Leng Ningshuang's departure, Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint, remained. And he was indeed a heavenly saint. Among the younger generation, it cannot be said that heavenly saints are scarce. Rather, Lin Chuan stood alone, unparalleled and unmatched. To provoke Lin Chuan? That was akin to courting death. Moreover, everyone possesses but a single life, and no one is eager to squander it unnecessarily. Fortunately, a majority of disciples from various sects consciously made way, fearful of offending the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sensation of being revered and granting passage was undeniably delightful. Each disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect held their heads high, brimming with confidence. They were well aware that their fortune stemmed from Lin Chuan's presence. Yet, what significance did that hold? They were all fellow disciples, after all. Why should they draw distinctions among themselves? Had this been a time prior, Wu Nanming would undoubtedly have harbored numerous grievances. However, after the incident involving Li Tangfeng, her feelings towards Lin Chuan grew increasingly complex. A man willing to risk estrangement from his sect for her sake, though somewhat reckless, exhibited a genuine spirit. Coupled with Lin Chuan's strikingly handsome appearance, renowned as a girl killer, and his prodigious talents that transcended time, he was indeed a dragon among men. If such a man were to pursue her, could she genuinely turn him down? Oh dear, how vexing. With the impending battle, why am I lost in such frivolous thoughts? She chastised herself, striving to regain focus, for the day's illusion was fraught with peril. Wu Nanming slapped her cheeks, endeavoring to calm her racing heart. Yet, the whims of youth often clouded reason. Before long, her rationality succumbed to the whims of infatuation. She couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Chuan, only to quickly turn away, giggling. Is the senior sister unwell? She pondered, noting his peculiar behavior since earlier. This is quite unfortunate, at such a critical moment. The absence of our esteemed senior sister would significantly diminish the strength of our Heavenly Demon Sect. The disciples were filled with anxiety. However, considering Wu Nanming's strong-willed nature, it would be inappropriate to ask her directly. It would be more prudent to have Lin Chuan intervene and devise a plan. Is our senior sister unwell? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Wu Nanming, immediately engulfed in a sense of melancholy. He had initially intended to find a secluded spot to rest once they entered the illusory realm. The timing of Wu Nanming's illness was rather inconvenient. Nonetheless, her ailment might not be entirely detrimental. It bestowed upon him a valid reason to conceal everyone. Resources were of little concern. It is essential to recognize that their company comprised disciples from prominent sections. Offending even one could provoke a hornet's nest. Even if they managed to eradicate these 8,000 individuals, unforeseen complications could still arise. After all, one cannot contain fire with mere paper. He had no desire to experience the troublesome aftermath of provoking the small only to attract the large. Thus, the wisest course of action would be to evade unnecessary disputes. Therefore, upon entering the great marsh illusory realm, finding a place to hide would be prudent, and they could convene to discuss matters further once their senior sister's condition improved. Lin Chuan declared with unwavering conviction, exuding a sense of reliability. The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were already his fervent admirers. This only deepened their admiration. Tap. Tap. Lin Chuan strode towards Wu Nanming. He then maneuvered around her, effectively blocking her path. What are you doing? Wu Nanming glanced up at Lin Chuan, her beautiful eyes immediately darting away. A faint blush adorned her delicate face, resembling a shy flush. However, due to Lin Chuan's preconceived notions, he mistakenly believed that Wu Nanming was genuinely unwell. Thus, he attributed her rosy cheeks to a fever. Can cultivators also fall ill? Of course, cultivators are still human, not deities. If one were to become a deity, there would be no need for cultivation. After days of arduous travel, his senior sister must be fatigued. This time, leading the expedition into the Great Marsh Illusion, he would take charge. Senior sister, you may take a moment to rest, Lin Chuan declared decisively and with an air of authority, leaving no room for Wu Nanming to refuse. He was well aware of her tenacious spirit, her unwillingness to concede. Always striving to prove her superiority. This undertaking into the great marsh illusion was a task assigned by their sect, and she would naturally be reluctant to relax easily. Lin Chuan had already prepared for a second round of persuasion. Should Wu Nanming decline, he would enlist the support of the 8 disciples to sway her. If necessary, they could even resort to a vote. Regardless, he was determined to seize control. Saint Sun, you are concerned for me. How could I possibly accept such kindness? Wu Nanming lowered her head, fiddling with her thumb, the blush creeping down to the nape of her neck. This was not good. Her condition seemed to be worsening. The disciples were in a state of alarm. Yet, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. Was Wu Nanming truly ill? It didn't seem quite right. But these details were inconsequential. Seizing authority was paramount. Senior sister, we are comrades. Throughout our journey, you have toiled tirelessly without a moment's proper rest. You must be utterly exhausted. Since the sect leader has entrusted me with this task, and among us, my cultivation is the highest. It is only fitting that I shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding my fellow disciples. You may rest assured and take the time you need to recuperate. Lin Chuan stated with utmost seriousness. In the past, whenever his cultivation was mentioned, Wu Nanming never appeared pleased. He understood her desire to surpass him. She was indeed a fiercely competitive individual. However, the facts were undeniable. Even if Wu Nanming harbored resentment, she would have no choice but to yield. Yet, surely she would be incensed. The Saint Sun is so attentive towards his senior sister. How delightful. Lin Chuan sensed something amiss. Wu Nanming's words and actions were undeniably peculiar. Could it be that her fever had clouded her mind? It appears that her condition is far more severe than her disciples had anticipated. Upon realizing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of urgency. He was merely indifferent and afraid of death, not malevolent. As a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, since his entrance into the sect, Wu Nanming had been akin to a half-master to him. Although somewhat strict and harsh, often intruding upon his residence to disturb his slumber. This did not impede the bond between him and Wu Nanming. With his senior sister's illness so grave, how could he stand idly by? Hasten. Follow me into the illusory realm, and seek a tranquil place to recuperate. Lin Chuan decisively commanded. Thus, he led the disciples straight towards the great marsh illusory realm. The so-called illusory realm is merely a realm distinct from the mundane world. Here, the melodies of birds intertwine with the fragrance of flowers, and the verdant grass carpets the ground. Spiritual herbs flourish in abundance, while ferocious beasts lurk in multitudes. Although fraught with peril, opportunities abound as well. Not to mention the myriad of spiritual herbs, slaying ferocious beasts yields valuable beast cores, skins, and meats. Each sect, tasked with sustaining a multitude of disciples, relies not solely on martial arts and spiritual treasures, but also on substantial wealth and cultivation resources. The larger the sect, the greater the daily consumption of resources. Without economic and resource replenishment, a sect would have long since collapsed. Of course, treasures like the great marsh illusory realm are serendipitous finds rather than guarantees. However, the treasures unearthed could merely be considered unexpected blessings, contributing to the prosperity of the sect. Yet, if the quantity and quality of the treasures and spiritual herbs brought back were substantial, it could elevate a sect's status significantly. However, there are numerous sects venturing into the great marsh illusory realm, though the number may seem a mere 8,000. They comprise the elite of the younger generation from each sect. The Heavenly Sect boasts a considerable number of heavenly exalted beings. Even should a clash occur, determining a victor would not be a simple task. For someone like Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint powerhouse, it would be akin to fishing in a pond with dynamite. A rather unfair advantage. Thus, it is unlikely that anyone would willingly approach the Heavenly Demon Sect. In fact, disciples from other sects would maintain a certain distance. Saint, we have entered the illusory realm. Please direct us on which path to pursue. The disciples inquired with curiosity. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, it was clear that most of the area was dominated by disciples from other sections. To seize territory would likely entail a fierce battle. It was not that they were slow to act. Rather, the entrance to the illusory realm was simply too distant. Some fortunate disciples from other sects had entered the illusory realm ahead of them, naturally claiming advantageous terrain without the need for conflict. Furthermore, the treasures at the entrance may not necessarily be of high quality. Perhaps the resources within the depths are even more abundant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan found a glimmer of understanding. Logically, the treasures found deeper within should possess a richer aura, and thus, the resources would undoubtedly be superior. However, conversely, the ferocious beasts would also grow stronger. The visible evidence indicates that the beasts entangled with disciples from other sects are formidable, at least at the level of the heavenly sect. Conservatively estimating, it is plausible that within the depths of the illusionary realm, there might exist beasts of the celestial sovereign or even celestial saint caliber. Should that indeed be the case, recklessly venturing into the depths could pose a grave threat to one's life. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan considered that engaging with disciples from other sects in the periphery would inevitably lead to conflict. When battling with others, it becomes a matter of grudges and enmities. Yet, when confronting ferocious beasts, if one cannot prevail, the best course of action is to flee. In this manner, one can evade entanglement and karmic repercussions. With a swift motion, 10 figures entered the illusion and swiftly distanced themselves from the crowd, making their way deeper into the enigmatic realm. These figures were remarkably striking, indeed. They could be deemed the most conspicuous individuals within the vast expanse of the marsh. Their actions did not escape the watchful eyes of the onlookers, particularly Lin Chuan. As a formidable celestial saint, he embodied an air of mystery and confidence. His unhesitating advance into the depths of the illusion immediately instilled a profound sense of purpose among the many disciples. The Heavenly Demon Sect was aware of the secrets harbored within the marsh's illusion. They were undoubtedly in pursuit of the hidden treasures within. Hurry, keep up. If we are late, we won't even get a taste of the soup. With a chorus of affirmative speculation, thousands surged forth, hot on the heels of the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even those who initially intended to guard their modest territories abandoned their plots in a frenzied pursuit of Lin Chuan. What is happening? The tumultuous commotion behind him was impossible to overlook. Lin Chuan turned around and was taken aback. He truly wished to remain untainted by the web of causality. Yet, why were these disciples from other sects relentlessly pursuing him? Could it be that his prominence had incited their ire? Lin Chuan felt as though a large character for danger was emblazoned upon his forehead. Presently, he faced two choices: to eradicate the 8,000 disciples from the sect or to evade them as best as he could and seek refuge in a secluded spot. 8,000 individuals. Even rounding up 8,000 pigs would take 3 days. Such a laborious task was one he was unwilling to undertake unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he had no choice but to opt for the latter. Step back, Lin Chuan commanded with a cold voice, abruptly coming to a halt. Before the eyes of all present, he summoned the Lin Hui sword. This sword, a supreme spiritual treasure, possessed an extraordinary affinity for fire. Even a gentle swing would unleash a torrent of flames. When combined with the inner strength of a celestial saint, its effects were magnified beyond measure. With the Hunyuan Heavenly Demon technique, a single stroke could reshape the very heavens and earth. The immense inner force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across 10 miles of land. The dazzling flames soared into the sky, instilling terror in the hearts of disciples from distant sects, who dared not approach even from 100 miles away. Whoosh! The great fire appeared as if it could scorch the heavens. The might of the celestial saint was sufficient to shake the very foundations of the earth. Thus, such immense power was within the expectations of the onlookers. However, the sudden eruption of such chaos by Lin Chuan left many pondering his true intentions. Did he harbor murderous intent towards the crowd? Indeed, the strength of a celestial saint is truly terrifying. Yet, the force of this single sword strike was not enough to reach 100 miles. Should circumstances change, retreating swiftly would be the wisest course of action. Many disciples from other sects had already prepared themselves for a hasty escape. However, the opportunity to witness a celestial saint in action was rare and driven by curiosity. Few were willing to depart. At this moment, among the throng of spectators, there existed a group whose emotions were particularly complex: the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Li Tangfeng stared intently at Lin Chuan, enveloped in the towering flames, his expression dark and foreboding. The power of the sword strike was indeed fearsome. Had Lin Chuan chosen to wield such strength against him half an hour prior, Li Tangfeng would have been assuredly doomed. Yet, Lin Chuan had not even revealed a fraction of his true capabilities. This scoundrel not only underestimated me, but also insulted me. I cannot let this grievance go unavenged. Li Tangfeng ground his teeth in fury. Boom! With a single stroke, the sword cleaved the heavens and the earth. The Lihua sword forcefully divided the land into 2 halves. The blazing inferno further separated Lin Chuan and his companions from the disciples of the opposing sect, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Both sides gazed longingly at one another, yet could not bridge the distance. The fiery ravine stretched for 300 miles, and even if one were to attempt to circumvent it at full speed, it would require a considerable amount of time. The hope of pursuing Lin Chuan had vanished. The disciples of the opposing sect could only watch the retreating figures with sighs of regret. Extinguish the flames at once. Within the depths of the great illusion, abundant spiritual energy flourishes, surely treasures shall emerge. The Heavenly Demon Sect seeks to monopolize this, yet how could we allow them to fulfill their desires? Waves of voices reverberate throughout the illusion, revealing the true intentions of the 8,000 disciples from various sections. Alas, Lin Chuan remains unaware. He merely seeks a safe haven. Thus, he inadvertently collides with the aspirations of the other disciples. In truth, he has no particular yearning for treasures, even if he does nothing. The system rewards him with an array of rare artifacts, such as the Lin Fire Sword and the Falling Star Hammer, each a pinnacle of spiritual treasures. To others, these are coveted items, scarcely attainable. Since he, a mere idle fish, can amass such riches, why would he risk his life to compete with the throng? Yet, as fate would have it, tranquility eludes him. Saint Sun, how long must we flee? I see no pursuers behind us. Should we not pause for a moment's respite? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect are filled with perplexity. Previously, Lin Chuan's sword wielded an aura of creation, greatly enhancing the sect's prestige and deterring the 8,000 disciples from other sections. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan continues to lead them in a frenzied flight. Does he possess knowledge of the secrets buried within the illusion? An hour passes, yet they remain in their frantic dash, surrounded by extraordinary flowers and herbs, with no opportunity to gather them. The hearts of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples bleed at the thought. Remain vigilant. The world harbors dangers concealed in shadows. Countless examples exist of misfortunes lurking in the depths. Caution steers the ship through the ages. Life is singular. Do not treat it as a game. Lin Chuan, brow furrowed, speaks earnestly. It is not that he is timid. Life is fraught with perils. Had he not acted decisively earlier, he might now be besieged by the 8,000 disciples from other sections. Even as a heavenly saint, facing 8,000 formidable adversaries from the celestial sect, he cannot claim invincibility. Moreover, he bears the weight of companions who require protection, necessitating even greater caution. What the Saint Sun says is wise. Exercising caution is never amiss. We must not slacken our pace. Let us hasten our steps. Wu Nanming finds this reasoning sound and promptly aligns herself with Lin Chuan. As the Master Sister and the Saint Sun, their words command respect and adherence, even in the presence of mountains of gold and silver. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect dared not halt their advance without the consent of the two leaders. They could only gaze longingly at the rare and precious treasures, silently shedding tears. After a while, another hour had passed. Lin Chuan, who had been leading the way, finally slowed his pace. Upon observing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overjoyed. Surely, they could now begin to gather the extraordinary flowers and herbs from the ground. This place, with its towering mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, should serve as an excellent refuge. Everyone, conceal yourselves within. No one is permitted to emerge without my command. Lin Chuan issued the order with a grave expression. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left dumbfounded. Hide away? What would happen to those marvelous flowers and herbs? Were they truly to abandon them all? What was the purpose of coming to this illusionary realm if not to explore? However, before they could voice their concerns, Lin Chuan strode purposefully into the mountains, almost with a sense of urgency. With the leader having moved on, who would dare to lag behind? Wu Nanming and the others traversed through patches of spiritual herbs, hastily plucking a few before following Lin Chuan into the heart of the mountains. Ding! Exploring the illusionary realm, host is slacking off. Reward: inner core of the nine-tailed Qilong, level 9 ferocious beast. The system's notification rang out at an inopportune moment, which displeased Lin Chuan immensely. What did it mean by slacking off? He was merely ensuring his own safety, after all. Within this illusionary realm, ferocious beasts abounded, and he was being pursued by 8,000 disciples from other sections. It was for the sake of survival that he had sought refuge in the mountains. How could the system misinterpret this as idleness? Why does the Holy Sun appear troubled? Is there a matter weighing upon your mind? Wu Nanming inquired, noticing Lin Chuan's discontent. Since entering the illusionary realm, her attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. To the eyes of the other disciples, this was of little consequence, as Wu Nanming had always been remarkably gentle with others, earning her considerable popularity among her peers. Yet, it was Lin Chuan who had become the target of her sudden kindness. Otherwise, how could he have dubbed her the fierce old woman? But now, this fierce old woman had unexpectedly turned gentle. Lin Chuan's initial reaction was to suspect that Wu Nanming had fallen ill, her mind muddled. Nevertheless, out of a sense of camaraderie, he refrained from expressing his thoughts openly. Furthermore, they were currently caught in a perilous situation, with threats looming both ahead and behind. Unity among their ranks was paramount. Yet, it seemed he was the only one in the entire vast illusionary realm who held such a belief. I shall not conceal my concerns from you, esteemed senior sister. I find myself troubled by our current predicament. Although the struggle for resources is a commonplace occurrence within the realm of cultivation, it is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. A person's life is singular and irreplaceable. Should one perish, all is lost. Given that the sect leader has entrusted your lives to my care, I shall assume full responsibility for your safety. In this battle, our foremost priority must be the preservation of our lives. The matter of resources pales in significance. Let it be a solemn reminder that we embark on this journey with but one objective. Indeed, Lin Chuan earnestly imparted the philosophy of survival to Wu Nanming and her companions. As his words resonated throughout the air, an eerie silence enveloped the entire mountain range. The 9 individuals before him gazed at him in sheer astonishment, as if he had uttered profound and earth-shattering truths. Observing their reactions, Lin Chuan felt a sense of gratification wash over him. He had finally persuaded these practitioners, who were solely accustomed to violence and conflict. As long as Wu Nanming heeded his counsel, they could undoubtedly exit the illusion unscathed. Even returning empty-handed was not a matter of great concern. Surely, even if Leng Ningshuang were to be ferocious, she would not impose punishment upon them for failing to secure resources. The sun had perhaps been overly cautious. It was true that within the illusion, countless ferocious beasts roamed, and practitioners schemed against one another. However, if one were to be so timid and fearful, how could they ever attain strength within this realm of cultivation? It is essential to recognize that cultivation is fundamentally about defying fate and altering one's destiny. To merely exist without striving is to be unworthy of the path of cultivation. The disciples were agitated, voicing their discontent in unison. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, seemingly weighing the path of cultivation, yet it was evident that she harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Lin Chuan's assertions. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. The Great Way encompasses 50, while the celestial unfolding consists of 49, with one hidden away. The 49 represent the Great Way, and the one signifies a slender thread of hope. This thread of hope is elusive and intangible. To grasp it is to leap like a fish over the dragon's gate, standing proudly apart from the mundane. Failure, however, leads to death and the obliteration of the path, resulting in the loss of all. Yet all beings yearn for an instant ascension. Even if the opportunity is faint, they will rush forth in droves. This is the psychology of a gambler. Yet in your eyes, the 49 paths of the Great Way remain unseen. That is the true pursuit of cultivators. The path of cultivation encompasses 49 distinct avenues, each relatively safe. How is it that you choose not to select any, but instead opt for the most arduous path? Are you dismissing the value of your own life? Or do you find the thrill of dancing on the edge of death exhilarating and amusing? One may give away their lack of intellect, but to emerge and frighten others without reason is truly unethical. Lin Chuan's tone shifted as he began to reprimand the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After hearing this lengthy discourse, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had never encountered such notions before. Even within the teachings of the Heavenly Demon Sect, such arguments had never been presented. The 9 elders, all esteemed saints, consistently emphasized the arduous and perilous nature of the cultivation path. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and the dissolution of one's path. Thus, seeking the path of the heavens is akin to defying fate to alter one's destiny, much like traversing a narrow bridge, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst countless dangers. Yet, in Lin Chuan's words, the path of cultivation appears radiant. There are indeed 49 avenues, each with a promising future, allowing for the attainment of the supreme path without the peril of life and death. How could they have never heard of such good fortune before? Could it be that the 9 elders were mistaken? Or perhaps these numerous saints have narrowed the pathways? Wu Nanming was a person of strong principles. Once she had made a decision, it was not easily swayed. It was her steadfastness that had led her to achieve the status of a heavenly venerable. However, after listening to Lin Chuan's remarks today, she found herself wavering. This was solely due to Lin Chuan's extraordinary aptitude in his cultivation level, which rivaled that of the 9 elders. If one could achieve the status of a saint merely by reclining, who would still choose to sit in meditation and cultivate? One might as well have all cultivators lying in bed and sleeping soundly. I cannot agree with what the Holy Son has said. Indeed, the Holy Son is exceptionally gifted. Even in idleness, he could attain the status of a saint. But how can he be so certain that others, emulating the path he seeks, can carve out their own destiny? Those present are the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possessing a certain foundational strength in their cultivation. By what right does the Holy Sun dismiss us all, proclaiming our chosen paths to be erroneous? When Yiming furrowed her brow, her previously amiable demeanor transformed. She confronted Lin Chuan on the spot. How delightful! This truly is the formidable master sister I am acquainted with. Lin Chuan, far from feeling apprehensive, instead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when Yiming remained unfazed, her heart was wholly devoted to her cultivation. And now that the conversation had turned to her most cherished topic, she was determined to unveil the truth behind the icy demeanor of Leng Ningshuang. At this moment, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were also all ears, eagerly anticipating the discourse. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, their aspirations extend beyond mere combat. They must also prioritize the refinement of their spirit. If one fails to comprehend the very path they seek, their future prospects will be considerably dim. Does the Master Sister wish to uncover the reason? This is simple. Beyond the mountains, the 8,000 disciples from various sects embody the answers you seek. Each one represents the intricate web of cause and effect that binds us all. Behind these 8,000 disciples lie countless cultivators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. Each singular action creates a multitude of repercussions. Their sects, families, and friends are all intertwined in this chain of causality. To take a life is to invite retribution from many. Slay one revered figure, and soon you shall find yourself pursued by powerful beings such as the celestial saints, the celestial emperors, and even those of the exalted title of celestial emperor seeking vengeance. What does it matter if you possess the gifts of the chosen? How much time do you truly have to grow? How much energy can you muster to face the relentless onslaught of vengeful foes? If there comes a day when you are asleep, injured, or in a state of unconsciousness, and your enemies arrive, the inevitable outcome is death in your slumber. With your life extinguished, the path you sought becomes devoid of meaning. Lin Chuan spoke calmly and deliberately. As a transmigrator, if he could not grasp this fundamental truth, then his existence across 2 lifetimes would be for naught. Thus, upon his arrival in the world of cultivation, he has always cherished his life immensely. Only by preserving his existence can he hope to attain all that he desires. As the old adage goes, once life is lost, nothing remains. Causality. Wu Naming's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. The arguments presented by Lin Chuan were unfamiliar to her. Although she could not accept them outright, she was profoundly shaken. The most troubling aspect was her inability to refute him. After all, Lin Chuan had already attained the status of a heavenly sage, which was sufficient evidence that the path he pursued was indeed valid. However, whether it was suitable for all cultivators remained uncertain. According to the saint's words, during this expedition into the Great Marsh Illusion, should we be hiding in a cave? If that is the case, then why venture into the illusion at all? Would it not be safer to refrain from entering entirely? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect voiced his confusion. If Lin Chuan harbored such fears, then perhaps they should not have entered the illusion from the outset. Yet, he had displayed no hesitation at all. Clearly, his current stance was inconsistent with his earlier convictions. Sigh, did you think I desired this? The journey into the realm of illusions was commanded by the sovereign herself. Previously, the sovereign had indeed made her presence known. Who can say whether she has departed or remains nearby? What if she is still in the vicinity? We would be foolish to flee so carelessly. Would the sovereign easily let us off the hook? A necessary performance remains indispensable. Do you comprehend? Lin Chuan shot them an exasperated glance. This group of cultivators had evidently lost their wits, failing to grasp even the most rudimentary pretense. Teaming up with such inept companions was utterly exhausting. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect nodded in unison, their faces reflecting a dawning realization. Perhaps they began to understand Lin Chuan's intentions. However, persuading them to fully embrace his cautious philosophy would prove challenging. After all, returning empty-handed from a treasure-laden realm would be tantamount to a significant loss. Even if dangers lurked in the vicinity, they had yet to confront any tangible threats, hadn't they? A little risk-taking was only natural, wasn't it? Saint Sun, the mountains beyond are teeming with exotic flora. We could carefully gather a few specimens, they suggested. Moreover, this cavern is vast, seemingly possessing its own hidden wonders. While the Saint Sun may wish to avoid entanglements with others, surely confronting ferocious beasts does not entail such consequences. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect endeavored to persuade him, eager to reap some benefits before their departure, if they were indeed to return empty-handed. They would feel a profound sense of dissatisfaction, even without external pressure. Remain here obediently, you are not permitted to wander, Lin Chuan admonished softly. With a single command, he subdued the eager disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect once more. Time held little value for cultivators. Even someone as laid back as Lin Chuan occasionally entered a meditative state. Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, his meticulously crafted plan encountered an unforeseen complication. Ultimately, 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect ventured deeper into the cavern. Roar! The thunderous sound reverberating through the mountains abruptly awakened Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. Gazing at the desolate expanse before them, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. This is not good. They are in peril. We must hasten to their aid. Wu Nanming urged anxiously, glancing at Lin Chuan. Help is of no use. This emanates the aura of a 9th-level ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor's might. They must surely be beyond salvation. For safety's sake, we should make our escape. In the expansive illusion of the great marsh, the earth quaked violently, and the avian and terrestrial creatures sensed an imminent threat. The vast illusion descended into chaos. Even the fierce beasts, engaged in combat with the cultivators, suddenly became agitated. They gazed fearfully toward the mountain range, trembling incessantly, before fleeing in the opposite direction in a frantic rush. The 8,000 disciples from various sects found themselves at a loss. They could distinctly feel the ground beneath them quaking fiercely, as if some colossal beast were about to break free from the earth. Such an unusual occurrence undoubtedly heralded something extraordinary within the mountains. Li Tangfeng, with his keen insight, deduced certain clues from the reactions of the myriad beasts. However, the disciples present were not fools. They could not be easily deceived by such blatant signs. Yet, the sudden turn of events was overwhelmingly significant. Almost all the ferocious beasts reacted as if facing a dire threat, indicating that whatever was about to emerge from the earth was indeed remarkable. To venture forth recklessly would be to gamble with life itself, and should one lose their life, what value would any treasure hold? If memory serves, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect fled in the direction of the mountains. The commotion caused by this treasure must be extraordinary. If it were to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect, would that not elevate their power to unprecedented heights? Li Tangfeng snorted coldly, analyzing the situation for himself. Though his voice was low, it effectively reached the ears of all present. He sought vengeance against Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. How could he easily forgive those who had brought him disgrace? Brother Li's words ring true. If there is indeed a precious artifact within the mountains, the son of the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly not return empty-handed. However, the emerging entity is not to be underestimated. When powerful beings clash, it is not a matter of quickly determining the victor. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe vie, it is the fisherman who profits. We too may not be entirely without opportunity. A pallid young gentleman, wielding a folding fan, cast a cheerful glance towards Li Tangfeng. Although he appeared elegant and affable, he was entirely surrounded by an aura of isolation. Even those who stood closest to him treated him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, avoiding him at all costs. This individual was a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect, known as the Ghost Scholar. The sect was renowned for its mastery of esoteric arts and supernatural tactics. Even the rudimentary practice of nurturing minor spirits was child's play for them. It was rumored that the 100 Ghosts sect possessed the art of curses, capable of ensnaring others in spells without their awareness. Those marked by them would find themselves as vulnerable as if they were accompanied by the spectral figures of yin and yang, with their fates no longer in their own hands, but dictated by the sect. As Li Tangfeng encountered the Ghost Scholar's enigmatic gaze, an unsettling sensation washed over him, rendering his smile painfully awkward. Even the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect behind him instinctively recoiled a few steps, apprehensive of attracting the Ghost Scholar's attention. It is often said that a gentleman ought to facilitate the success of others. Li, with genuine affection for the witchcraft sect's Wu Nanming, stirred a sense of intrigue in the Ghost Scholar. If he could fulfill Li's desires, it would serve as a favor from the 100 Ghost sect to the Blood Fiend sect. What might Li's intentions be? The Ghost Scholar, habitually fanning himself, exuded an air of composure. Despite the disdain felt by various sects towards the 100 Ghost sect, none dared to provoke them lightly, for their supernatural abilities were indeed formidable. The Ghost Scholar's confidence stemmed from the might of his sect. However, despite his inscrutable methods, his cultivation level was merely that of a celestial lord. The witchcraft sect boasted more than just Wu Nanming as a celestial lord. They also had Lin Chuan, a formidable holy being, standing in their way. Did the ghost scholar truly believe he could challenge a holy being with the prowess of a celestial lord? Certainly. If he could succeed, it would be fortuitous. Even if he fell short, it seemed Li Tangfeng would suffer little loss. Not only could he vent his frustrations upon Lin Chuan, but he could also cultivate a rapport with the 100 Ghosts sect, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tangfeng smiled and proclaimed, "Your gracious intentions are duly appreciated, young Master Ghost. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Blood Fiend sect, as the precious treasure is about to emerge. It matters not who claims it, but it must not fall into the hands of the witchcraft sect. I am willing to accompany you, young Master Ghost." To curb the arrogance of the witchcraft sect and Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan had been present at that moment, he would have vehemently protested his innocence, for he had never exhibited any arrogance. How was it that, through Li Tangfeng's words, he became the one most prominently criticized? He had always yearned for a life of discretion. However, the more he sought to remain inconspicuous, the more elusive that desire became, especially this time. The tumult within the great Zhe Phantom realm was akin to the very heavens collapsing, drawing every gaze towards it. He found himself perilously close to losing his life. He wished to flee, and initially, there was still time to escape. Yet, Wu Nanming had firmly seized him, causing Lin Chuan's plans to once again meet a tragic end. "Senior sister, elder sister, aunt, if you wish to perish, please do not drag me down with you. I implore you, pay close attention. The creature emerging from the depths is a 9th-level ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor in strength. I am merely a humble disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, not a war god. Cannot you allow me to leave?" Lin Chuan lamented with an expression of utter despair. Ding. As calamity approached, the host was slacking off. Reward, Agility 1. At a critical moment, the system even mocked Lin Chuan. Is there no respite in this life? A dark cloud loomed over Lin Chuan's thoughts. Although his agility had increased, without a place to utilize it, it was as if it had not improved at all. Wu Nanming blocked his escape, leaving him with no option but to confront the ferocious beast head-on. Should he truly resort to a desperate struggle? Danger alert! The 9th-level ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf Cub, is about to emerge. The probability of winning in direct confrontation is 1. Host, please evacuate the danger zone immediately. The system issued a warning. This was the first time Lin Chuan had experienced such a thing since traversing into the realm of cultivation. It was evident how formidable this 9th-level beast was. However, why was it referred to as a cub? Was this Emperor Wolf still but a mere infant? Yet, even as a cub, it possessed 9th-level strength. If it were to mature, wouldn't it ascend to unimaginable heights? Help! Master Sister, Holy Son, please save us. The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had been missing for quite some time, rushed back in a state of utter disarray. Their faces were smudged with dirt, and they cried out in terror. It was not merely a state of distress, it was sheer chaos. What made the situation even more dire was the sandstorm surging behind them, with a young wolf relentlessly pursuing them in a frenzied manner. Even within the pitch-black confines of the cave, one could clearly discern its icy, bloodthirsty green eyes. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura of hostility that surrounded him, one he recognized all too well. It was akin to the chilling frost. So, the old hag is of the wolf lineage. In this critical moment, Lin Chuan couldn't help but silently critique the situation. However, after his moment of sarcasm, he resolved to fight with all his might. To his astonishment, they had managed to return alive. Thus, Lin Chuan knew he had no choice but to engage in a desperate struggle. Should I perish, I implore Senior Sister and the others to report to the sect leader. I, Lin Chuan, shall die in the service of saving my fellow disciples. Though I harbor reluctance, it would still be a death worthy of honor. It was rare for Lin Chuan to exhibit such fervor, yet he uttered words steeped in despondency. Nonetheless, Wu Nanming and her companions were entirely unfazed. That 9th-tier ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf Pup, possessed strength comparable to that of a heavenly emperor. Even with Lin Chuan's status as a celestial saint, he could hardly contend with the Emperor Wolf. This battle was destined to be one of perilous odds. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Nanming led the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, drawing their swords and standing resolute. They all understood that their fate hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of an instant. Even though the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. Now was not the time to dwell on who was right or wrong. Lin Chuan. Wu Nanming gazed at Lin Chuan's retreating figure, whispering his name. She did not require Lin Chuan to take any action, nor did she need to know how he intended to confront the Imperial Wolf Cubs. Merely uttering his name served to alleviate her guilt towards him. Originally, Lin Chuan could have departed, with no obligation to risk his life. Yet because of her, he was thrust into such perilous circumstances. Should Lin Chuan perish, she would be utterly at a loss on how to explain the situation to the sect and to Leng Ningshuang. Oh well. The roar of the Emperor Wolf resonated harshly within the cavern. Not far away, the swirling sands and debris coalesced into a tempest of dust, propelled by the fierce malevolence of a ninth-level ferocious beast, hurtling towards the group. At this moment, Lin Chuan stood motionless, his back turned to Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The promised fight to the death seemed a distant reality, and he appeared woefully unprepared. This naturally instilled both concern and confusion among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, at such a critical juncture, they had no opportunity to inquire about Lin Chuan's intentions. They could only remain vigilant beside Wu Nanming as she established a defensive formation, hoping to withstand the impending onslaught. Closer, just a bit closer. Lin Chuan, utterly oblivious to his companions behind him, muttered incantations under his breath. He had devised a strategy to confront the cub of the Emperor Wolf. But witnessing the current spectacle made him doubt whether he would be swept away by the dust storm the moment the creature approached. How absurd it was that a formidable celestial sage like him felt inferior to a mere ferocious beast cub. Clearly, he had not yet lazed about enough. Furthermore, the rewards from the system were insufficient. If he could survive this ordeal, he vowed to indulge in even greater idleness, hastening his breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor tier. Of course, he would never divulge such thoughts to others. Should they learn that his path to strength lay in sloth, they would undoubtedly regard him as a lunatic. Saint Sun, why do you not make your move? One of the anxious disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect cried out, as the Emperor Wolf cub drew perilously close. Yet Lin Chuan showed no inclination to even summon his treasures. The promised fight to the death seemed to have morphed into a choice of passive resignation. Shoo! Without waiting for others to inquire, Lin Chuan immediately gestured for silence. Lower your voices, lest you frighten it, and put away your weapons, Lin Chuan declared with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Lin Chuan had lost his senses. In such a perilous situation, he actually urged them to disarm? Was there any difference between that and surrendering? The sound of commotion echoed through the cavern, growing increasingly chaotic. As the Emperor Wolf drew near, Lin Chuan remained utterly still. Meanwhile, the others began to feel a sense of disarray. Were they truly going to heed Lin Chuan's words and sheath their weapons? Trusting him, they complied. I have faith in Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming declared with unwavering resolve, leading the way by stowing away her weapon. Observing her actions, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had no choice but to follow suit. Here they come! A startled exclamation resounded. The Emperor Wolf cubs had ultimately arrived. A tempest of sand surged forth, yet one wolf head surged ahead. Its emerald green eyes emitted a chilling, terrifying glint. The aura of a ninth-level ferocious beast swept through like a tempest, causing Lin Chuan's garments to flutter violently. In the next moment, a massive, blood-stained maw charged directly towards Lin Chuan's head, its size comparable to that of an adult human. Pray tell, is this truly a cub? Saint Child. The disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect instinctively cried out. For them, their hopes rested entirely upon Lin Chuan. Should he perish, their own chances of survival would dwindle to nothing. In this moment of dire urgency, it seemed as though Lin Chuan had heard their desperate pleas. At last, he began to move. He slowly raised his arm, extending his hand towards the young Imperial Wolf. The action could hardly be described as swift. Rather, it was agonizingly slow, reminiscent of a master summoning a beloved pet. Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the young Imperial Wolf lunged forward with great force. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect could only open their mouths in astonishment, but no cries escaped their lips. In an unexpected turn, the young Imperial Wolf suddenly nestled at Lin Chuan's feet, resting its head and emitting a crunch sound. Lin Chuan remained unharmed, while the young Imperial Wolf eagerly indulged in its meal. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the situation before them. With trepidation, they cautiously approached to discern what had transpired. At that moment, they beheld a young royal wolf, blissfully gnawing on a perfectly round inner core, savoring every bite. The core was diminished to half its size, and the furious energy contained within was being voraciously consumed by the young wolf. This energy was so potent that even the most formidable of celestial beings would feel inadequate in its presence. It was likely that only a celestial emperor was worthy of such power. However, this inner core was unique to ferocious beasts. leading to the inescapable conclusion that it belonged to a level 9 beast, the inner core of the nine-tailed Qi dragon. Wu Naming's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring the shock displayed by the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. To use the inner core of the nine-tailed Qi dragon to nurture a royal wolf pup was an extravagance beyond compare. Setting aside how Lin Chuan had acquired the inner core of a level 9 beast, using it to pacify the royal wolf and thus save their lives was indeed a stroke of genius. Lin Chuan exhaled a breath of stale air. He had managed to salvage his life. However, he had also lost a priceless inner elixir. This transaction was decidedly unprofitable. Initially, he could have refrained from engaging in such a disastrous deal. It was all the fault of those 8 disciples. Humph. Lin Chuan cast a fierce glare at the 8 disciples. Aware of their shortcomings, they all lowered their heads and smiled wryly. This was not the moment to reproach them. For although they had temporarily placated the Emperor Wolf, safety was not guaranteed. To mitigate any potential threats, it would be prudent to exit the cave at the earliest opportunity. Wu Nanming stepped forward at the opportune moment, not only to smooth things over for the disciples, but also out of genuine concern that the Emperor Wolf, after consuming the inner elixir, might turn its murderous intent upon them. The elder sister's words resonated deeply. However, in my humble opinion, retreating from the cave might not be as wise as delving deeper. After all, do we not believe that one should not leave a treasure mountain empty-handed? Given that the cave is guarded by the young of the Emperor Wolf, it is undoubtedly a land rich with treasures. Why not seize the opportunity to gather some before departing? Lin Chuan, displaying an uncharacteristic boldness, actively persuaded the others to seek treasure. This revelation left Wu Naming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly astonished. Was this truly the cautious holy son they had come to know? In truth, Lin Chuan's courage had not swelled. Rather, he had connected the recent events to the world outside the cave. The emergence of the Emperor Wolf had stirred considerable commotion, shaking the very mountains. It was implausible that other areas of the illusion were unaffected. Perhaps, even now, a multitude of disciples from various sects were hastening toward the mountains. After all, greed drives men to peril, and great risks often accompany substantial rewards. The world of cultivation is rife with those who dare to gamble their lives for fortune. Brother Wolf, we are no longer strangers, Lin Chuan mused, addressing the young Emperor Wolf. I bring you a flock of plump sheep. Please, enjoy at your leisure. And do not hesitate to indulge. A sinister smile played upon his lips, sending shivers down the spines of Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What a cunning strategy it was to drive the wolf and devour the sheep. Beyond the vast illusion of days, thousands of disciples from various sects congregated at the foot of the mountains. The earlier tumult had incited chaos among the fierce beasts, naturally drawing the attention of these cultivators. The tremors from below led them toward the mountain range. It is often said that where there is irregularity, there is something amiss, and peril frequently accompanies immense opportunity. Indeed, among cultivators, there are many who are reckless, willing to risk their lives in pursuit of treasure. Furthermore, having witnessed Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect hastily fleeing towards the mountains, many speculated that the Heavenly Demon Sect had prior knowledge of some treasure secret. Thus, they sought to abandon others and claim the treasure for themselves. Given these deductions, it was hardly surprising that thousands had gathered beneath the mountains. Strange. Just moments ago, the earth trembled with chaos, and now an unexpected silence envelopes the surroundings. Could it be that it has already come to an end? Li Taifeng furrowed his brow, his mind in turmoil. This treasure hunt was merely one aspect of his intentions. The true objective was to exact vengeance upon Lin Chuan and Wu Naming. He was acutely aware that even if Lin Chuan remained passive, his cultivation at the Heavenly Saint level rendered him the most formidable contender within the great marsh illusion. As the saying goes, a towering tree attracts the wind. For the young disciples of various sects to seize the greatest advantage within the illusion, eliminating Lin Chuan first, particularly the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, would be the most advantageous course of action. This was a reflection of human nature, not merely Li Tongfeng's personal ambition. However, every endeavor has a challenging beginning. Someone must take the initiative. Moreover, one must possess the authority to command respect. Thus, Li Tangfeng volunteered, becoming the initiator of this treasure-seizing endeavor. Naturally, the encouragement from the Ghost Scholar served as an advantageous catalyst. The alliance between the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect provided justification for other sects to join the fray, even with a Heavenly Saint among them. A charge of thousands could match Lin Chuan in combat. Li Tongfeng's strategy was straightforward, since he alone could not contend with Lin Chuan. He would endeavor to rally more individuals to surround and eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect within the cave. Humph. It seems that the ferocious creatures within the cave have devoured nearly all the members of the Celestial Demon Sect. We shall take this opportunity to seize our share. The ghostly scholar licked his lips and chuckled softly. This statement merely represents a possibility, yet it directly articulates the deep-seated desires within the hearts of the crowd. Murder and the acquisition of treasures are indeed the most commonplace occurrences in the realm of cultivation. If the treasures within the cave are exceedingly precious, it is not merely the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect who may perish. Even among these thousands, they would turn against one another in a fratricidal frenzy. The innate human tendency to perish for wealth is an undeniable truth. With this in mind, why delay any further? The early bird catches the worm, and it all hinges upon who possesses the greater fortune. One individual laughed heartily and was the first to charge out of the crowd, plunging into the cave. This action immediately incited discontent among the others. However, despite their incessant complaints, none were willing to be left behind. In an instant, the throng of thousands surged into the cave like wild stallions, clamoring in excitement. Even Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar found themselves amidst this chaos, unwilling to lag behind. Thud, thud, thud. The cacophony of footsteps echoed chaotically within the cavern. Thousands surged into the dark confines, obscuring the sole source of light. The cave, now shrouded in gloom, revealed a vague form of white fur sprawled upon the ground, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. What is that? Li Tangfeng raised his brows slightly, leaning forward to observe intently. As the footsteps faded away, the surrounding atmosphere became profoundly tranquil. Consequently, the sound of gnawing became eerily unsettling. Burp. The fluffy white creature appeared to have just feasted, letting out a belch. Its large head swayed twice before slowly opening its vibrant green eyes. The two terrifying emerald beams instantly caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Despite their modest cultivation levels, they could discern that the ferocious beast before them possessed extraordinary strength. Most alarming was its sheer danger. Even if the collective might of the thousands present were combined, they would still fall woefully short against this formidable beast. A ninth-tier ferocious beast. How could such a perilous creature exist here? What of Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Had they perhaps already fallen prey to this beast? Li Tangfeng's face was etched with three inquiries. The news of Lin Chuan's demise should have filled him with joy, even exhilaration. Yet now, he was confronted with a ninth-tier beast, and his own life was at stake. It was possible that he would soon meet Lin Chuan in the depths of hell. What joy could he possibly find in that? Let us remain calm. This beast has just feasted. It should be sated for the moment. We will gradually retreat from the cave and devise a plan to re-enter. We must not disturb it, or we shall all perish, Li Tangfeng urged, lowering his voice to caution the crowd. The assembly comprised the CR de la CR of the younger generation from various sections. Even if they were not exceptionally astute, they were certainly not foolish. With a beast capable of rivaling the strength of an emperor standing before them, retreating for their safety was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thus, not a single voice of dissent arose against Li Tangfeng, and instead, the thousands of individuals cooperatively began to withdraw. To avoid provoking the imperial wolf into a sudden frenzy, they kept a vigilant watch on the creature, stealthily exiting the cave like thieves. Before long, the once crowded cavern was eerily empty, devoid of even a single silhouette. Meanwhile, the imperial wolf pup, having presumably satisfied its hunger, lazily yawned and settled down to sleep soundly. Deep within the cave, Lin Chuan pressed his forehead in frustration, rolling his eyes repeatedly. This was a complete failure. The plan to drive the wolves away and seize the sheep had utterly backfired. He muttered to himself, vexed not only by the conflict with the disciples of other sects, but also by the imperial wolf blocking the entrance. They could not escape as long as it remained. Moreover, Li Tangfeng and his throng would not easily abandon their pursuit. They would likely lie in wait, determined to outlast Lin Chuan and his companions. Faced with this dual blockade, Lin Chuan and his team had no viable avenues for retreat. This, he deemed, was the crux of his failure. It appeared that leaving was not an option for the time being. They might as well delve deeper into the cave. Curious about the treasures guarded by the imperial wolf cub, Wu Nanming regained her composure. Just moments ago, 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect recounted their experiences. Previously, they had disregarded Lin Chuan's warnings and insisted on entering the cave. This reckless decision had summoned the imperial wolf. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's astuteness prevailed as he temporarily pacified the formidable beast with the core of a 9th-level ferocious creature. Otherwise, the lives of all 10 would have been forfeit. Despite the recklessness of these 8 individuals, their misadventure was not entirely in vain. They had the fortune to witness the original lair of the Imperial Wolf, where an exceptionally rare treasure was housed. Treasure? Are you certain? Lin Chuan's expression grew grave once more. The 8 individuals nodded in unison, yet dared not speak further. Previously, they had deemed Lin Chuan overly cautious, believing such vigilance unnecessary. However, following the incident with the Emperor Wolf, they came to genuinely admire him. To them, Lin Chuan was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed an almost prophetic insight. What seemed to be an inconspicuous cave harbored a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Had they heeded Lin Chuan's warnings, they would not have found themselves in such perilous circumstances. Do you believe there is something amiss with this treasure? Wu Nanming inquired softly. Since descending the mountain with Lin Chuan, a multitude of events had transpired, leading to a significant shift in her attitude towards him. Once, she had been disdainful of those who were idle, yet she now recognized his valor. In the face of a complex environment, he demonstrated the ability to make astute judgments that others could not foresee. Upon reflection, Lin Chuan embodied the essence of a strong individual, remaining unflinching even when confronted with overwhelming challenges. Indeed, Wu Nanming had been thoroughly impressed by Lin Chuan, losing her capacity for independent thought and choosing instead to trust his judgment. It should pose no problem. You have not misjudged. That is indeed the treasure. However, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem brings calamity. Whether this treasure brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain, Lin Chuan replied, shaking his head slightly. His demeanor serious. His caution was unwavering, yet this time, no one dared to question him. The reasoning was straightforward. Any treasure would be a coveted prize for various sections. Even if it were housed within the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would be regarded as a treasure of the sect. Should the treasure guarded by the Emperor Wolf be one of the 10 greatest treasures, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly be magnified 100-fold. Although Lin Chuan and his companions possessed unique advantages that allowed them to potentially acquire the treasure first, such a high-caliber artifact, once revealed, would inevitably attract lethal threats. It was possible that the first to attack them would be the cubs of the Emperor Wolf. Even if they managed to evade the pursuit of this ferocious beast, they would still have to contend with the frenzied assault of 8,000 disciples from rival sections. Thus, from the moment they obtained the treasure, Lin Chuan and his companions would face incessant dangers until they returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect. According to the Holy Sun, should we pursue this treasure? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt a great burden. Ultimately, they could only leave the decision to Lin Chuan, although the expedition was led by Wu Nanming. The disciples seemed to have nearly forgotten about their senior sister. Even Wu Nanming herself was completely oblivious to this fact, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chuan. Well then, Lin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. His serious demeanor only enhanced his handsome appearance, were it not for the perilous circumstances that surrounded them. The 4 female disciples might have succumbed to infatuation once again. It was indeed a possibility, yet unnecessary, was the conclusion Lin Chuan reached. However, the group led by Wu Nanming remained perplexed. What did he mean by it can be done, but it is not essential? They were eager to hear Lin Chuan elucidate, but he merely smiled and turned to venture deeper into the cave. Consequently, the others had no choice but to follow. They were curious to witness what extraordinary feats Lin Chuan would conjure next. Having previously scouted by 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they possessed a fair understanding of the cave's internal layout. The group encountered little difficulty in locating the original position of the Emperor Wolf. Before them lay a rudimentary stone chamber, within which stood a solitary 7-foot-long spear. This spear had remained enshrined in dust for countless years, yet it appeared as pristine as if newly forged. Even in the pitch-black cave, it emanated a dazzling silver light. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, ranked 5th among the top 10 treasures. Truly, it was a hot potato. Wu Nanming's brow furrowed, her expression grave. Under Lin Chuan's influence, she and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had become markedly more cautious. Despite the treasure being right before their eyes, they dared not lay a finger on it, let alone seize it. Such an enticing bait. With 8,000 fish ensnared here, it surely could sever the ties of fate. Safety was of utmost importance. A treasure of such magnitude lay before Lin Chuan, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Wu Nanming and the disciples naturally dared not act impulsively, following his lead. Yet, entering the treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed felt like a significant loss. Yet Lin Chuan seemed to have other plans. The group had no choice but to suppress their urge to claim the treasure. At that moment, the emperor wolf cub within the cave continued to slumber peacefully. A 9th-level ferocious beast's core was sufficient for it to refine for some time. As long as they did not disturb it, the beast showed no interest in the cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave. Outside, thousands of disciples from various sects anxiously deliberated on how to enter the cavern and seek the treasure within. Alas, a formidable 9th-level beast stood guard, and a trespass would surely invite dire consequences. Even the most reckless among them would prefer to avoid a futile demise, let alone these cultivators, who were the pride of their respective sects, valuing their lives far more than the average person. Has someone emerged? The crowd's ears were keen, and upon hearing the footsteps, they immediately turned their gazes. Soon, several figures emerged from the pitch-black cave, with none other than Lin Chuan leading the way, the very person they had longed for. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as countless figures swiftly descended around the cave, encircling Lin Chuan and his companions. A myriad of bizarre weapons radiated a menacing chill, with these disciples revealing no intention to conceal their murderous intent. Within the expansive illusion of the Great Marsh, Lin Chuan's cultivation was universally acknowledged as the strongest. Even a renowned celestial master like Li Tangfeng had been left far behind by Lin Chuan, who had nearly vanquished him. Such a formidable adversary must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity, lest the treasures within this illusion fall into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the Heavenly Demon Sect directly, wary of Lin Chuan's celestial prowess. However, the situation had drastically changed. With their overwhelming numbers, they believed that sheer force could overcome him. With enough resolve, they could surely slay Lin Chuan on the spot. Brother Lin, the treasures within this cave are yours for the taking. Yet, you might not have anticipated that despite your considerable efforts, we have been patiently waiting for you. Surrender the treasures, and we shall spare your life. How do you see this? Li Tangfeng said with a triumphant smile. This situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by him, forcing Lin Chuan and his companions into a corner and somewhat restoring his lost dignity. Naturally, he felt a sense of pride. However, in the face of such overwhelming encirclement, Lin Chuan appeared unfazed. Not a trace of panic was evident on his face. If it were merely him feigning calmness, it would be one thing. But the key factor was that Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were equally composed. This was rather unusual. Li Tangfeng, we had already anticipated your presence outside the cave. To be candid, the treasure has indeed been discovered by us. However, we have chosen to leave it within. Would you care to know why? Wu Nanming let out a cold snort and spoke eloquently. This rhetorical question momentarily caused the eager assailants to hesitate. The treasure remained in the cave? Did that not mean they would still have to confront the Imperial Wolves? If that were the case, even if they were to eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would merely amount to taking a few lives without any knowledge of the treasure's whereabouts. It seemed rather a case of incurring losses without any gain. Hey, Sister Nanming, your lengthy discourse seems merely a ploy to buy time. Even if you do not possess the treasure, I can retrieve it myself. However, Lin Chuan and you are formidable adversaries for those of us who have entered the vast mirage. If you remain unscathed, you will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us. Li Tangfeng sneered coldly, casting his gaze around the crowd. He then raised his voice, calling out, "Everyone, there is no need for hesitation. Let us unite to slay Lin Chuan, and thereafter, we can peacefully divide the resources within this illusion." At his words, the crowd erupted into a fervor. Undoubtedly, Li Tangfeng had voiced the sentiments of many. Lin Chuan's survival represented their greatest peril. Eliminating him swiftly would prevent future troubles. Are you truly confident in dealing with the Emperor Wolf? Or do you believe you possess the skill to seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear in the presence of the Emperor Wolf? A calm voice, laced with mockery, resonated among the crowd. Merely 2 questions ignited a cacophony among the assembly. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, the 5th-ranked treasure among the top 10. It is actually here. Excited murmurs spread like wildfire. No one could resist the allure of such a treasure, especially one that ranked 5th among the top 10. Even the most formidable of celestial emperors would find it hard to resist. A group of celestial venerates and cultivators from the celestial sect were similarly unable to withstand the temptation. Is this true? A questioning voice emerged from behind Li Tangfeng. The ghostly figure of the ghost scholar appeared, his pallid face strikingly ghastly. Lin Chuan had encountered many from the 100 Ghosts sect, yet none were as pitifully frail as the ghost scholar. Unfortunately, The cultivation world possesses every conceivable elixir, except for the 6-flavor Remania pill. Otherwise, he would certainly recommend it to the ghost scholar to remedy his lamentable condition. Whether it is true or not, do you not believe it? Why bother asking? Lin Chuan shot a disdainful glance at the ghost scholar, finding his visage unpleasant and untrustworthy. Li Tangfeng, on the other hand, appeared rather simple-minded and easily deceived. Lin Chuan dismissively turned away from the huffy ghost scholar and faced Li Tangfeng with a smile, saying, "Brotherly, you must be curious as to how I managed to survive the Emperor Wolf, yes? Allow me to enlighten you. The reason I did not take the treasure is not due to concern over your encirclement outside the cave, but rather out of fear of provoking the Emperor Wolf. Consider this, the Emperor Wolf exists to guard the treasure. Should anything happen to the treasure, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Emperor Wolf. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your counsel." "Counsel? Are you out of your mind?" Li Tangfeng gazed at Lin Chuan with the eyes of a fool. The large group he had summoned was indeed there to eliminate Lin Chuan. How could this man still entertain the notion of seeking assistance? Surely, he did not believe that everyone had come merely for amusement. Oh dear, why must everyone regard Lin with such disdain? Acquiring the treasured artifact is no simple feat. If you desire it, so too does Lin. However, we currently face a formidable common adversary, the Imperial Wolf. Until we address this threat, how can we even contemplate seizing the treasure? Just imagine, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear awaits us in the cave, beckoning us. Lin Chuan's tone resembled that of a child being soothed. Though it may seem childish, it holds a kernel of truth. It is often said that there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Whether it be the slaying of Lin Chuan or the acquisition of the treasure, it ultimately depends on where the hearts of the crowd lie in terms of their interests. The hesitation etched on the faces of the thousands of disciples from various sects reveals their greater yearning for the treasure. Even Li Tangfeng, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for Lin Chuan, finds himself swayed by this allure. Pray tell, how did you manage to survive the ordeal of the Imperial Wolf? In the end, Li Tangfeng could not resist the temptation of the treasure. He took the bait. The moment he relaxed his guard, he fell into the trap laid by Lin Chuan. Lin had anticipated that thousands would be stationed outside the cave, all drawn by the allure of the treasure. Coupled with the threat of the Imperial Wolf, Lin and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect found themselves in dire straits. If Lin were to be ruthless, carving a bloody path with his prowess would be far from impossible. Yet, it becomes a challenge when burdened with the likes of Wu Nanming and others. Although he often speaks of fleeing for his life and yearns to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect, can the bonds of fellowship be dismissed so easily? If Wu Nanming and the others were to perish within the illusion, how could he return alone to the Heavenly Demon Sect? How would his fellow disciples perceive him? He is merely indifferent, not cold-blooded. If he cannot escape the Heavenly Demon Sect in this lifetime, he must continue to coexist there. Perhaps it is fitting for others to boldly fight their way out of such dire predicaments with fervor. Yet, for someone as lethargic as him, even lifting a finger seems a waste of energy. Why exert oneself when matters can be resolved with mere words? The satisfaction of outsmarting others far surpasses that of physical confrontation. Cough, cough. Lin Chuan placed his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. His feigned profundity left the crowd feeling quite irked, yet Lin Chuan reveled in the amusement. The sensation of deceiving a multitude of fools was truly delightful. To soothe the Emperor Wolf, one merely requires a 9th-grade beast core. Regrettably, Lin possesses but a single core, which has already been devoured by the Emperor Wolf. Should any of you have more, you could surely acquire the coveted treasure and depart with ease. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. Although the beast core is invaluable, it is merely a consumable item. One cannot take anything with them upon death. If one could exchange a single core for a treasure such as the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, it would be an absolute bargain. Once Li Tangfeng and his entourage enter the cave, preoccupied with seizing the treasure, he could swagger out of this tumultuous place alongside Wen Yiming and the others. If all goes smoothly, the Emperor Wolf could fend off the thousands, and amidst their mutual devastation, he would reap the rewards. What a flawless plan. At this moment, Lin Chuan was still immersed in his self-satisfaction, oblivious to the dazed expressions on Li Tangfeng and the others. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. In the vast space, only the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds could be heard, with not a single person uttering a word. What is the matter? Lin Chuan realized that a moment had already passed. He cast a curious glance around him. Ha. Li Tangfeng's lips twitched uncontrollably, and an expression of helplessness was about to overflow. Brother Lin, are you jesting with us? A 9th-level fierce beast's inner core. If I possessed such a treasure, Would I worry about a mere emperor wolf? Even within my blood slaughter sect or your heavenly demon sect. An inner core from a beast rivaling the strength of a celestial emperor is a treasured relic. Yet you would feed it to a beast. The last words he nearly shouted. However, this was not out of hatred for Lin Chuan, but rather out of pity for him and the heavenly demon sect. That is a 9th level fierce beast's inner core. Regardless of the beast, it is an exceptionally rare and precious gem in this world. The Blade Emperor of the Blood Slaughter sect has reached the level of a celestial emperor for a century, yet his cultivation has stagnated for at least 40 years. He has labored tirelessly in search of a 9th level fierce beast's inner core, proclaiming that he would spare no resources to obtain it. This underscores the rarity of such an inner core. It is common knowledge among cultivators. How could Lin Chuan, a powerful figure among the Celestials and the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, be unaware of this? Li Tangfeng couldn't help but question whether this young man was lacking in judgment. Is it truly precious? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Nanming, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he inquired. Indeed, Wu Nanming replied decisively to his inquiry. In truth, when she witnessed Lin Chuan feeding the Emperor Wolf with the precious 9-tailed Qi Dragon Pill, she felt a pang of regret. However, at that moment, her life was in peril, leaving her no room for contemplation. She had been deeply touched by Lin Chuan's willingness to sacrifice such a rare treasure to save the lives of others. Yet now, her sentiments had begun to waver. She started to doubt whether Lin Chuan truly understood the value of such treasures. Perhaps he merely sees the most suitable feed for the Emperor Wolf without a second thought. Very well. Lin Chuan shrugged his shoulders, utterly perplexed. After all, many treasures had been bestowed upon him directly by the system. Over the course of 5 years, he had amassed an immeasurable collection of treasures, elixirs, and various rare artifacts. He had little inclination to delve into their intricacies. It was merely coincidental that the system had recently gifted him an inner Dan. He had not given it much thought. Even now, he simply felt that without the inner Dan of a 9th-level ferocious beast, he could not persuade Li Tangfeng and the others to enter the cave. It was nothing more than disappointment. Without a 9th-level inner Dan, an 8th level would suffice. Let us not be so miserly. If we were to acquire a precious treasure, the rest could pool together some funds to compensate you. Lin Chuan earnestly began to arrange this. However, upon uttering these words, at least 10 individuals immediately coughed up blood. Meanwhile, the expressions of Li Tangfeng and Gue Rusheng grew increasingly grim. Lin Chuan, are you mocking us? 8th-level inner elixirs? Not only can we not produce them, but even with the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect, we could not procure 3. If you do not understand, it would be wise to remain silent. Alternatively, I could forfeit the treasure and end your life right now. Li Tangfeng, in a fit of rage, immediately summoned his magical artifact, unleashing a surge of malevolence. Observing this, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect also readied themselves, poised for action at Li Tangfeng's command. Meanwhile, the ghost scholar firmly closed his folding fan, narrowing his dark eyes into slits. Coupled with his affiliation to the 100 Ghost sect, he exuded an aura of eerie foreboding. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, thousands fell into a state of readiness. Weapons that had just been lowered now encircling Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A bloody conflict was poised to erupt at any moment. Saint Sun, let us break free. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect could no longer endure the torment. Although they were outnumbered, they were formidable cultivators of the Heavenly Sect. Wu Nanming was a powerful heavenly sovereign, and with Lin Chuan, the sole heavenly saint of the great martial illusion, they indeed possessed the strength to fight back, rather than live in humiliation. It was far nobler to fall bravely in battle. What is the point of killing? One only knows how to resort to violence. Akin to the old demon and the sect master, Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. He then turned to Li Tangfeng, chuckling. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere 8th-level beast core? I, lacking in talent, happen to possess 2. Allow me to bestow them upon you. Brotherly. Before his words could settle, Lin Chuan abruptly tossed forth 2 dark shadows, hurtling directly towards Li Tangfeng. With a resounding clap, Li Tangfeng seized it in his grasp, his face awash with skepticism as he scrutinized his fist. The ghostly scholar could not help but stretch his neck in intrigue. Surrounding them, thousands of disciples from various sects cast curious glances in the same direction. The moment Li Tangfeng's palm gradually unfurled, every eye in the vicinity widened in astonishment. Even Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left utterly shocked, repeatedly muttering in disbelief. Goodness, it is truly an 8th-grade ferocious beast's inner core. Still too, the Son of God possesses such wealth. Is it truly so astonishing to possess merely 2 8th-grade fierce beast inner cores? Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the assembly. This bunch of unsophisticated folk likely had no inkling of the myriad rare treasures he had amassed over the past 5 years. To him, 2 8th-grade inner cores were hardly noteworthy. Yet, considering he owned a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures, gifting away these inner cores would hardly raise an eyebrow. However, such generosity was not indicative of his benevolence. Lin Chuan had never been one to play the fool. Absent a substantial advantage, he would never engage in a losing proposition. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of selflessness, aspiring to acquire the esteemed title of a saint, for then, no one would dare to disturb him. 8th-grade Fierce Beast Intercourse. Indeed, a gift for Li? Li Taifeng regarded Lin Chuan with skepticism, though his gaze involuntarily lingered on the too plump and enticing course. He had never beheld 8th-grade inner cores in his lifetime, let alone 2. Even within the blood slaughter sect, 7th-grade inner cores were the pinnacle, procured only through the direct efforts of the sect master, the Blade Emperor. Yet, the son of the Heavenly Demon Sect could nonchalantly produce 2. How affluent must this Heavenly Demon Sect be? Brotherly, your words are misguided. The 2 inner cores are not a gift for you, but rather provisions for the Emperor Wolf. Only by placating the Emperor Wolf can we seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. However, in my humble opinion, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear is a possession closely guarded by the Emperor Wolf. Should it be moved, we must avoid alarming this beast, for it would surely lead to a fierce battle. I, being of lesser prowess, am acutely aware that I cannot contend with a 9th-grade fierce beast. Thus, I propose we join forces. What are your thoughts? Lin Chuan maintained an unruffled demeanor, spinning his tail without a hint of embarrassment. In his words, this was akin to an Oscar-worthy performance. Were there awards for acting in the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the recipient. Naturally, the allure of 2 8th-grade fierce beast inner cores was already sufficiently enticing. If Li Taifeng were not greedy and chose to abscond with the inner cores, Lin Chuan would be left powerless. Yet, when comparing treasures to inner cores, the greater temptation was glaringly obvious. It all hinged on whether Li Taifeng possessed ambition. Brother Lin is astute. I am in admiration. However, are you not concerned that by parting with 2 8th-grade fierce beast inner cores, you may find yourself without a share after the treasure is seized? Li Taifeng, as the Blade Emperor's direct disciple, was indeed not so easily deceived. Even the nearby ghost scholar, fanning himself, regarded Lin Chuan with a cold smile. These 2 were not entirely convinced of his sincerity. The son of God's extravagant display was likely an attempt to use them as mere shields. Indeed, among the cultivators, there exist numerous desperate individuals. Yet, even these reckless souls would not willingly embrace death without cause. It seems the prince's scheme may very well falter. The ghostly scholar chuckled, revealing that this enigmatic figure was not only astute but remarkably clever, promptly uncovering Lin Chuan's intentions. Wu Niaming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect furrowed their brows in response. 9 pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Chuan, a sense of tension enveloping them. Surrounding them, thousands of disciples from various sects engaged in fervent discussion. Among such a multitude, there were certainly both the wise and the foolish. However, influenced by the ghostly scholar's words, they swiftly experienced a moment of clarity. They were living beings, not mindless puppets. Even if a treasured artifact lay within arm's reach, one must possess the means to claim it. Absent tangible benefits, they would not willingly serve another. TSK. Lin knew that everyone would not trust him. Very well. Since the 2 8th-tier beast inner elixirs have failed to earn your trust, allow me, Lin, to take the lead. However, let me speak candidly, it is uncertain how long one can withstand a 9th-tier beast with the might of the heavenly sage. Should I meet my demise? You shall be left with no choice but to fight with your lives. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chuan decisively summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This exquisite spiritual treasure is a rarity, even among the most prestigious sections. By wielding such a supreme artifact at the outset, Lin Chuan unequivocally demonstrated his resolve. Upon witnessing this, the murmurings among the crowd promptly ceased, while Li Taifeng and Gue Rushing exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Since the Holy Sun possesses such sincerity, if we still harbor doubts about him, we cannot help but be small-minded, misjudging the noble intentions of a gentleman. Very well. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, the ghostly figure shall venture forth alongside the Holy Sun. The ghostly scholar chuckled softly, taking the lead to express his stance. This individual, adept in strategy, exhaled a sigh of relief. It was evident that he was at a loss when it came to Lin Chuan. Li Taifeng merely curled his lip, choosing silence. However, He gestured for the disciples of the blood fiend sect to follow, thus indicating his willingness to enter the cave. Originally, Lin Chuan had intended to offer 2 inner elixirs to Li Tangfeng to assuage the concerns of the group. Yet, Li Tangfeng outright declined. After all, they were all destined to nourish the imperial wolf. It mattered not to whom they were given. Lin Chuan, are you truly intent on engaging in combat with the Emperor Wolf? Wu Nanming's expression was fraught with anxiety. This diverged from the plan Lin Chuan had initially devised. Although Lin Chuan had not disclosed the specifics of his strategy to her, she could surmise its essence. It revolved around luring Li Tangfeng and his companions into the cave to seize the coveted treasure. In the moment the Emperor Wolf awakened, they would engage in a fierce battle, allowing the Heavenly Demon Sect to reap the benefits. This plan was, in theory, flawless. Yet, cultivators are not foolish. They have seen through Lin Chuan's intentions. Left with no alternative, Lin Chuan was compelled to take a perilous risk. Indeed, Lin Chuan shrugged, casting a fleeting glance at Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, who lingered behind him like bothersome flies. Although they feigned indifference, it was likely they were straining to catch his whispered words. The quest for the coveted treasure was fraught with peril. Do not be deceived by the vast expanse of the great marsh illusion, stretching over 800 miles. The Emperor Wolf is a fearsome beast, rivaling the might of the Heavenly Emperor. If it remains alive, even if we manage to escape 100 miles, our safety is not guaranteed. In this battle, no one can hope for tranquility. Should I fall, I implore my senior sister to swiftly lead our fellow disciples out of the illusion, lest we suffer complete annihilation. Lin Chuan sighed softly, his expression somber, as if he were embarking on a journey from which there was no return. Yet, while his words seemed directed at Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they were, in truth, a subtle ploy to manipulate Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. The underlying message was clear. He would undoubtedly enter the cave, but Wu Nanming and her disciples would not follow, citing the bond of brotherhood. Should these two fail to comprehend such sentiments, Lin Chuan would be forthright in declaring his refusal to proceed, for it was likely that in their eagerness, it would be the multitude of disciples from other sects who would be left in a state of disarray. The great cause of the Holy Sun. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, and the Holy Sun is the most formidable among us. Should he perish, we too shall find ourselves in grave danger. Sister Nanming, rest assured, we shall wholeheartedly support the Holy Sun. We shall not allow any harm to befall him. The ghostly scholar, rarely serious, then patted Li Tangfeng and led several thousand disciples from other sects into the cave. As the group stepped into the darkness, a pair of green, glimmering eyes pierced through the shadows. This creature has astonishingly completed the refinement of the 9th level inner core so swiftly. Brother Lin, it is now your turn. The young imperial wolf awakened, standing in the cave like a solitary guardian. Despite the presence of 8,000 experts within the great marsh illusion, if the imperial wolf were to unleash its fury, many would surely meet their demise. None of us emerged from the cracks of stones, and naturally, we do not wish to perish without cause. If one could subdue the imperial wolf through cunning means, everyone would surely relish the opportunity. Brother Lin, it is now your turn. Li Tangfeng's expression remained calm. In this instance, he did not reveal an ounce of hostility towards Lin Chuan. After all, he would still require the other's assistance. Whether he would retain such tranquility after his utility has been exhausted remains uncertain. Not a problem. Lin Chuan gestured an OK sign towards Li Tangfeng. He was indifferent to whether the other party could comprehend it. The crucial matter was to deceive this group of fools. However, the imperial wolf was certainly not his pet. It remained uncertain whether the inner core of an 8th-level ferocious beast would satisfy this creature. Thus, despite Lin Chuan's seemingly calm demeanor, he was always prepared for battle. Alas, the regal wolf, with its vigilant green eyes, fixated intently on Lin Chuan. Remarkably, this beast did not launch a direct assault on him, which boded well. It seemed that the previous 9-tailed Chi Dragon Dan had indeed yielded some effect. If he could seize the opportunity to reclaim it, that would be even better. Lin Chuan licked his lips, indulging in such fantasies. Ever since he traversed into this realm of cultivation, he had yet to hear of anyone possessing the audacity to harbor a 9th-level ferocious beast as a pet. In the present world, the mightiest beings were those known as Heavenly Emperors, with the title of Heavenly Emperor reserved for legendary experts, elusive as the Divine Dragon. Lin Chuan had never heard of a Heavenly Emperor appearing anywhere. This young regal wolf already possessed the strength of a Heavenly Emperor, and its proud instincts would certainly never yield easily to humanity. Thus, The best outcome would be for Lin Chuan to drop 2 8th-level inner cores to pacify the regal wolf. While Li Tangfeng and the others ventured into the cave in search of treasures, he would make a swift exit. When Li Tangfeng and his companions seized the treasures, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the regal wolf. In the ensuing chaos of their clash, Lin Chuan could profit from the turmoil. Delightful. Hiki. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself, lost in his thoughts. The regal wolf tilted its small head, and within its vibrant green eyes flickered a hint of confusion. As if it were pondering, what is this foolish human laughing about? Fortunately, Lin Chuan was positioned with his back to the others. They were oblivious to the mischievous smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, he had the privilege of observing the young regal wolf up close. As he drew nearer, he suddenly realized that the wolf pup appeared to have grown significantly since their last encounter. If the previous regal wolf could be likened to a small puppy, the creature before him now resembled a fully grown dog. Should it grow a couple more sizes, it would undoubtedly transform into a magnificent Siberian husky, one that Lin Chuan could ride with abandon. To mount a 9th-level ferocious beast as a steed seemed rather extravagant. However, should such a fortune arise, even Leng Ningshuang would have to take a step back. At that moment, Lin Chuan pondered whether to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect or remain. For the old hag's words would no longer hold sway. He stroked his chin, lost once again in a reverie. Brother Lin, what are you dawdling about? Are you merely passing the time? Suddenly, the voice of Li Tangfeng echoed. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are in a frenzy. He is indeed quite cautious. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan shrugged his shoulders, leisurely producing 2 8th-grade beast core elixirs, waving them before the emperor's piercing gaze. Good dog. I have brought you some food once again. A full belly leads to a peaceful slumber. I have been so kind to you. You mustn't bite me. If you must bite, then direct your ire towards those wicked individuals behind. Lin Chuan spoke to the young emperor wolf in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly within the confines of the cave. The expressions of Li Tangfeng and the others darkened in an instant. However, they understood well that Lin Chuan's willingness to re-enter the cave was merely a result of their coercion. Feeling a bit of resentment was only natural. Their intentions were straightforward, to leverage Lin Chuan's presence to pacify the emperor wolf. Once they obtained the coveted treasure, this individual would lose his value. The decision of whether to spare him or eliminate him would then require no further contemplation. Ha! The young imperial wolf cub, unable to comprehend Lin Chuan's words, fixated its gaze upon the 2 8th-grade inner elixirs, licking its tongue in anticipation. Indeed, whether human or beast, gourmet delicacies serve as the most potent means of ensnaring hearts. The poor little creature, likely confined to its cave since birth, has yet to savor the delights of the mortal realm. One wonders if a roasted chicken leg could win its affection. As Lin Chuan squatted on the ground, pondering while stroking his chin, a series of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Li Tangfeng and his companions exhibited an urgent demeanor, their swift strides speaking volumes. Leave a few behind to keep an eye on this lad. After acquiring the treasure, we must ensure an escape route. The ghostly scholar glanced at Lin Chuan, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Damn it! Lin Chuan silently cursed, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare by the ghostly scholar. Could these supporting characters not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Why be so astute? It was truly vexing. As the chosen one under the system's care, Lin Chuan had initially envisioned himself as the protagonist of this cultivation world. Yet, in novels, aren't supporting characters typically portrayed as intellectually deficient, fragile porcelain dolls? Why? In his case, did they all seem to possess such keen intellect? I refuse to accept this. Lin Chuan sulked on the ground, arms crossed in frustration. A group of onlookers stared at him, utterly bewildered. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Let us set aside our concerns for the moment. Acquiring the treasure is of utmost importance. Li Tangfeng called out to the crowd, leading away the majority. Those who remained were either paralyzed by fear, anticipating the need for a hasty retreat should an unforeseen event arise, or they were vassals of the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate, compelled to obey the commands of Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar. In any case, there were still quite a few guarding Lin Chuan. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation, it would not be impossible for him to break through. However, such an action would render his prior strategies utterly meaningless, casting him in a foolish light. Hey brother, have you brought any food? Don't be so stingy. I've already sacrificed 2 8th-level fierce beast inner pills. Is it too much to ask for some sustenance? Ideally, something cooked, but if not, grilled meat would suffice. Lin Chuan insistently pulled a few disciples from other sects. employing both persuasion and pressure. With such a thick skin, were it not for his formidable cultivation and reasonably handsome appearance, he would have been beaten long ago. How delightful! I surmise that this exquisite roasted meat hails from the renowned by Xiong Lu. A mere pound commands the price of 2 taels of silver. You must be quite affluent. Lin Chuan incessantly lavished praise upon the young man who provided him with the food, yet his eyes stealthily darted towards the imposing king wolf. Is it fragrant? Surely. You have never tasted it. If you desire a morsel, you must first rid yourself of these imbeciles. He brandished the roasted meat in his hand, seemingly intent on flaunting it before the king wolf. No one could possibly refuse the allure of the roasted delicacies from Bai Xiong Lu. At that moment, the king wolf appeared to find the essence of the 8th-tier ferocious beast's inner core rather unappealing. Its emerald eyes fixated hungrily upon the roasted meat, drool cascading uncontrollably. It was, indeed, tempted. The inner core of the ferocious beast had lost its charm, while the tantalizing roasted meat provoked an insatiable craving in the king wolf. This tactic, known as offering flowers to the Buddha, was ingenious. What of the 9th-tier ferocious beast? In truth, it was merely an underdeveloped wolf cub, with a modicum of temptation. Subduing it was not an implausible endeavor. Here you go. Lin Chuan casually tossed the roasted meat towards the creature. With a cheerful smile, he watched as the emperor wolf devoured the food voraciously. He even attempted to reach out, gently caressing the wolf's head, as if training a small dog. As long as the emperor wolf did not resist, it could be considered a victory. However, his audacious behavior left the onlookers utterly horrified. This was a 9th-level ferocious beast, possessing strength comparable to that of a celestial emperor. If it were to unleash its fury, it could indeed take a life. Lin, please do not bring about our demise. The crowd implored earnestly. Yet, Lin Chuan appeared oblivious to their concerns, resolutely continuing his actions. In the next moment, his hand made contact with the emperor wolf's bristly fur. This beast, reminiscent of a husky, continued to savor the roasted meat, showing no sign of agitation whatsoever. Success. Lin Chuan's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. He was overjoyed and subsequently became more vigorous in his actions. He vigorously rubbed the head of the imperial wolf. The sensation was not particularly exquisite, yet it was far from unpleasant. Although this did not equate to taming the ferocious beast, it at least established a connection with the cub of the imperial wolf. It seemed that the previous 2 feeding sessions had not been in vain. However, this was solely applicable to the cubs of ferocious beasts. When it came to adult ferocious creatures, they were not so easily swayed. Behold, a circle of spectators gazed in disbelief at Lin Chuan's audacious maneuver. They could not ascertain whether Lin Chuan had indeed tamed the emperor wolf. However, the palpable rapport between man and beast suggested that an extraordinary bond had been forged. The most alarming aspect was that Lin Chuan was a formidable celestial being. Now, with the addition of a 9th-level ferocious beast of divine emperor caliber, should he truly endeavor to break through, they would be utterly powerless to impede him. Brother Lin, congratulations! Once Master Li Tangfeng retrieves the treasured artifact, we shall depart in peace. The greatest credit belongs to Brother Lin, who shall also partake in the division of the spoils. The crowd forced smiles, hastily uttering flattering remarks to avoid any conflict that might ensnare them, the small fish in this grand scheme. Hee, congratulations indeed. The division of the treasure is assured. After all, it was Lin who, alongside the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect, first discovered it. However, it is time to settle the score with those who assisted Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar in besieging the disciples of our Celestial Demon Sect. Lin Chuan grinned, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, yet his words were laced with daggers. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence could discern that Lin Chuan intended to seek retribution in due time. Those who had aided Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar would inevitably face repercussions. Brother Lin, why must you be so harsh? You know well that we, as minor sects, are compelled to bow to the larger factions. We have no choice but to comply with whatever Li Tangfeng decrees. Why impose your grievances upon us? The crowd, visibly anxious, faced both Li Tangfeng and Lin Chuan with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This is the tragedy of the insignificant. Yet, these small fry are not entirely without value. Their numbers afford them a modicum of deterrence. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been cornered to this extent. Let us not forget, with his prowess, dealing with Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar would be a trivial matter. It is solely due to the overwhelming number of minions that he finds himself bound and constrained. Alas, it is not that Lin doubts the trustworthiness of you all, but rather that you are indeed unworthy of such trust. Allow me to elucidate. Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing are undoubtedly doomed. Should they meet their demise, you shall be deemed complicit in their fate. If the roots of the weeds are not eradicated, the spring breeze shall bring forth new growth. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chuan's gaze transformed into an icy coldness. A wave of chilling, murderous intent swiftly enveloped the cavern, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees in mere moments. The crowd was struck with terror, their faces etched with profound fear. Clang, clang, clang. Various weapons were instantly brandished in their hands. The sharp edges of the swords were all directed towards Lin Chuan. Even in the face of fear, they were unwilling to relinquish their desire for survival. Another fight is about to ensue. It is quite troublesome. Lin Chuan sighed with a hint of exasperation. Usually, he was accustomed to a languid lifestyle. Even though he was fully aware that he had no choice but to engage in this battle, he still felt an innate aversion to it. If only he could avoid getting his hands dirty. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance at the nearby Imperial Wolf. Perhaps he could devise a plan to have the Imperial Wolf take action instead? Brother Wolf, shall we confer for a moment? I shall offer you 2 8th-level Beast Core elixirs in exchange for your assistance in dealing with these 10 or so individuals. If that is insufficient, I can certainly provide 2 more. Lin Chuan exclaimed with animated enthusiasm. He merely uttered these words without any genuine expectation that the Emperor Wolf would comprehend human speech. Suddenly, the regal wolf discarded the remnants of its roasted meat. With its round, emerald eyes, it stared intently ahead. Then it nodded its formidable head, casting a glance at Lin Chuan, as if to convey, "It is settled." This scene left Lin Chuan and the others in a state of utter astonishment. The regal wolf can comprehend human speech. This creature has transcended to a higher form. "Ha! Brother Wolf, catch!" Lin Chuan exclaimed with delight. He was indifferent to losing a few inner Dan pills, for he possessed an abundance of them. Capturing ferocious beasts with these inner Dan pills felt like an immense profit to him. Of course, this was under the condition that no one was privy to his thoughts. It is worth noting that within the realm of ferocious beasts, those comparable in strength to the Heavenly Emperor were merely cubs. An 8th-level ferocious beast, on the other hand, possessed genuine Heavenly Saint power. Such beasts were not only formidable in strength but also exceedingly rare. An 8th-level inner Dan was a treasure of immeasurable worth, often sought after yet seldom found. Lin Chuan's indifference was one thing. He even planned to treat the Emperor Wolf to some sweet treats. Such extravagance was indeed a display of Taoist luxury. Anyone with a semblance of understanding of the cultivation world would soon realize why the Emperor Wolf harbored fondness for him. Lin Chuan was nothing short of a veritable treasure trove, a nurturing figure. Who could resist such a lure? "No, don't come over." The anguished cries of the crowd quickly erupted within the cavern. Roars and screams intertwined. Yet they could scarcely last for 20 breaths before the cave once again fell into silence. Meanwhile, whether outside the cave or deep within it, anyone who heard the cries could not help but change countenance in shock. Something has gone awry. When Yaming stared blankly into the pitch-black cave, her delicate form trembling incessantly. Undoubtedly, her heart was heavy with concern for Lin Chuan. Had it not been for the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect obstructing her, she would have rushed into the cave to find him. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Li Tangfeng and his companions had already claimed the treasured artifact for themselves. Each of these individuals harbored ulterior motives, intent on eliminating one another to seize the prize for themselves. Yet, due to the rampaging Emperor Wolf, they had momentarily united in purpose. First, they would eliminate this beast, and then they would deliberate on how to divide the spoils. The ghostly scholar rarely donned a serious demeanor. A 9th-tier ferocious beast, rivaling the might of an emperor, posed an unprecedented threat. Should Lin Chuan fall victim to the wolf's jaws, their ranks of celestial sovereigns and heavenly sect powerhouses would likely face a perilous fate. Inside the cave, thousands of individuals were crammed into the narrow passageway, moving forward with palpable tension and trepidation. The formidable prowess of the Emperor Wolf instilled profound psychological terror within them. The echoes of previous anguished cries had sent shivers down the spines of the faint-hearted, with some already resorting to prayers and supplications. Why panic? Do we truly fear a mere beast with so many of us gathered? Moreover, with the 9 heavens dragon roar spear in hand, defeat is hardly a certainty. Listen closely. Everyone, this is a moment of life and death. If we remain as scattered grains of sand, our demise is inevitable. Yet, if we unite as one, our chances of survival will significantly increase. When we encounter that beast, I, Li Tangfeng, shall lead the charge. Who among you is willing to fight alongside me? Li Tangfeng's powerful shout aimed to inspire and rally the crowd. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor. Even if not a genius, he was certainly no fool. It was only natural for him to make the right judgment in a moment of crisis. However, he was not alone in his cleverness. The ghost scholar was equally astute. He understood that in such perilous circumstances, only a desperate fight would offer a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he positioned himself beside Li Tangfeng. With a leader stepping forward, others soon followed suit. Before long, hundreds declared their intent to carve a bloody path alongside Li Tangfeng. Very well. Subsequently, Li and Gui formulated the following strategy. Soon, upon rounding the corner, we shall lay eyes on that beast. At that moment, there will be no retreat for us. We can only advance with unwavering resolve. Li Tangfeng decisively ended the matter, sparing these individuals from future regrets. Thereafter, hundreds convened to discuss a seemingly meticulous plan, which, in truth, was utterly superfluous. A congregation of celestial sovereigns and powerful sect leaders, when faced with an emperor of heaven, would find any stratagem rendered utterly ineffective. The so-called schemes merely serve to provide psychological comfort to the masses, possessing no tangible utility whatsoever. Thus, we shall proceed as planned. Charge forth. With a thunderous command from Li Tangfeng, he resolutely brandished the recently seized Jiuxiao Longyin spear, a treasure ranked 5th among the top 10 sacred artifacts. Although he had only just acquired it and had yet to fully comprehend its intricacies, its status as a sacred treasure suggested it was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it would indeed conjure miracles. As he issued his decree, hundreds surged around the corner, driven by a spirit of fatalism. Even those who did not wish to perish were unlikely to retreat from their predicament. Thus, the fervor of these individuals was palpable, their battle cries resounding with fervent intensity. However, this fervor was short-lived. The moment they burst forth from the corner, their cries abruptly ceased. Even those who followed closely behind fell silent upon crossing the threshold, leaving thousands behind in an eerie stillness. This sudden quietude engendered a sense of bewilderment among those remaining. Surely, if these hundreds had plunged into an abyss, there should be some semblance of struggle, some sound of resistance. The abrupt cessation of noise was indeed unsettling. What on earth has transpired? Someone could not contain their curiosity and shouted. They soon received a response. How could this be? The reply seemed somewhat evasive. Yet it was evident that the speaker was more perplexed than those who remained. Ultimately, the curiosity of the thousands compelled them to crowd toward the corner. They rose on tiptoe and craned their necks, peering through the sea of heads. What lay before them was a scene of utter disarray. With a wolf the size of a fully grown husky, perched upon the beast's back was a young man wearing a sly grin. His countenance far more handsome than that of any man present, yet his smile was laced with mockery, provoking a sense of irritation among the onlookers. Lin Chuan, they were all slain by you. Li Tangfeng pointed at the mangled corpses strewn across the ground. Those were dozens of formidable warriors from the Heavenly Sect. Within the span of merely 20 breaths, they all met a tragic demise. The stark disparity in strength between the two sides instills a profound sense of dread. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded. This time, he was too weary to quibble. After all, he was resolutely determined to eradicate the roots of the issue. There was no need whatsoever to deceive a group of individuals on the brink of demise. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan casually sketched a semicircle before him. A dazzling array of exquisite spiritual treasures emerged, displayed as if in a grand exhibition. 18 weapons, each one a supreme spiritual artifact, lay before the astonished crowd. Even among the esteemed sects such as Blood Fiend Sect and Hundred Ghost Sect, it would be an arduous task to present 18 supreme treasures. It is unlikely that even a sect leader possesses such a wealth of artifacts. Yet, here stands Lin Chuan, merely the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Exuding such affluence, Li Tangfeng's envy ignited. Whether it was the 9th and 8th grade beast cores Lin Chuan effortlessly produced or the 18 supreme treasures he now showcased, they were sufficient to kindle a burning jealousy within him. However, he recognized that he was no match for Lin Chuan. Yet, the dire situation in which Lin Chuan had cornered thousands of disciples from various sects presented him with a golden opportunity, an opportunity to eliminate Lin Chuan. Behold, everyone. Lin Chuan commands the Emperor Wolf, seeking to slay us and seize our treasures. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all our might. Today, it is either my demise or Lin Chuan's. We have no other choice. Li Tangfeng adeptly sowed discord, successfully igniting the fury of the assembled multitude. In an instant, thousands drew their swords, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. The imperial wolf became agitated as well, possessing a sense of smell far more acute than that of humans. It was driven to madness by the overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In contrast, Lin Chuan, the instigator of this chaos, remained remarkably composed. Indeed, the bloodlust of those present was entirely within his expectations. Li Tangfeng was not mistaken. In this battle, only one side could emerge alive, leaving no survivors among those present. Aside from the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Brother Wolf, do not hold back any longer. Dispatch these individuals, and I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Chuan chuckled softly as he leaped off the wolf's back, subsequently commanding 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to completely seal off the soul escape route. The Emperor Wolf licked its lips and broke into a grin. At that moment, Li Tangfeng and the others were struck with terror, their faces paling instantly. Could this beast truly comprehend human speech? Li Tangfeng thought in disbelief. If that were indeed the case, then their conversation upon entering the cave must have been overheard by the Emperor Wolf. How infuriating! This creature possessed intelligence, cunningly toying with them like mere puppets. A sudden gust of wind erupted, and a colossal beam of silvery light surged towards the crowd. Instantly, the tranquil cavern was thrown into chaos. Shouts of slaughter, howls of despair, pleas for mercy, and roars of fury filled the air, creating a cacophony that transformed the darkened space into a veritable inferno of human suffering. Outside the cavern, Wanan Meng and others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the mountain range, which trembled violently under the oppressive aura of the terrifying Heavenly Emperor. Was the Emperor Wolf truly that formidable? The exit had been effectively sealed by Lin, leaving everyone with no choice but to confront either the Emperor Wolf or Lin himself if they wished to escape. Lin Chuan observed the turmoil within the cavern with a cheerful demeanor, occasionally throwing in sardonic remarks to further unsettle the crowd. As a time traveler, Lin Chuan's mind was far more agile than that of these cultivators. Manipulating emotions was merely a fundamental tactic for him. If mere words could cause the hearts of thousands to shatter, he would gladly expend his breath to achieve such ends. However, even with his unparalleled verbal prowess, it was imperative that it be founded upon overwhelming strength. Otherwise, no amount of eloquence could bring about the demise of the thousands led by Li Tangfeng. Ultimately, it was mere fortune that had allowed him to subdue the Emperor Wolf as his enforcer. Without it, he would have been unable to retain such a multitude of cultivators. Lin Chuan, do not act with such ruthlessness. We are all disciples of significant standing within our great sections. Should we perish, your Heavenly Demon Sect will undoubtedly face a frenzied retaliation. Cold Ningshuang possesses immense strength, capable of withstanding the onslaught of countless sects. Li Tangfeng bellowed in a fit of rage. Desperation had taken hold of him. He understood that his life was precariously hanging by a thread in this very moment, prompting him to invoke the authority of his sect to threaten Lin Chuan. He was well aware that this was a desperate measure. Perhaps it would cause Lin Chuan to hesitate and spare them. Yet, it was far more likely to incite Lin Chuan's suspicion, leading him to silence them permanently. Little did he know, Lin Chuan had contemplated this approach from the outset. Regardless of Li Tangfeng's reasoning, eradicating the roots of the problem was Lin Chuan's unwavering strategy. The roar of the Imperial Wolf echoed, accompanied by the anguished cries of numerous disciples, rendering the atmosphere within the cavern even more sinister. With each passing moment, lives were claimed by the jaws of this formidable beast, a creature whose might rivaled that of a celestial sovereign. Even a throng of thousands could not withstand the onslaught of this savage entity. Engaging the Imperial Wolf in battle offered no hope of survival. The sole opportunity for escape lay with Lin Chuan. To eliminate him was to break free from the cave. Once they departed from the great marsh illusion, it would herald the demise of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Brotherly, why waste breath on him? Let us slay Lin Chuan and charge forth together. The ghostly scholar declared with a grim countenance. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Amidst the chaotic formation, over 60 individuals swiftly emerged. Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar were among them, united by a singular objective, Lin Chuan. To slay him was their only chance of survival. Have you finally recalled Lin? However, you may have forgotten that Lin is indeed a figure of celestial stature. Are you truly prepared to engage in combat with him? Lin Chuan remarked languidly. If it were up to him, he would genuinely prefer to avoid making a move. A person as indolent as he is finds even sitting in a lecture hall to be an exertion, let alone engaging in a brawl. Nevertheless, when faced with the prospect of losing one's life, one must be willing to expend energy, especially in this instance. Even if it means revealing all his cards, he cannot afford to let a single person escape. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly bring untold calamities upon himself and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Whoosh! 18 exquisite spiritual treasures spiraled through the air. Lin Chuan was already well prepared for battle. Even the languid expression on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a rare seriousness. The true strength of a celestial saint was finally ready to unleash its power. One could only wonder whether it was a stroke of fortune for Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, or an omen of impending misfortune. Kill. With an impatient command, Li Tangfeng set forth. Over 60 individuals crowded within the passage of the cave, charging forth like a herd of enraged bison towards Lin Chuan. A myriad of weapons gleamed ominously, infused with the formidable inner strength of both the celestial sovereign and the celestial sect's elite. The immense pressure caused the cave walls to crack incessantly, while fragments of rock cascaded from the ceiling, as though the very mountain might collapse at any moment. Yet, amidst such perilous circumstances, Lin Chuan exhibited no inclination to retreat, even if it meant being buried alive beneath the mountain. He could not allow Li Tangfeng and his cohorts to escape. The Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Technique. Celestial demons in a chaotic dance. Lin Chuan whispered softly, his voice piercing through the howling winds and reaching the ears of Li Tangfeng and the others. The renowned Celestial Demon Technique, a divine skill known to all, was effortlessly wielded by Lin Chuan. How could this be possible? Yet, before Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing could voice their doubts, a tremendous surge of internal energy erupted forth like a tsunami. The oppressive aura enveloped them, inducing a suffocating agony. Even more terrifying were the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures behind Lin Chuan, each infused with profound internal power, swirling about like a tempest of celestial demons, hurtling towards them with relentless intensity. Boom, boom. A cloud of crimson mist erupted around Li Tangfeng. Those who came into contact with the exquisite spiritual treasures perished instantly, not even a scream escaping their lips. The might of a celestial saint is indeed terrifying. Soon, the onslaught came to a halt. Originally, there were over 60 celestial sovereigns and Tianzong experts, but now only around 20 remained. Li Tangfeng, in a state of panic, scanned his surroundings and found Gue Rushing in a pitiful position, kneeling on the ground, the spiritual treasure fan in his hand reduced to a mere half-frame. Had it not been for his possession of a supreme treasure, his fate would scarcely have been better than that of Gue Rushing. Defeat was inevitable. Li Tangfeng's mind was a blank slate, and the remnants of his consciousness urged him to accept his fate. In just a single exchange, the outcome had been decided. As a celestial sovereign, he stood merely a realm apart from Lin Chuan, a celestial saint, yet the disparity felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. At this moment, he recalled that not long ago, Lin Chuan had effortlessly dispatched the sect master of the Xianjian sect, Hong Tianhe. In retrospect, the rumors were indeed true. He had underestimated Lin Chuan. With a resounding clang, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear fell to the ground, producing a sound akin to the striking of metal against stone. With a thud, Li Tangfeng fell to his knees, his eyes devoid of life. In a single strike, Lin Chuan had effortlessly shattered Li Tangfeng's self-assurance. A blow to the heart, Lin Chuan had accomplished it with ease. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar clutched his chest, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. He managed a bitter smile as he turned to Li Tangfeng and said, "We have been defeated. It seems we are destined to perish here. Yet, I cannot accept this fate. That young Lin Chuan is merely a few years our junior. Yet his power is utterly terrifying. Even in death, I cannot close my eyes in peace." At this moment, the ghostly scholar found himself consumed by envy, particularly after experiencing Lin Chuan's prowess firsthand. He understood that in this lifetime, and perhaps even the next, he would never surpass Lin Chuan. This realization only deepened his jealousy. Though both were young disciples within the same sect, their ages were similar, but their talents and cultivation levels were worlds apart. The stark contrast was utterly despairing, to the point where the ghostly scholar harbored thoughts of dragging Lin Chuan down with him, even in death. "Do you have a brilliant plan, ghost brother?" Li Tangfeng exclaimed with delight. He had been engulfed in despair, but upon hearing the ghostly scholar's words, a glimmer of hope reignited within him. However, like the ghostly scholar, he had long ceased to seek survival. He only wished for mutual destruction with Lin Chuan. To take such a prodigious talent down to the depths of despair alongside them would provide a sense of accomplishment for both. Same fate, Gu. I shall bind Lin Chuan's life to mine. Only a drop of his blood is needed. I implore you, brotherly, to procure it at any cost. I wish to descend into the abyss alongside Lin Chuan. The 100 Ghosts sect instills terror due to its incessant and bizarre methods. The Gu worms are but one of them. It is rumored that within the 100 Ghosts sect, there also exist techniques for controlling spirits, manipulating puppets, and reanimating corpses. These methods, which tarnish one's moral standing, have always been scorned by the major sections. Yet, within the 100 Ghosts sect, they are the mainstream practices. 50 years ago, a self-proclaimed righteous sect attempted to eradicate the 100 Ghosts sect, amassing an army of 30,000. However, the outcome was catastrophic, with the assailants suffering countless casualties, meeting bizarre and grotesque fates. In the aftermath, every sect that participated in the siege faced utter annihilation. Their tragic end still instilling fear in the hearts of the major sections. It was this very incident that rendered the 100 Ghosts sect untouchable for decades. Over the past 50 years, the growth of the 100 Ghosts sect cannot be deemed prosperous, yet it is by no means poor. The primary reason lies in the sheer terror of their methods. Few are willing to join unless absolutely necessary. Those who do join the 100 Ghosts sect are undoubtedly the most malevolent of individuals. Without a doubt, Gui Rushing is the epitome of wickedness. He fears not death, but before his demise, he is consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He is more fearsome than a desperate outlaw. Is a single drop of blood truly sufficient? Li Tongfeng's fingers trembled as he slowly picked up the precious item that had fallen to the ground. It represented the only chance he had to harm Lin Chuan. Yet, how substantial is that chance? He could not be certain. 10%? Or perhaps even less than that. Hey, the whisper concluded, only to be interrupted by a shout that yanked Li Tongfeng and Gui rushing back to reality. The two raised their heads to find Lin Chuan fixating on them. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his hand, Lin Chuan unleashed a tempestuous surge of internal power, retracting the scattered exquisite spiritual treasures. The 100 Ghosts sect, notorious for its insidious methods and unpredictability, had garnered a fearsome reputation. Surely, you two do not presume that I, Lin, remain oblivious to your intentions. I can only surmise that you are plotting how to perish alongside me. If that is indeed the case, I shall take the initiative and eliminate you both. With that, Lin Chuan directed his finger, commanding 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to surge toward Li Tongfeng and Gui Rushing. Wait. Li Tongfeng's complexion paled as he realized he had lost his treasured possession. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender. Gui Rushing's face drained of color. Damn you, Lin Chuan. You have ascended to the realm of the celestial sage, and you have the situation entirely under your control. Why then are you still so cautious? You wretched fiend. You refuse to play by the rules. Hiki, I neglected to inform the two of you. To preserve one's life, the most effective strategy is to remain discreet. However, if discretion is unattainable, one must eliminate all threats at their roots. Regardless of whether you are a celestial sovereign, a celestial sect, or a celestial emperor in my presence, there exists but one path: death. Lin Chuan let out a cold laugh, disregarding whether Li Tongfeng was genuinely surrendering. He commanded 18 supreme spiritual treasures and charged forward relentlessly. Bastard! Li Tongfeng seethed with rage and humiliation. Having already surrendered, he found Lin Chuan relentless in his pursuit of annihilation. Driven to the brink, he had no choice but to fight desperately for his survival. Let us proceed. With our fates already sealed, why should we hesitate? If we can drag Lin Chuan down to hell with us, it could be deemed a victory for both of us, the ghostly scholar declared, his countenance shrouded in gloom. At this juncture, further provocation was unnecessary. Snap! Li Tongfeng gripped the 9 Heavens Dragon Cry spear tightly, reclaiming the treasured weapon he had cast aside twice before. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes a vivid crimson. A torrent of bloodthirsty killing intent erupted from within him. In this blood-soaked battle, I shall sever my enemies' heads with my very life. Each word emerged from between his clenched teeth, accompanied by a surge of his own blood. His inner energy surged forth like a crimson mist. Undoubtedly, this technique was a desperate maneuver that consumed his lifespan. Renowned as the most formidable skill of the Bloodslaughter sect, only disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, when on the brink of death, could invoke this technique, sacrificing their lives to ensure mutual destruction with their foes. At this moment, it was clear that Li Tongfeng had reached a perilous juncture. Regardless of whether he employed the blood-soaked battle technique, death was inevitable. Better to take Lin Chuan down with him before his demise. Whoosh! The fierce howling of the wind mingled with an overpowering scent of blood. Lin Chuan could also sense the aura of Li Tongfeng surging wildly. The formidable celestial master was forcibly elevating his cultivation at the cost of his lifespan, drawing ever closer to the realm of the celestial saint. Impressive. Alas, one may approach the realm of the celestial sage without ever attaining it, ultimately rendering the endeavor a failure. Yet, what does it matter if one forcibly breaks through to the celestial sage? After all, I have slain Hong Tianhe. An ordinary celestial sage pales in comparison to me. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. Despite his disdain for Li Tangfeng, his gaze remained fixed on Gue Rushing. Compared to a brute like Li Tangfeng's, the cunning tricks employed by Gue Rushing were far more menacing. Though he was unaware of the conspiracy the two had concocted, he understood that the most prudent course of action was to eliminate Gue Rushing first, denying him any opportunity to unleash his schemes. Thus, with a swift motion of his sword, he decisively dispersed the majority of his power. 18 exquisite spiritual treasures, more than half, were aimed squarely at Gue Rushing. The formidable cultivation of the celestial sage was unleashed without reservation, surging forth in an instant, crashing through Li Tangfeng and hurtling towards the retreating Gue Rushing. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the cavern. Dust and smoke swirled chaotically as a sudden inferno ignited. 10 exquisite spiritual treasures converged at a single point, instantly engulfing the figure of Gue Rushing. Even Li Tangfeng was caught off guard. The battle concluded in a heartbeat. "You!" Li Tangfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. As he shifted his gaze from the direction of the ghostly scholar to Lin Chuan, he was taken aback to see a dark shadow suddenly soar from that very spot, leaving Lin Chuan's previous location eerily vacant. How swift! Li Tangfeng could only exclaim. He caught a glimpse of Lin Chuan's handsome and composed visage as it passed by him. "Step aside." A casual voice swept by. Before Li Tangfeng could react, 8 exquisite spiritual treasures came crashing down upon him. With a sudden burst, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body uncontrollably propelled through the air. He crashed heavily against the mountainside, becoming embedded within it. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan plunged into the rising clouds of dust, employing his exquisite spiritual treasure to disperse the haze. When the tumult finally subsided, only a deep pit remained on the ground, devoid of any other trace. Indeed, he had vanished. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He had sensed something amiss moments ago. The ghostly scholar had merely incited Li Tangfeng to strike, while he himself remained utterly still. Though he appeared disheveled, he had sustained not a scratch. Furthermore, with the enigmatic methods of the 100 Ghosts sect, it was nearly impossible to ascertain how the ghostly scholar had managed to escape. Earth escape technique. Lin Chuan crouched at the edge of the deep pit, inhaling sharply. A chilling scent reminiscent of the residual energy left by the ghostly scholar wafted through the air. Even if it were not the earth escape technique, the ghostly scholar had undoubtedly departed from this very spot, just like anyone else would. Can't you just wait to die quietly? You've compelled me to expend unnecessary effort in pursuit of you. Oh, how troublesome. Within the cave, the news of the ghostly scholar's escape spread like wildfire. The one most affected was Li Tangfeng, who had intended to sacrifice his life in a desperate battle against Lin Chuan. In the end, however, he had merely been used as a pawn. How infuriating. Yet, his current predicament was exceedingly awkward. He loathed the ghostly scholar, but had also offended Lin Chuan, leaving him trapped between two adversaries. Should his life end here, it would undoubtedly leave him with eternal regrets. Damn the foreigner. May you meet a wretched fate. Li shall haunt you even in death. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth in fury, but as his words faded, he sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Lin Chuan's handsome face bore no expression, resembling that of a corpse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Brotherly. You are well aware that allowing the ghostly scholar to escape would spell disaster for my Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, my time is exceedingly precious. Would you kindly consider dying? It would save us both the trouble of wasting time, wouldn't it? Lin Chuan casually toyed with the Linhua sword, speaking in a leisurely manner. For one who was inherently lethargic, even the act of killing seemed a waste of energy. However, out of caution, he recognized that Li Tangfeng was the strongest and most cunning among the thousands present. Without ensuring his life was secure, Lin Chuan would not dare to leave so carelessly. With a resounding clang, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar spear clattered to the ground. Li Tangfeng, dejected, hung his head and, with a bitter smile, declared, "This precious treasure rightfully belongs to you. I shall return it to its rightful owner. However, I have a request. Allow me to personally slay the ghost Confucian scholar. If you grant me this wish, I shall submit to your will afterward." As he uttered these words, Li Tangfeng's face was etched with fury. His desire to devour the ghost Confucian scholar alive palpable. His animosity was undeniably genuine, yet the phrase "submit to your will" was far from heartfelt. He was acutely aware of Lin Chuan's resolve, which would undoubtedly lead to the complete eradication of those who had wronged him today. The demise of the ghost Confucian scholar was a foregone conclusion. Since the scholar's death was inevitable, why should he sully his own hands? In truth, He sought merely to seize this opportunity to escape. Alas, he had grossly underestimated Lin Chuan's prudence. Or rather, Lin Chuan, valuing his own life too dearly, would not tolerate any flaws in his meticulously crafted plan. I shall accept this 9 heavens dragon roar spear. But your life, brotherly, I shall claim as well. Fear not, for once you have departed this world, the ghost Confucian scholar shall surely accompany you to the depths of hell. It will not take more than half an hour. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. With a swift motion of his finger, 18 exquisite spiritual treasures pointed toward the same target. Compared to before, Lin Chuan's aura surged with greater intensity. He displayed his celestial cultivation without reservation, not out of excessive regard for his adversary, but rather from a fear of arrogance leading to another elusive opportunity for a creature like the ghost Confucian scholar to slip through his fingers. No, you cannot take my life. I am the cherished disciple of the Blade Emperor. Should I perish, the Heavenly Demon Sect shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Brother Lin, I implore you to listen. The events of today shall remain a secret between us. There is no need for us to escalate matters to such an extent. Li Feng resorted to both threats and persuasive words. His sole recourse now lay in the power of his tongue to sway Lin Chuan. Yet, no matter how he appealed to reason and sentiment, the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures continued to loom ominously. Lin Chuan's murderous intent showed no signs of abating. Lin Chuan, you shall come to regret this. You cannot slay me. Li Tongfeng's hysterical roar reverberated throughout the cavern. Yet, it was soon drowned out by a thunderous rumble. The mountain trembled violently, and rocks cascaded down incessantly. The ferocious wind, a remnant of internal power, wreaked havoc within the cave for a full moment. As the dust settled, Lin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Not only was there no trace of Li Tangfeng's corpse, but even the slightest remnant of flesh had vanished completely. What a tragic fate! The thousands of disciples from the other sects were left in shock. If Li Tangfeng met such a gruesome end, what chance did they, the mere foot soldiers, have of surviving? It dawned upon them that they had gravely underestimated Lin Chuan's strength. The might of a celestial saint was indeed fearsome. How could they possibly provoke such a being? Moreover, with the presence of a wolf king rivaling the celestial emperor, escape was but a distant fantasy. To die with a complete corpse would be considered a stroke of fortune. Woe is me, I do not wish to die. It is all Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar's fault. We were deceived by them. I was wrong. I truly realize my folly. Spare my life. I implore you. The cries echoed, shattering the silence. The escape of the ghost scholar and the tragic demise of Li Tangfeng had severely dampened the spirits of this group. Among the thousands, there were nearly all timid souls devoid of fighting spirit, including disciples from the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect. Burp. The Emperor Wolf let out an untimely belch. After the fierce battle, it had feasted to its heart's content. Yet, if the thousands of lives before him remained unresolved, would all of Lin Chuan's previous efforts not be in vain? To cut the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow anew with the spring breeze. It was time to make a choice. 10 8th grade beast intercourse. Lin Chuan stated coldly, in exchange for the lives of these 2,321 people. Brother Wolf, do you agree? He was aware that the Emperor Wolf understood human speech, so he decided to dispense with any pretense. After all, these were over 2,000 lives at stake. It would surely be exhausting to take them down. Since he possessed an abundance of beast intercourse, he might as well hire a capable assistant to do the work for him. Ding. At the moment of slaughter, the host slacked off. Reward, 1,000-mile shrink. Once again, it was an unexpected gain. Lin Chuan swore he had not slacked off for the sake of rewards. It was merely his innate laziness. However, 1,000-mile shrink appeared to be a technique, likely useful for travel, saving much effort. It seemed it could also assist in pursuing individuals, especially the fleeing scholarly ghost. It was quite fitting. It seemed the system had his best interests at heart. Could it be that the lazy are blessed? Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the Emperor Wolf, having heard Lin Chuan's terms, turned its head and grinned at him. This peculiar man and wolf, without the need for words, could understand each other's sentiments. It felt rather strange. Nonetheless, the Emperor Wolf's intelligence spared Lin Chuan considerable effort. If communication required exertion, a person as lazy as Lin Chuan might have to contemplate whether to subdue it. As the Emperor Wolf's striking green eyes once again surveyed the crowd, a chilling glint suddenly erupted forth. Help! In the cavern, apart from the anguished cries, there was no other sound. The wretched wails reverberated endlessly within the cave, haunting and hollow. Even outside, the hair on the backs of Wu Niaming and her companions stood on end. What could possibly be happening inside? Wu Nianming pondered incessantly, battling the urge to venture in and witness the scene for herself. Yet, her disciples firmly restrained her, adhering strictly to Lin Chuan's prior instructions to keep them out. How obedient these disciples were, to an almost excessive degree. In truth, it was not merely their obedience but the formidable presence of a celestial-grade imperial wolf lurking within the cave that kept them at bay, a beast so fearsome that even Lin Chuan found it unmanageable. What difference would it make for them to enter, but to court death? Remaining outside the cave would afford them a swifter escape should the need arise. Although the continuous cries emanating from within piqued their curiosity, they had to suppress it, for curiosity could indeed be perilous. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. The harrowing cries gradually dwindled, yet the hearts of the onlookers raced with greater intensity. They feared that Lin Chuan might have encountered a dire fate. What would become of them? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of footsteps. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the dark cave. Following closely, a handsome face pierced through the shadows, revealing itself to Wu Nianming and the others. Son of the Holy, Lin Chuan. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamation. Lin Chuan had emerged alive, and remarkably, he appeared unscathed. How was this possible? The expressions of astonishment and elation were palpable among the onlookers. Yet, in the next heartbeat, those expressions froze. 9 pairs of terrified eyes simultaneously turned to gaze at what lurked behind Lin Chuan. A wolf, its entire coat shimmering silver, followed closely in his wake, its head seemingly adorned with a large character for danger. Yet Lin Chuan remained blissfully unaware, flashing a V sign towards Wu Nianming and the others. "Yea!" exclaimed the mischievous spirit. Wu Nianming felt a throbbing headache. Was it truly time to relax? Beware. She swiftly drew her sword, heedless of the peril to her life, and rushed towards Lin Chuan. Form the formation. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect acted decisively, swiftly establishing their defenses. The Emperor Wolf was exceedingly formidable. Thousands of disciples from other sects had perished within the cave. How could a mere 10 of them hope to withstand such might? This battle seemed destined for utter annihilation. Nonetheless, despite the dire circumstances, Wu Nianming and her companions refused to relinquish their will to survive. Yet, unlike the other 8 disciples, Wu Nianming instinctively shielded Lin Chuan. This simple gesture stirred something profound within Lin Chuan. From this moment forth, I shall no longer refer to you as the fierce matron. He acknowledged the emotion welling up within him, though he recognized it merely as camaraderie among fellow disciples. Even such bonds could often lead to life and death pledges. Had he not entertained similar thoughts before? Senior sister, it was a misunderstanding. Brother Wolf and I are friends. He would never harm us, right? Lin Chuan said with a cheerful smile, tossing an 8th-tier demonic beast's core toward the Emperor Wolf. Ah, woof. The Emperor Wolf lazily growled, swallowing its inner core in one gulp before sprawling on the ground to doze off. This languid demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Lin Chuan. Upon witnessing this, Wu Nianming and the others couldn't help but think of a phrase. Birds of a feather flock together. However, the fact that Lin Chuan, as a celestial sage, managed to tame a 9th-level ferocious beast was bound to create a stir in the world of cultivation if word got out. Of course, Wu Nianming and her companions recognized that Lin Chuan's ability to subdue the Emperor Wolf was primarily the result of bombarding it with a plethora of ferocious beast intercourse. The exact quantity he possessed remained a mystery to all. Yet, another pressing question arose. If Lin Chuan were to run out of inner cores, would he still be able to control the Emperor Wolf? The answer was uncertain. At that point, whether the Emperor Wolf would succumb to its wild instincts was equally unpredictable. In short, having this 9th-level ferocious beast by one's side was a double-edged sword, the consequences of which were hard to ascertain. They were eager to inquire about Lin Chuan's thoughts on the matter. Just as Wu Nianming was about to speak, Lin Chuan broke the silence. Senior sister, and esteemed junior brothers and sisters, can I trust you? He surveyed the 9 individuals, his brow furrowed, his gaze imbued with a sense of gravity. This was an unusual display of seriousness from someone typically so languorous, indicating that what he was about to say was of utmost importance. Of course, Wu Nianming and the 8 disciples nodded in unison, each one bearing a solemn demeanor, unwilling to show even the slightest hint of negligence. That is good. Lin Chuan nodded and continued. Everyone, please remember, today's matters pertain to the survival of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If even a hint of this leaks, the consequences could be dire. I believe none of you wish for our negligence to result in the Heavenly Demon Sect being besieged by various factions, leading to our annihilation. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to grasp Lin Chuan's sincere intentions. Within the cave lay nearly 3,000 disciples from various sections. Although these individuals had primarily fallen victim to the Imperial Wolf, the scheme was orchestrated by Lin Chuan. Consequently, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him and the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is essential to recognize that these 3,000 individuals represented the very backbone of the younger generation across the sects, particularly Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing. The standing of these two within the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect was not inferior to that of Lin Chuan and the Heavenly Demon Sect. The news of their demise, once exposed, would certainly provoke these two major sects to seek retribution from the Heavenly Demon Sect, demanding an explanation from Leng Ningshuang. In any event, regardless of the Heavenly Demon Sect's circumstances, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly face dire outcomes. Now that everyone was already dead, the situation was irretrievable. The only course of action left was to erase all traces. It was unforeseen that matters would escalate to such a degree. There was no choice but to proceed this way. Lin Chuan, how do you intend to handle this? Wu Nanming sighed softly, her mind in disarray at that moment. She could only defer to Lin Chuan's arrangements. After all, he had orchestrated the entire affair from beginning to end. Despite his notorious lethargy, he was brimming with clever ideas. Entrusting this to him should yield no issues, right? Very simple. Please everyone, step back. Leave the rest to me. Lin Chuan waved his hand, casually kicking the Emperor Wolf to indicate it to keep its distance. Alas, the Imperial Wolf lazily opened its eyes and emitted a dissatisfied growl towards Lin Chuan. However, that was the extent of its protest. It seemed to understand Lin Chuan's intentions and obediently retreated several hundred steps away. Was it truly necessary to distance itself so far? Wu Nanming wondered. What exactly did Lin Chuan intend to do that could affect an area of 600 steps? In truth, Lin Chuan was somewhat astonished. It is often said that animals possess a keen sense of smell, but he had never encountered a creature with such remarkable intelligence. It appeared that this wolf's intellect was exceptionally high. In the future, he would need to be more cautious when attempting to deceive it. He muttered to himself before advising Wu Nanming to retreat as far as possible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tempest arose from the ground. Not due to a shift in the weather of the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, but because Lin Chuan summoned all his inner strength. Concurrently, he unleashed 18 extraordinary spiritual treasures and a supreme artifact. In contrast to his previous encounters with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing, he was now truly unleashing his full might. Yet, this time, he faced an entire mountain range, a formidable expanse stretching for hundreds of miles. Was he truly contemplating the collapse of a mountain range? Had he lost his mind? Wu Nanming was astonished. Was it really necessary to expend such effort against an entire mountain range merely to obliterate the evidence? While the heavenly sage was indeed powerful, possessing the capability to move mountains and fill seas, such claims were often exaggerated. The genuine ability to shift mountains and alter seas would only be achievable by the celestial emperor. Moreover, did Lin Chuan not fear attracting the attention of other sect disciples by attacking a mountain range that spanned hundreds of miles? Let us not forget, there were still 5,000 individuals outside. Primordial celestial demon technique. Celestial demonic burial. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly. Lin Chuan's internal power surged once more, doubling in intensity. The residual force of his power swept across a distance of 10 miles, nearly propelling Wu Nanming and others, who were 600 steps away, into the air. Impressive. This must be the true power of the Holy Sun. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with exhilaration, believing they would finally witness Lin Chuan unleash his full strength. However, in the next moment, a formidable celestial force descended, breaking through the clouds. 19 beams of light, each a distinct hue, plummeted towards the mountains. The commotion was so immense that it reverberated throughout the entire Great Marsh illusion. Even the fleeing ghost scholar could not help but halt, gazing up at the heavens in sheer terror. Lin Chuan, he actually intends to shatter the 100-mile mountain range. This madman. How infuriating. If only I had known, I would never have provoked him. I cannot remain in this vast illusion. Sooner or later, he will silence me for good. I must escape at once. The ghostly scholar exclaimed in a state of panic. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hurriedly crawled toward the only exit. Lin Chuan, however, was not idle. Having resolved to eradicate the threat completely, he would leave no traces behind. Inside the cave lay a heap of corpses. Perhaps among them were a few fortunate souls who had narrowly escaped death. To ensure absolute safety, obliterating the entire mountain was the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, within the realm of the Great Illusion, the ghostly scholar remained a loose end. It was imperative to eliminate him before he could escape the illusion. Time was, in fact, his most scarce resource. A resounding rumble reverberated through the earth, stirring the crowd as a mountain range, stretching for 100 miles, collapsed at a visible pace. The devastating power of the celestial demon's obliteration was unparalleled, surpassing the typical capabilities of even the mightiest of celestial beings. The source of this extraordinary strength lay in Lin Chuan's unorthodox cultivation of a divine demonic art. Though he often exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor, the accumulation of his efforts over the years was indeed substantial. The rewards bestowed by the system were exceedingly practical, and unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan had evolved into an extraordinarily formidable entity. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of his own prowess, largely due to his inherent laziness, which resulted in infrequent engagements with others. Even when required to act, he would do so with cunning, rarely exerting his full strength. However, this occasion was markedly different. Lin Chuan was pressed for time, and the formidable mountain range was not easily vanquished. Thus, he cast aside all reservations and unleashed his full power without a second thought. As for the outcome, it was astonishingly effective. Could this truly be the work of a holy scion? Such terrifying destructive force seemed to rival that of the celestial emperors. Had the holy scion transcended to the level of an emperor? The disciples of the demon sect could not help but speculate. Their thoughts were not unfounded. Given Lin Chuan's profound concealment of his abilities, even among his peers, they seldom witnessed him in action, let alone at full capacity. Consequently, it seemed plausible that this would eliminate any future threats. Wu Naming's brow unfurled as she silently exhaled, relieved. The once towering mountain range, which had soared to heights of 100 feet, now dwindled to mere dozens of feet. Within 50 miles, chaos reigned, leaving nothing but a heap of rubble. Anyone trapped beneath such debris would have no hope of survival. Yet, it was still insufficient. Suddenly, Lin Chuan shook his head, firmly countering with an unusually grave tone. What? Wu Naming was filled with confusion. The entire mountain had been reduced to this state, yet was it still not enough? Did you believe that those thousands of disciples from other sects were akin to cockroaches? Did they possess such a robust fate? Sister, please do not let your guard down. This matter concerns the survival of both the Tianma sect and ourselves. No caution is excessive. Moreover, this mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, and it is entirely possible that there are unseen caverns lurking within. If we were to be careless for even a moment and leave a single survivor, it could spell catastrophe for the Tianma sect. A cautious approach is the surest route to safety. Lin Chuan glanced back at Wu Nanming, speaking with utmost seriousness. As a time traveler, he understood all too well the catastrophic consequences of negligence. In television dramas and novels, it is common to encounter overconfident antagonists who, due to a moment of carelessness, allow the protagonist to escape from the jaws of death. The protagonist, seizing the opportunity of a feigned demise, undergoes tremendous growth only to ultimately turn the tables on the villain. If we were to gauge the ruthlessness of intent, Lin Chuan could undoubtedly be considered the antagonist at this moment, given that he held thousands of lives in his hands. Once word spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could unleash boundless calamity. Thus, exercising caution is undoubtedly prudent. Yet, the entire mountain has been devastated in such a manner. What more can you possibly do? Are you suggesting we exhume the bodies and slay them once again? Wu Nanming replied with a bitter smile. Indeed, a thorough examination of the corpses would be the most prudent course of action, but such a task was utterly unrealistic. Firstly, the mountain had collapsed into a chaotic graveyard, making it impossible to retrieve the bodies. Additionally, the preceding commotion would undoubtedly attract numerous onlookers, leaving Lin Chuan and the others with little time to spare. Secondly, Lin Chuan could not possibly recognize each individual corpse, aside from Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing. He was entirely unfamiliar with the others. Even verifying the headcount was beyond his capability, so how could he authenticate anything? Given that verification was impossible, there was only one solution: to ensure the complete obliteration of the mountain. Lin Chuan's tone was resolute, shocking both Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Tianma sect. Even the Emperor Wolf lifted his gaze to regard him. Hiki, are you joking? Wu Naming's lips twitched slightly, her face a portrait of disbelief. She did not wait for Lin Chuan's response. Instead, she witnessed him unleash his internal energy once more. This time, he was operating at full capacity. Compared to before, his aura not only remained undiminished, but seemed to intensify further. How is this possible? It was astonishing to realize that he had not yet revealed his full strength. Wu Nanming was taken aback, yet simultaneously filled with exhilaration. The presence of a young powerhouse like Lin Chuan within the Heavenly Demon Sect was indeed a blessing. Even if the sect were to face dire tribulations in the future, there would be no need to rely solely on Leng Ningshuang. Moreover, Lin Chuan was still in the bloom of youth, with ample opportunities for growth ahead. Perhaps one day, his accomplishments would rival those of Leng Ningshuang. No, it is more accurate to assert that he shall undoubtedly surpass her. With the Hunyuan Heavenly Demon technique, Lin Chuan seemed to attempt a simple punch. What appeared to be a casual move emanated an overwhelming aura. At least someone as formidable as Wu Nanming, a heavenly sovereign, could not withstand it. Was it truly possible for such a mere punch to possess such strength? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left in awe. Having witnessed Lin Chuan's terrifying capabilities, they dared not dismiss him as merely posturing. This seemingly ordinary strike possessed the power to shatter mountains. However, to level a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles would still require considerable effort. With a thunderous bang, a cloud of dust surged forth. However, it was merely a localized disturbance, insufficient to obscure the spectator's gaze. At that moment, a profound pit measuring 100 feet deep had been forcefully created in the mountains by Lin Chuan's strike, clearly illustrating the formidable power of his punch. Quite satisfactory. Lin Chuan was genuinely pleased with this outcome. However, he was acutely aware of the time constraints and had no leisure to linger. Resolutely, he summoned all his inner strength. For this time he intended to obliterate the mountain range entirely before intercepting the ghostly scholar. With the Hunyuan Heavenly Demon art and a series of focus strikes, a low roar escaped his lips, heralding the impending tempest. At this moment, the might of the Heavenly Saint was laid bare by Lin Chuan without reservation. Yet, to the perception of Wu Nanming and the others, Lin Chuan possessed a terrifying power that surpassed even the Heavenly Saint. In an instant, countless fist shadows rained down upon the mountains, each strike resulting in an explosion. The sprawling mountain range, extending for hundreds of miles, could not withstand the onslaught of one so insignificant as Lin Chuan, akin to an ant. The saint was undeniably formidable. However, was it truly necessary to go to such extremes? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked on in bewilderment. At this juncture, not only had the thousands of corpses within the cave been obliterated, but the entire mountain range had nearly vanished from existence. Lin Chuan had enacted a textbook example of eradicating the roots of the problem. While it may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was guaranteed that not a trace remained. In the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, the tempest had just subsided. 5,000 individuals stood on the plain, gazing into the distance. Once, there had been a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles. Now, it had completely disappeared without a trace. Heaven knows what transpired there. Due to their distance, they could only observe 9 beams of light descending from the heavens, followed by a tremor. When they regained consciousness, the mountain range had simply vanished. Although the cause of its destruction remained uncertain, everyone understood that such a formidable force could not have stemmed from natural phenomena. It was undoubtedly man-made. To obliterate a mountain range of such magnitude in an instant could only be accomplished by a celestial emperor. Could it be that within the Great Marsh illusion, a celestial emperor was concealed? The mere thought sent many into a pallor of fear. It is crucial to note that all present were young disciples of various sects, with Lin Chuan being the strongest among them, yet he was merely a heavenly saint. If indeed a celestial emperor were to intervene, it was likely that none of the 8,000 individuals who entered the illusion would survive. What should I do? In comparison to life itself, the rare treasures within the illusion can certainly be forsaken. Perhaps this realm is the domain of some reclusive master, and our intrusion has incited their wrath. If we depart now, we might still escape unscathed. The group began to indulge in wild speculation, driven by a primal fear of the unknown. In such moments, even greed can be set aside. However, their unfounded conjectures inadvertently aided Lin Chuan greatly. Initially, Lin Chuan was concerned that the commotion he had caused would attract numerous onlookers. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his displayed prowess had already surpassed the collective understanding of the heavenly sage, redirecting the impending calamity towards an enigmatic heavenly emperor. Whether such a formidable being truly exists remains a mystery only the spirits might unveil. Of course, Lin Chuan had never relied on others for opportunities. After obliterating the mountain range, he did not waste a moment. He decisively employed the technique of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, heading straight for the exit of the illusion. At this juncture, all those privy to the truth had perished, leaving only the potential threat of the ghostly scholar. Eliminating him would ensure Lin Chuan's peace of mind. Nevertheless, a disparity in time existed between the two parties. If he were to rely solely on his feet to pursue, the ghostly scholar would likely have already retreated to the 100 Ghosts Gate. Fortunately, the system was somewhat considerate, rewarding him with the technique of traversing 1,000 miles. This technique, though not as fantastical as the legends suggest, certainly does not possess the miraculous ability of Sun Wukong to traverse vast distances with a mere somersault. However, it does allow for the folding of space, thereby accelerating travel. Compared to the method of Earth evasion, the efficacy of traversing 1,000 miles is approximately 50 times greater. If Earth evasion covers 10 zhang in a breath, then traversing 1,000 miles spans 500 zhang in a single breath. Despite such a significant difference, Lin Chuan remained uneasy. His concerns were not unfounded. After all, within the Great Marsh Illusion, there is but a single exit. Once the ghostly scholar exits the illusion, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Senior sister, please stay here and refrain from wandering. I shall eliminate the ghostly scholar and return to reunite with you. Brother Wolf, you are forbidden from harming them. Upon my return, I shall grant you 2 inner elixirs from 8th tier ferocious beasts. Lin Chuan hastily left behind a few instructions and vanished in an instant. His sudden disappearance startled the Emperor Wolf. Unbeknownst to him, this technique of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye, while seemingly a mere means of travel, was no easier to master than the profound and formidable primordial demon technique. It could certainly be classified as an extraordinary divine skill. Regrettably, neither the Emperor Wolf nor Wu Nanming recognized its true value. They merely perceived that Lin Chuan had vanished in an instant, unable to discern any clues with their limited insight. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Great Marsh Illusion, the ghostly scholar was fleeing in a state of utter disarray. As he neared the exit of the illusion, a glimmer of relief finally graced his weary countenance. At last, I have escaped, finally free from this accursed den of iniquity. To my astonishment, the saint's son of the Heavenly Demon Sect is even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. I have truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Yet, do not revel in your triumph. Given the formidable display I just witnessed, I can confidently assert that Li Tangfeng and his companions have undoubtedly perished at your hands. That accounts for 3,000 lives. Once the news reverberates through the realm of cultivation, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect will face utter annihilation. Lin Chuan, even if I cannot defeat you, I possess means to ensure your obliteration. The ghost scholar grit his teeth, murmuring to himself. He harbors an intense loathing for Lin Chuan. The disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect are known for their insatiable thirst for vengeance, and the ghost scholar is no exception. Furthermore, he has always been regarded as a prodigy, basking in adulation within the 100 Ghost Sect. Having experienced nothing but smooth sailing, he has never faced such a crushing defeat. This time, he nearly sacrificed his very life. How could there be such a vast chasm between peers of the younger generation? He is indignant. Yet indignation alone will not suffice. He understands all too well that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talents, even if he were to dedicate his entire existence to the pursuit, surpassing him would likely remain an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, he is resolute in refusing to live a life overshadowed by inner demons. Thus, he is compelled to resort to every conceivable means to annihilate Lin Chuan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of icy wind swept through the air. Before the ghostly scholar could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing pain shot through his chest, propelling him uncontrollably into the distance. In a fleeting moment, he discerned a shadow racing toward him like a bolt of lightning. It was Lin Chuan. He exclaimed in terror, a primal instinct taking over him. However, this reaction seemed to incite the wrath of his pursuer. Damn it, he had been careless. Had he known, he would have sealed the scholar's lips. Lin Chuan shook his head in frustration. Although his concerns may have been somewhat excessive, caution is the mother of safety. What if someone was lurking nearby, hidden so well that even he failed to detect them? Wasn't that cry from the ghostly scholar a direct revelation of his identity? Nonetheless, one thing was certain. The ghostly scholar must meet his demise. After eliminating this threat, he would thoroughly inspect the surroundings. With a dull thud, Lin Chuan's thoughts were abruptly yanked back to reality. The ghostly scholar collapsed onto the ground. Already in a disheveled state, he now appeared even more pitiable. Though his features were inherently unrefined, he had made an effort to dress elegantly, striving to present himself as a refined gentleman in every gesture. All of this was due to Lin Chuan. The image he had so painstakingly upheld lay in ruins. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan brandished the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. Simultaneously, a chill emanated from his eyes, revealing a pronounced intent to kill. Gulu. The ghostly scholar's face was etched with terror. He was filled with fear. Wait, can we talk? He pleaded. Absolutely not. Lin Chuan retorted with unwavering decisiveness. He then raised the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear and thrust it directly at the ghostly scholar. Did he believe that mere words could lead to his demise? Such naivety. At the exit of the Great Marsh Illusion, the ghostly scholar collapsed in a pool of blood, a ghastly wound marring his chest, a fatal injury. Just moments ago, he had been full of life, yet now he teetered on the brink of death. Yet he harbored no regrets, only sheer astonishment. He was astounded by Lin Chuan's ruthless decisiveness. Rather than pondering how Lin Chuan had managed to catch up with him so swiftly, he found himself more intrigued by the sheer brutality of Lin Chuan's methods. As a fellow disciple of the younger generation, he thought Lin Chuan's disposition was far from that of a typical 20-year-old. Instead, he resembled a seasoned veteran, wise and cunning, well beyond his years. To provoke such a person and force him into the role of an adversary was the ghostly scholar's tragic folly. If given another opportunity to choose, he would never have dared to cross paths with someone like Lin Chuan. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and his life was destined to ebb away with his blood. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his breath faint as he murmured. Meeting your end by your hand is hardly unjust. All I wish to know is the current state of Li Tangfeng and the 3,000 disciples of the other sections. They cannot have. As he spoke, the ghostly scholar seemed to realize something. A bitter smile crossed his face, and he ceased his words. In truth, the moment the distant mountains vanished, he had already comprehended that the 3,000 souls could not possibly survive. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that a celestial saint could achieve such a feat. He would rather entertain the notion that Lin Chuan merely surpassed the typical celestial saint's prowess than accept that Lin Chuan had concealed his cultivation and reached the level of a celestial emperor. After all, acknowledging such a conclusion would only deepen his sense of defeat. Indeed, they have all perished, leaving only you. Who would have thought that even wielding the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear would not suffice to slay you on the spot? Do the members of the 100 Ghosts sect possess such formidable vitality? Lin Chuan unabashedly revealed the truth, offering a critique as well. Failing to eliminate the ghostly scholar with a single strike had already consumed precious time. If others were lurking nearby, the situation could escalate perilously. Regardless, the ghostly scholar was destined to meet his demise sooner or later. It would be wiser to focus more on surveying the surroundings. By the time the ghostly scholar finished his ramblings, Lin Chuan had nearly conducted a thorough inspection of the area. Fortunately, there was not a soul in sight nearby. Fortune smiles upon me. Once I resolve this matter, I shall find peace of mind. Lin Chuan sighed in relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though today has presented numerous challenges, the outcome remains relatively satisfactory. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, it is prudent to swiftly deal with the ghostly scholar. Blade of Qi. Lin Chuan murmured, instantly channeling his internal energy into a sword-like form. Subsequently, he forcefully swung his arm, creating a deep pit the size of a person in the ground. Phoenix Fire Sword, he uttered in a low voice, summoning a supreme spiritual treasure imbued with the essence of fire. As the weapon plunged into the deep pit, flames gradually ignited. After completing this, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards the ghostly scholar, who appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the purpose behind Lin Chuan's elaborate preparations. Brother Ghost, I respect you as a man. Since your demise is imminent, I shall refrain from tormenting you further. Consider this fiery pit a farewell gift from me. Do feel free to leap in. Lin Chuan gestured invitingly, choosing to stand idly by. Were it not for his concern that the ghostly scholar might divulge secrets, he would have had no inclination to chase him down so far. Yet, even at this critical juncture of eliminating the threat, he remained inclined to take the easy route, a trait that had become deeply ingrained within his very being. This life of his, it seemed, was beyond redemption. Ding. While pursuing the enemy, the host slacked off. Reward, Carefree Mastery, Divine Level. Rewards have been fully distributed. The host has automatically begun to cultivate the technique. Carefree Mastery continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of the universe, automatically converting it into inner strength. As long as the universe endures, so too shall the cultivation. Although the system consistently discerned when Lin Chuan was genuinely slacking off, the sensation of being seen through always left him disgruntled. After all, slacking off was hardly commendable, and being called out for it was even less so. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Nonetheless, the bountiful rewards from the system made it difficult for him to refuse. As for this particular reward, Lin Chuan was thoroughly pleased. Naturally, he was quite lazy and disinclined to exert energy on dedicated training. Yet, carefree mastery allowed for self-cultivation without his conscious effort. Was this not the ultimate skill for the indolent? As long as the universe existed, so too would his cultivation. Well said. From now on, I can unapologetically indulge in leisurely slumbers. Should anyone dare to disturb my peace, I shall brandish this manual as a weapon against them. Except for Sister and the old witch, of course. Lin Chuan reminded himself to tread carefully, wary of making hasty declarations that might lead to future embarrassment. This soliloquy consumed a full 30 breaths of his time. By the time he regained his senses, the ghostly scholar had already become a lifeless corpse. Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He had forgotten that the ghostly scholar was already in a state of significant deterioration. The only reason he had managed to endure this long was due to his status as a cultivator. It was a wonder that he had not perished after being left unattended for such an extended period. Well, it seems I must take it upon myself to incinerate you. Isn't that just delightful? Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the ghostly scholar's corpse. He then seized the man's garments and, with a vigorous motion, flung them. With a swift whoosh, the body fell precisely into the flames. Crackling flames engulfed the surroundings, while a pungent scent of charred matter filled the air. Lin Chuan was immediately seized by regret. The odor of cremation was overwhelming. It would not only fail to attract disciples from other sects, but also draw nearby ferocious beasts. Although Lin Chuan was not particularly fearful of these lower-tier beasts, there was no guarantee that a frenzied creature would abscond with the corpse of the ghostly scholar. If that were to happen, all his efforts would be in vain. Indeed, the act of eradicating the roots of trouble was far from simple. What he had hoped would save him some exertion now seemed impossible. Resolutely, Lin Chuan corrected his stance and summoned forth 18 exquisite spiritual treasures along with the legendary Jiushu longing spear. The heavens transformed into a magical realm, and the thunderous prison of the 9 skies unleashed its fury. Thunder rumbled ominously, echoing through the atmosphere as dark clouds gathered, heralding the approach of a tempest. Soon, the world within 100 miles was cloaked in darkness. This strange phenomenon stirred the thousands of disciples from various sects within the illusory realm. What was amiss today? In merely half an hour, 2 celestial anomalies had manifested. Could it be that the Great Marsh illusion harbored more than one celestial sovereign? Panic rippled through the crowd as they realized the latest occurrence was at the exit. If indeed there were 2 celestial emperors, one of them could effectively sever their escape route. The disciples frantically speculated, once again casting Lin Chuan as a reclusive master. Great Elder, please do not take offense. Should we have caused any disrespect, we implore your forgiveness. As for the rare treasures we have gathered within this illusion, if they are yours, we are willing to return them in full. With a clamor, thousands of disciples cast their hard-earned treasures onto the ground in a chaotic heap, creating small mountains before each of them. Despite their reluctance, the presence of 2 celestial powers rendered them too fearful to act out. Better to relinquish their treasures than to risk their lives. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere dissipated, as if the heavens had forgiven the greed of humanity and retracted its wrath. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the thousands of disciples as they gazed down at the piles of extraordinary artifacts, lamenting their fate. Though discontent lingered, they dared not entertain further avarice. Yet, to forsake those treasures that were already within their grasp required immense fortitude. Had it not been for the peril they faced, surely none would have chosen such a path. The sight of the dazzling array of treasures weighed heavily on their hearts, rendering them breathless with grief. Ultimately, nearly 5,000 resolutely abandoned their spoils, departing without a backward glance. Their exodus signified the conclusion of their expedition within the Great Marsh illusion. However, for Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the quest for treasures was merely beginning. Initially, they had indeed arrived with the intent to unearth riches. But soon they discovered a veritable bounty of extraordinary artifacts strewn about. Most astonishingly, these countless treasures appeared to be ownerless. What a curious occurrence, especially today. Could it be that such treasures had fallen from the heavens? Filled with astonishment and joy, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were primarily enveloped in confusion. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, they eagerly collected everything in sight. They had anticipated that their journey into the Great Marsh illusion would yield a few high-quality spiritual herbs. But among the heaps of treasures lay over 10,000 7th-grade spiritual herbs and millions below the 4th grade. If they were to transport such riches back to their sect, it would undoubtedly leave others awestruck. The disciples were filled with exuberance. Although their achievements might be perceived as serendipitous, fortune is indeed an integral facet of one's prowess. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of auspicious connections is paramount. Those endowed with profound blessings often encounter opportunities unattainable to the ordinary. Such is the nature of fate. One cannot help but acquiesce. However, an abundance of treasures is not necessarily a boon. While it remains uncertain whether disciples from other sects have experienced similar fortunes, the quantity we have amassed is unparalleled. A grand tree attracts the wind. Wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. We must conceal all the extraordinary treasures within our spatial rings. Let it be known to none. Otherwise, before we can return to our sect, we may fall prey to ambush. Do you understand? Wu Niaming reminded with utmost seriousness. Compared to these junior disciples, she considered herself a veteran. She comprehended the intricacies of human nature exceedingly well. Moreover, the astonishing gains of the day were beyond compare. Not only were they hesitant, but even the sect dared not easily divulge any information. Lin Chuan was indeed correct. One must remain discreet in their dealings. As she contemplated this, Wu Niaming lifted her gaze toward the distance. On a small mound, Lin Chuan was intently surveying the surroundings. Just a short while ago, he had voluntarily suggested taking watch. A display of initiative that was quite unprecedented. It nearly led Wu Niaming to suspect that the Lin Chuan before her was an impostor. In retrospect, it seemed Lin Chuan perceived the abundance of treasures as too conspicuous and felt the need to guard against potential intruders. Fortuitously, luck had favored them today. They had stumbled upon an astonishing number of unclaimed treasures, and remarkably, they had not encountered a single outsider during this extended time. It appeared that fate was particularly benevolent toward them. Senior sister, everything is prepared. 500,000 spirit herbs have been placed within the spatial ring. We can depart at any moment. One of the disciples from the Tianma sect reported succinctly. The 8 of them were elated, their smiles almost stretching to the back of their heads. Wu Niaming shared in their excitement, yet she remained acutely aware of her role as their senior sister. It was imperative to maintain composure. Thus, she merely nodded, her expression devoid of any tumult. Although her calmness was feigned, it provided a great sense of reassurance to her disciples, a comfort that even Lin Chuan could not offer, given his often laid-back demeanor. While he could conjure miracles on numerous occasions, he lacked the steadiness that was so essential. Junior brother Lin, we may proceed. Wu Niaming urged her disciples. After the extensive efforts and considerable rewards, it was time to leave. Their time spent in the Great Marsh Illusion was not particularly lengthy, merely 2 or 3 days, but it had caused Wu Niaming to regard Lin Chuan with newfound respect. It was not that Lin Chuan had impressed her with sheer strength, but rather in his judicious handling of matters. His excessive caution was not without reason. The world was fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could cost one their life. Only through utmost vigilance could one ensure absolute safety. Remarkably, this fledgling youth, Lin Chuan, had demonstrated a level of prudence that even surpassed her own. Sister, Lin Chuan declared with a grave expression, I fear I can no longer accompany you. The words took everyone by surprise. Fortunately, Wu Niaming and the others were unaware of Lin Chuan's fleeting thoughts of betraying the sect. Otherwise, they would have never allowed him to depart alone, even at the cost of their lives. Naturally, Lin Chuan himself would not dare to flee. The terrifying sensation that had enveloped him when Leng Ningshuang had suddenly appeared days prior still lingered in his mind. Perhaps she was lurking nearby, waiting for him to escape, only to emerge and startle him once more. After these few days, do you all understand the significance of eradicating threats at their roots? Lin Chuan spoke with a somber countenance. Moreover, half a month ago, I was responsible for the death of Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xianjian sect. The enmity that the Xianjian sect holds against the Heavenly Demon Sect and myself is profound. This matter poses a grave risk. If it remains unresolved, I shall find no peace. In truth, the death of Hong Tianhe weighed heavily on Lin Chuan's conscience. He did not lament having taken Hong Tianhe's life. Rather, he regretted his failure to contain the news swiftly, which had left him with considerable peril. Being inherently cautious, his greatest fear was the prospect of the Heavenly Demon Sect being besieged one day. With Leng Ningshuang's formidable reputation and her audacity, it was only a matter of time before calamity struck. Should old grievances and new animosities converge, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly face annihilation. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to escape the sect. Even if he resisted fate, he must strive to eliminate the looming threats. Only then could he find solace in restful slumber. Naturally, if Leng Ningshuang opposed him, she would certainly obstruct his path. Should she refrain from doing so, it would imply her tacit approval, allowing Lin Chuan to act with confidence and boldness. Very well. The junior disciple, naturally cautious, though embarking on his first journey into the martial world, possesses a deeper understanding of its intricacies than I do. Sister has no reservations. However, you are indeed the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with a unique status. In all endeavors, one must act within one's capabilities. Return promptly. Wu Nanming nodded. Although her expression was solemn, she did not dissuade Lin Chuan. This gentle elder sister was a sight Lin Chuan had never encountered before. He was momentarily taken aback. Conversely, the disciples were unfazed, for to them, Wu Nanming had always exuded kindness. Was I the only one treated differently? Was her teasing a manifestation of affection, intended to capture my attention? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Nanming, his heart brimming with astonishment. Could it be that even senior sister has a secret affection for me? The last time I received a confession, it was from Leng Ningshuang. To this day, Lin Chuan remains perplexed as to why, after taking the initiative, he ended up receiving a beating. Now, the tables have turned to Wu Nanming. Although Lin Chuan is aware that with his captivating and strikingly handsome visage, attracting a harem of beauties would be a matter of mere moments, he finds himself hesitating to embrace Wu Nanming's affections. The reason is clear. Wu Nanming holds an unparalleled status in the hearts of numerous male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If one were to ask who among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect possesses the highest popularity, it would undoubtedly be Wu Nanming. Apart from Lin Chuan, she is regarded as the embodiment of gentleness, composure, and understanding among all male disciples. It is no exaggeration to declare her a goddess in the eyes of the male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should a day arrive when this goddess is claimed by another man, the 70,000 male disciples of the sect would surely erupt in fury. After all, Lin Chuan is the holy son. He still has to reside within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just imagine, wherever he goes, he would be under the scrutiny of countless eyes filled with animosity. That sensation would be utterly terrifying. Furthermore, as someone who prefers to remain low-key, how could he possibly live so brazenly? Alas, should I directly reject the affections of my senior sister, it is likely that I would be met with resentment. It would be prudent to seek a suitable opportunity to decline her feelings subtly and without leaving a trace. Lin Chuan pondered this matter silently. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the sleeping imperial wolf beside him, and his brows immediately furrowed. The size of this creature was rather formidable. Previously, in the cave, it had been no larger than a Siberian husky. However, as Lin Chuan continued to feed it with inner elixirs, it had grown increasingly large, now towering even above him. Most concerning was the imperial wolf's notorious reputation. Even a fool would recognize it as a ninth-tier ferocious beast, its strength rivaling that of the celestial emperor. If I were to lead it out of the illusion and encounter others, all of Lin Chuan's prior efforts would be rendered futile. My wolf companion, might I have a word with you? Many tales proclaim that ferocious beasts can alter their size at will. Surely, you possess this ability as well. Do not misunderstand. I do not wish to regard you as a mere pet. I merely wish to impart a caution. The world beyond is fraught with peril. Do you comprehend the saying that a tall tree catches the wind? Though you possess great strength, there are many out there who surpass you. As the adage goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, and wolves beyond wolves. Exercise caution, for prudence can safeguard one for a lifetime. You surely do not desire to face an untimely demise upon your very first venture. Lin Chuan spared no effort in persuading the Emperor Wolf. With his silver tongue, he found it effortless to sway a novice of the world. It was evident that the Emperor Wolf, initially exuding an air of dominance, gradually curled up, trembling in response to Lin Chuan's words. Lin Chuan recognized that his art of persuasion had borne fruit. Brother Wolf, if you can grasp the sincerity of my intentions, that would be most splendid. For your safety, do endeavor to diminish your size. It will facilitate my efforts to escort you outside. He patiently elaborated further. Wu. The Emperor Wolf nodded, seemingly comprehending the sentiment. Subsequently, he swiftly diminished in size until he became no larger than the palm of a hand. How adorable! The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overtaken by maternal instincts, unable to resist gathering around the miniature Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, they did not forget that this ninth-level ferocious beast had just slain 3,000 individuals. Now that they had gathered all their belongings, it was time to hastily depart from this land fraught with peril. Lin Chuan seized the Emperor Wolf and tucked it into his embrace. Thus, their journey through the great marsh illusion came to an end. However, the group remained oblivious to the fact that while the Heavenly Demon Sect had amassed great riches, other sects had not dared to take even a single hair. Thankfully, Lin Chuan was sufficiently cautious, adhering to the principle of keeping wealth concealed. Therefore, even if they encountered others, they would not easily give themselves away. After approximately half an hour, the group finally emerged from the Great Marsh illusion. Yet, the moment they stood at the exit, they were bewildered by the sight before them. Outside the illusion, a multitude of despondent and even dejected cultivators were seated. Undoubtedly, these nearly 5,000 cultivators had just exited the Great Marsh illusion from other sections. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere had grown exceptionally somber, as if a dark cloud loomed over the heads of these individuals. The tension was palpable. Is that the Heavenly Demon Sect? You were the last to leave the illusion? Someone noticed Lin Chuan and the others, but his inquiry drew many curious gazes. Previously, these disciples from other sects had pursued Lin Chuan and his group, only to be deterred by Lin Chuan's formidable sword strike that had left most of them trembling. Subsequently, only Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing had led 3,000 followers in pursuit, while the others remained within the illusion to scour for rare treasures. Then came the collapse of the mountains, which vanished entirely. The exit also triggered a cosmic phenomenon, thoroughly terrifying these 5,000 disciples from other sections. Yet, until Lin Chuan and his companions emerged from the illusion and it sealed behind them, there was no sign of the 3,000 led by Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. A bold and chilling thought swiftly took root in everyone's minds. Those 3,000 individuals had perished. The previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly ignited with fervor as everyone passionately engaged in discussions about this topic. It is essential to note that the disciples who entered the Great Marsh illusion were all young geniuses selected by their respective sections. Particularly, Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, both rising stars, were unrivaled even among many seasoned cultivators. Within their own sects, they were cherished as the apple of their leaders' eyes. It is easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue when the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect learned of their demise. It would not be long before the world of cultivation experienced a seismic shock. Who could have anticipated that such a mere illusion could yield such terrifying losses? To escape with their lives is already a stroke of fortune. The crowd was filled with astonishment. To this day, they still believe that there existed more than 2 celestial emperors within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh. It was, indeed, at the hands of these celestial emperors that Li Tangfeng and his companions met their demise. Naturally, the reason the crowd did not suspect Lin Chuan was due to his impeccable execution of his plans. Furthermore, while he publicly appeared as a celestial saint, the true extent of his power, which surpassed that of a celestial saint, remained undiscovered by the masses. Lin Chuan once again savored the sweet fruits of discretion, simultaneously instilling in Wu Nanming and her companions a profound lesson from this endeavor. They resolved to learn from Lin Chuan henceforth, no matter the task. They would exercise caution to an almost astonishing degree. Yet, could they truly reach the level of Lin Chuan? Senior sister, let us not rest along the way. Although it may be tiring, it can significantly minimize the dangers we face. The junior brother still has matters to attend to, so we part ways here. Lin Chuan clasped his fists towards the crowd, his solemn demeanor rendering everyone rather uncomfortable. He was acutely aware that the seed of vengeance had already been sown, and thus he resolved to eliminate all potential threats in one decisive sweep. Consequently, even if he were unable to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would no longer live in constant fear. Xianjian Mountain, a renowned peak, is home to the illustrious Xianjian sect within the realm of cultivation. The unfortunate demise of its former leader, Hong Tianhe, has sent ripples throughout the cultivation world, stirring countless sections. In recent days, white cloth has adorned the Xianjian sect as a sign of mourning, with all members expressing their grief and outrage towards the perpetrator. The calls for vengeance against the Heavenly Demon Sect have only intensified, rallying numerous sects with grievances against them. Moreover, the residence of Hong Tianhe has seemingly transformed into the assembly hall for Avengers, with as many as 20 representatives from various sects convening, each embodying their own faction. This illustrates the many enemies the Heavenly Demon Sect has amassed over the years. Should these sects unite in their assault against the Heavenly Demon Sect, the calamity foretold by Lin Chuan would indeed come to pass. The death of our former sect leader serves as a clarion call for the cultivation world. Since its inception, the Heavenly Demon Sect has boasted itself as a demonic cult, standing as a formidable foe to us righteous practitioners. Today, our sect unites with all of you, aiming to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect and restore clarity and peace to the cultivation realm. The Grand Elder, Jinin, sat resolutely at the center, his expression unwavering. As representatives of righteousness, we must embody the spirit of justice to persuade other sects to join us in the eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, despite the presence of many, not all share his sentiment. The primary reason for this lies in the figure of cold condensation frost. Her ascension to the rank of Heavenly Emperor signifies the Heavenly Demon Sect's rise to a super sect. It is no exaggeration to claim that a Heavenly Emperor possesses the strength to rival thousands. Even if the powerful heavenly saints from various sects band together, they may still find it challenging to overcome cold condensation frost alone. This explains why, although 20 sect leaders have gathered, each harbors their own ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the Xianjin sect finds itself at a point of no return. Years ago, the long-standing grudge between the Xianjin sect and cold condensation frost had been a source of torment for the disciples. Now, with the sudden emergence of a heavenly saint from the Heavenly Demon Sect, who has shockingly slain Hong Tianhe in a single blow, the world is taken aback. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect be allowed to flourish unchecked, not only would revenge be unattainable, but the Xianjin sect would inevitably face annihilation. Thus, even for the sake of self-preservation, the Heavenly Demon Sect must be eradicated. Alas, the words of the esteemed Jinren Chongying resonated with us, as we were not ignorant of the truth. However, we are merely second-rate sects. Even if we mobilize all our forces, we would struggle to contend against the formidable powers of the Heavenly Emperor. To rashly unite and besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect would be akin to courting death. The candid admission that followed his sigh immediately stirred a wave of anxiety among the gathering. Subsequently, a flurry of discussions ensued, yet the sentiments expressed were largely similar. The individuals convened here held statuses and ranks comparable to that of the Xianjin sect. Without the backing of a super sect, they would never dare provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Were we to abandon our plans to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect before they even commenced, would it not be a premature end? I had anticipated the concerns of all present. Indeed, the ascension of Leng Ningshuang to the rank of Heavenly Emperor has instilled a profound fear within you. However, the realm of cultivation is not solely defined by her singular existence as a Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, those who harbor disdain for the Heavenly Demon Sect are not limited to us. To be candid, I have already established connections with the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect. Both the Blade Sovereign and the Elder Gui Ku have pledged their assistance in our endeavor to obliterate the Heavenly Demon Sect. We need only to raise our arms in fervor, and the Holy Maiden of the Imperial Army shall rally strong allies to our cause. Declaring the eradication of the demonic cult, Jinren Chongying rose, his voice booming with ambition, laying bare his aspirations. Yet, despite such an inspiring proclamation, it did not elicit a robust response. Most attendees merely widened their eyes in astonishment. The Blade Sovereign and Elder Gui Ku. Did the Jinren not realize that both the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect are also part of the demonic cult? Aligning the righteous sects with the demonic cult to eliminate another faction of the same is an utterly perplexing maneuver, and we find ourselves baffled. The speaker wore a disgruntled expression. Even his gesture of clasping fists was half-hearted. He harbored considerable reservations regarding Jinren Chongying's plan to align with the demonic sect. Many shared his sentiments. After all, the initiative to besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect was already imbued with the banner of righteousness. It was a cause worthy of recognition. Yet, if we were to receive assistance from a demonic sect during this endeavor, the meticulously crafted banner of justice would be rendered meaningless. We might even face reproach from posterity for such an alliance. Impudent. Suddenly, the esteemed Master Chongying bellowed. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth, crashing outward like a tumultuous tsunami. A piercing scream echoed through the air, capturing the attention of all present. They turned to behold the individual who had just opposed the esteemed Master Chongying, now lying amidst a pool of blood, though still alive. He bore the marks of numerous wounds, unmistakably inflicted by the lethal energy of a blade. What does this mean, Master Chongying? A mixture of shock and fear rippled through the crowd. This was indeed the territory of the Xianjin sect, and they had come unarmed, believing they were here to discuss a potential alliance. Little did they anticipate that Master Chongying would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Should hostilities erupt, it was likely that none among them would emerge unscathed. Indeed, there is little to discuss. This serves as a reminder to all that the ominous power of the demon sect has already taken shape. If we continue to harbor individual thoughts and fail to unite against a common foe, we shall merely await our fate as the demon sect devours us. The eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect is an inevitable trend. All factions involved are akin to sharpened blades, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous or the demonic. As long as we can eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect, I hold no reservations. I implore you all to consent, lest I be compelled to act without mercy. The expression of the esteemed Master Chongyi was dark, his tone foreboding. This was not a proposition, but rather a thinly veiled threat. Even if the Xianjian sect were a pirate ship and the others wished to abandon it, it would be too late. At this very moment, the leaders of various sects are weighing the pros and cons. In essence, their concerns are rooted in vanity. They insist on maintaining a semblance of justification before engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, if they were to relinquish this superficial pride and allow the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect to join forces, two colossal sects could easily contend against the Heavenly Demon Sect. The outcome would already be determined. Yet, should they cling to their principles, they will inevitably find themselves at odds with the Xianjian sect. If the mask of civility is torn away, the consequences may become dire indeed. A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, abruptly drawing the contemplative minds back to reality. What transpired? The esteemed Master Chongyi furrowed his brow, casting his gaze beyond the spirit hall. A brilliant blaze illuminated the Su Njian sect and the entirety of Su Njian Mountain. Was it a natural calamity or a result of human intervention? With a resounding boom, another deafening sound echoed through the air. The entire Xianjian mountain trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The expression on the face of Master Chongyi grew increasingly grim. This time, he was certain that the source of this commotion was not a natural disaster, but rather a deliberate act. Who dares to act recklessly within my Xianjian sect? If you possess the courage, reveal your name. With his roar, Master Zhangyin shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and charged out of the spirit hall in a single bound. He looked up to see a figure in a flowing black gown gliding through the air above the sect. Her exquisitely beautiful visage seemed perpetually adorned with frost. She was stunning, almost unparalleled in beauty across the world. Yet, even such a captivating woman could not incite a shred of desire in any man. For she was known as Leng Ningshuang. From her elevated position, Leng Ningshuang cast her gaze upon the masses below. Her frigid eyes resembled the aloof moonlight, casting an icy chill upon all who stood before her. To the Xianjian sect, she was nothing short of a demon. Even now, they could not forget the blood-soaked storm of 6 years past, a day that forged an unbreakable enmity between the Xianjian sect and the Tiamat sect. As time has passed, Leng Ningshuang has ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Upon her return to the Xianjian sect, she became an unstoppable force of terror. Moreover, Master Zhangyin was still conspiring with other sects to eliminate the Tiamat sect. The relationship between the two factions had long since reached a point of no return. Cold condensation frost. You have slain the leader of the Xianjian sect. If this enmity remains unavenged, how can the Xianjian sect continue to hold its head high in the world? The gaze of the esteemed Z was icy and filled with murderous intent. Indeed, cold condensation frost was formidable, yet she had come alone. Furthermore, the Xianjian sect was the domain of Z. With the combined might of all the celestial saints present, they might stand a chance against cold condensation frost. Time was of the essence. This was an opportune moment to eliminate her. Esteemed colleagues, the female demon stands before us. If we do not act now, then when shall we? He bellowed, effectively issuing a challenge to cold condensation frost on behalf of the assembled crowd. Upon hearing his words, the faces of those from other sects paled in shock. They harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Z. Do not speak recklessly. We have no desire to be enemies with the Heavenly Demon Sect. We are here solely to mourn the late sect leader Hong. We sincerely hope that sect leader Cole does not misconstrue our intentions. They hastily explained, fearful of being implicated. Begone! A chilling reprimand echoed in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, they were met with the frigid gaze of the cold, frost-like presence. Despite the humiliation they had endured, they felt as if liberated from a heavy burden, each one displaying a countenance filled with joy. Thank you. The crowd promptly clasped their fists and took flight, vanishing without a trace within the confines of the Xianjian sect in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianjian sect stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had gathered the leaders of 20 sects, all of whom were formidable heavenly saints. If they had united to confront Leng Ningshuang, even if they could not prevail, they would have remained unscathed. Unfortunately, their resolve crumbled. They were ultimately nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Only the Xianjian sect truly possessed the courage to stand against the Heavenly Demon Sect. All disciples, heed my command. Behold the demon-slaying formation. Today marks the anniversary of our esteemed sect leader Hong's passing. Let us offer the head of this female demon as a tribute. Master Chongyin declared with a commanding voice, swiftly orchestrating the formation of the 8,000 disciples beneath him. The demon-slaying formation is a unique array of the Xinjian sect, specifically devised by those who consider themselves righteous to combat the forces of the demonic sections. Ironically, it was conceived under the leadership of Hong Tianhe and aptly named with the intention of vanquishing the Heavenly Demon Sect. Due to the recency of its creation, it has never been truly employed, and thus, even Leng Ningshuang has yet to witness it. However, the collective might of 8,000 disciples forming this array is undeniably formidable. Were it not for her status as a formidable Empyrean, she would scarcely dare to act so boldly. Lin Chuan's assertions have proven correct. The seeds of fate I have sown over the years will undoubtedly recoil upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. The day I struck down Hong Tianhe may have been the catalyst for the obliteration of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In retrospect, this notion bears significant weight. Therefore, my arduous journey over the past few days targeting your Xinjian sect has not been in vain. Leng Ningshuang mused to herself, now convinced that Lin Chuan's concerns were not unfounded. Great trees attract the wind. Everything is bound by causality. Yet, these very causes have been planted by Leng Ningshuang herself. It is her responsibility to eradicate these unfavorable factors for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, let the Xinjian sect be the target of her wrath. With a resounding boom, the skies above Xinjian Mountain erupted in flames. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, as if heralding an impending battle. The might of the Heavenly Emperor unleashed would undoubtedly provoke celestial phenomena, visible to the naked eye from 1,000 miles away. This awe-inspiring spectacle persisted for a full hour, affecting even the towns nestled at the foot of Xinjian Mountain. Meanwhile, far beyond this tumult, a young man rode swiftly atop an imperial wolf, the oppressive atmosphere of the looming storm above instilling within him a sense of foreboding. How peculiar! After inquiring along the way, he discovered that the destination was indeed the location of the Xinjian sect. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Could it be that someone within the Xinjian sect has achieved a breakthrough? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed, his mood considerably heavy. He had heard that the Xinjian sect's strength was rather feeble. Within the sect, apart from Hong Tianhe, there was merely the true man Chongyin, a celestial saint. The other disciples were predominantly celestial venerates or celestial sects at best. Even among first-rate sects, they ranked at the bottom. With his prowess, he could effortlessly overpower the Xinjian sect. However, Lin Chuan's intentions were far more ruthless than mere domination. He harbored plans to annihilate the Xinjian sect. In his eyes, having slain Hong Tianhe inevitably placed the Xinjian sect in a state of irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect encounter tribulations one day, the first to bear the brunt would undoubtedly be the Xinjian sect. Such an evident threat must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Brother Wolf, once we ascend Xinjian Mountain, your assistance will be indispensable, he declared. Rest assured, once the Xinjian sect is eradicated, I shall ensure that you are well fed. Lin Chuan shook the 8th-grade beast core in his hand. Enticement was the only means through which he could coexist peacefully with the imperial wolf. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, he had managed to preserve a substantial amount of resources. Otherwise, he would have been unable to satiate the appetite of this voracious creature. Help! Suddenly, a series of desperate cries caught Lin Chuan's attention. Startled, he quickly leaped off the back of the wolf. Brother Wolf, Lin Chuan whispered sharply. The Emperor Wolf did not hesitate. It immediately shrank its form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a miniature version of itself and leaped into Lin Chuan's hands, seeking refuge. The proficiency in its movements was heart-wrenching. Alas, throughout their journey, the Emperor Wolf had no choice but to maintain its diminutive state, for Lin Chuan had warned, the world is perilous, teeming with formidable foes. Despite being a 9th-grade beast, the greed inherent in human nature is unpredictable. Should the Emperor Wolf attract attention, it would undoubtedly encounter insurmountable troubles. Could it contend with 3,000 men, or even 10,000? To cultivators, a 9th-grade beast is a treasure trove, its inner core akin to a priceless artifact. As the saying goes, men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. The capriciousness of the human heart far surpasses even the most formidable strength. Her Emperor Wolf, brimming with power and majesty, had been misled by Lin Chuan into becoming a timid creature. Whenever it sensed the presence of others, it would instinctively conceal itself without needing Lin Chuan's reminder. Nevertheless, this also spared Lin Chuan considerable trouble. Up ahead, there appeared to be numerous refugees. Perhaps he should inquire about the situation. Lin Chuan carefully tucked the Emperor Wolf into his bosom, then cautiously approached the group of refugees. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. It was truly baffling how the once mighty Xianjian sect had managed to provoke such a terrifying woman. It seemed that the Xianjian sect was doomed. The murmurs of the refugees inevitably reached Lin Chuan's ears. From their fragmented conversations, it was evident that the Xianjian sect was in dire straits. It seemed a powerful adversary had invaded, intent on annihilating them. This fierce determination resembled that of an ancient crone. Moreover, it was the kind of formidable opponent who confronts head-on, at least a being of the Heavenly Emperor caliber. Surely not. Could it truly be the old hag? Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Ever since departing from the Great Marsh Illusion, he had numerous opportunities to flee, vowing never to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, he hesitated. Ultimately, it stemmed from his uncertainty regarding whether Leng Ningshuang was still tailing him. The last encounter with her had left a significant psychological scar. A person as cautious as he would never gamble with his life. It was precisely because he suspected Leng Ningshuang was following him that he boldly ventured toward the Xianjian sect. However, if Leng Ningshuang had already infiltrated the Xianjian sect, why should Lin Chuan adhere to his original plan? Gulch. He swallowed hard, the thought of escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect surging uncontrollably within him. This was indeed a rare opportunity, perhaps the only one he would encounter in his lifetime. Yet, if he were to misjudge the situation, it could lead to his demise. Given the wicked nature of that old hag, it was entirely plausible that she would not hesitate to execute him on the spot. Ahem. The disciple Lin Chuan seeks an audience with the sect master. If the sect master is present, I humbly ask for a moment of your attention. Lin Chuan respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, his head slightly raised, his eyes darting about. He was uncertain of where Leng Ningshuang might appear. A group of refugees nearby regarded him with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. After a prolonged silence, there was still no sign of her. Could it be that she truly was not present? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his heart feeling as though it were ensnared, an uncomfortable itch coursing through him. He contemplated fleeing, yet hesitated. What if Leng Ningshuang was nearby, deliberately remaining hidden, waiting for him to make a move? Would he not then fall into her trap? Caution is the mother of safety. One must not fear the improbable, but rather the potentiality of misfortune. Overly cautious, Lin Chuan dared not act recklessly. However, he could not remain stationary indefinitely, unless he could ascertain Leng Ningshuang's precise whereabouts. He had no choice but to ascend the mountain. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely made a bold decision. How can one capture a tiger without entering its lair? If he wished to remain within the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Xianjian sect would surely perish. Yet if he chose to leave, he must first confirm whether the one clashing with the Xianjian sect was indeed Leng Ningshuang. Once it was established that the immortal spoken of by the refugees was indeed her, Lin Chuan could boldly renounce his sect. The thought of freedom filled him with exhilaration. He quickly brushed past the refugees and set off towards Xianjian Mountain. Boom! The deafening thunder resounded incessantly. The ominous clouds high above resembled a collapsing sky, poised to crash upon the summit of Xianjian Mountain at any moment. Within those dark clouds, dozens of thunder dragons coiled, appearing familiar to Lin Chuan. It seemed that they were none other than the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Xianjian sect. The blinding brilliance ignited a towering inferno, while the forceful shockwave caused the entire Xianjian mountain to sway violently. The surrounding area, stretching 100 miles, trembled as if an earthquake had struck, instilling fear in the hearts of all. It is no wonder that the towns around Xianjian Mountain were in disarray. This spectacle resembled a celestial battle. In a desperate bid for survival, the common folk were forced to evacuate. There was no alternative. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals are akin to mere ants. Moreover, with the formidable cold Ningshuang being a reckless and ruthless sorceress, should the chaos be traced back to her, the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly be irrevocably tarnished. Alas, Lin Chuan lamented, how can I find solace within this sect with such a domineering leader? Though the reputation of the demonic sect is inherently poor, there is no need for such arrogance. I implore you to take a cue from the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect. They too are demonic sects, yet they maintain a low profile. His understanding of the world of cultivation was rather limited, leading him to believe that others' wives were far more enchanting, and other sects were infinitely superior. His expectations were not particularly high. Even as a member of a demonic sect, he yearned for a modicum of discretion. He did not seek the transmission of divine cultivation techniques, for he possessed a system that rendered such pursuits unnecessary. All he desired was a tranquil existence, the liberty to rise late and indulge in leisurely days. He longed for the freedom to wander in the mountains, fish by the riverside, and savor a life of comfort, transforming from a languid existence into one of strength. Yet, the winds of fate are unrelenting. He wished for a low profile, but fate intertwined him with the formidable Leng Ningshuang. Was it a debt from his past life that bound him to her? Or was it merely the whims of a capricious destiny? Enough of these thoughts, he resolved. I shall ascend the mountain and ascertain the truth. If this individual is indeed the ancient sorceress, I shall depart without hesitation, never to return. I shall pursue my blissful life henceforth. With a deep exhale, Lin Chuan's thoughts crystallized. There was no need for indecision. The choices of his future would reveal themselves upon reaching the summit. Meanwhile, atop Xinjian Mountain, a figure in a black dress found herself besieged by 80,000 disciples of the Xinjian sect. The demon-slaying Great Formation harnessed the full might of the Xinjian sect to confront her, its power surpassing even that of a heavenly emperor. With a sigh, the cold condensation sat cross-legged, her expression slightly weary. She had just exhaled a cloud of stale breath to alleviate her discomfort. Indeed, she found herself at a disadvantage in the battle against the Xinyuan sword sect, an outcome she had not anticipated. Although she had dispatched nearly 100 foes during the skirmish, it had drained the majority of her internal energy. It is worth noting that over 90% of the disciples from the Xinyuan sword sect were beneath the realm of heavenly sovereigns. Under ordinary circumstances, they would be as insignificant as ants, easily crushed at her whim. However, when faced with a multitude, even an ant can fell an elephant. Moreover, the demon-slaying Grand Formation had consolidated the strength of these 80,000 ants, amplifying their previously scattered power to extraordinary levels. Cold condensation frost. You surely did not anticipate that my Xinyuan sect possesses a trump card capable of eliminating you. Before your demise, allow me to enlighten you. The demon-slaying formation was conceived by our esteemed former sect master, Hong Tianhe, specifically designed to combat your demonic sect. Alas, that little brat Lin Chuan failed to accompany you to your demise. Otherwise, we could have seized this opportunity to avenge the deep-seated enmity against Sect Master Hong. The visage of Reality Master Chongyin twisted in rage as he ground his teeth. The mere thought of Hong Tianhe falling at the hands of an obscure youth like Lin Chuan filled him with profound humiliation. There were numerous witnesses present at the time, and the reputation of the Xianyuan sect suffered immensely. Fortunately, under the pressure exerted by cold condensation frost, the news did not spread widely. Yet, ultimately, one cannot conceal the flames of truth. Over time, the tidings of Hong Tianhe's demise at the hands of a mere youth have circulated far and wide. To this day, the animosity harbored by the entire Xianyuan sect towards Lin Chuan has even surpassed that directed at cold condensation frost herself. Rest assured, after your demise, my Xinjian sect will rally other sects to collectively vanquish the Heavenly Demon Sect. I shall also employ this demon-slaying array to sever Lin Chuan's head, allowing you and your disciple to reunite in the depths of hell. The peril faced by Leng Ningshuang is merely one factor. The demon-slaying array is the crux of the matter. For years, the Xinjian sect has concealed itself too deeply. All 80,000 disciples within the sect have participated in the array's practice, and not a single soul has divulged a word. Consequently, Leng Ningshuang's perception of the Xinjian sect has been skewed. Now, she has bravely ventured into the enemy's ranks, completely suppressed by the demon-slaying array. Even if she exerts every ounce of her strength to forcibly breach the array, the outcome may well cost the lives of thousands of Xinjian disciples for her singular escape. At present, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Leng Ningshuang is left with no choice but to tread a dark path. Quite a calculation. The sect master conceded that this demon-slaying array was indeed extraordinary. However, to slay the sect master, the Xinjian sect would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Trading the lives of tens of thousands of disciples for the life of the sect master, would the esteemed Chongyin truly be willing to make such a bargain? Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of turbid air, her icy visage betraying no emotion. It was her nature to remain unyielding, even in the face of life and death. One could scarcely expect to see a hint of weakness from her. Upon hearing her words, Chongyin's countenance darkened. He was well aware of Leng Ningshuang's ruthless methods. Even with the demon-slaying array as a safeguard, to slay a formidable emperor-level powerhouse would require a grievous toll. Was it truly worth sacrificing tens of thousands of Xinjiang sect disciples for the sake of pride? A fleeting moment of doubt crossed his mind. Yet he quickly regained his resolve. Inner demons, though I am reluctant to concede. The presence of Leng Ningshuang in the Heavenly Demon Sect has indeed become an inner torment for my Xinjiang sect. All 80,000 disciples of our sect are ensnared by your influence. If we do not dispel these inner demons, it will be exceedingly difficult to advance in the future. Moreover, our righteous sect is inherently sworn enemies with the demonic cult. In this battle, I aim to make it known to the world that the righteous spirit still endures, unwavering and immortal. With a commanding shout, Master Chongyin's resonant voice instantly ignited a unified resolve among the members of Xinjiang sect. In that moment, the gazes of all 80,000 disciples transformed into a fierce determination, as if slaying Leng Ningshuang were for the sake of all humanity. Even if they were to perish, it would be a death worthy of honor. Thus, once the battle commences, many shall charge forth unafraid of death. The seemingly insignificant ant dares to envision shaking the great tree. Leng Ningshuang remained expressionless. Although she was indeed shaken internally by the fearless gaze of the disciple from the Xinjiang sect, as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she could not show weakness. Even in the face of death, she was determined to make the world understand that to challenge the Heavenly Demon Sect, one must pay a blood price. Celestial Demon Technique. 9 Heavens of Thunderous Abyss. Kill. A chilling whisper echoed through the air. Above the clouds, the thunderous dragon, having lingered for an eternity, unleashed a deafening roar. Subsequently, enormous thunder dragons, akin to colossal mountain peaks, plummeted downwards. The first of these thunderous creatures descended with great force upon the rear mountain. With a resounding crash, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. The scorching wave of heat, accompanied by fierce flames, indiscriminately engulfed Xinjiang Mountain. And this was merely the first of the lightning dragons. Kill. The Master Zhongying's face was etched with urgency as he decisively issued the command to attack. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Celestial Emperor. Although the demon-slaying formation could confine Leng Ningshuang, should she unleash her full power, even the 80,000 disciples of the Xinjiang sect would find themselves at a loss. In essence, the primary function of this formation was merely to restrain the opponent. The so-called killing move was merely a tactic of waiting for the enemy to tire. Only when Leng Ningshuang was fatigued could they hope to strike her down in one fell swoop. However, he had underestimated the terrifying prowess of the Celestial Emperor. Leng Ningshuang's explosive power could effortlessly level Xinjiang Mountain in an instant. Once there was a breach in the formation, it would prove exceedingly difficult to confine her again. Unless it was to be paid for with lives. Whoosh! A tempest arose with fervor. Countless heads converged towards the center, forming an endless, undulating mass. The surging inner strength coalesced into formidable waves. A myriad of martial techniques, though varied and disparate, amalgamated into a significant force due to their sheer volume. Thousands of disciples from the Xinjiang sect charged fearlessly, undeterred by the specter of death. Behind them, even more individuals were poised to strike. These densely packed disciples of the Xinjiang sect, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly advanced towards Leng Ningshuang, consumed by madness. They had nearly forgotten the very reason for their relentless pursuit of her. Boom! The second thunder dragon arrived as anticipated, this time striking perfectly amidst the crowd. A chilling scream reverberated through the air, evoking a profound sense of dread. Flames engulfed the surroundings, smoke billowed, debris scattered, and lifeless bodies lay strewn across the charred ground. In a fleeting moment, the Xinjiang sect transformed into a hellish landscape. The fortunate survivors of the sect stood frozen, abruptly awakening from their frenzy. Their minds engulfed by a singular question: what was the purpose of my relentless struggle? Yet, before they could grasp an answer, the cacophony of battle cries snapped them back to reality. Fellow disciples charged forth fearlessly into the fray, undeterred by the specter of death. Even with thousands sacrificed, their losses paled in comparison to the 80,000 disciples, rendering their plight almost negligible. Then, one after another, the third, fourth, and fifth thunderous lightning strikes descended, shaking the very foundations of Xinjiang Mountain to the brink of collapse. The inferno illuminated the heavens, and even from the base of the mountain, the anguish cries and battle shouts of the Xinjiang disciples resonated clearly. Gulping, I realized the true terror of the ancient witch. I had finally witnessed her most savage side. How horrifying! This was the consequence of provoking her. Yet, with the demise of the Xinjiang sect, these fools would no longer have the opportunity to hold me accountable for Hong Tian's grievances. Now seemed the perfect moment to abandon the Tianma sect and indulge in carefree pleasures. On the mountainside, Lin Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the flowing black dress. Illuminated by the flames, Leng Ningshuang's exquisite face remained icy and unyielding. Coupled with her ruthless methods, the title of female demon was indeed well-deserved. Although countless Xianjian disciples perished in the fierce battle, what concern was it of Lin Chuan's? Not long ago, he had dispatched 3,000 disciples from a rival sect himself. In truth, both he and Leng Ningshuang could be considered demons, differentiated solely by one being cautious and the other domineering. With such divergent philosophies, parting ways seemed inevitable. The world was vast, and there would always be a place for Lin Chuan to thrive. With that thought, he turned and took a step down the mountain, preparing to make his escape. Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed. The sixth lightning dragon had fully coalesced and was about to descend. This was all within Lin Chuan's expectations. Boom! The thunder grew louder and more distinct. This was a harbinger of the thunder dragon's escape. If all went as anticipated, its target remained the Xianjian sect. However, just as this thought surfaced, Lin Chuan found himself in a daze. He lifted his gaze towards the clouds. The sixth thunder dragon roared, its gaping maw resembling a chasm. Suddenly, it surged toward the mountainside, indicating that this thunder dragon was indeed seeking him. Is it possible? Once again, he has been discovered. It remains uncertain whether it is the formidable perception of the celestial emperor or merely a stroke of misfortune that befell cold condensation frost. The nine heavens thunder prison fortuitously descended upon Lin Chuan. The resounding boom astounded Lin Chuan and left the disciples of the Xian sword sect in shock. Master Chongyin and the 80,000 disciples inexplicably evaded calamity. They could not help but speculate that cold condensation frost had overexerted her internal energy, leading to a miscalculation. However, Lin Chuan understood the truth. It was not a blunder on cold condensation frost's part, but rather, he had been discovered. Impudent brat. At this juncture, you still entertain thoughts of fleeing. Nevertheless, your arrival is most fortuitous. With your presence, we can undoubtedly dismantle the demon-slaying formation. Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of secret delight. In truth, she was unaware that Lin Chuan would indeed come to the Xianjian sect. After all, this lad values his life. How could he possibly dare to confront a mid-tier sect alone, risking his very existence? Yet, upon sensing Lin Chuan's presence, she was taken aback and suddenly enlightened. Lin Chuan was not timid. On the contrary, he possessed remarkable audacity. Out of caution, he was willing to eradicate an entire sect, simply to erase the consequences of slaying Hong Tianhe. In Lin Chuan's eyes, even the bonds of camaraderie and moral constraints held no weight. As long as he could preserve his own life, he would not hesitate to sacrifice anyone, even an entire mid-tier sect. This sentiment resonated with Leng Ningshuang. Since you have arrived, why conceal yourself? Do you not also wish to annihilate the Xianjian sect and eliminate the threat? I, the sect master, hereby offer you this opportunity. Leng Ningshuang's voice echoed like an ancient bell, resonating through the mountains and forests, effectively extinguishing any thoughts Lin Chuan might have had of escape. Aha! The sect master, exhibiting unparalleled bravery, left no room for the disciples to intervene. With their limited abilities, it was best for the disciples to cheer for the master from the mountainside. Lin Chuan grinned playfully. Engaging in such a troublesome fight was not something he wished to involve himself in. If given the choice to effortlessly secure victory, who would willingly expend their energy? Enough of the nonsense. Cold Ningshuang admonished. If you do not take action, I shall be forced to eliminate you myself. At this point, the fact that he still entertained the notion of shirking his responsibilities was utterly beyond redemption. Stop. The disciple immediately responded. Lin Chuan pouted, reluctantly shifting his feet. Hurry up. Came the sharp reprimand from cold condensation frost. That little rascal Lin Chuan was truly obstinate, retreating only when pressed. She began to suspect he was akin to a stubborn mule. Without a whip, he seemed oblivious to the need to move. Her heart felt utterly exhausted. What on earth are you doing, you female demon? The expression on Master Chongyin's face was grim. In the midst of fierce battle, could they not take things more seriously? He had no interest in the identity of those descending from the mountain. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, his sole focus was on claiming the lives of cold condensation frost and Lin Chuan. Surely, Lin Chuan would not come forth to meet his demise. Achoo! A sneeze echoed through the sect. Outside the main gate, a young man with a languid demeanor was rubbing his nose. When he looked up and beheld the throngs of people on the mountain, he was taken aback. Goodness, so many. Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. In a moment of shock, he turned and fled. "You little rascal, how dare you?" Cold Ningshuang bellowed. "Stop him." Master Chongying decisively issued a command. In that instant, it seemed as though Cold Ningshuang and the Xianjian sect were united as one, with Lin Chuan becoming their shared target. With a swift rustle, dozens of figures descended before Lin Chuan, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. In truth, had Lin Chuan truly wished to flee, these disciples of the Xianjian sect would scarcely have been able to impede him. Yet, the cry of cold condensation frost momentarily sowed seeds of hesitation within him. "Master, are you not pushing me into the fiery abyss?" he mused, casting a glance around and estimating that there were at least tens of thousands present. Such a gathering was beyond the capabilities of a mere disciple. With a grimace, Lin Chuan pleaded for mercy. "You old hag, if you choose to meet your demise, must you drag me into it as well? I have exercised caution throughout my life, yet I find myself facing death at the hands of a woman. How wretched my fate." His innermost thoughts were far less decorous than his outward expressions. This realization led Cold Condensation Frost to grasp Lin Chuan's intentions almost instantly. She understood that the Xianjian sect had staked everything in this endeavor. Breaking the demon-slaying array would not be a trivial task. If other disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had arrived, their efforts would likely prove futile. Even Wei Wuyang and the 9 elders would be incapable of assisting her in dismantling the array. Yet, Lin Chuan possessed the potential to succeed where others could not. Enough of the trivialities. Although the esteemed leader was reluctant to admit it, the demon-slaying formation devised by the Xianjian sect had indeed caused considerable vexation. Surely, you would not wish to be perpetually haunted by this concern. Therefore, lend me your utmost assistance in dismantling this formation. Cold Ningshuang boldly revealed the truth before all. Was this truly the fearless female demon lord he once knew? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Cold Ningshuang would exhibit such trepidation. This was a stark contrast to the resolute leader he was familiar with, indicating that the demon-slaying formation had truly posed significant challenges for her. Otherwise, the typically steadfast Cold Ningshuang would never utter such words. Should he remain passive, and if Cold Ningshuang were to meet an untimely demise, the Tianma sect would undoubtedly weaken. When the walls crumble, many will eagerly take advantage. Within days, a multitude of sects would converge upon the Holy Maiden Peak, poised to consume the Tianma sect. Even if Lin Chuan were to escape, his past exploits, including the slaying of Hong Tianhe, would render him a target for the Xianjian sect and various other factions. In such a vast world, it is likely that there would be no refuge for him. Thus, Cold Ningshuang must not fall into peril. In this battle, he must exert every ounce of his strength. Haha, Cold Condensation Frost, you have finally admitted it. And Lin Chuan, you have willingly walked into the trap. Truly, heaven has aided our Xianjian sect. Today, numerous disciples under my command shall avenge the deep-seated enmity of our sect leader Hong. All disciples, heed my command. Activate the grand formation immediately and eradicate the vile demons. The resounding laughter of Master Chongyin pierced the air with an unsettling sharpness. Before him stood the 2 greatest adversaries of the Xianjian sect, a cause indeed for exhilaration. At his command, 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect stirred restlessly, utilizing the demon-slaying formation, while gradually draining the inner strength of the demonic cult. The Xianjian sect could simultaneously amplify their own combat prowess. With this ebb and flow, Cold Condensation Frost and Lin Chuan would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Master Chongyin had long been prepared for a protracted battle. Even if it took 10 days or half a month, he possessed the patience to eradicate the evil. Yet, their inner strength was slowly dissipating. Although the loss was gradual and scarcely noticeable, prolonged combat under such circumstances would be immensely detrimental to our side. It is no wonder this formation is named the Demon-Slaying Formation. Lin Chuan discerned the essence of the formation at a glance. In truth, unraveling the demon-slaying formation was not particularly challenging. Even Cold Condensation Frost had realized it long ago. However, engaged in solitary combat, she had no time to decipher it. Moreover, she and Lin Chuan were originally disciples of the demonic cult, practicing only demonic techniques. In essence, they had already found themselves in a passive position. In Cold Condensation Frost's view, the only way to break the demon-slaying formation was through sheer force, with no other recourse available. However, Lin Chuan held a different perspective. "Wolf brother, I find myself in trouble again, but this time is unlike the last. If I perish, you will lose your supply of provisions. Can you bear that?" As the great battle loomed, Lin Chuan whispered to a little wolf cub nearby. "What a jest! Did this mischievous boy truly lack awareness of the gravity of the situation, or was he deliberately slacking off? Cold condensation frost glared at Lin Chuan through clenched teeth. Had the battle not been so dire, she would have gladly struck him down. Yet, the moment that little wolf cub peeked its head out, her anger vanished without a trace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. This is impossible. Lin Chuan, possessing merely the cultivation of a celestial saint, could not possibly tame such a formidable beast. Perhaps it was merely a figment of the imagination. Cold Ningshuang gently shook her head, resolutely dismissing her own thoughts. Yet, the Emperor Wolf would not cease to exist merely due to Cold Ningshuang's musings. It gracefully descended to the ground, casually shaking its little head. Its astute eyes lazily cast a glance at Lin Chuan, as if to convey, "Your words must hold weight." For reasons unknown, Lin Chuan found himself comprehending the Emperor Wolf's intent. He promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, not a single one of the 38th level beast cores will be missing. However, none of these disciples from the Xianjin sect can be spared. They must be dealt with thoroughly." Only Lin Chuan dared to haggle with a 9th level beast. Fortunately, the disciples of the Xianjin sect remained oblivious to the Emperor Wolf's true rank. Otherwise, even the esteemed Master Zhongyin would be stricken with terror. Is this enough of a commotion? Master Zhongyin was quite vexed. The battle had reached an impasse, with both sides brimming with pent-up frustration. Yet Lin Chuan appeared so leisurely. Was such a diminutive beast truly worthy of their time? Since Lin Chuan valued this little wolf so dearly, he would be the first to face the consequences. In that moment, Master Zhongyin directed a surge of sword energy straight towards the Emperor Wolf. The whistling sound of the air slicing through the crowd struck the Emperor Wolf squarely on its forehead. Humph! The esteemed Master Zhongyin smirked with satisfaction. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the Emperor's wolf would fall lifeless to the ground, eager to see whether Lin Chuan would still be able to smile then. However, in the next instant, everyone present was left utterly astonished. The diminutive wolf, no larger than a palm, not only survived but also widened its vibrant green eyes and bristled with fury. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the imperial wolf's form rapidly expanded. In an instant, it transformed into a creature more colossal than 3 men combined. Its resplendent silver fur exuded an imposing aura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Just moments ago, it had appeared as an innocuous little creature, but now it radiated an aura of sheer ferocity. Most terrifying of all was its power, rivaling that of a celestial emperor. A level 9 ferocious beast. The stammering Zhongyin Jinren articulated the imperial wolf's rank, filled with regret for his earlier oversight in underestimating its strength. The sword energy he had just unleashed had likely provoked this fearsome beast. Is it truly real? Leng Ningshuang's face was a portrait of disbelief. She simply could not fathom how Lin Chuan managed to coexist peacefully with a level 9 ferocious beast. It seemed that Lin Chuan could even command the imperial wolf to perform tasks. The allure of a person can captivate both men and women. This is understandable. However, the notion that even a ferocious beast could be influenced was beyond Leng Ningshuang's wildest imagination. Monster! This young lad is becoming increasingly inscrutable. However, with the assistance of the Emperor Wolf, matters have become considerably more manageable. Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of murky air, her previously taut nerves loosening slightly. If a formidable celestial emperor could not unravel the demon-slaying array, then surely those 2 celestial emperors would be capable of doing so. The wheel of fortune turns. This time, it is the Xianjin sect's turn to face adversity. Go. With a low command from Lin Chuan, the imperial wolf darted forth like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in its wake. Unlike cultivators, fierce beasts are incapable of mastering profound techniques or adeptly harnessing inner strength. However, their instinctual combat style is far more direct and possesses an inherent sense of intimidation. The wolf, moving with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightnings, plunged into the crowd, instantly inciting a wave of panic. The velocity of the imperial wolf had already surpassed the limits of any cultivator. Even the formidable cold condensation, a powerhouse among the celestial emperors, could not achieve such a remarkable feat. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Xianjin sect suffered grievous losses. They fell victim to the jaws and claws of the wolves, meeting a most tragic end. This only heightened the terror that permeated the air. Do not panic, he commanded. Form groups of 10 and guard each exit. Should anyone catch sight of that beast, everyone nearby must converge upon it. The true man Chonin issued commands relentlessly, striving to restore order to the frenzied crowd. Indeed, his strategy could momentarily suppress the speed of the Emperor Wolf. However, to capture or even slay the Emperor Wolf was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Naive. A cold snort descended from above. Upon hearing the sound, the esteemed Zhang Ying raised his gaze, and his pupils trembled with alarm. In his preoccupation with the Emperor Wolf, he had momentarily forgotten about Leng Ningshuang. Could the Xianyuan sword sect truly withstand the combined might of two formidable heavenly emperors? No, that was not all. There was also Lin Chuan. Zhang Ying regained his composure and immediately turned his attention to the mountain gate, only to find Lin Chuan seated on the ground, devouring half a roasted chicken. It was no wonder, for it was the renowned roast chicken from Bai Xionglu. He must certainly indulge in a feast there sometime. As Lin Chuan gorged himself, he mumbled a series of inconsequential words, as if the brutal battle within the sect and the world outside were two entirely separate realms. This lad is truly an enigma to me. Zhang Ying felt a deep sense of frustration. In contrast to the straightforward and brash Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan exuded an aura of mystery. His unpredictable behavior rendered his thoughts nearly impossible to fathom. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive Lin Chuan's true intentions, recognizing that he was merely indulging in laziness. Yet, to others, Lin Chuan might appear to be intentionally feigning weakness, waiting for his adversaries to lower their guard before striking unexpectedly. This notion compelled Zhang Ying and the Xianyuan sword sect to devote at least a third of their focus to guard against him, even if Lin Chuan appeared to be doing nothing. Ding! While Leng Ningshuang and the Emperor Wolf fought fiercely, the host was slacking off. Reward: Hunyuan Overlord Blade, 4th on the treasure ranking. The reward has been received. Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. The system's reward had long been anticipated by him. The more perilous the situation, the more substantial the rewards. Clearly, being ensnared in the demon-slaying array, besieged by 80,000 disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect, constituted the utmost danger. Thus, the rewards provided by the system would undoubtedly be enhanced. However, Lin Chuan had not anticipated that the system would bestow a treasure as a reward. Striking it rich, Lin Chuan joyfully indulged in his roast chicken, contemplating how to utilize the precious treasure he had just acquired. Meanwhile, however, things were far from easy for Cold Condensation Frost and the Tsong Wolf King. 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect were under the command of the esteemed master Zhang Ying, and not a single one dared to be careless. Before them stood a formidable female demon of the heavenly emperor rank, accompanied by a beast that could rival such power. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to their utter annihilation. The Xianjian sect, being a prestigious and righteous faction, boasted disciples of varying strengths. Yet many among them were indeed formidable. They had over 1,000 experts at the celestial venerable level. However, when confronted with two entities of the heavenly emperor level, their prowess seemed insignificant. A mere flick of Cold Condensation Frost's finger could summon lightning spells potent enough to reduce them to nothingness. At this moment, the Xianjian sect faced imminent destruction, leaving them with no options. Yet, there was not just the two of them. A holy son of the heavenly sage level was also present. Some disciples were obediently following Master Zhang Ying's orders, intently watching Lin Chuan. Yet this holy son was currently relishing his roast chicken with great delight. This left both Master Zhang Ying and the disciples of the Xianjian sect momentarily dumbfounded. Was this young man in his right mind? They were amidst a life-and-death battle, with his master fighting valiantly ahead, yet he chose to hide away indulging in food? Despite this, none dared to let their guard down. Lin Chuan possessed more than mere heavenly sage strength. The sect leader, Hong Tianhe, of the same rank, had been swiftly dispatched. This seemingly foolish young man before them possessed the ability to obliterate a multitude with a single strike. At that moment, Cold Condensation Frost unleashed a wave of energy, repelling over 1,000 Xianjian sect disciples. The rumbling sound of impending thunder stirred the deep-seated fears within the hearts of the sect's disciples. This female demon was indeed worthy of her heavenly emperor status. Damn it. My sword was just about to connect with her, yet her wave of energy repelled me effortlessly, regardless of her might. The 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect were no pushovers. The disciples of the Xianjian sect criticized vehemently, yet not one dared to advance. Those previously struck back by Cold Condensation Frost's energy had suffered significant casualties. At this juncture, Cold Condensation Frost couldn't help but glance toward Lin Chuan. His strength was certainly commendable, but would he be able to withstand the onslaught of so many from the Xianjian sect? Deep down, she felt a twinge of concern for him. After all, she had initially intended to single-handedly annihilate the Xianjian sect. Unexpectedly, despite his thoughts of retreating from the sect, Lin Chuan still held some concern for it. To safeguard the sect's safety, he had dared to venture alone into the enemy's territory. However, in the next moment, Cold Condensation Frost's annoyance flared. This young man was actually taking advantage of the situation to leisurely enjoy his roast chicken. At the brink of life and death, how can one nonchalantly feast upon roasted chicken? Such composure is utterly intolerable. Lin Chuan, it is already this late, and you still dare to be idle. If you do not take action soon, I assure you, you will enter the gates of the Heavenly Demon Sect sideways. Cold Ningshuang's voice thundered. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Sect, who were poised to charge at the moment Cold Ningshuang was distracted, to be forcefully repelled several dozen steps back. The disciple closest to Cold Ningshuang, unable to withstand the oppressive force, spat out blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Why is this female demon so formidable? Damn it, is this the pressure of an Empyrean level? Brothers, let us attack together. The Heavenly Sect disciples seethed with rage. But before they could speak, a chilling wind swept through, sending a shiver down their spines. Turning around, they were met with the sight of a pair of menacing green eyes fixated on them. A 9th-level ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf. Before they could react, the Emperor Wolf lunged into the crowd, having already determined that these Heavenly Sect disciples were its next meal. Beneath its massive form, the disciples truly felt despair. They were utterly powerless. Countless disciples of the Heavenly Sect became nothing more than sustenance for the Emperor Wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was jolted awake. Cold Ningshuang's voice had been loud enough. He was not deaf, after all. He stood up, a grave expression etched on his face, staring intently at the disciples of the Heavenly Sect before him. This is bad. The demon is about to make a move. Fear not. The other two are of Empyrean level. He is merely a heavenly saint. Wait, how dare you, a disciple of a heavenly sect, utter such words? Lin Chuan's actions left the surrounding Heavenly Sect disciples dumbfounded. They hurriedly retreated a few steps, terrified that Lin Chuan might suddenly strike. This is a being capable of annihilating a sect master with a single blow. Cold Ningshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. This lad knows when to discern the gravity of a situation. Damn it, it's stuck in my teeth. This roasted chicken is delicious. But why does it feel a bit too dry? Lin Chuan mused, lifting his hand to cover his face as he picked at his teeth. This horrified the nearby disciples of the Heavenly Sect. This is bad. The demon's gesture indicates he intends to use a hidden weapon. Quickly, prepare the formation to defend against the enemy. This is a strike from a heavenly saint. We cannot afford to be careless. Cold Ningshuang's temples throbbed with veins. This boy. I should never have believed he could perform anything useful. A hidden weapon? Nonsense. Picking his teeth in public while covering his face. Is he not embarrassed? If it weren't for the throng of Heavenly Sect disciples surrounding her, Cold Ningshuang would have surely gone over to turn Lin Chuan into a pig's head. At that moment, Cold Ningshuang silently vowed that once she dealt with these disciples, she would make sure to teach this infuriating fellow a lesson. Lin Chuan found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Must there truly be conflict? Why must there always be violence? Couldn't TA group simply gather peacefully over tea to discuss more agreeable ways to eliminate their foes? As Lin Chuan's errant thoughts meandered, Leng Ningshuang's frustration surged within her. Yet, she found herself unable to act against Lin Chuan. Instead, she directed her wrath entirely upon the disciples of the Heavenly Sect nearby. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air surrounding the Heavenly disciples seemed to be violently torn apart. Thunder rumbled ominously, and flashes of lightning sporadically illuminated the scene. Witnessing this, real Master Chongyin was struck with astonishment. This was a magical technique, a thunder-based spell. It was said to have the power to rend space itself, transforming a region into a realm of its own, allowing the caster to mercilessly eliminate those ensnared within. Real Master Chongyin had only heard tales of such a phenomenon, never having witnessed it firsthand. To his astonishment, Leng Ningshuang's prowess had reached such an extraordinary level. Alarmed, Real Master Chongyin shouted, "It's a magical technique. Quickly, gather together. Mountain guard formation." The term, Fa Men, caught Lin Chuan off guard. He recalled his senior sister, Wu Nanming, mentioning it before. This particular technique could only be grasped by those who had ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor with only a scant chance of mastery. Only those who achieved the title of Celestial Emperor could wield it as a lethal skill. It was said that once the Fa Men was unleashed, the land within 100 miles would be rendered barren. Lin Chuan gazed in astonishment at Leng Ningshuang. Incredible. The old witch actually knows the Fa Men. Could it be that she is nearing the level of a titled Celestial Emperor? This is disastrous. Wouldn't that make her even more merciless towards me? As Leng Ningshuang focused intently on conjuring the Fa Men, she nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing Lin Chuan's peculiar thoughts. While others were struck with awe at the sight of the Fa Min, this boy's thought process was bewilderingly odd. However, at that moment, Leng Ningshuang had no time to ponder such things. Once the Fa Min was summoned, there would be no turning back, the heavens would change color, and not a blade of grass would remain. In truth, Leng Ningshuang had already mastered the Fa Min long ago, but she had refrained from revealing it. After all, displaying the Fa Min would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble, particularly from hidden masters, celestial emperors, or even titled celestial emperors. That would be catastrophic. Yet, now Leng Ningshuang found herself beyond caring. The Xianjian sect still held a trump card, a formation even more formidable than the previous demon-slaying array, the Mountain Guard Sword formation. Although the Xianjian sect had never produced a single celestial emperor, it held considerable prestige among the righteous sects, largely due to the Mountain Guard Sword formation. This formation required a minimum of 10,000 participants to activate. Each participant would sacrifice a portion of their blood essence to empower the formation. Consequently, the more individuals involved, the stronger the Mountain Guard Sword formation would become. After all, it harnessed the collective strength of all its participants, making its might utterly formidable. With a total of 80,000 disciples in the Xianjian sect, a formation initiated by them could even threaten a celestial emperor. However, the time required to set up this formation was lengthy, and it would inflict some degree of harm on those participating. Nonetheless, faced with the impending threat of annihilation, Leng Ningshuang was certain that these individuals would not hesitate to act. This was also the reason why Leng Ningshuang had always been reluctant to engage with the members of the Xianjian sect. If struck by such a blow, even she might not withstand it. Now, with 80,000 disciples assembled, the Mountain Guard Sword formation could be activated at any moment. Initially, Leng Ningshuang had thought that she, along with Lin Chuan and a 9th-tier magical beast, could easily handle these insignificant foes, whose highest power level was merely that of a celestial lord. However, it appeared that the 9th-tier magical beast was merely a juvenile, only capable of using its mouth and claws to kill. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was infuriatingly nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned about the matter at hand. Thus, the condensation frost had no choice but to reveal the existence of its secret techniques. At this juncture, swift resolution was imperative. As for the prospect of attracting the attention of significant figures, that could be contemplated later. As long as one acted with sufficient speed, no one would discern the true identity of the one who unleashed such techniques. Heavenly Demon Technique. 9 transformations of thunder. Heavenly thunder punishes the world. The thunder execution law. As Leng Ningshuang parted her crimson lips, she unleashed a torrent of esoteric incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. A chilling wind swept through the air, and the recently torn fabric of space reverberated with the cacophony of countless thunderous roars. The deafening sound made even the seasoned Jinren draw a sharp breath. This female fiend had truly lost her wits. Not only they, but even the menacing Emperor Wolf recoiled instinctively, wary of the lightning emanating from the rift in space. It was a primal fear. Lin Chuan stood frozen, astonished, staring at Leng Ningshuang. This ancient hag had indeed transformed into the very embodiment of malevolence. The terrifying aura radiating from her instilled a profound dread among the disciples of the Xianjian sect, as if they would be obliterated by lightning in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the invocation of the spell did not signify that Leng Ningshuang had succumbed to unconsciousness. She retained the ability to control the direction of the surrounding thunderbolts. Jinren was now in a state of frantic urgency. The air around them began to warp and fracture, leaving the 80,000 disciples gasping for breath. Quickly, summon your essence and activate the Mountain Guardian Sword formation. Today, this female fiend must be eradicated here. As Jinren spoke, he bit his tongue, drawing forth a drop of essence that surged toward the center of the formation. But time was almost up. The release of the spell required a considerable duration, nearly akin to that of the Mountain Guardian Sword formation. However, Leng Ningshuang had revealed her trump card prematurely. In other words, no matter how swiftly they acted, she would annihilate the disciples of the Xianjian sect before the formation could be activated. Observing Leng Ningshuang's frigid visage felt akin to witnessing the pronouncement of doom for the entire Xianjian sect. We, the Xianjian sect, shall not allow this to transpire. With a furious roar, Jinren eyes turned blood red. Leng Ningshuang, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to bury your remains. With that, Jinren bit his tongue once more, and a torrent of essence erupted from his mouth. The essence flowed incessantly into the Mountain Guardian Sword formation. causing the originally golden array to bleed crimson, rendering it eerily ominous. Leng Ningshuang narrowed her eyes. What did this man intend to do? Such an act would undoubtedly drain him of all his essence. In that case, regardless of his strength, he would meet his demise. Had he lost his sanity? At that moment, Zhenren Chongyin wore a chilling smile. With all his essence summoned, his pallor resembled that of parchment, his form swaying precariously, as if he would collapse with the slightest touch. Leng Ningshuang, you are aware of our Mountain Guardian sword formation. Yet you are oblivious to the swift activation method of our sect. As long as the blood essence of a soul master or above is entirely sacrificed, the Mountain Guard sword array can be swiftly activated, regardless of one's status as a heavenly emperor. Before the might of the Mountain Guard sword array, there exists but one path, death. The esteemed Zhenren Chongyin had nearly exhausted all his strength as he uttered his final words. Ultimately, he succumbed, his body fragile as parchment, collapsing to the ground, shattered beyond recognition. Devoid of blood essence, his life flickered like a dying candle in the wind. Yet, for the sake of the entire Xinjiang sect, Zhenren Chongyin had no other choice. What a bizarre formation this is. Where is the noble righteousness one would expect? How could such a formation demand the complete blood essence of an individual? Surely, this is not a technique exclusive to the demonic sects? Cold Ningshuang once again heard Lin Chuan's voice of lamentation. Nevertheless, at this moment, Cold Ningshuang could afford no distractions. If the Mountain Guard sword array were to activate, all would be lost. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that Zhenren Chongyin possessed such a trump card. The Mountain Guard sword array can indeed be swiftly activated. No wonder so few demonic sects dare to provoke the Xinjiang sect. This is the reason. A self-deprecating smile crept onto Cold Ningshuang's face. Who would have thought she would meet her demise here? At this moment, 80,000 disciples of the Xinjiang sect had gathered. At their center, a grand symbol formed from yin and yang jade radiated a brilliant golden light. Countless sword energies whirled within. Cold Ningshuang understood all too well that the Mountain Guard sword array was on the verge of completion and could erupt at any moment. However, her own method required a bit more time. Lin Chuan, unable to remain idle, thought, is this the end? How could the Xinjiang sect conceal such a powerful ace? If the Mountain Guard sword array were truly unleashed, it would strike with lethal precision, leaving Cold Ningshuang, himself, and the Emperor Wolf with no chance of survival. Even Cold Ningshuang, a heavenly emperor, found herself utterly helpless. Flee. This thought flashed in Lin Chuan's mind. With the ability to traverse the earth for 1,000 miles. If he exerted all his strength, escape was certainly feasible. However, Cold Ningshuang had already set up a barrier. He found himself trapped within the confines of her formation. Oh, that old witch, she has truly ensnared me. Once this ordeal passes, she shall owe me dearly. Lin Chuan fumed inwardly. Hearing this, Cold Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. Why was Lin Chuan still uttering such strange words? Compensation? Lives were at stake. What was there to compensate? Yet, at that moment, Lin Chuan finally sprang into action. An array of treasures surged forth from behind him in an instant. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded the eyes of the Xinjiang sect disciples. How does this fellow possess so many treasures? Treasures? These are divine artifacts. Nonsense. Most of them are top-tier divine artifacts. How has this young man amassed such wealth? No, the crux of the matter lies in the multitude of treasures he has summoned. What is his true intention? Countless disciples engaged in fervent discussions, yet in their eyes, both Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's endeavors appeared futile at this moment. However, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed with concern. Alas, despite possessing numerous treasures, none were of any practical use. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the fourth-ranked innate treasure bestowed upon him by the system, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade. This blade is deemed an innate treasure for its remarkable ability to momentarily halt the passage of time and cleave through it. Though fleeting, it may prove beneficial against the mountain-protecting sword array before him. Nonetheless, utilizing it may very well render the Hunyuan Overlord Blade utterly depleted. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Chuan could afford no further hesitation. Survival was paramount. Consequently, he rummaged through his spatial ring and retrieved a fiery red elixir. Placing it in the mouth of the imperial wolf. As he stroked the wolf's mane, he urged, "Little wolf, for our survival, I implore you to assist me. This elixir will swiftly enhance your speed and strength. All you need to do is grasp this mighty blade and charge towards the protective array." Upon hearing this, the wolf's verdant eyes narrowed in trepidation, and it instinctively recoiled. Surely, the imperial wolf realized that this was tantamount to courting death. Lin Chuan, with a reassuring smile, replied, "You shall come to no harm. This blade, along with the elixir, will safeguard you. The outcome of this endeavor rests entirely upon your shoulders." However, the imperial wolf remained unconvinced, continuing to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan extended 3 fingers. "Should you succeed, I shall grant you 38th tier beast course." The imperial wolf hesitated, intrigued yet still wary. 50. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang was rendered speechless. Wait, what did Lin Chuan just say? 58th grade beast inner cores? Was he speaking nonsense? Although 8th grade beast inner cores are not as rare as their 9th grade counterparts, they are certainly not mere candies. The entire Tianma sect possesses very few of them. Yet this young man casually produces 50 of them, intending to feed them to the Emperor Wolf. Furthermore, the fiery red elixir he just offered the Emperor Wolf seemed so familiar. The 9-rank pattern dragon pill. The moment that name crossed her mind, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. The 9-rank pattern dragon pill is even rarer than a 9th grade beast inner core. This item can only be concocted using a 9th grade beast inner core along with other rare materials. However, despite its rarity, it is not meant for human consumption, but rather for fierce beasts. Once consumed, the beast will unleash its latent potential, significantly enhancing all its abilities, and for a brief period, it becomes immune to any attacks. Yet, upon seeing the 9-rank pattern dragon pill, Leng Ningshuang began to grasp Lin Chuan's intentions. He aims to use the Emperor Wolf's physical form, combined with the 9-rank pattern dragon pill, to withstand the Mountain Guardian sword array. This is not unfeasible. Theoretically, it has a high chance of success. But the question remains, how could this young man possess so many treasures? Leng Ningshuang found herself increasingly unable to comprehend him. Just how many secrets does he harbor that she has yet to uncover? She also began to understand what Lin Chuan meant when he said she would have to compensate. Yet this was something she seemingly could not afford. Just the 58th grade beast inner cores alone could be fatal. Lin Chuan, too, felt a pang of regret. While he could summon as many 8th grade beast inner cores as he desired, thanks to the system, which dispensed them like candy, 50 was still rather excessive. However, in the interest of self-preservation, there was no other choice. The crux of the matter was that he possessed only one 9-rank pattern dragon pill. Moreover, he had to sacrifice the recently acquired top-tier innate treasure, the Henyuan Overlord Blade. Only when the Henyuan Overlord Blade exerted its power to momentarily freeze time around the Mountain Guardian sword array could the Emperor Wolf fully withstand the onslaught. Only then could this crisis be averted. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianjian sect were oblivious to Lin Chuan's actions. All they saw was the Emperor Wolf recklessly charging toward the grand array. They had no idea what kind of elixir Lin Chuan had given, nor the massive sword clutched in the beast's jaws. This creature is courting death. First, we eliminate that beast, then we deal with those 2 fiends. We shall avenge our master. With a furious roar, the Mountain Guardian sword array erupted with intense golden light. Countless sword energies surged towards the Emperor Wolf, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror within it. The creature swiftly shut its vibrant green eyes in fear. After consuming the 9th rank pattern dragon pill, it had felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within, yet it had never anticipated such formidable prowess from the sword formation. 58th tier ferocious beast core essences, gone, vanished. However, at that moment, the Henyuan Overlord blade in its mouth suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. At first, Leng Ningshuang barely paid attention to the Henyuan Overlord blade that Lin Chuan had just presented, assuming it to be merely an ordinary innate treasure. However, when the peculiar radiance unfurled and all visible sword energies abruptly froze in midair, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Henyuan Overlord Blade. It ranks 4th among innate treasures. Legend has it that in ancient times, heavenly emperors sought this very treasure, resulting in the demise of 2 and grievous injuries to the others, yet the blade vanished without a trace. To her astonishment, it had ended up in the hands of this young man, Lin Chuan. What had he been involved in before? How could he possess such an abundance of treasures? If this were to be ruined, what could compensate for it? Yet, at this moment, there was no time for her to ponder. Under the influence of the Henyuan Overlord Blade, all the sword formations came to a sudden halt, only to be drawn towards it. Countless sword energies surged towards the Emperor Wolf's face. However, the 9th rank pattern dragon pill also took effect. The sword energy struck an invisible barrier, vanishing without a trace as if they had encountered a wall of air. The Henyuan Overlord Blade not only had the power to suspend time, but also to accelerate it within a designated area. In a fleeting moment, these sword energies were being absorbed by the Emperor Wolf at an imperceptible speed. The disciples of the Xianjin sect were left utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? The Emperor Wolf before them, though a ninth-rank ferocious beast, had never been known to possess such abilities. The formidable mountain-guarding sword formation, which had harnessed the full vitality of a heavenly saint, seemed to have no effect on it at all. Throughout the entire ordeal, lasting a full minute, the sword energies of the mountain-guarding formation were completely consumed by the Emperor Wolf. Subsequently, the brilliance at the center of the formation gradually faded. The formation had been shattered. The disciples of the Xianjin sect were engulfed in despair. Had the entire mountain-guarding formation truly been dispelled in such a manner? They looked towards Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang with faces filled with resentment. The Emperor Wolf turned around, immediately clutching the Hunyuan Overlord blade as it descended. At that moment, thunder rumbled. Leng Ningshuang's long-prepared thunder-killing prison technique finally culminated. At that instant, all disciples of the Xianjin sect within the reach of the technique were completely enveloped in lightning. With a resounding crackle, the sounds of thunder reverberated through the air. The atmosphere surrounding Leng Ningshuang grew chillingly frigid. In an instant, the thousands of disciples from the Xian Sword sect surrounding her were obliterated by the descending bolts of divine lightning. The air became thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the mystical forces dissipated, only a few charred corpses remained around Leng Ningshuang, still emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining disciples of the Xianjin sect were left utterly dumbfounded. A single technique effortlessly annihilated over 10,000 of their brethren. Such formidable power, could this truly be the might of a heavenly emperor? Fear not, everyone. This female demon has exhausted her spiritual energy. If we unite, we shall undoubtedly vanquish her. Someone shouted, awakening the remaining disciples from their stupor. Indeed, with our numbers in the tens of thousands, we could easily eradicate this woman. Drained of her strength. At last, we can avenge our master. Isn't that the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect over there? Let us destroy him together. As numerous sects faced annihilation, the protective sword formation crumbled. The disciples of the Xianjin sect directed their fury entirely at Leng Ningshuang and Baifeng, wishing fervently to eradicate them without a trace. However, although Leng Ningshuang had expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy, she was far from being vulnerable to these insignificant foes. The disparity between a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint was not solely in strength but also in the recovery of spiritual energy. While casting such techniques consumed vast amounts of energy, the surrounding lightning-infused spiritual energy allowed Leng Ningshuang to replenish her strength rapidly, with her hands forming intricate seals. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, creating an invisible barrier that pushed the surrounding disciples of the Xianjin sect away, preventing them from approaching her. Damn it. How does this female demon still possess spiritual energy? They wondered. Forget it. Let us first deal with that so-called holy son. He is the one who killed our sect leader and shattered our sword formation. Seeing that they could not harm Leng Ningshuang, the disciples swiftly redirected their attention toward Lin Chuan. To them, although Lin Chuan possessed the strength of a heavenly saint, he seemed far easier to deal with than Leng Ningshuang. Moreover, since the beginning of the conflict, Lin Chuan had not made a move. Instead, he appeared to be leisurely enjoying a roasted chicken. In their eyes, he was merely a weakling with a high realm but lacking true power. Do you truly think me an easy target? Lin Chuan coldly regarded the throng of rushing Xianjin sect disciples. Then, with a mere thought, countless weapons and blades surged forth behind him. Supreme treasures, innate treasures. These artifacts, which many believed existed only in legend, now appeared behind Lin Chuan as if in wholesale abundance. What is happening? What are those things behind him? Are they indeed supreme treasures? How is this possible? The disciples of the Xianjin sect gasped in astonishment. They suddenly recalled that Lin Chuan was the one who had slain their sect leader. Although Lin Chuan had been reluctant to engage, the adversaries had now encroached upon his very doorstep. If he did not act now, would he not be reduced to a mere turtle? In an instant, the treasured beast behind Lin Chuan surged forth, as if possessed of its own consciousness, ruthlessly eliminating the insignificant minions of the celestial sect. However, their numbers were overwhelmingly large. Although Lin Chuan was endowed with ample spiritual power, the Xianyuan sword sect still boasted over 70,000 members. Even if he were to annihilate them all, it was likely that nearby sects, alerted by the commotion, would soon converge upon the scene. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan turned to face the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf, evidently displeased with Lin Chuan's earlier decision to place it in danger, averted its gaze upon his arrival, throwing a small tantrum. Brother Wolf, do not be so petty. The 9th grade Wonglong pill I bestowed upon you is a remarkable treasure that guarantees your survival. Moreover, I have incurred a loss of a primordial treasure myself. Lin Chuan smiled nonchalantly, extending his hand in an attempt to stroke the Emperor Wolf. Yet, the creature deftly evaded him, turning away with an expression that conveyed its utter distrust. Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Brother Wolf, there is no grand formation this time. I implore you to assist me once more. I assure you, your life will not be at risk. The Emperor Wolf remained unresponsive, seemingly disinterested. Lin Chuan rummaged through his spatial ring, producing a multitude of inner cores. Upon completion of this task, I shall grant you the inner cores I previously promised, along with an additional 30. The Emperor Wolf cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chuan before turning away again. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan declared, 50 cores. This proclamation was overheard by Leng Ningshuang, who was astounded. An additional 50 inner cores from 8th grade ferocious beasts. What does this young man take them for? Candies? At this moment, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the Emperor Wolf's emerald eyes. It then turned its gaze back to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan let out a dry chuckle. What a creature, so easily swayed by treasures. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect, engaged in a fierce battle with the primordial treasures unleashed by Lin Chuan, were left dumbfounded. What was this young man doing? This was a battle. Why did he appear so nonchalant, chatting with the Emperor Wolf as if nothing were amiss? Their ire was swiftly ignited. Although they were powerless against the primordial treasures, they had the advantage of numbers. Soon, several disciples circled around to the rear of the treasures, preparing to ambush Lin Chuan. However, before they could charge, the Emperor Wolf suddenly sprang into action, opening its massive jaws to attack the disciples. With just this one strike, over 100 disciples were lost. In an instant, their boldness was quelled. This wolf was a 9th grade ferocious beast, a being on par with the celestial emperor. Should it unleash its fury, it would be no less formidable than Leng Ningshuang. After the Emperor Wolf consumed the 8th level ferocious beast's inner pill from Lin Chuan's hand, it tilted its head in confusion, evidently unsure of its capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Chuan produced a pale purple elixir and gently patted the Emperor Wolf's head, instructing, after you consume this, run forward and unleash the spiritual energy within you as much as possible. The Emperor Wolf's eyes brightened at the mention of the inner pill, and it promptly swallowed the pale purple elixir, following Lin Chuan's directive and dashing ahead. As it ran, the Emperor Wolf's body began to swell, radiating an indescribable aroma. Leng Ningshuang caught a whiff and was taken aback. Could it be that the substance Lin Chuan had just given the Emperor Wolf was the beast's summoning pill? She could hardly fathom the treasures Lin Chuan was concealing. The beast's summoning pill, as its name suggests, is capable of attracting all nearby ferocious beasts. This concoction can be ingested by both humans and beasts. The scent it emits is reminiscent of a savory aroma to humans, yet for ferocious beasts, it stirs their deepest desires. Such a pill is generally employed by celestial emperors to lure a multitude of ferocious beasts for a decisive strike. Without the prowess of a celestial emperor, one who consumes this pill would likely be devoured by the rushing beasts. Even celestial emperors exercise extreme caution when using it, wary of drawing formidable adversaries. Moreover, the beasts themselves, with their innate constitution, emit a far more potent aroma that draws even more ferocious creatures than a human could. The acquisition of this pill is exceedingly challenging, requiring materials that are rare and precious. Typically, a celestial emperor without substantial resources would find it difficult to afford such a treasure. As a celestial emperor herself, Leng Ningshuang was well aware of its significance. However, Lin Chuan was merely a fledgling in the realm of celestial sanctity. How could he possess such an extraordinary item? Just as Leng Ningshuang grappled with her astonishment, the ground trembled violently. Countless elusive auras began to manifest around them, surging towards the direction the Emperor Wolf had taken. Even Leng Ningshuang felt the overwhelming presence of these energies, sending a shiver down her spine. Make haste. In an instant, Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of determination, her feet stirring the wind as she dragged Lin Chuan away into the distance. Wait, Brother Wolf. Lin Chuan gazed longingly at the Emperor Wolf. Oh, Brother Wolf, please do not hold this against me. That old witch is far too terrifying. I simply cannot withstand her. Yet, you are a formidable 9th-tier beast. These creatures should not dare to challenge you. Once this is over, I shall certainly compensate you with the finest 8th-tier beast core. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang faltered momentarily. They were now at a safe distance. To her astonishment, the bond between Lin Chuan and the Emperor Wolf was so profound. It seemed he possessed a loyal and compassionate side. Given Lin Chuan's rare sincerity, if she forcibly took him away now, it might incite his resentment. It would be better to do him a favor and, after restoring her spiritual energy, retrieve the Emperor Wolf directly. With this thought in mind, Leng Ningshuang turned back to glance at the ruins of Xinjiang Mountain. Has that old witch lost her strength? Why isn't she flying? Lin Chuan's inner thoughts suddenly surged into Leng Ningshuang's ears, causing her expression to stiffen. It seemed she had overthought the situation. This lad was indeed a complete rascal. However, what shocked Leng Ningshuang even more was the scene surrounding the Emperor Wolf. Countless ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes were drawn in by the powerful aura emanating from it. Perhaps the 9th-tier beast had consumed a beast-attractant pill, amplifying its scent and influence. In no time, a considerable horde of beasts had gathered. The array of creatures ranged from 3rd tier to 8th tier. It was akin to a grand migration. Wait, a grand migration? Leng Ningshuang suddenly grasped Lin Chuan's true intention. A beast migration. No matter how numerous the disciples of Xinjiang sect were, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by such a massive tide of beasts. Realizing this, Leng Ningshuang's gaze towards Lin Chuan became exceedingly complex. Who would have thought that this seemingly frivolous lad possessed such a cunning mind? To use a beast tide to obliterate a sect, what an audacious thought. Yet, relying solely on 8th-tier beasts seemed somewhat far-fetched. Although Xinjiang sect was only a mid-tier sect, it still boasted 80,000 disciples and several heavenly saint-level experts. Such a scale of beast migration would inflict significant damage, but it would not necessarily annihilate the remaining 70,000 disciples. It appeared Lin Chuan had overlooked some details. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Leng Ningshuang's pupils constricted in an instant as she turned her gaze toward the source of the roar. A beast with the head of a tiger and the body of an elephant, its expression fierce and covered in scales, emerged prominently from the horde of beasts. Although the surrounding ferocious beasts were driven into a frenzy by the scent of the beast-attracting pill, they instinctively recoiled upon witnessing the formidable creature before them. Nonetheless, countless 3rd and 4th-tier beasts were mercilessly trampled underfoot. Even the inner cores of the vanquished were effortlessly shattered by the residual force of this beast's steps. This creature is none other than the quasi-10th-tier ferocious beast known as the soul-severing scaled beast. This formidable entity, even the ice-cold Ningshuang had only encountered in ancient texts. It is said to be one of the 3 legendary beasts that once reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier ferocity. A single soul-severing scaled beast could annihilate any beast below the 5th tier in mere moments. Moreover, any cultivator below the heavenly sect would be crushed by its overwhelming might if they ventured too close. Although the soul-severing scaled beast is considered the weakest among the 3 legendary ferocious beasts, its mere appearance heralds boundless calamity. The locations it traverses are left barren and desolate. The small beasts that were unfortunate enough to be caught unawares and crushed, their inner cores shattered, serve as testament to this fact. Yet, the ordeal is far from over. From another direction, a thunderous roar echoed. Ningshuang turned her gaze once more. A creature with a tiger's head and an elephant's body. Its countenance fierce and covered in scales, another soul-severing scaled beast? Wasn't this creature merely a figment of legend? Why on this day do 2 of them appear simultaneously? It would not be surprising if all disciples of the Xinjiang sect were to meet their end. With these 2 soul-severing scaled beasts, confusion and chaos would reign. Not just one Xinjiang sect, but even 2 would likely be eradicated. At this moment, Ningshuang could not help but glance at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, standing with a grave expression, appeared unfazed by the sight of the 2 beasts. Could it be that he had foreseen this? What is happening? A tide of beasts? Is it truly a tide of beasts? That is a soul-severing scaled beast, which I have read about. What? A pinnacle 9th-tier beast? How could such a being appear within our Xinjiang sect? The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were instantly filled with shock. The initial tide of beasts had already been astonishing enough, and now, a being rivaling the peak of the Heavenly Emperor emerges. This means that there is no one in this world capable of opposing it. And now, 2 have appeared. When did the Tianma sect acquire the ability to summon ferocious beasts? Damn it, they are charging towards us. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect found it exceedingly difficult to breathe under the oppressive aura of the soul-severing scaled beasts. Yet, to their astonishment, the surrounding ferocious beasts collectively shifted their gaze towards the disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Initially, they had been drawn in by the aroma of the beast-attracting pill. However, due to the presence of the soul-devouring armored beast, they dared not approach the scent-emitting Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf itself was a formidable level 9 beast, possessing extraordinary power. Among ferocious beasts, their perception of those significantly stronger than themselves far surpasses that of humans. Moreover, the Emperor Wolf had devoured the inner cores of level 9 beasts, as well as several inner cores from level 8 beasts. The mere scent emanating from these inner cores was enough to instill profound fear within them. As a result, they refrained from approaching the Emperor Wolf and instead shifted their focus to the nearest disciples of the Xianjian sect. Do not come closer. Do not come closer. At that moment, the few Xianjian sect disciples closest to the beasts hastily summoned their spiritual swords, striking at the oncoming ferocious creatures. Yet, this tactic proved effective only against lower-tier beasts. Against those of higher tiers, it scarcely registered as a mere tickle, particularly with the emergence of the level 8 beasts. Their might was overwhelming. Soon, the tide of beasts surged into the crowd. In an instant, the entire Xianjian mountain echoed with cries of despair, and blood flowed like rivers. Although the disciples of the Xianjian sect were numerous, they struggled to withstand such an overwhelming onslaught of beasts. The critical factor remained the death of the esteemed Leng Ningshuang. While there were a few celestial-level experts among them, their strength was nowhere near that of Leng Ningshuang, especially when faced with level 8 beasts, leaving them utterly defenseless. Among these, the Shiza savage ape was particularly their nightmare. This Shiza savage ape was not only swift in movement but also possessed immense destructive power. Its mere roar could incapacitate a multitude of disciples from the Tianwang and Tianzong sections. Subsequently, the Shiza savage ape would feast upon them, targeting only the brain matter, discarding the remains heavily upon the ground. Neither the lifeless corpses nor the living humans were spared from its ravenous grasp. The disciples of the Xianjian sect, who had just been reduced to charred remains by the Thunder Prison's killing technique, were similarly devoured to the last morsel. What was more alarming was that there was not just one Shiza savage ape, but 3 or 4. Their hides were astonishingly resilient. Even the full-force strikes from Tianzong experts could only inflict minor injuries upon them. This horrifying spectacle rendered the disciples of the Xianjian sect utterly paralyzed with fear. As they contemplated fleeing, they discovered that the entire mountainside was besieged by ferocious beasts. With no avenue for escape, they had no choice but to confront the onslaught. In the face of such a colossal tide of beasts, they stood no chance of victory. It was an almost one-sided massacre. In just a quarter of an hour, the grounds of the Xianjian sect were littered with corpses, with severed limbs and rivers of blood everywhere. The numbers of the Xianjian sect dwindled sharply, from over 70,000 to a loss of more than half in an instant. Yet, this was merely the prelude of the beast's wrath. The truly fearsome soul-devouring armored beasts had yet to make their appearance. Wretched Demoness, your Tianma sect shall surely meet a grim fate. At this moment, a senior disciple of the Xianjian sect let out a heart-wrenching roar, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on the direction of Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan. Moments later, countless ferocious beasts pounced upon him, tearing him asunder and devouring his innards. This gruesome scene caused even Leng Ningshuang to furrow her brow. Although she had taken many lives, she had never before witnessed such brutal carnage, let alone in its current horrific manifestation. In stark contrast, Lin Chuan remained as calm as a placid lake, even picking up the remaining half of a roast chicken, eating leisurely while observing the chaos unfolding before him. Leng Ningshuang found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Chuan. Despite being able to hear his innermost thoughts, she was continually astonished by the myriad secrets he harbored. To remain so composed in the face of such brutality, and still have an appetite, spoke volumes of his remarkable willpower. Moreover, the presence of the soul-severing armored beast loomed ominously below. As a peak 9th-grade ferocious beast, it was comparable to an Empyrean sovereign. Even a coalition of several Empyrean sovereigns might struggle to subdue it. What on earth is this creature? Its appearance suggests it is no ordinary foe. Brother Wolf, I am truly sorry. These thoughts left Leng Ningshuang utterly bewildered. This young man appeared completely oblivious to the peril. Regardless, we must depart swiftly. If the soul-severing armored beast sets its sights on us, our demise is all but assured. With a fierce shout, Leng Ningshuang resolved to lead Lin Chuan away. At this juncture, the fate of the Emperor Wolf was no longer a concern. In the face of such a monstrous beast, the Emperor Wolf, despite being a formidable creature, was merely a cub, vastly overshadowed by the 2 fully grown soul-severing armored beasts. Being so close, should these 2 creatures fixate on them, even at her peak, it would be uncertain whether she could escape unscathed. Furthermore, Lin Chuan was merely a practitioner of the celestial saint level. Wait. Lin Chuan quickly waved his hand, urging Leng Ningshuang to halt. With a grave expression, Leng Ningshuang fixed her gaze on Lin Chuan and said, I understand that this Emperor Wolf is a hard-won companion of yours. However, if life is lost, then all is lost. Lin Chuan looked at Leng Ningshuang in astonishment, never expecting the old witch to utter such words. It seems that even she harbors a fear of death. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. The effects of the beast attraction pill should have worn off. Brother Wolf, if you are not a fool, you must flee at once. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang's expression momentarily faltered. Yet, it was not due to Lin Chuan's words, but rather because she suddenly sensed something unusual within her own body. Just then, the scent emitted by the beast attraction pill gradually dissipated. The effects have indeed faded. At that moment, the Emperor Wolf, with its vibrant green eyes, was fixated on the distant soul-devouring armored beast. As a fellow ferocious creature, it acutely sensed the looming threat of death. However, the Emperor Wolf typically relied on scent to locate its enemies. The previous overpowering aroma of the beast attraction pill, while not disorienting enough to disturb its mind, had interfered with its sense of smell. As the scent faded, it realized that two soul-devouring armored beasts had approached from either side. Run! Without hesitation, the Emperor Wolf dashed towards Lin Chuan's direction. The terror of death propelled its speed beyond the ordinary. The smaller ferocious beasts surrounding it stood no chance, being knocked to the ground in its wake. Lin Chuan hurriedly descended to assist the Emperor Wolf, which, understanding the urgency, shrank down and dove into Lin Chuan's embrace. Lin Chuan promptly retrieved 10 level 8 ferocious beast inner cores and stuffed them into the Emperor Wolf's mouth. Well done, Brother Wolf. With this, no one will suspect the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, we must leave swiftly. If we delay any longer, those cultivators who heard the commotion will arrive. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang finally regained her composure. However, she sensed something peculiar within her spirit energy. Just moments ago, it seemed to have surged within her. The fatigue that typically follows the release of spells had vanished entirely. Moreover, there was an extraordinary sensation accompanying it. Yet, with pressing matters at hand, Leng Ningshuang disregarded her curiosity and swiftly departed with Lin Chuan. With such a massive influx of ferocious beasts and the emergence of a peak level 9 soul-devouring armored beast, the suspicion against the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly dissipate. At that point, they would truly be in dire straits. Just then, as the last few disciples of the Xianjian sect were swallowed by the horde of beasts, it signified the complete annihilation of the Xianjian sect. 80,000 disciples, without exception, had perished. This once prestigious sect had been ruthlessly bloodied by the beast tide in a single day. Brother Wolf, come here quickly. Lin Chuan promptly let out a fierce shout. The Emperor Wolf hurriedly approached, transforming back into the adorable cub it had been earlier, diving into Lin Chuan's embrace. Having just survived a life-threatening moment, the Emperor Wolf's mind was consumed with thoughts of a 9-grade fierce beast's inner elixir that Lin Chuan had promised. After savoring one, the Emperor Wolf had experienced the sweet taste of power. Just a single one could greatly enhance its strength. Imagine what 5 could do. However, not long after setting out with Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan found himself engulfed in darkness, nearly losing consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chuan understood that he had no choice but to take action. Engaging in combat was ill-advised, yet when it came to fleeing, Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a master, burrowing 1,000 miles. With a mere thought, Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the villagers at the foot of the mountain gazed in bewilderment at the extraordinarily lively Xianjian mountain, scarcely believing their own eyes. What could be causing such commotion atop the mountain? And why were there so many monkeys? Monkeys? Those were ferocious beasts. But why were there so many? Could this possibly be the legendary beast tide? It is said that beast tides occur once in a century. How could they possibly manifest on Xianjian mountain? With such a multitude of ferocious creatures, it seems the Xianjian sect is in for a significant challenge. No wonder there was such a ruckus earlier. It must have attracted the beast tide. With so many disciples in the Xianjian sect, surely they can manage, can't they? The villagers exchanged thoughts and speculations, gradually forming a crowd as they gestured and whispered towards Xianjian mountain. Bah. At that moment, a monk emerged from the crowd. If Lin Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual, the venerable Master Fa Ming, who once urged the Tianma sect and the Zhuangjian sect to set aside their grievances. Master Fa Ming's brow furrowed in concern. Having happened upon this location while intending to visit the Zhuangjian sect, he was startled by the peculiar sounds emanating from Zhuangjian mountain. Are you not aware? This is a once-in-a-century beast tide. A middle-aged man, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked that the Zhuangqian sect boasts numerous disciples. They may struggle to contend with this threat. It could very well lead to their annihilation. Master Fab Ming's eyes, previously narrowed, widened in astonishment. What? The middle-aged man frowned. Why are you so startled, old monk? Can you not see? Even from this distance, the ferocious beasts are charging with terrifying ferocity. Clenching the Buddhist beads in his hand, Master Fab Ming muttered, Bah. Without further delay, he hastily led several young monks towards the Zhuangqian sect. At this moment, he was acutely aware that a grave calamity loomed over the Zhuangqian sect. The term beast tide, which harkens back to ancient times, was now, astonishingly, manifesting once more. A century ago, it took several heavenly emperor-level experts to quell the beast tide. How could the Zhuangqian sect, devoid of even a single heavenly emperor now, withstand such an invasion? Not only Master Fab Ming, but countless cultivators from esteemed sects, drawn by the strange sounds, began to converge upon this location. Soul-severing armored beasts? As Master Fab Ming arrived first and beheld the two soul-severing armored beasts, his countenance darkened considerably. Master Fab Ming? At this moment, the esteemed sect cultivators arriving one after another were momentarily unable to discern the identity of this colossal creature, leading to their hesitant inquiries. Master Fa Ming narrowed his eyes and sighed softly, declaring, "It is the soul-departing scaled beast." He informed all those present that anyone below the heavenly sovereign realm must not approach. This is a rare and perilous beast tide that occurs once in a century. Bah. The members of the Xianjian sect found themselves beset by such calamities. A beast tide of this magnitude occurs only once in a century, and the appearance of two soul-scales beasts is a phenomenon that transpires but once in a millennium. The surrounding cultivators sighed in response, although they dared not approach. Some had already employed their spiritual energy to probe the area. Aside from the ferocious beasts, no other traces of life were detected. At that moment, Master Fab Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have arrived a step too late. Not a single soul from the Xianjian sect remains." Having spoken, Master Fab Ming subtly moved his hands, twirling the prayer beads, intending to guide the spirits of the wrongfully deceased toward liberation. He could scarcely fathom that the Xianjian sect, which had seemed so vibrant just yesterday, now stood utterly desolate. Moreover, the beast tide had struck with alarming swiftness, particularly encircling the Xianjian sect. Was it truly possible that the sect had been annihilated by this tide? Perhaps the Tianma sect orchestrated this disaster. Indeed, there had long been enmity between the Xianjian sect and the Tianma sect, and it was unthinkable that these wicked demons not only murdered the sect's leader, but also sought to eradicate the entire lineage. Cold Ningshuang, this venomous woman, displayed such malice. We must exact vengeance for our brothers of the Xianjian sect. Upon hearing the bewildered comments from onlookers, the first cultivators to arrive quickly interjected. The Tianma sect? You greatly overestimate their capabilities. Did you not hear Master Fab Ming's words? This is a peak-level 9th grade ferocious beast, the Soul Scales beast. Does the Tianma sect possess the strength to summon two of such magnitude? Enough. With their cultivation levels, how could they comprehend the true nature of the Soul Scales beast? Indeed, let us first retreat. This creature is comparable to a pseudo-emperor level existence. The gathered cultivators engaged in fervent discussion. Initially, many suspected the Tianma sect was behind it. Given the deep-seated enmity between them and the Xianjian sect, it was not entirely implausible that the malevolent cold Ningshuang sought to eliminate them to avert retribution. However, upon witnessing the Soul Scales beast, they swiftly dismissed this notion. If the Tianma sect possessed the capability to control such beasts, they would undoubtedly rise to become the most formidable sect in the world. No, this matter likely intertwines with the Tianma sect nonetheless. At that moment, a group of monks re-emerged from the crowd. Yet, their attire indicated they were not monks from the Vanyin Temple. Master Kongjue. The surrounding cultivators quickly parted to make way. Master Mingjue raised his gaze, and the visitor was none other than Master Kongjue from the Tianyin Temple. Why did Master Kongjue utter such words? This matter clearly stemmed from the beast tide. Master Mingjue could not help but furrow his brow, responding in a solemn tone. It was not that Master Mingjue sought to shield the Tianma sect, but rather that the Fanyin Temple and the Tianyin Temple were inherently at odds. The Fanyin Temple advocated harmony, using Buddhism to guide others and reason to persuade. In contrast, the Tianyin Temple held a starkly different stance, favoring strength as a means of guidance. In essence, while both temples were prestigious sects, one championed the dissemination of Buddhist teachings while the other was notably belligerent. Consequently, despite their shared status as reputable sects, there existed an undercurrent of animosity between them. Thus, Master Mingjue instinctively presumed that Master Kangjue had deliberately come to undermine him. Although this was indeed the domain of the beast horde, the old monk faintly sensed a hint of demonic energy. While he could not ascertain to which sect this demonic aura belonged, the Tianma sect was currently the prime suspect. Master Kangjue, with a grave expression, elucidated, the Tianma sect and the Zhuangjian sect are sworn enemies. The holy son of the Tianma sect, Lin Chuan, has even slain the leader of the Zhuangjian sect. It is possible that the Tianma sect orchestrated this beast tide as a means of revenge against the Zhuangjian sect. How could such a beast tide arise so easily? Master Mingjue gently shook his head. If it were an ordinary beast tide, perhaps the Tianma sect could employ secret arts to summon it. But how could they possibly attract a being like the Lihuan Lingjia beast? Master Kangjue scoffed coldly. Perhaps it was merely an unintended consequence. Master Mingjue sighed softly. Such reasoning is rather far-fetched. The surrounding cultivators pondered the matter, yet the majority ultimately sided with Master Mingjue, though there lingered traces of demonic energy. The Tianma sect remained suspect. However, without solid evidence, and given the Tianma sect's limited capability to summon a legendary being like the Lihuan Lingjia beast, doubts persisted. As the two debated, many cultivators turned their attention to the Lihuan Lingjia beasts. Despite their formidable strength, these two beasts possessed a critical flaw. Their reaction speed was exceedingly slow. Nonetheless, their inherent pressure and indomitable defense compensated for this shortcoming. It was precisely due to their sluggishness that they sensed the scent of the beast attracting pill dissipating. At this moment, they had no desire to linger and began to stealthily depart. Look, they're about to flee. These are ninth-grade ferocious beasts. With so many of us here, we should join forces to capture them. Indeed, the inner cores of ninth-grade ferocious beasts are incredibly rare, especially this one, which is the pinnacle of its kind. At that moment, voices echoed from an unknown source. Have you all lost your minds? Do you not see that the 80,000 disciples of the Xianjin sect have been annihilated by them? Who does not understand the value of the inner cores of ninth-tier ferocious beasts? Yet, the prerequisite remains that one must possess the strength to confront them. Let alone us few. Even if two celestial emperors were to arrive, they would likely find themselves no match for these two monstrous creatures. At the forefront, several righteous cultivators hastily interjected to dissuade them. However, it was already too late. As a few newly ascended heavenly saints could no longer contain their eagerness to step forward and test their luck, observing the lethargic movements of the soul-devouring armored beasts, they believed that with sufficient speed, they might evade harm. Moreover, heavenly saints would not be affected by the oppressive aura surrounding these beasts. Yet, as these cultivators approached the soul-devouring armored beasts, suddenly, the scales of both beasts stood erect, and they unleashed a lethal barrage towards the approaching cultivators. Boom. These scales are explosive. The speed was so astonishing that the individuals involved had no time to react, instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no remnants of their clothing. Truly, this is the formidable might of a peak-level 9th-grade beast, an awe-inspiring power beyond reach. At that moment, Sheng Lingfeng, the leader of the Tianmiao sect, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that such a terrifying creature existed in this world. The fate of these individuals caused other cultivators, who had been eager to test their mettle, to abandon their thoughts entirely. Who could possibly contend with such a beast? Surely, only a titled emperor could stand a chance. Yet, among those present, although several possessed considerable strength, how could anyone truly claim to be a titled emperor? The idea of a titled emperor is merely a legendary concept. Reluctantly, the crowd ceased to act recklessly, watching as the two soul-scaled beasts departed silently. Meanwhile, in the Nightshade Mountain. The Nightshade Mountain is an eerie range situated at the intersection of yin and yang. Though not particularly tall, it is shrouded in thick, dense black mist. Virtually no living being can survive within its confines, save for the Baigui sect, nestled halfway up the mountain. Despite the heavy yin energy that permeates the Nightshade Mountain, it serves as an ideal locale for the sinister cultivation practices of the Baigui sect. Due to the mountain's secluded nature and the ruthlessness of its practitioners, few dare to tread here or provoke the Baigui sect. Although the overall strength of the Baigui sect is not formidable, with its leader merely a heavenly sage who is yet to ascend to the rank of emperor, the only true powerhouse within is the ancient figure known as Baiku. Nevertheless, even sects led by emperors typically refrain from inciting the Baigui sect, for they possess various methods that render one unable to live or die, or mysteriously lose their lives. However, within the usually tranquil confines of the Bai sect, unrest now brews. Where is the scholar? You all have returned, yet why has the scholar not? At this moment, the master of the 100 Ghost sect, Gui Shaxing, cast a fierce glare at several disciples before him. Despite the substantial number of disciples sent on this mission, it was the exceptionally talented Gui Rushing, his own cherished pupil, who had failed to return. Although Gui Shaxing's expression was often inscrutable, it was now suffused with rage. To him, the absence of Gui Rushing overshadowed the collective worth of all the other disciples. The cultivation methods practiced by the 100 Ghost sect were highly unique, making it exceedingly rare for individuals of exceptional talent to emerge. Therefore, its practitioners frequently found themselves stuck at certain stages, unable to advance. This was particularly true of the celestial realm, which represented the most formidable barrier for the disciples of the 100 Ghost sect. Gui Rushing was among those striving to overcome it. To declare him the hope of the sect would not be an exaggeration. Even the capricious elder Baiku held high expectations for him. Please, master, temper your anger. At that moment, an older disciple of the 100 Ghost sect, visibly tense, stammered. Senior brother mentioned he had heard of some commotion and went to investigate. Little did we know that a level 9 ferocious beast, the king wolf, would appear. It is for this reason that he has gone missing. We have searched tirelessly for days, but to no avail. Ultimately, with the great martial illusion about to close, we had no choice but to exit. His voice dwindled, betraying a lack of confidence. He was acutely aware of Gui Rushing's significance to the entire sect. Should any misfortune befall him, the disciples accompanying him would likely face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Gui Shaxing's fury surged. How could a perfectly capable individual simply vanish? Furthermore, Rushing has already achieved a breakthrough to the celestial sovereign level. Although the level 9 king wolf possesses strength comparable to that of a celestial emperor, our sect's agility is unparalleled in the world, and Rushing has mastered it to perfection. He would undoubtedly realize he could not defeat that beast. How could he not escape? The disciples fell silent, their thoughts mirroring those of Gui Shaxing, as they too were perplexed. Gui Rushing's agility was the finest among all the disciples in the sect. Unless he encountered a technique specifically designed to counter the 100 Ghost sect's movement, even facing a celestial emperor would not hinder his escape. Yet the grim reality remained. Gui Rushing was indeed missing, without a trace left behind. Why did so many of you not accompany your senior brother? Now that he is lost, what punishment do you deserve? At this point, Gui Shaxing was utterly enraged. With nowhere to direct his wrath, he prepared to unleash it upon the disciples before him. Master, please calm your fury. We will continue our search and undoubtedly bring senior brother back. We beseech you to temper your divine wrath. The disciples suddenly sensed an unprecedented aura of malevolence, as a thick black mist emanated from around Gui Shaxing. This was the clandestine technique known as the 100 Demons Decision, a skill reserved solely for the master of the 100 Demons sect. They were acutely aware that the essence of the 100 Demons Decision lay in its ability to siphon the spiritual energy from the bodies of those who had rested from the sect's practices, converting it into the power of the one executing the technique. The unfortunate souls from whom the energy was drawn would face a fate of complete depletion, leading to their demise and even the unrest of their souls. Traditionally, only those who had betrayed the sect or gravely violated its rules faced such a dire fate at the hands of the master. Thus, upon witnessing the manifestation of the 100 Demons Decision, the disciples collectively fell to their knees, fervently begging for mercy. They understood all too well the consequences of having their spiritual energy drained, an eternal cycle of suffering without the hope of rebirth. This was far more terrifying than mere death. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy disrupted the black mist surrounding Gui Shaxing. Gui Shaxing was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the disturbance. Elder? The one who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder of the 100 Demon sect, the sole celestial emperor, Elder Baiku. Shaxing, I too bear responsibility for the disappearance of the scholar. Do you intend to drain my energy as well? Elder Baiku stated impassively. Gui Shaxing quickly bowed in deference. I would not dare. Elder Baiku stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Speaking with a calm demeanor, the scholar's disappearance stems from his own hubris. It is unlikely that his absence is due to the Emperor Wolf. There could be others with ulterior motives involved. Therefore, what purpose does it serve to blame these disciples? Will it bring the scholar back? All we can do is cling to the hope that he is still alive. Do you realize that over 3,000 individuals vanished during the expedition to the Great Martial Illusion? They were all from various sects. Upon hearing Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shaxing was momentarily stunned. What? How could so many vanish during a single expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion? Elder, did you discern anything unusual? Elder Baiku slightly shook his head. No. After hearing of the scholar's disappearance, I returned to the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate. But I could find no trace of him whatsoever. However, there was a collapse of a major mountain range within the illusion. Perhaps that is where the scholar encountered his misfortune. Though the Emperor Wolf is formidable, it is merely a cub and lacks the capability to destroy an entire mountain range. Moreover, the cub primarily seeks out food and would not engage in such destructive acts. This incident likely involves a powerful entity within the Great Marsh Illusion. Hearing this, Gui Shaxing's heart was tumultuous. A powerful entity, one capable of obliterating an entire mountain range within the Great Marsh Illusion. Surely, such a feat could only be accomplished by a celestial emperor-level strength. Otherwise, how could such overwhelming force be manifested? Gui Shaxing involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, there lurked a powerhouse of emperor-tier strength. This possibility was indeed formidable. The elder Baikan narrowed his eyes and continued, moreover, this emperor-level being likely surpasses even my own prowess. The ability to silently obliterate an entire mountain range and simultaneously cause 3,000 individuals to vanish without a trace is truly alarming. Even I, after multiple investigations, have been unable to detect any lingering essence. This individual is exceedingly terrifying. Thus, the blame cannot rest upon these disciples. Shaxing, bewildered by the elder's words, found it difficult to comprehend. His most esteemed disciple had gone missing, and yet he was to feel fortunate? Fortunate for what? Noticing Shaxing's confusion, Elder Baiku elaborated. You should be grateful that these disciples did not accompany the Confucian scholar. Do you realize that among the 3,000 people, many belong to the same sect? Not a single one of those who ventured into the Great Marsh has returned. Although these disciples may lack the talent of the Confucian scholar, they are still the elite within our ranks. Had they followed him, our finest would have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Shaxing's anger diminished considerably. He glanced at the trembling disciples before him and, in displeasure, waved his hand dismissively. Leave. Return and cultivate diligently. It is imperative that someone breaks through the shackles of the heavenly sect and attains the status of heavenly sovereign. The disciples promptly replied, Thank you, sect master. Thank you, elder. They pledged to intensify their training and not to be negligent, before hastily retreating from the sect master's hall. For them, this place felt akin to hell. Despite the outwardly carefree demeanor of the disciples of the 100 Ghosts sect, they were all submissive within the confines of their sect, save for the prodigious Gui Rushing. Elder, we cannot simply let the grievance against that Confucian scholar go unresolved. He is a rare genius, a paragon of our 100 Ghosts sect. Although Gui Shaxing had begun to grasp the situation, he still felt a sense of unwillingness. The disappearance of Gui Rushing, whether dead or alive, remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, the collapse of the mountain was highly likely the work of the hidden emperor-level being within the Great Marsh. It was entirely plausible that Gui Rushing had met his demise. Elder Baiku coldly stated, Of course, we shall not let this matter rest. Even if the individual in question possesses greater strength than I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for the Confucian scholar. Gui Shaxing's eyes narrowed. Elder, are you suggesting we venture into the Great Marsh once more? Elder Baiku nodded emphatically, indeed. Although the Great Marsh has been sealed, with appropriate negotiations, entry may still be possible. This time, you shall accompany me. The various sects have suffered considerable losses of their elites and will undoubtedly be filled with rage. At that moment, it was inevitable that a multitude of formidable individuals would converge upon the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate, and this matter was far from over. Even that notorious figure from the Bloodslaughter sect, Li Tangfeng, had vanished. Surely, the ancient relic of the Bloodslaughter sect would not let this transgression go unpunished. When the time comes, we may collaborate to uncover the truth behind this enigma. Even those at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor tier are not necessarily invincible. Upon hearing the words of the elder Baiku, Gui Shaxing was momentarily taken aback. The ancient relic of the Bloodslaughter sect? There could only be one individual. The grand elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, Li Chuan. His prowess had long ascended to the level of a celestial emperor, yet due to various circumstances, he had been unable to break through to the rank of a titled celestial emperor. Thus, Li Chuan had been in seclusion for over a century. Li Tangfeng was his great-grandson and among the most talented of the Bloodslaughter sect. Should Li Chuan choose to intervene, even those of the celestial emperor tier would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the collective wrath of the masses, unless they were titled celestial emperors. However, at this thought, Gui Shaxing shook his head. The Great Marsh illusion was merely a realm for trials set by the celestial sect and the celestial sovereigns. It was implausible that a titled celestial emperor could reside within. Thus, the quest to find Gui Rushing was not devoid of hope. Excellent. Grand Elder. Time is of the essence. When shall we depart? Gui Shashing could hardly contain his eagerness. He wished to set off immediately to locate Gui Rushing. Even if Gui Rushing may have perished, at the very least, he sought to identify the perpetrator and exact vengeance on behalf of Gui Rushing. However, Elder Baiku shook his head, saying, "Patience is paramount. We cannot rush this matter. That ancient relic may not have emerged from seclusion just yet. I surmise that the Blood Slaughter sect is in a frenzy, desperately seeking him. When he eventually emerges, he will undoubtedly come looking for us. At that juncture, we shall set forth." Upon hearing the Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shashing nodded solemnly. The modus operandi of the 100 Ghost sect had always been one of restraint. They rarely struck first unless there was something to gain. While Li Zhentong was indeed extraordinary, the strength of one individual is limited, and he would surely seek out the familiar Elder Baiku. In such a case, one might even turn misfortune into fortune, acquiring some benefits from Li Zhentong. The fate of Rushing remained uncertain. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to seek to obtain something beneficial to mitigate the losses. Grand Elder, shall it be just the two of us who venture forth? Should we notify the second and third elders? Gui Shashing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately found the courage to inquire. The 100 Ghost sect is unlike any other sect. In most sects, elders, regardless of their strength exceeding that of the sect leader, are still bound to heed the leader's commands. Only in significant matters can the elders convene to deliberate and decide whether to support the leader's proposals. However, the 100 Ghost sect operates differently. Its leader merely oversees all disciples, while the majority of authority resides with the 3 fixed elders of the sect. At this moment, the second and third elders are in seclusion, striving to reach the celestial emperor realm. Should they be summoned, their quasi-celestial emperor strength would indeed provide substantial aid. Yet, the Elder Baika solemnly shook his head and declared, "There is no need. They are in a critical phase of their breakthrough. We must not disturb them. The two of us can go instead. Moreover, the scholar is the great-grandson of the third elder. Should the third elder learn of this, it would surely provoke a surge of blood and anger. If this leads to the third elder's failure in his breakthrough, the burden of such consequences would fall upon both of us." Upon hearing this, Gui Shashing had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, with the presence of other sect members, they were bound to arrive at some resolution. Unbeknownst to them, however, the one who had slain the scholar and the other 3,000 disciples from various sects was not a figure of the celestial emperor's upper echelon, but rather Lin Chuan, who had only just advanced beyond the heavenly saint realm. Yet, having eradicated all potential threats, they did not consider the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Report. Just as Gui Shashing and the Elder Baiku were engaged in discussion, a disciple of the 100 Ghost sect rushed in with palpable urgency. Dressed in the garb of a scout dispatched by the sect, this individual was a vital part of the organization. As a prominent sect, particularly one associated with the dark arts, having scouts was indispensable. It was precisely through the intelligence gathered by these scouts that the relatively remote 100 Ghost sect could remain informed about the movements of other sections. What could possibly warrant such haste? Gui Shashing inquired with a grave expression. The scouts of the 100 Ghost sect are trained from a young age, and one would never recklessly intrude unless the situation was exceedingly dire. Reporting to the sect master and elder, the Xianjian sect has been annihilated. The scout exclaimed, breathless. What? Gui Shashing's expression darkened profoundly. Could it be the work of the celestial demon sect? The elder Baiku, though visibly taken aback, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not panic. The Xianjian sect boasts over 80,000 disciples and numerous protective formations. How could the celestial demon sect extinguish them at will? What on earth is happening?" The scout, not daring to hesitate, quickly responded, "It appears there has been a considerable beast tide. Major righteous sects have dispatched personnel, and even the monks from Tianyin Temple and Fanyin Temple have arrived. According to reports, by the time they reached the Xianjian sect, it was already a river of blood, with no survivors in sight. Due to the overwhelming number of righteous sect disciples, they did not dare to delve too deeply." Upon hearing this news, Gui Shashing's countenance turned ashen. Absurd. A beast tide is a rare occurrence. How could it arise so suddenly? Moreover, right near the Xianjian sect? What an improbable coincidence. The scout fell silent, stricken with fear. Elder Baika gestured for the scout to withdraw and spoke in a grave tone. Do you suspect that this incident is orchestrated by the Celestial Demon Sect? Guisha Xing snorted coldly. It must be so. We have just reached an agreement with the Xianjian sect to jointly annihilate the Celestial Demon Sect. How could it be mere coincidence that the Xianjian sect is beset by a beast tide at this time? This must undoubtedly be the work of the Celestial Demon Sect. However, Elder Baiku shook his head slightly. The Celestial Demon Sect's doing? Even the Celestial Emperor cannot summon a beast tide, let alone the peak 9th level ferocious beasts. Do you truly believe that Leng Ningshuang possesses such immense power? As for the Xianjian sect, they are merely a mid-tier sect. Their destruction is inconsequential. Our primary concern must be locating the scholar. After so many years, my 100 Ghost sect has finally produced a talent. We must either see him alive or his corpse. As for joining forces against the Celestial Demon Sect, we shall discuss that once we ascertain the scholar's whereabouts. Although Guisha Xing felt a lingering frustration, he could only nod in assent to Elder Baiku's words. Indeed, even a Celestial Emperor could not summon a beast tide. The Xianjian sect's demise is merely a matter of bad luck. They cannot blame others. Furthermore, with the Blood Slaughter sect and 100 Ghost sect, we have enough strength to contend with the Celestial Demon Sect. The Xianjian sect is superfluous. Even if Leng Ningshuang is a Celestial Emperor, she is but one individual. How can one Celestial Emperor stand against two? Contemplating this, Guisha Xing nodded heavily and said in a low voice, however, the day's illusion has now closed. How are we to reopen it? If we wait for it to open on its own, it may not be until a century later. Elder Baiku waved his hand grandly. A sinister glint in his eye. I have my methods for this matter. Meanwhile, within the Blood Slaughter sect, the venerable elder, Li Jintong, emerged from his seclusion. His motivation was singular, the unprecedented disappearance of the prodigious talent, Li Tangfeng, a genius of the sect and the sole grandson of Li Jintong. With a notoriously fiery temper, Li Jintong was infuriated, especially upon learning that two emperor-level powerhouses had been stirred into action within the Great Marsh Illusion, leading to Li Tangfeng's mysterious silence. Li Jintong's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the disciple of another sect who had been captured. Given that none of the sect's disciples had returned alive, he was left with no choice but to extract information from others. Yet, his methods of inquiry were rather brutal. The disciple, trembling and bloodied, knelt before him, clearly having endured severe torment. Lord Knife Emperor, every word I speak is the truth, he stammered. Initially, a formidable warrior struck, shattering an entire mountain range, resulting in the disappearance of 3,000 disciples, including young Master Li. Who but an emperor-level powerhouse could cause such devastation? Just as we retrieved treasures from the illusion, we were met with a deafening roar at the entrance, which heralded the mountain's collapse. Indeed, there are two emperor-level beings within the Great Marsh Illusion. At this moment, the disciple divulged all that he knew, hoping only for his life to be spared. His misfortune seemed insurmountable. Merely for indulging in a moment of distraction at the Huaxiong Pavilion on his way back to the sect, he had fallen victim to this malevolent force. Without hesitation, he had been subjected to the shattering of half his meridians. Even if he were to return now, he feared he would be rendered a mere shell of his former self. Contemplating his plight, despair filled his eyes. Yet, he clung to the hope of preserving at least a fragment of his life. Celestial Emperor? Is it truly two Celestial Emperors? Do you genuinely believe I can be easily deceived? When did the title of Celestial Emperor become so trivial? Is it conceivable that there could be two within a mere illusion? Li Jintong, rather than expressing anger, merely laughed, causing his disciple to stand in fearful trepidation. Every hair on his body bristling. A chill crept over the back of his neck, as if death itself had cast a shadow over him. Suddenly, Li Jintong raised his hand. A tempest erupted, the floor trembling violently, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. In an instant, the disciple in white was drawn toward him. His neck crushed in an instant. Not only that, but his body became alarmingly desiccated, evidently drained of every drop of essence. At that moment, the Blood Fiend sect's leader, Xue Xingze, who had remained silent for quite some time, clasped his hands and spoke. Lord Blade Emperor, what course of action should we take now? Li Jintong narrowed his eyes, revealing his crimson teeth as he coldly replied, what shall we do? The Great Marsh Illusion has now been sealed. We must find a way to forcibly reopen it. If indeed two Celestial Emperors are present within, I alone cannot contend with them. Has not the ghost scholar of the 100 Ghost sect also gone missing? We must seek out the Elder Baiku. Only together can we hope to battle against the two Celestial Emperors. As for how to unlock the illusion, we shall address that when the time comes. Upon hearing Li Jintang's words, Xue Xingze immediately understood, and the two made their way to the 100 Ghosts sect together. After a moment of contemplation regarding Lin Chuan's proposal, Leng Ningshuang nodded slightly. Given her current condition, it was indeed unwise to continue traveling relentlessly. Not to mention her significant weakness, further exertion could leave her with lasting ailments. Considering her frail state, should she encounter past adversaries along the way, she might not even know how to perish. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's agreement, Lin Chuan promptly turned and led her toward a nearby small town. Although referred to as a small town, it was perhaps more fitting to call it a village. The town scale was not insignificant, with a rough estimate of several thousand households. Consequently, the town boasted an array of inns, taverns, and various merchants. Ah, esteemed guest. Please come in. Are you seeking lodging? Upon entering an inn, the welcoming attendant's expression shifted to one of understanding when he saw Lin Chuan carrying the weakened Leng Ningshuang. He, esteemed guest, please proceed to the second floor. Our rooms guarantee top-notch sound insulation. Even if you set off firecrackers inside, no one outside will hear a thing. As the attendant enthusiastically extolled the virtues of their accommodations, Lin Chuan felt his lips twitch in irritation, a thought bubbling up within him. What? Do I appear that lecherous? Leng Ningshuang, eyes closed and resting against his shoulder, felt her face flush a deep crimson. Who could fail to comprehend the implications of the attendant's words? Were it not for her current frailty, she would have surely taken action against him. However, at this moment, she found herself unable to move. Compelled to continue feigning unconsciousness while silently enduring the greatest humiliation of her life. Very well, simply bring a pot of hot water and place it at the door. Do not disturb me unless summoned, she instructed. After selecting a room, Lin Chuan tossed a bag of silver coins to the innkeeper, urging him to depart hastily. He could not guarantee that this old hag wouldn't suddenly lose her mind and take his life. The innkeeper's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the substantial sum of money. Naturally, he refrained from saying much to such a lavish guest, but as he left, he couldn't resist giving Lin Chuan a knowing wink, eliciting a bitter smile from him in return. Stop holding me. Once they entered the room, Leng Ningshuang pinched Lin Chuan's waist with great force. Startled by the sudden pain, his hand slipped. In an instant, Leng Ningshuang began to plummet, prompting Lin Chuan to quickly reach out to catch her. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Having been carried on Lin Chuan's back, she now found herself sitting abruptly on the floor, her head precisely landing at the spot where Lin Chuan had previously been. Just as Lin Chuan realized what had happened and braced himself to protect her from falling, he failed to notice that she had already descended to the ground. Consequently, Leng Ningshuang's delicate face was forcefully pressed against his posterior. Ah! A piercing shriek nearly shattered the eardrum. However, outside this room, there was nary a sound. It seemed that the innkeeper had not exaggerated the soundproofing quality of this chamber. It was not my intention. Lin Chuan, startled, instinctively recoiled. At this moment, he felt a tightening in his core, and every hair on his body stood on end. Goodness, this is truly life-threatening. Just a moment of carelessness led to such a blunder, and it seems I am doomed. In the past, that old witch would unleash a murderous rampage over mere teasing words, and now, given this incident, once she regains her composure, I would surely be subjected to a gruesome fate. Lin Chuan. Cold condensation frost gritted her teeth in fury, never having endured such humiliation in her life. If she had any strength left, she might have truly considered flaying him alive and turning him into a barbecue. No, sister, I truly didn't mean it. Cold sweat poured down Lin Chuan's forehead. Damn, seeing her like this, I am undoubtedly doomed once she regains her strength. Perhaps it would be better to take decisive action with that thought. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at cold condensation frost. At that moment, she also turned her gaze towards him. Their eyes met, and a sudden jolt of alarm shot through cold condensation frost. What? What do you intend to do? Shocked and enraged by Lin Chuan's intentions, she pondered the meaning of taking decisive action. What was he planning? Could it be that he feared her retribution and intended to silence her now? Of course, Lin Chuan had no thoughts of silencing her. He was no merciless demon. The phrase taking decisive action merely meant he was contemplating escape. After all, he had no desire to harm cold condensation frost. Yet he certainly did not want to be slaughtered by her upon her recovery. Given her current weakness, if he did not leave now, when would he? He couldn't help but grin foolishly at the prospect of imminent freedom. However, that smile appeared particularly sinister in cold condensation frost's eyes, leading her to believe he was about to strike. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes. Yet, She failed to notice that Lin Chuan had already turned away and dashed towards the door. As Lin Chuan opened the door and peeked outside, he was greeted by the sight of a waiter leading several monks toward him. By heavens! Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chuan was startled and instinctively leaped back. He swiftly closed the door and locked it in one fluid motion. Why is that bald monk here? Lin Chuan cursed his misfortune inwardly. The monk approaching from outside was none other than Master Mingjue, one of the few celestial emperor experts he had encountered during the annihilation of Hong Tianhe at the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master Mingjue abruptly halted before the door of the room where Lin Chuan and his companions were situated. What is it, Master? Strange. There seems to be a trace of demonic energy here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart leapt into his throat. Goodness, could this old bald man have discovered us? We're doomed. Absolutely doomed. As Master Mingjue spoke, he moved to push open the door to investigate. Observing this, the innkeeper hastily reached out to stop him. What a joke. The occupants of this room are our esteemed guests, currently engaged in important matters. We cannot allow you to disrupt them. Master, please, it's not advisable. The innkeeper grasped Mingjue's hand, forcing a smile. The individuals inside are regular patrons of our establishment. They are certainly not the ones you seek, and we must not intrude. Mingjue, displaying a sense of reason, refrained from barging in. After all, he merely sensed a faint presence, given the comings and goings of people in the vicinity. It was not unusual for someone from the demonic path to pass through. Thus, he chose not to press the issue and, under the innkeeper's guidance, proceeded to the farthest room available. Though the soundproofing of the room was exceptional, Lin Chuan managed to discern the situation outside by pressing against the door. Well done, my good fellow. Lin Chuan felt immensely relieved that the innkeeper had provided him cover. Indeed, sometimes a generous gesture yields great benefits. The money he had just given was certainly not in vain. Leaning against the door, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, after closing her eyes for a considerable time, opened them in confusion, having awaited further developments that never arrived. What is he doing? Noticing Lin Chuan's apprehensive demeanor, Leng Ningshuang was filled with questions. Because of the excellent soundproofing, she remained unaware of the events transpiring outside. What are you doing? She asked, reclining on the floor and gazing at Lin Chuan. At that moment, Lin Chuan also regained his composure. Shh, keep your voice down. That old bald man is outside. Startled by Leng Ningshuang's question, Lin Chuan momentarily forgot about the room's soundproofing capabilities. Are you referring to Mingjue? Upon hearing these two words, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. Given her current predicament, if Mingjue were to discover her, it would undoubtedly spell her doom. However, upon reflection, wasn't Lin Chuan also intent on eliminating her to silence her? In the end, death seemed inevitable. Yet, Lin Chuan had yet to make a move, leaving her perplexed. Aren't you here to kill me? A hint of bitterness graced Leng Ningshuang's expression. Her temperament was hardly commendable. Nonetheless, her fate now hinged on Lin Chuan's unfounded assumptions. It was disheartening to think that such a misunderstanding could lead to her demise. The thought of falling victim to this adversary was unbearable. She closed her eyes once more. Master, please do not jest. How could I ever disrespect you? Beside her, Lin Chuan found himself at a loss, his mind racing. Had this old hag suffered such severe injuries that her mind was impaired? When did I ever intend to kill her? Could it be that she mistook me for someone else? Upon sensing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang's expression faltered. Had she misjudged the situation? Just moments ago, he seemed to contemplate taking decisive action. Suddenly, a realization struck her. You, Lin Chuan, even at this juncture, are preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Help me up. Cold condensation frost seemed to be incensed, her face slightly flushed with indignation. How infuriating it was to have mistakenly believed he intended to harm her. It was evident that such a notion was absurd. Otherwise, he would not have stepped forward to bear the blame for her and the sect. Ashamed of her malicious assumptions, Cold condensation frost felt a pang of guilt. However, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. He merely observed her changing expressions, secretly wondering if she had truly lost her wits. Supporting cold condensation frost, he guided her to the bedside. Her fragrant, soft form leaned against him, stirring a tumult within his heart. Damn it, this old hag may have a foul temper, but just look at that waist, that skin. Who could possibly resist? Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, his thoughts had been overheard by cold condensation frost. Had it been anyone else, she might have been driven to strike him down with all her might, even at the risk of her own demise. Yet, amid her irritation and his lascivious musings, she felt a flicker of delight. This tangled array of emotions left her feeling strangely heated. Having never experienced such sensations before, she found herself in a state of disarray. "You should rest for a moment. I will fetch you some water." Concerned that she might lose control, Lin Chuan gently laid her on the bed and hurried towards the door. Calm down. Stay composed, brother." As he stood at the threshold, his gaze lowered to his own predicament, cold condensation frost couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a flustered sight was indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, regarding the thoughts occupying his mind, she blushed and silently scoffed. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Chuan cautiously opened the door to his room. He swiftly carried in the hot water that was placed at the threshold. It was unavoidable, as Ming Ju and his companions were also staying at this inn. Although the rooms were fortified with formations to obscure presence and sound, these protective measures were rather rudimentary by worldly standards, so it was prudent to proceed with caution. "Ahem. I've placed the hot water here for you," Lin Chuan announced, setting the basin down beside the bed of cold condensation frost. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice. However, at this moment, an unsettling fire ignited within him. As a male, one would typically be able to maintain composure. Yet, once that fervent desire surged forth, it became almost impossible to resist the urge to indulge. Moreover, the temptation before him was far from the realm of mere fantasies. The only reason he could restrain himself now was the grim realization that any hasty actions would lead to dire consequences once cold condensation frost regained her senses. "Come here." Leng Ningshuang languidly leaned against the pillow. Her soft, mellifluous voice was particularly enticing at that moment. "Come here?" Lin Chuan inhaled deeply. "Damn it, I can hardly contain myself. And you still want me to come over? Isn't this pushing me to the brink of temptation? I can't move right now. You should help me wipe my face." Leng Ningshuang turned her head to gaze at the awkward Lin Chuan, a hint of smugness playing on her lips. "Well, it seems it's finally your turn. This is what you get for always provoking me." Lin Chuan noticed the expression on her face. "Damn it. This woman is clearly teasing me. What the hell? And she's even smiling. Indeed, she is undoubtedly provoking me." With a hint of challenge on her face, Leng Ningshuang's demeanor only fueled Lin Chuan's resolve. He strode forward, twisting a towel dry. However, he hesitated, holding the towel aloft, unable to make the next move. The reason was simple. The smile on Leng Ningshuang's face sent a shiver down his spine. Her thoughts were inscrutable. What if he succumbed to temptation and she retaliated in some way? Sect Master, there are distinctions between men and women. Perhaps you should wipe your own face." Seeing Lin Chuan's reluctance to approach, Leng Ningshuang was both amused and exasperated. "What is this? Back in the sect? Weren't you eager to warm my bed? Why are you timid now?" Lin Chuan chuckled awkwardly. What a joke. Back then at the sect, his mind was solely focused on how to escape, and he was acting in a reactive manner. If something were to happen then, he would be the victim. But now the tables had turned. He had shifted from a passive position to an active one. If he inadvertently offended this old hag, he would be in serious trouble. If it weren't for Ming Ju, that old bald donkey, being present, he would have wanted to flee immediately. "All right, I won't tease you any further. Please, wipe my face. I'm drenched in sweat and feel utterly uncomfortable." Seeing his genuine discomfort, Leng Ningshuang decided to stop the jesting. Indeed, being soaked in sweat was rather unpleasant. Observing her state, Lin Chuan felt a sigh of relief. He cautiously took the towel and began to wipe Leng Ningshuang's cheeks. Though he kept a considerable distance, his posture resembled someone standing on a stool to reach a chandelier, stretching his arm just enough to barely make contact. "What are you doing?" Leng Ningshuang asked, somewhat perplexed. "Come closer." Lin Chuan was jolted back to reality by that delicate exclamation. What was wrong with him? This was precisely what that old witch had requested, so why should he feel apprehensive? With these thoughts in mind, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He casually dragged a stool from beside the tea table over, then twisted a towel anew. He began to meticulously wipe away the fragrant sweat that glistened on the cheeks and neck of the cold condensation. Due to the proximity, Lin Chuan distinctly felt the breath of cold condensation brush across the back of his hand. Gulch. As their eyes met, Lin Chuan instinctively swallowed hard. "Damn it. I must hold it together." Leng Ningshuang could distinctly perceive the increasingly heavy breaths of Lin Chuan. Her face flushed, and her heart raced. Having wiped away the beads of sweat from his brow, Lin Chuan was poised to make his escape. However, Leng Ningshuang called him back. "My hand is also uncomfortable," she said. At these words, Lin Chuan's body stiffened, yet he could only comply with resignation, as he reached for Leng Ningshuang's delicate hand. The sensation nearly sent his already tumultuous heart spiraling into complete madness. He exhaled heavily once more, though this time there was a subtle tremor in his breath. Umitba. As Lin Chuan wiped the fine beads of sweat from the back of his hand, he silently recited Umitba in his heart. At this moment, it was not only Lin Chuan whose heart was in turmoil. As the passive party, Leng Ningshuang also felt a flutter of nerves. She could sense the warmth radiating from Lin Chuan's palm, and while she was exceedingly shy, she also feared that he might suddenly let go. This contradictory and peculiar sensation was becoming almost addictive. Before long, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and finally dried the sweat from Leng Ningshuang's hand. Sister, I am truly afraid of you. If you ask me to do anything more, I fear I may lose control. Lin Chuan silently prayed, and Leng Ningshuang naturally heard his unspoken thoughts. This time, she indeed did not compel Lin Chuan to do anything further. Yet, she was reluctant to release him. Thus, just as Lin Chuan prepared to withdraw his hand, Leng Ningshuang, who had previously lacked any strength, suddenly grasped his palm tightly. Master? With her eyes tightly shut, Leng Ningshuang seemed to convey to Lin Chuan that she had fallen asleep, yet the incessant twitching of her brows betrayed her true state. Zonju? Lin Chuan called out several times, yet she remained unresponsive. As the saying goes, one can never awaken a person feigning slumber. Quite literally. Lin Chuan was unable to rouse Leng Ningshuang. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to her grasp, enduring the torment. Before long, Lin Chuan began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After the fierce battle of the day, although he had not been drained to the point of collapse like Leng Ningshuang, he was indeed quite fatigued. As he relaxed, the weariness surged forth uncontrollably. In a daze, he leaned against the headboard and succumbed to a deep slumber. In a secluded valley amidst the mountains, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. The ferocious beasts of the forest were startled and scattered in all directions. The Grand Elder had emerged from seclusion. Outside the valley, several elderly figures clad in black and crimson robes looked on with a mix of astonishment and delight. What brings you to summon me? A figure enveloped in a crimson mist soared forth from the valley. Wherever this blood-soaked shadow traversed, life itself seemed to wither away. Great Elder, have you ascended to the rank of a titled celestial emperor? The aura radiating from the blood shadow left several elders aghast, but their expressions swiftly morphed into elation. As the blood mist gradually dissipated upon the figure's descent before them, it revealed an exceedingly emaciated form. Were it not for his current activity, one might mistake him for a mere corpse. He was none other than Li Jinhtong, the Grand Elder of the Blood Fiend sect. The title of Celestial Emperor is no trivial matter. With a heavy sigh, Li Jinhtong remarked, however, I have indeed experienced some recent insights. Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with exuberance. It was well known that their Grand Elder had already attained the rank of Celestial Emperor. Now, with newfound enlightenment, he was on the threshold of the titled Celestial Emperor realm, achieving the status of a pseudo-titled Celestial Emperor. This was indeed a momentous occasion, for the title of Celestial Emperor had become legendary. Now, with a figure on the verge of reaching such exalted heights within their ranks, the Blood Fiend sect was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of elite powers. What compelled you to use the Crimson Talisman to summon me? What troubles have arisen? Li Jinhtong's spirits were high due to his recent enlightenment, yet he understood that the Crimson Talisman was a signal reserved for serious issues within the sect, leading to his deep concern. Upon being questioned, the elders recalled their purpose for coming. However, as the gravity of what they were about to disclose weighed heavily on their faces, they grew somber. Great Elder, it is Tang Feng. Something has happened to him. Their expressions darkened, for Li Tang Feng was the Grand Elder's great-grandson, who had been much beloved by him before his retreat. Now, with Tang Feng in peril and the sect unaware of the perpetrator, it posed a significant challenge to explain the situation. What did you say? Li Jinhtong's aura suddenly surged, as he effortlessly seized the speaking elder from afar. Who could be responsible for this? Several elders trembled in fear, hastily bowing and responding. Great Elder, the identity of the assailant is currently under investigation, but it can be confirmed that he is likely a formidable being of the Heavenly Emperor rank. Eh? Li Jinhtong's gaze sharpened as he forcefully hurled the old man away. The title of Heavenly Emperor, once a source of reverence, now meant little to him. Having grasped a glimmer of the opportunity to ascend as a titled emperor, he pondered, beneath such a title, who could possibly rival him? I shall return to the sect. I will settle accounts with you later. With a piercing glance at the few individuals present, Li Jinhtong transformed into a wisp of blood mist, vanishing atop the mountain peaks. Within the inn of a small town, time passed unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, who gradually awakened. After a slumber that felt exquisitely comfortable, he was on the verge of a soft moan. However, Just as he prepared to stretch and give voice to his contentment, he suddenly realized he was indeed in bed. Moreover, beside him lay cold condensation frost. At that moment, she appeared to be peacefully asleep, her breathing steady. What in the world was happening? Lin Chuan jolted awake, the remnants of sleep evaporating instantly. Observing his arm wrapped around cold condensation frost's waist, he instinctively attempted to withdraw it, only to discover that she had firmly grasped his hand. A soft moan escaped her lips as Leng Ningshuang turned over, shifting into a supine position. Fortunately, there were no signs of her awakening. Just as Lin Chuan began to exhale in relief, he suddenly noticed that Leng Ningshuang had wrapped her arms around his, pulling them toward her as if they were a pillow. "Ah, no, please." As she placed his arm against her bosom, Lin Chuan's heart emitted a silent cry of despair. The sensation was utterly overwhelming. Tears welled in his eyes. By all that is sacred, it seemed he was truly doomed this time. His face bore an expression of profound sorrow, yet his hand betrayed him with incongruous movements. Who could possibly withstand such a predicament? If it were merely because Leng Ningshuang was asleep and unaware, then let the heavens bear witness. I, Lin Chuan, am utterly innocent. This hand acted of its own accord. I swear it. The guilt of taking advantage while shifting blame gnawed at his conscience. Yet, he found himself powerless in the current situation. Leng Ningshuang held his arm tightly. If he were to withdraw it suddenly, the commotion would surely rouse her. Conversely, if he allowed her to continue holding it, she would inevitably awaken soon enough. Lin Chuan now acutely understood the meaning of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Oh, heavens and earth, are you conspiring to bring about my demise? Thoughts raced through Lin Chuan's mind. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, lying beside him, was beginning to stir. Just as Lin Chuan was lost in his musings, she gradually regained consciousness. She had been sleeping soundly until she heard Lin Chuan's anguished pleas. Upon waking, she realized that these were merely the thoughts echoing in his mind. To her astonishment, even in slumber, she could perceive his innermost feelings. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden realization struck her. Lin Chuan had somehow found his way onto her bed. How brazen! What audacity! What had he done to her? Strangely, aside from an initial surge of anger and surprise, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. As she continued to feign sleep, she became increasingly aware of Lin Chuan's actions. At times, it felt as gentle as a breeze caressing still water, and at others, as fierce as an eagle seizing its prey. The sensation was peculiar, yet delightful. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the overwhelming intensity, Leng Ningshuang suddenly gasped. This nearly startled Lin Chuan out of his wits. He was abruptly roused, biting down hard on his tongue. Damn, that was close. Shaken by the surprise, Lin Chuan regained his composure and dared not make another move. This is utterly ridiculous. I am not Lu Xiaohui. Why must I be subjected to such trials? I cannot allow this to continue. Once that old witch awakens, she will surely make mincemeat of me. Lin Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety as he cautiously attempted to withdraw his hand. Sensing his intention, a wave of resentment surged within Leng Ningshuang. How infuriating! Wicked Lin Chuan! How could he refer to her as an old witch after everything? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, seizing Lin Chuan's hand and bringing it to her lips before biting down fiercely. Lin Chuan winced in pain. And as soon as he uttered a sound, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his other hand. Oh no, has the old hag awakened? Lin Chuan stared wide-eyed at Leng Ningshuang, only to find her still with her eyes closed. Could it be that she is dreaming? Although Leng Ningshuang was furious, she dared not wake up at this moment, having been so thoroughly taken advantage of by Lin Chuan. Waking up now would surely be mortifying enough to make her want to disappear into the ground. Helplessly, her heart was already in turmoil due to this troublesome man. At this point, even if she wanted to harm him, she found herself unable to do so. In the midst of her swirling thoughts, Leng Ningshuang's hand had already loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan swiftly withdrew his hand. He then quickly rolled off the bed, finally able to set his anxious heart at ease. I can't believe I'm still alive. Indeed, the heavens do not wish for this handsome youth to meet an untimely demise. As Lin Chuan secretly rejoiced in his fortune, the seemingly asleep Leng Ningshuang was seething with rage, gritting her teeth. You scoundrel, Lin Chuan. It was I who let you go, not the heavens. You fool. You big idiot. A formidable being of the heavenly emperor level was, at this moment, in her heart, akin to a vexed little wife, thoroughly exasperated. Were Lin Chuan aware of Leng Ningshuang's thoughts, would he still hesitate now? Surely, any man would have charged into battle by now. However, the crux of the matter lay in Lin Chuan's ignorance of Leng Ningshuang's true feelings. In his mind, she was a temperamental, eccentric, and elusive person. To act recklessly against someone like her could very well lead to a fate worse than death. A woo. As the two of them were lost in their own thoughts, an abrupt howl of a wolf startled them both. What on earth? Leng Ningshuang blinked and leaped up from the bed, appearing to have recovered considerably. Lin Chuan, still reeling from the earlier fright, was nearly overwhelmed again by Leng Ningshuang's sudden movement. After all, he had just engaged in some rather disconcerting activities. A woo. Another howl echoed through the air, prompting the two to pinpoint its source. It was then they realized it was the imperial wolf that had accompanied Lin Chuan. In the midst of the earlier events, they had completely forgotten about it. The regal wolf gazed at Lin Chuan, raising its front paw to gesture towards its mouth. Lin Chuan, somewhat speechless, realized that this creature was merely craving sustenance. He retrieved 2 level 8 beast inner cores and tossed them to the wolf, which promptly crunched them with fervor before swallowing them whole. Whimper, sated and content, the imperial wolf licked its lips, then subtly inclined its head toward Lin Chuan. Its eyes, imbued with a strikingly human-like intelligence, briefly glanced at the cold Ningshuang beside them. Taken aback, Lin Chuan paused momentarily. What could this possibly mean? In the midst of his confusion, a sudden realization struck him. Goodness, no wonder I inexplicably found myself in bed. Could it be that you were responsible for this mischief? As if comprehending Lin Chuan's gaze, the imperial wolf's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief, and a sly grin crept across its face, appearing rather infuriating. Witnessing the wolf's tacit admission, Lin Chuan's eyes widened, his brows knitting in a silent reprimand. The imperial wolf, however, merely responded with a dismissive flick of its tongue. This silent exchange of expressions left Ningshuang utterly bewildered. What riddle are you two playing at? Nothing. Nothing at all, Lin Chuan replied, too cautious to divulge the truth, forcing a laugh to mask his discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, his transgressions had long been discovered, yet remained unspoken. The presence of the imperial wolf had considerably alleviated the awkwardness that lingered in their hearts. Cough, cough. The cold and frosty figure cleared her throat, regaining her icy demeanor. The sect leader had also nearly returned to his usual self. Let us make our way back to the sect at once. Indeed, indeed. Lin Chuan responded repeatedly, feeling a sense of unease within. Alas, one must never engage in actions that stir one's conscience. Given another opportunity, he would wish to request a change in position for a second encounter. To avert unforeseen circumstances, the two discreetly disguised themselves and departed from the inn, hastening back to their sect. Along the way, they encountered nothing particularly noteworthy, save for a piece of news that piqued their interest. The Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect had emerged from seclusion and was collaborating with the 100 Ghosts sect to investigate the events that transpired in the previous secret realm. The joint efforts of the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect aimed to probe the deaths of over 3,000 cultivators in the Great Marsh Illusion. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion within the cultivation community. However, the primary focus of the discourse was not so much the collaboration itself, but rather the circumstances surrounding the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. Rumors suggested that he had approached the threshold of the title of Celestial Emperor, with some claiming he had already attained this esteemed rank. Of course, seasoned practitioners understood that achieving the title of Celestial Emperor was no simple feat nonetheless. Many were inclined to believe the rumors regarding his nearing the threshold, and this incited a sense of caution among them, as belief breeds skepticism. There were both adherents and dissenters. Whether from reputable sects or various demonic factions, those harboring doubts had begun to investigate and probe further. For cultivators from various demonic sects, as long as they bore no grudge against the Bloodslaughter sect, they were eager to extend gestures of goodwill. Meanwhile, the major righteous sects kept a watchful eye, wary of a potential breakthrough to the title of Celestial Emperor. Mingju, this matter is of great significance. We must unite our efforts, declared the master. Seated upon a radiant mountaintop within a resplendent hall bathed in the glow of the Buddha's light, Kong Ju sat cross-legged on a mat to one side, his expression grave. Mingju, seated in the center, mirrored his solemnity. Indeed, should a practitioner of the demonic path successfully grasp the great Tao, the world would likely descend into chaos. The many monks within the hall nodded in agreement. Although the Venerable Sound Temple and the Heavenly Sound Temple had historically diverged in ideology, the gravity of today's discussions transcended their differences, affecting the order and safety of the entire world. Thus, both parties found it imperative to reach an accord and collaborate to preempt any potential extreme occurrences in the future. Masters, is this situation truly as dire as you suggest? The matter concerning Li Jintang seems to be merely external speculation, does it not? Ventured Sheng Lingfeng, the leader of the Tianmiao sect, from the back of the hall. He had merely been passing by when he fortuitously encountered Master Kongju, and thus joined him in this gathering, unaware that he would witness the unprecedented alliance between the two traditionally discordant righteous sections. Ming Ju cast a glance at Sheng Lingfeng, pressed his palms together, and proclaimed, Amit Ba. Sect leader Sheng, I have dispatched individuals to verify the claims. Indeed, there is a trace of the great Tao emanating from Li Jintang, suggesting the rumors may not be unfounded. Beside him, the Master of the Void nodded slightly, yet he chose to disregard Sheng Lingfeng, instead turning to Ming Ju and stating, Indeed, however, we remain unaware of the extent of his cultivation. Should his realm be exceedingly high, it is likely we shall need to contact additional sections. The two eminent masters, at the level of heavenly emperors, approached this matter with utmost caution. Their tone suggested that collaboration with more righteous sects might be essential to confront Li Jintang. This revelation greatly alarmed Sheng Lingfeng, for his sect was merely a modest one. As its leader, he possessed only the strength of a celestial sage. One could only imagine the terror of an existence so formidable that even a coalition of two heavenly emperor-level sects would tread carefully around it atop Chiyu Mountain. Within the Blood Fiend sect's main hall, Li Jintang occupied the highest seat, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. The sole purpose of my emergence from seclusion is to ascertain the truth of what transpired within the great martial illusion. Clearly, the murder of his beloved great-grandson had ignited a fierce fury within him. Elder Li, our 7 Absolute sect is willing to cooperate with your faction's endeavors. The Night Demon sect is also eager to assist. So too, the Blood Demon sect. Representatives from several sects voiced their allegiance within the hall. They were all from demonic sects that had suffered significant losses in elite disciples within the Great Martial Illusion. Upon hearing of Li Jintang's emergence from seclusion and the possibility of his approaching the threshold of the titled Heavenly Emperor, the group could hardly contain their excitement. Their motives were twofold: to offer congratulations and to ascertain the veracity of the rumors. As for the third reason, it was to collectively clarify the mysteries surrounding the Great Martial Illusion. In fact, they had previously dispatched individuals to investigate the circumstances of the Great Martial Illusion. However, upon witnessing the scene firsthand, many were left with lingering trepidation. The power capable of decimating an entire mountain range was beyond their comprehension. Even a rough assessment led them to conclude that the perpetrator's strength was at least that of a heavenly emperor. It was absurd. The concept of a heavenly emperor was one of unrivaled dominance in an era devoid of titled heavenly emperors. Such a free and unrestrained powerhouse was not to be trifled with by any sect. Even in the face of losses, no sect dared to emerge and proclaim vengeance. Thus, the numerous sects that had suffered, whether righteous or demonic, could only muster vocal condemnations, yet none dared to take any substantial action. With Li Jintang's emergence from seclusion, the various sects arrived, eager to witness the reality of the rumors. Upon confirming their authenticity, they hastened to align themselves with him, joining the ranks to pursue the true culprit. Brotherly, your emergence from seclusion carries great momentum. It is likely that those so-called prestigious righteous sects will not remain indifferent. Within the grand hall, as various sect cultivators echoed in agreement, the elder Baiku, seated to the side, unexpectedly broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of intensity flickered in Li Jintang's eyes. I have stated that my emergence from seclusion is for but one purpose: to ascertain the true events that transpired within the Great Martial Illusion. As for those prestigious orthodox sects, it would suffice for them to refrain from disturbing me, otherwise, With that disdainful sound, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present in the hall, including even those of the emperor-level powerhouses. Was this the manifestation of an understanding of the might of the titled realm? Such terror was indeed insurmountable. While the cultivators of the righteous path and those of demonic lineage busied themselves in their respective endeavors, Lin Chuan had returned to the sect alongside Leng Ningshuang. At this moment, they too had just received news regarding the happenings in the outside world. Upon learning that the righteous cultivators were uniting, the demonic side swiftly responded. Rumors spread like wildfire, as if on the cusp of igniting a grand conflict between the righteous and the demonic. On the Holy Maiden Peak, Lin Chuan was leisurely strolling outside the hall when a melodic cry disrupted his tranquility. Junior brother! Junior brother! Without needing to turn, Lin Chuan already knew who it was. Only his senior sister, Wu Niaming, from the entire Tianma sect, held the privilege to address him as such. "What is it, senior sister?" Lin Chuan inquired languidly, cradling the back of his head. "What is the matter?" Wu Niaming exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. "Do you not realize? We seem to have landed ourselves in a grave predicament." Lin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. "You are referring to the matter of the Great Zhe illusion, are you not? Fear not. No one will uncover it." Seeing his casual disregard for the seriousness of the situation, Wu Nanming felt an even deeper sense of anxiety. This time, there was the formidable Li Zhentong conducting an investigation, rumored to be on the verge of ascending to the esteemed title of Heavenly Emperor. Good heavens! A Heavenly Emperor! Who knows what methods he possesses to unravel the truth? In response, Lin Chuan remained unfazed, casually shrugging his shoulders. "Do not panic. You can trust my abilities. Not a single trace remains at the scene. What could they possibly uncover?" He was confident in his handling of the crime scene, believing that the peculiar creatures lurking underground had thoroughly devoured the remains of those involved. Even if the mountains were overturned, they would find nothing amiss. Though uncertainty lingered in her heart, when Niaming found solace in Lin Chuan's calm assurance, it was a peculiar sense of trust, as if every word that escaped his lips was imbued with reliability. Amidst their conversation, a sudden peal of bells echoed from the main peak. It was the signal summoning all disciples to assemble. "What has transpired? Whatever it is, we should go. It is best to arrive promptly. Indeed, otherwise, the Grand Elder will not be lenient." Upon hearing the bells, disciples of the Tianma sect flocked to the plaza beneath the main peak. Within a mere quarter of an hour, aside from those out on expeditions or in seclusion, nearly 100,000 disciples had gathered. All 9 Grand Elders were present. What could this be about? The Holy Sun was there as well, but where was the sect master? Who knows? Perhaps he is in seclusion once more. In the plaza, the gathered disciples buzzed with speculation, clearly intrigued by the unfolding events. "Silence!" The great elder Wei Wuying commanded sternly, and the assembly fell into an immediate hush. This gathering was convened to announce 3 significant matters. Upon hearing that 3 announcements were to be made, Lin Chuan, who stood in a corner of the elevated platform, stifled a yawn. The great elder always took an eternity to convey his messages, truly wasting Lin Chuan's precious time for repose. Although he spent his days in leisure, such formal occasions felt rather confining. For instance, he wished he could take a nap, yet he could not very well bring his bed along. Ding! The great elder is announcing important matters. The host has chosen to slack off. Reward: illusory transformation pill, allows the user to assume the appearance of any target for 1 day. Note: must be consumed in conjunction with an object that the target has touched and only grants a complete resemblance in appearance, scent, and aura. The user's own power remains unchanged. Another reward has arrived? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chuan became even less inclined to pay attention to the great elder's proclamations. The illusory transformation pill. After reading the description, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of futility. This item appeared rather impractical, while the ability to transform into another person seemed appealing at first glance. It was a one-time use item that required prior contact with the target's belongings to be effective. In other words, using this item necessitated becoming a collector of sorts. After all, one could not predict when this item might be utilized, and transforming into someone else would merely alter one's appearance. If it could grant the power of the transformed, it would indeed be a treasure. One could seek opportunities in ancient ruins, searching for relics of primordial beings, and then metamorphose into a legendary figure. However, Lin Chuan's daydreaming was fleeting, quickly replaced by a rueful smile. Damn it! Once again, he was faced with such a trivial item. It was truly frustrating. He recalled the inborn supreme treasure, the 4th-ranked Hunyuan Overlord Blade, which he had only recently acquired, only to see it rendered useless before he could even warm it in his grasp. Even now, the memory caused him considerable anguish. No. He needed to confront the old hag and settle this score. She must compensate him. As Lin Chuan pondered these grievances, the great elder Wei Wuying concluded his remarks. Noticing Lin Chuan lost in thought, Wei Wuying sighed and approached him. Saint Sun, the sect master has stated that regarding the resources you need during this period, you may simply go to her directly to request them. Oh, Lin Chuan replied absently, finally snapping back to reality. What resources? Wei Wuyang's lips twitched in frustration. So, after all this time I've spent talking here, you haven't heard a single word? Holy Sun, when will you ever change your temperament? Could you not be so indifferent and not squander your remarkable talents? Wei Wuyang felt a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Ah, esteemed elder, Your words are misguided. Lin Chuan said earnestly, this is merely my path of cultivation. What you perceive as indifference is, in fact, one of the myriad ways of the Tao. I pursue the path that ordinary individuals dare not tread. What is wrong with that? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's irrational reasoning, Wei Wuyong stared at him in disbelief. Momentarily rendered speechless. What could she say? Just look at him. Does he train diligently day by day? No. Yet, despite this, his rate of progress is astonishingly swift. And now, she could no longer best him in combat. How infuriating. All of them, as cultivators, had endured rigorous training, facing life and death challenges, toiling for the better part of their lives to achieve their current level of mastery, in stark contrast to Lin Chuan's leisurely existence of wandering and napping. Their arduous journeys were truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who heard their tales. Wei Wuyong realized that she could not reason with Lin Chuan and could only, in frustration, utter, you may seek resources for cultivation from the sect leader yourself. During this time, do not venture outside. Watching her departing figure, Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation. What a collection of decayed wood. How is it that no one believes in the truths I hold dear? Upon reflection, it becomes evident. You labor for countless hours in cultivation for what purpose? Is it not to prolong life and savor more experiences? If one were to lose their life in the midst of cultivation, what significance would it hold? With life extinguished, what pursuits remain? Thus, for one like him, clinging to existence and prioritizing life itself is of utmost importance. If his thoughts were to be unveiled to the predecessors of the cultivation world, they would surely rise from their graves to condemn him. After mentally lamenting, Lin Chuan recalled that Wei Wuyong had mentioned something about resources and instructed him not to go out during this period. However, given the chaos outside, even if she urged him to step out, he would certainly refrain. Both the righteous and demonic factions were gathering in the open. It would be perilous to venture out at such a time. Junior brother, are you still in seclusion at your residence? Just as Lin Chuan was about to seek out Leng Ningshuang, he was called by Wu Nanming. In response to her inquiry, Lin Chuan merely shrugged his shoulders. Observing his demeanor, Wu Nanming felt a twinge of awkwardness. Indeed, who had witnessed Lin Chuan engaged in cultivation or seclusion? If you have some free time, may I come to seek your guidance? She ventured, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Chuan felt an urge to immediately dissuade her. No, please do not come. It is vital to note that Wu Nanming is the cherished dream of countless male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if they have not yet formed an intimate bond, merely exhibiting closeness could lead to perilous consequences, such as being cursed in their slumber. However, to outright refuse would be excessively hurtful. What if her tender heart were to be wounded and other male disciples were to witness it? Would he not earn their ire? Cough, senior sister, I have recently experienced some insights and plan to seek solitude elsewhere for my cultivation, so I may not have much time, he explained. Some insights in preparing for seclusion? Wu Nanming regarded Lin Chuan with suspicion. Has this fellow undergone a transformation? Yet, considering Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent and the belief that he would become a pillar of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she dared not disturb him, nor impede his progress. Very well. In that case, I shall wait until you emerge from seclusion to seek you again, she said, leaving with a hint of disappointment. Lin Chuan sighed as he watched her retreating silhouette. This was not a matter of him failing to seize opportunity. After all, who could remain unmoved in the presence of such beauty? No one, except for Lu Xiaohui. He does not shy away from the prospect of possessing a harem of 3,000, yet his current capabilities do not permit such indulgence. Take Wu Nanming, for instance. Within the sect alone, her admirers surpass an entire regiment. Should he pursue a relationship with her, he would likely find himself the target of envious gazes each time he steps outside. Moreover, he is entrenched in a demonic sect, where many individuals are adept in the arts of cursing. Imagine the torment of being subjected to such curses daily. Even the divine would find it unbearable. This simply will not do. A solution must be sought. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. The most prudent course of action is to avoid Wu Nanming altogether. And he had previously mentioned his intention to enter seclusion. This presents the perfect opportunity to conceal himself. Once the storm has passed and time has elapsed, perhaps Wu Nanming will grow distant and indifferent towards him, thereby resolving his troubles. As the saying goes, time can dilute all. With his resolve firm, Lin Chuan prepared to seek out Leng Ningshuang for a discussion. However, before doing so, he aimed to find a location that was both sufficiently secluded and comfortably accommodating. After all, seclusion is not something to be rushed. While Lin Chuan busied himself in search of a seclusion site, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect were convened with Leng Ningshuang to deliberate on pressing matters. The current closure of the sect's gates is set for a duration of 6 months, and it is imperative to impose strict regulations on the disciples. Without explicit permission, no one is allowed to venture out. Leng Ningshuang, seated at the head of the table, regarded the 9 elders. Rest assured, Sect Master, I have already issued directives. Anyone caught leaving without authorization will face severe punishment. Wei Wuyang reported, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Sect Master, regarding the annihilation of the Xianjin sect, might there be? Observing Leng Ningshuang's lingering frailty, Wei Wuyang understood that the destruction of the Xianjin sect was certainly not as the outside world speculated. Furthermore, Leng Ningshuang had subtly hinted at her intent to return and eradicate the Xianjin sect before her departure. The obliteration of a major sect is no trivial matter. Should the righteous factions decide to investigate with determination, they may inadvertently uncover some clues. If that were to occur, the Heavenly Demon Sect would find itself in grave peril. Leng Ningshuang was naturally aware of the first elder's concerns. She responded with a calm smile. The fall of the Xianjin sect is a consequence of the millennial beast tide. Even the most audacious righteous sects would not dare provoke those 2 beasts. Moreover, with Li Jintong emerging from seclusion, the so-called righteous factions will likely find it difficult to sleep soundly. The meaning of cold condensation frost is quite apparent. In the current tumultuous times, the Celestial Demon Sect is merely a newly established faction under a recently ascended Heavenly Emperor. In the eyes of the older, established sects, it hardly poses a significant threat. Moreover, the emergence of Li Jintong from the demonic path has caused considerable concern. The righteous cultivators, preoccupied with dealing with him, are unlikely to spare any attention for the affairs of the Celestial Demon Sect. Consequently, the sect's decision to retreat into seclusion for half a year is a prudent measure to avoid the brewing storm, be it the righteous sects or the bloodslaughter sect. Neither side is particularly amicable towards the Celestial Demon Sect. Hence, it is wise to refrain from wading into these murky waters. As for whether the emergence of Li Jintong will incite a war between the righteous and demonic factions, Cold Condensation Frost believes such an outcome to be improbable. Firstly, Li Jintong has yet to truly break through to the rank of a titled Heavenly Emperor. He would undoubtedly hesitate to declare war. Additionally, the righteous cultivators lack a unified leader among them. The top-tier powers are all rivals, and in the event of conflict, who would take the lead? Who would serve as the cannon fodder? After all, the destructive potential of a pseudo-titled Heavenly Emperor should not be underestimated. In summary, while minor skirmishes may occur in the short term, a full-scale war is unlikely to erupt. Therefore, after deliberation, the higher-ups of the Celestial Demon Sect have resolved to seal their mountain gates for the time being. They will assess the situation and determine their next steps once the storm has passed. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan strode purposefully towards the main hall of Sanus Peak. Sect Master, I have come to claim my compensation. Oh, no, I meant to say I am here for resources, he shouted, his mind still preoccupied with his already ruined innate treasure. Cold Condensation Frost was in the side hall, indulging in a medicinal bath. The previous battle had left her severely depleted, and she had yet to fully recover. Even the announcement regarding the sect's closure had been handled by the Grand Elder. However, the disciples were unaware of the true situation, and they were simply informed that she was in seclusion. This fellow. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's howls, Leng Ningshuang murmured to herself. For some reason, memories of the various occurrences at the inn earlier flooded back to her mind. Master? Lin Chuan wandered around the main hall. Yet he found no trace of Leng Ningshuang. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the Emperor Wolf, which had been hiding in his embrace, suddenly leaped out. The Imperial Wolf raised its head, signaling him to follow. For reasons unknown, Lin Chuan felt as though he could comprehend the meaning conveyed by the wolf's gaze and gestures. Without hesitation, he proceeded to follow. I have been summoned to retrieve resources, yet there has been no response despite calling out for ages, Lin Chuan murmured softly. Fortunately, the Imperial Wolf possessed a keen sense of smell, capable of locating her by scent alone. As he approached the door of the side hall, the wolf-like emperor abruptly halted. With an almost human-like gesture, he raised his forepaw and pointed towards the grand entrance of the side hall, indicating that the individual was within. Observing this, Lin Chuan proceeded without hesitation, advancing towards the door. Master, I have come to collect the cultivation resources for this half year. With that, Lin Chuan forcefully pushed open the grand door. Where is she? The grand entrance stood wide open. Yet the figure of the cold and frosty woman was nowhere to be found. Where could this old witch have wandered off to? She promised to provide me with resources. Surely she wouldn't be toying with me, would she? It seemed illogical, especially since the young wolf had indicated her presence here. As he pondered this, Lin Chuan noticed a screen partitioning part of the space in the side hall. He then moved his steps toward the area behind the screen. Oh dear, at my age, you still wish to play hide and seek with me, do you, master? As Lin Chuan rounded the screen, a vivid and enchanting scene of a beauty emerging from her bath unfolded before his eyes. Lin Chuan. Bang. First came a startled scream, followed by a violent crash. And then the air was filled with a chorus of anguished cries and wails. In this moment, the room is alive with the intense drama reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger. At the doorway, the Emperor Wolf crouches, his paws covering his eyes. It appears he cannot bear to witness the spectacle, yet the excitement glimmers in the corners of his eyes as he steals glances at the scene. Oh dear. Oh dear. I was wrong, esteemed master. I acknowledge my mistake. The Lady of Frost, seething with indignation, recalls how she had previously been taken advantage of. Under the circumstances at that time, she refrained from expressing her discontent. Yet now, this audacious individual brazenly intrudes upon her while she is indulging in her medicinal bath. And at the very moment she had just risen to don her garments. Scoundrel! The detestable Lin Chuan, may you perish. Cold Ningshuang was filled with frustration. This side hall was typically off-limits to others. Even elders had to announce their presence before entering. Yet this fellow had the audacity to barge in unannounced. Oh dear. Sister. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I swear, I did not see anything. Lin Chuan found himself on the ground, mercilessly pummeled by Leng Ningshuang. While he desperately pleaded for mercy, his mind quietly murmured, "Except for that, I assure you, I saw nothing." It was fortunate that Lin Chuan's mind was not wandering aimlessly. But once that thought emerged, it was immediately caught by Leng Ningshuang. You dare to claim you saw nothing? Leng Ningshuang's face flushed with indignation, and the force behind her swinging fist intensified. Oh dear. I truly did not see that coming. You moved so swiftly that I barely had a chance to comprehend. Lin Chuan was left dazed from the blow, filled with deep regret. How infuriating. Just the other time, I was deceived by that wretched little wolf. And now here we are again. Why can't I seem to learn from my experiences? Bang. Another fist struck Lin Chuan's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose, nearly rendering him unconscious. How dare you speak? Cold condensation frost felt her chest rise and fall in agitation. The towel wrapped around her nearly slipping away. This man alternated between claiming he had not seen her and asserting that he had not seen clearly, even suggesting that he had reacted too swiftly. Did he expect her to remain unshielded? The mere thought of it made her face flush deeper, her mind descending into chaos. The events that had transpired earlier in the inn resurfaced relentlessly. To hell with you, Lin Chuan, the lecherous wolf. Bang. The frost, seemingly provoked, abruptly seized Lin Chuan and slammed him against the wall. Following this violent encounter, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. After tidying up Lin Chuan, Leng Ningshuang shifted her gaze towards the Emperor Wolf at the entrance. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that the Emperor Wolf had been detected by her. It seems these two have conspired together. Under Leng Ningshuang's scrutiny, the Emperor Wolf did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly vanished from sight. It was not that the Emperor Wolf feared Leng Ningshuang. Rather, in its eyes, she was merely Lin Chuan's mate. After all, Lin Chuan was its long-term source of sustenance, and if it were to harm Leng Ningshuang, it would jeopardize its precious meal ticket. As for witnessing Lin Chuan's dismal state, the Emperor Wolf had no cause for concern. Among fierce beasts, it was quite commonplace for mates to engage in combat. The following morning, at the foot of Saintus Peak, the Holy Sun, chuckled Lin Chuan as he greeted his disciples. However, each disciple who beheld Lin Chuan's unfortunate state felt a jolt of shock. What on earth happened to the Holy Sun? Indeed, who could have inflicted such damage upon him? True, the Holy Sun possesses the strength of the Heavenly Saint. Could it possibly be the sect master? Hold on. Wasn't the sect master said to be in seclusion just yesterday by the elder? That is correct. Could it be that a formidable enemy has invaded? The disciples speculated amongst themselves, while Lin Chuan found himself burdened with unspoken woes. Junior brother, what happened to you? Upon seeing Lin Chuan's bruised visage, Wen Ming could scarcely recognize him. It's nothing, nothing at all, Lin Chuan replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. Last night, I became too engrossed in my cultivation and accidentally fell from the mountain. His tone was so casual, yet the disciples nearby were struck with astonishment. My heavens! He fell from the mountain. The Holy Sun is indeed a remarkable individual. Indeed, to be so absorbed in cultivation, he truly lives up to his title. What to do? I seem to be growing fonder of the Holy Sun by the minute, as the chatter around him grew increasingly loud. Lin Chuan found himself overwhelmed by the attention and hastily fled. Goodness gracious, that old hag was far too ruthless. He lamented. Not only did I fail to obtain compensation, but now I want to receive resources for half a year. Lin Chuan was not particularly concerned about the resources. Rather, it was the sense of injustice that troubled him. After all, he had previously sacrificed precious treasures like the Hunyuan Overlord Blade to rescue Leng Ningshuang. It would have been one thing if she had shown gratitude, but to repay his kindness with such malice, all for merely gazing upon her. Was it truly necessary to beat him to such a state? Yet, upon self-reflection, he realized he had indeed crossed a line. Feeling guilty, Lin Chuan found himself utterly at a loss. Initially, he had intended to discuss the matter of seclusion with Leng Ningshuang, but now he had been unceremoniously cast aside. It seemed her anger would not subside anytime soon. Wincing as he touched his bruised face, he grimaced and made his way to the residence of the elder Wei Wuyang. Great Elder, Lin Chuan shouted from outside the door, cautious not to intrude upon another's territory again. He had been left with a psychological scar from the previous encounter. It turned out to be the Holy Sun. What had transpired? Wei Wuyang emerged, startled at the sight of Lin Chuan. It's nothing. I simply slipped down the mountain in the dark, Lin Chuan replied, grinning but clearly reluctant to discuss the matter further. Upon noticing his demeanor, Wei Wuyang quickly deduced the truth. He had undoubtedly been reprimanded by the sect master. After all, the Holy Sun was a formidable force at the celestial saint level. It was inconceivable that he could fall merely due to slippery paths. Moreover, within the Tianma sect, no one could overpower him aside from the sect master. Was there really any need for further speculation? Is there a reason for your visit, Holy Sun? Wei Wuyang refrained from exposing him, secretly amused. At last, someone has managed to put you in your place. Yes. I intend to enter seclusion at the cliff on the back mountain, Lin Chuan stated. You? Seclude yourself. Wei Wuyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. Indeed, I would appreciate it if you could mark off the area for me. I wish to avoid any disturbances. Lin Chuan nodded, a rare blush gracing his cheeks. Everyone in the Tianma sect knew that while he might be fine with leisurely pursuits, the prospect of enduring rigorous training in seclusion was far-fetched, more likely than the sun rising from the west. Initially, Lin Chuan thought his request would be met with ease. But unexpectedly, after uttering those words, Wei Wuyang's expression shifted dramatically, and she darted towards the peak of the Saintus Mountain. Confused, Lin Chuan pursued her, ready to inquire about this sudden change when he heard her voice calling from the direction of the side hall. This is bad, Sect Master. Come out quickly. It seems the Holy Sun has injured his head. At the side hall of Saintus Peak, as Wei Wuyang's words echoed, the main door suddenly swung open, revealing a striking figure before her. What did you say? Cold Dewfrost gazed intently at Wei Wuyang, her voice tinged with urgency. Had Lin Chuan's head truly been damaged? That seemed unlikely. Her blows had not been excessively harsh. As she pondered this, her expression abruptly shifted. In her moment of anger yesterday, she had lost her composure and perhaps struck with unwarranted severity. Could it be? The mere thought that Lin Chuan might have been rendered foolish by her hand filled her with anxiety. Where is everyone else? Cold condensation frost grasped Wei Wuyang, evidently in a state of genuine panic. I am right here. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lin Chuan felt a sense of exasperation. Was it truly necessary to assume the worst simply because he sought a place to seclude himself? As she noticed Lin Chuan, whose face was marred with bruises, cold condensation frost swiftly moved in front of him. She examined his forehead and lifted his eyelids, as if to ascertain whether he had sustained any serious injuries. I am fine. It was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the Grand Elder, Lin Chuan chuckled, seizing cold condensation frost's hand. His once handsome visage now resembled that of a swollen pig's head. Upon witnessing his disfigured appearance, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within cold condensation frost's chest, a feeling of tenderness. Curiously, while she had relished striking Lin Chuan earlier, now she felt a profound sense of sympathy. Noticing that Lin Chuan's spirit seemed relatively unscathed, she blushed and withdrew her hand, turning to face Wei Wuyang. In response, Wei Wuyang immediately stepped forward, pointing at Lin Chuan and exclaiming, Master, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Do you have any idea what the Holy Sun just said to me? Cold condensation frost gazed at her in confusion. What did you say? Wei Wuyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He says he wants to enter seclusion. He wants to enter seclusion? Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze back to Lin Chuan. It was no wonder Wei Wuyang had rushed to find her in such a frenzy. Clearly, there was something amiss with his mind. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Lin Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it really necessary to react so dramatically? All I wanted was a tranquil place to reflect. His thoughts were overheard by Leng Ningshuang, who, both amused and exasperated, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had thought he was genuinely troubled. But it turned out he was merely seeking an excuse to be lazy. Now reassured of his well-being, she turned to Wei Wuyang and said, "All right, elder. Please help him find a suitable spot. Let him do as he pleases." Seeing the astonished sect leader accept Lin Chuan's desire for seclusion so readily, Wei Wuyang nearly questioned whether the leader had lost his senses as well. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced in his mind. Elder, I have already chosen a location. Right by the cliff at the back mountain." With cold Ningshuang's approval, Lin Chuan was filled with joy. Before Wei Wuyang could respond, he leapt away, dashing toward the cliff. He didn't forget to call back, "Elder, please set up a sign to prevent anyone from disturbing me." Hearing this, Wei Wuyang opened his mouth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. There was no choice but to comply, especially since the sect leader had already given his nod. From that day forth, the secluded spot, once a clandestine rendezvous for disciples, transformed into Lin Chuan's private domain. While it was true that he was no longer interrupted, the days of solitude left him feeling increasingly listless. With no one to converse with, even the imperial wolf fell into a deep slumber during this time. It seemed he had indulged too much previously, leading to incomplete digestion. It would likely be a while before he awoke. As dawn breaks once more, Lin Chuan leisurely pushes open the wooden door of his cabin. Such tranquil days can become rather monotonous without some endeavor to engage in. However, the thought of cultivating only seems less appealing than indulging in a satisfying slumber. Speaking of which, the system had previously rewarded him with an array of peculiar items. It would be prudent to examine them. Finding a task at hand, Lin Chuan settled onto the ground and began to tinker within the confines of the system's space. Illusory form elixir, beast attractant elixir, glassy herb, amber fungus, exquisite spiritual treasures, yet more exquisite spiritual treasures, seeds of the thousand threads blood lotus, seeds of the nightmare flower. As he organized the items within the system's space, these unusual seeds immediately captured Lin Chuan's attention. Intriguing, Lin Chuan thought on a whim. Determined to cultivate this land, he envisioned sowing various seeds to see what would sprout. Without hesitation, he produced a magnificent spiritual artifact shaped like a hoe and began to till the earth. Should outsiders learn that he wielded such a treasure as a farming tool, they would undoubtedly be envious and conspire to pilfer his agricultural implements. In merely a quarter of an hour, Lin Chuan had cleared a patch of land spanning 200 to 300 square meters. He then retrieved his seeds, meticulously categorizing them before designating specific areas for each variety. One by one, he sowed the seeds, erecting markers for identification. Lacking experience in cultivating spiritual herbs, Lin Chuan relied on the knowledge gleaned from agricultural programs he had watched in the past. As he recalled, the process involved sowing, fertilizing, weeding, pest control, and ultimately, harvesting. With the seeds now sown, the next step was fertilization. Spiritual herbs and medicines required abundant resources, primarily spiritual energy. Fortunately, Lin Chuan possessed an ample supply, abundant enough to be described as vast. He had 8th-grade ferocious beast inner elixirs, millennium stone bamboo essence, and 10,000-year spirit crystals at his disposal. Lin Chuan brought forth a plethora of items imbued with spiritual power, all seemingly suitable. However, aside from the liquids, the other materials appeared to be unsuitable for absorption by the spiritual herbs. As he gazed at the assortment of inner elixirs and spirit crystals strewn across the ground, an idea struck him. He retrieved a large barrel of spiritual liquid and proceeded to crush the solid 10,000-year spirit crystals into powder, mixing them into the liquid. Knock, knock, knock. After blending various crushed powders and spiritual liquids, Lin Chuan discovered that these substances had completely dissolved into the liquid, becoming an integral part of it. Was this not a solution? He lifted the bucket and began to fertilize with measured scoops. The liquid, infused with assorted crystal nucleus powders, melded seamlessly into the soil upon contact. In mere moments, seeds that had just been buried began to sprout one after another. Could the results be this remarkable? Witnessing the seeds germinate and grow at such a visible pace, Lin Chuan was deeply astonished. He had envisioned that applying more fertilizer would aid the medicinal seedlings' growth. Yet he had not anticipated such a significant enhancement. Unbeknownst to him, The items he used for fertilization were sufficient to incite fierce competition among esteemed cultivators of the celestial and saint ranks. While Lin Chuan leisurely tended to his flowers in the back mountain, turmoil had already erupted outside the Tianma sect. Within the great marsh illusion, Li Jintong stood with a group of demonic cultivators before a scene of utter devastation. This locale was the valley where Lin Chuan had previously erased all traces of existence. At this moment, the entire valley had been turned over. Debris littered the ground, with shattered spiritual treasures and garments scattered everywhere. However, despite scouring the entire valley, not a single complete corpse could be found. What a brutal method, even among those of the demonic path. The cultivators witnessing the scene could not help but draw in a sharp breath. On the periphery, a multitude of righteous cultivators had also gathered. During the Great Marsh Illusion incident, several disciples were from righteous sections. Brotherly, what is your perspective on this matter? The elder Baiku inquired with a solemn expression, directing his gaze towards Li Jintong. As a seasoned Heavenly Emperor expert, regardless of the ruthlessness of such tactics, the sheer cleanliness with which the scene had been handled was beyond his capabilities. Li Jintong frowned, his countenance darkening. He had an unsettling sense that a trace of the aura of a titled Heavenly Emperor lingered here. However, it was not a genuine Heavenly Emperor, but rather something akin to his own situation, a preliminary brush with the threshold of a title. What did this imply? It suggested that the perpetrator of this incident was likely a powerful cultivator who had also grazed the threshold of a titled Heavenly Emperor. The existence of another who had brushed against such a threshold was alarming. Moreover, this individual's identity remained unknown, leaving their affiliations and whether they belonged to the righteous or demonic path shrouded in mystery. Faced with such an enigmatic adversary, Li Jintong felt an unsettling uncertainty. Could it truly be that another pseudo-titled Heavenly Emperor lurked in the shadows, akin to himself? Certainly not. It is perhaps beyond anyone's imagination. The aura of the titled Heavenly Emperor sensed by Li Jintong merely emanates from the remnants of Lin Chuan. Previously, within the depths of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Chuan absorbed the precious orb at the bottom of the Heavenly Demon Pool, thereby acquiring a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's power. Under ordinary circumstances, this force would remain concealed. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan exerted his full strength to act discreetly, which inadvertently activated that trace of the Heavenly Emperor's power, leaving behind a mark. Yet, this feeble force could only be detected by those who similarly comprehend the titled power. Moreover, under normal conditions, as long as Lin Chuan refrains from unleashing his full potential, it would remain entirely undetected. This matter is likely more complex than it appears. Li Jintong's expression darkened. Who else could possibly be aware of the events of that day? Unable to ascertain the situation on site, he redirected his efforts to investigate the personnel present on that day. Our disciples from the demonic faction have already inquired. Those who survived that day were on the periphery and remain unaware of the circumstances within. News has just arrived from the righteous side, claiming they did not delve deeper. The disciples who ventured further seem to have all met their end here. The elder Baiku surveyed the vast expanse of corpses within the valley and suddenly shifted his tone, as if recollecting something. Indeed, the last to emerge from within that day were disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Celestial Demon Sect? Li Jintong's expression remained impassive. He was aware of the Celestial Demon Sect and their minor grievances in the past, which were trivial in nature, although their relationship was strained. It did not verge on animosity. Furthermore, the disparity in strength between the Celestial Demon Sect and his Bloodslaughter sect was immense. Thus, Li Jintong did not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. Let us proceed to the Celestial Demon Sect, he decided. For the sudden emergence of a pseudo-imperial title left him profoundly unsettled. His sole desire was to ascertain whether anyone had encountered this individual. At the moment Li Jintong set forth with his followers, the surrounding cultivators began to relay reports back to their respective factions. The imposing presence of the imperial title commanded respect, and no one dared to underestimate it. In response, Li Jintong merely furrowed his brow. He held no fear towards any singular righteous sect. However, should a coalition of numerous righteous sects unite, it would pose a significant threat to him. The potential existence of an unknown pseudo-imperial title only exacerbated the complexity of the situation, surpassing his expectations. In the Qiongyu Heavenly Mountain, at the Vanine Temple, a monk conveyed the news to Mingjue before retreating. Sky Demon Sect? Mingju furrowed his brow. The grand emergence of Li Jintong had drawn numerous factions from the demonic realms to join him. Now, he intended to approach the Sky Demon Sect. Could it be that he truly sought to ally with the demonic sects to wage war against the righteous path? This was a matter of grave consequence. Immediate contact with Tianyin Temple was imperative. Mingzhu felt a weight upon his heart. Although Li Zhentong had publicly claimed that his current expedition was merely to investigate the Great Martial Illusion, he had indeed been pursuing this issue all along. Yet this time, he had brought followers to the Sky Demon Sect. If he aimed to forge an alliance with them, it was absolutely critical that he be thwarted in this endeavor. After all, the factions currently aligned with him were solely focused on uncovering the mysteries of the Great Martial Illusion. Should their relationship shift towards collaboration, it would inevitably escalate into a catastrophic conflict between the righteous and demonic paths. At Xiongding Peak, Tianyin Temple, Kongzhu wore an expression of grave concern upon receiving Mingzhu's message. Given Li Zhentong's formidable power, uniting the various demonic sects would be far simpler than rallying the righteous factions. The righteous sects lacked a leader with absolute authority, leading to a situation where none would yield to another. Establishing a reliable alliance under such circumstances would be no small feat. Dispatch envoys to relay this news to the major sects, instructing them to convene at Luyun's sect immediately. Kongzhu commanded his disciples to extend the invitation. Luyun's sect, being the closest righteous faction to the Sky Demon Sect and enjoying a strong rapport with Tianyin Temple, was chosen as the meeting place to prepare for any unforeseen developments. For instance, if Li Zhentong were indeed to ally himself with the Sky Demon Sect, it would pose a considerable threat to Luyun's sect. Such a scenario was one Kongzhu wished to avert. After all, Luyun's sect was their staunch ally, and should Li Zhentong turn against them, it would spell disaster for Tianyin Temple. The righteous faction was already on edge due to Li Zhentong's actions. Meanwhile, the Sky Demon Sect received word of his impending arrival. What? Li Zhentong is coming to investigate the Great Martial Illusion? This is dire. Within the Sky Demon Sect, the sect leader and several elders remained composed. Yet the younger disciples, particularly those who had previously accompanied Lin Chuan into the Great Martial Illusion, began to fidget restlessly. What were they to do? Li Zhentong was a pseudo-imperial figure. His capabilities were beyond their comprehension. Had he uncovered something? What could they possibly do? The disciples were in a state of panic, foreseeing monumental troubles ahead. Calm down, everyone. Do not panic. Just then, Wu Nanming descended gracefully beside them. Senior sister. Several disciples approached Wu Nanming anxiously upon her arrival. Senior sister, Li Zhentong is coming. What should we do? Observing their worried expressions, Wu Nanming was reminded of her own anxious visit to Lin Chuan. At that time, she had felt similarly distressed. However, Lin Chuan had already reassured her, and now it was her turn to comfort her junior brothers and sisters. Rest assured, you have all witnessed the saint's prowess. His actions are flawless. Even if Li Zhentong were a true titled Empyrean, he would undoubtedly find nothing amiss. Just be mindful of your words, and as long as you do not let anything slip, there will be no issues. Wu Nanming spoke with utmost conviction, though internally, she harbored her own uncertainties. After all, he was a pseudo-titled Empyrean. Just as her juniors were concerned, who could predict the methods possessed by such formidable beings? Lin Chuan was indeed powerful, yet he was ultimately just a heavenly saint, and the disparity in their strengths was immense. How could Lin Chuan guarantee anything? Nevertheless, she dared not reveal her anxieties. If the leader were to panic, how could they possibly safeguard this secret? After hearing Wu Nanming's words, her junior disciples indeed felt somewhat reassured. Although they were not entirely at ease, they were no longer in such a state of distress. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation, she declared before turning to head towards the back mountain. Even after calming her juniors, she could not completely set her mind at ease. While there was little she could do at this point, she felt compelled to speak with Lin Chuan. As for what would happen next, she would simply leave it to fate. Moments later, Wu Nanming arrived at the back mountain. Approaching the cliff's edge, she spotted a sign that read in session, "Please do not disturb," from a distance. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to trespass. However, due to the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to break the rules, concerned that calling out might disrupt Lin Chuan's seclusion and cause unnecessary trouble. She opted for a quieter approach as she searched for him. As she stepped into the area where Lin Chuan was in session, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. Wu Nanming's face lit up in astonishment. What pure spiritual energy? Our sect possesses such a treasure? Immersed in the rich aura, she felt invigorated to the point of wanting to exclaim. She had never known that their sect concealed such a magnificent location. No wonder Lin Chuan chose to seclude himself here. As she ventured deeper, before even nearing the cliff, she was struck by profound astonishment. This. A gentle breeze swept by, and the palpable spiritual energy floated before her eyes. Delving deeper and parting the underbrush before her, Wu Nanming felt as though struck by lightning. Rendered momentarily motionless. What on earth is happening? Standing rooted to the spot, she beheld a pastoral landscape suffused with the fragrant essence of medicinal herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs within this verdant expanse were unfamiliar to her. Yet the potent spiritual energy and aromatic allure they exuded unmistakably indicated that they were anything but ordinary. This is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. The Thousand Threads Blood Lotus. This is a 9th-grade spiritual herb, the Nightmare Flower. Wu Nanming could only identify 2 of the spiritual herbs. Yet the profound shock reverberating within her was beyond expression. Oh my heavens! Where exactly is this place? The air around was thick with the aura of numerous spiritual herbs, rivaling even the Thousand Threads Blood Lotus and the Nightmarish Flower. Wu Nanming felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing her balance and falling over. Senior sister. What brings you here? Lin Chuan, who had been taking a brief respite indoors, was startled by the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of Wu Nanming, her expression one of bewilderment. As senior, junior brother, what are these things? As Lin Chuan approached, Wu Nanming struggled to articulate her thoughts. Oh, these? Well, Lin Chuan glanced casually at the herb garden and replied, I've been rather idle lately. I've been in seclusion, grappling with a bottleneck, so I decided to cultivate some flowers and rejuvenate my spirit. You mean to say you grew these? Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming's mouth fell open in disbelief. She questioned whether she had misheard. Indeed, is there a problem? Lin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. With a confirmation of his words, Wu Nanming felt her legs grow weak, unsure if it was the intoxicating fragrance of the herbs or some other reason altogether. You planted. Wu Nanming murmured softly, her eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of confusion. Shouldn't the myriad of blood lotus blossoms thrive in water? Is that so? Lin Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was a novice and truly unaware of such matters. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered, for after all, it had indeed sprouted, and quite splendidly at that. Sister, do you like this? Noticing Wu Nanming's gaze fixed on the chintzy blood lotus, Lin Chuan reached out and plucked a blossom, extending it towards her. This sudden action startled Wu Nanming. Oh my heavens! Is that not a 9th-grade spiritual herb? Did he just pick it? These flowers are indeed quite beautiful, albeit they do not emit a pleasant fragrance. What a pity. Lin Chuan remarked earnestly, his face displaying a look of regret. Wu Nanming rolled her eyes, nearly collapsing in disbelief. Goodness, is there no justice left in this world? Observing her nearly falter, Lin Chuan swiftly supported her, simultaneously placing the chintzy blood lotus into her hands. At this moment, Wu Nanming found herself at a loss for words, her grip on the lotus trembling uncontrollably. Heavens, this is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. I have only ever seen such treasures in ancient texts. She had never imagined that one day someone would bestow such a precious gift upon her, as if it were merely a common vegetable. Gazing at the lotus in her hands, a rosy blush suddenly graced her fair cheeks. He is presenting a flower to me. What does this signify? Moreover, it is such a rare flower. In an instant, the way Wu Nanming looked at Lin Chuan became tinged with shyness. Leaning into him, she appeared to nestle comfortably within his embrace. Sensing this shift in Wu Nanming, Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, this is quite serious. It seems I have crossed an unspoken boundary. This was disastrous. He had originally intended to distance himself from Wu Nanming. Now, not only had he failed to create space, but their relationship had inadvertently grown closer. Continuing down this path could spell trouble. Cough. Lin Chuan cleared his throat, discreetly pushing Wu Nanming away from his embrace. Senior sister, is there something important that brought you here this time? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's inquiry, Wu Nanming was oblivious to his subtle gesture and instead looked at him, somewhat at a loss. Yes, junior brother, I have a significant matter to discuss with you. It concerns Li Jinhtong. He intends to visit our sect regarding the issues surrounding the Great Marsh Illusion. Li Jinhtong is coming? The news startled Lin Chuan. Could it be that he has uncovered something? He was taken aback, reflecting on all his actions during that time. He was adamant that he had left no trace. However, the fact that Li Jinhtong was coming was indeed unexpected, which was the source of his alarm. Senior sister, you need not worry about what I've handled. I assure you, Li Jinhtong will find nothing amiss. Lin Chuan reiterated his confidence to Wu Nanming. Seeing his unwavering assurance, Wu Nanming felt her anxious heart settle once more. Indeed, having established trust previously, she felt confident in doing so again. Senior sister, regarding the great martial illusion, please remind the other junior brothers and sisters who accompanied us. Just as Lin Chuan was about to advise Wu Nanming, she interrupted him. You can rest easy. I have already spoken to the other junior brothers and sisters. They will not slip up. Seeing Wu Nanming's self-assured demeanor, Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that this senior sister would be so thorough in her preparations. Well, that is reassuring. By the way, senior sister, how long until Li Zhentong arrives at our sect? Wu Nanming, without much thought, simply replied to Lin Chuan's question. According to the reports from the front, he should arrive before noon. So soon? Lin Chuan expressed his surprise. Given that Li Zhentang had come regarding the matters of the great martial illusion and his group was among the last to emerge, it was only logical for him to seek clarification on certain issues. However, his arrival was rather premature, and Lin Chuan needed to prepare adequately. At the very least, he must conceal this medicinal garden. Although he merely found the flowers aesthetically pleasing, it was evident that when Wu Nanming entered, she was utterly astonished. It was clear that the treasures here would be considered rare gems by numerous cultivators. Should Li Zhentang accidentally discover them and entertain thoughts of violence or plunder, Lin Chuan would find himself in grave peril. Sister, please ensure you do not speak a word to anyone about this place once you leave. Lin Chuan urged Wu Nanming as he hastened her departure. Rest assured, junior brother, I will not utter a single word to anyone. Wu Nanming assured him with a solemn nod. Thank you, sister. Once these flowers bloom in a few days, I shall gather some for you. It was only after Lin Chuan had nudged her out of the forest that Wu Nanming slowly came back to her senses. Gather some for me after they bloom? What is he trying to convey? Thoughts raced through her mind, and her cheeks flushed as she hurried back to the sect. After bidding farewell to Wu Nanming, Lin Chuan hastily began to set up formations to mask the aura of the medicinal garden. As a pseudo-imperial title holder, Li Zhentang undoubtedly possessed keen perceptual abilities. Such a concentrated collection of rare materials could likely be detected from 10 miles away, if not properly concealed. It seemed that future endeavors of this nature would require much more preparation. Lin Chuan reflected as he busied himself. Indeed. No sooner had he completed the formations than the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, arrived at the cliff to seek him out. Li Zhentang truly lives up to his reputation as a pseudo-imperial title holder. Even the emanating malevolent aura is overwhelming. Wei Wuyang exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chuan. When you meet him, be cautious with your words. Lin Chuan nodded, knowing full well that in the presence of such a formidable and eccentric figure, it was wise to tread lightly. Angering him could lead to dire consequences. Do not worry, Grand Elder. He is merely here to investigate the great martial illusion. I will respond truthfully to any inquiries he poses. While Lin Chuan's reasonableness reassured Wei Wuyang, it also stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. An outsider imposing upon their sect with an air of authority akin to that of an inspector was indeed disconcerting for the upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, what choice did they have? After all, Li Zhentang's might surpass that of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chuan, Wei Wuyo revealed a faint smile. Fortunately, they had the Holy Sun among them, with such extraordinary talent. It was a foregone conclusion that he would eventually ascend to the rank of a titled Heavenly Emperor. At that juncture, not only would the likes of Li Zhentang, a mere pseudo-titled Heavenly Emperor, pose no threat, but even if the entire righteous faction united against them, what could they possibly fear? Regarding the events that transpired within the great martial illusion, beyond the 10 individuals who were present that day, not even the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Sect were privy to the truth. Thus, the 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang remained oblivious to the fact that the extermination operation was orchestrated by Lin Chuan. Had they known, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect would likely have been in a state of acute anxiety. As Lin Chuan followed Wei Wuyo along the path, he noticed numerous disciples from various sects gathered around the periphery of the main hall on the summit. The moment he was escorted into the hall, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, unmistakably emanating from Li Zhentang. He could hardly muster the will to resist. Instead, he plopped down onto the ground, clinging desperately to Wei Wuyo's thigh, refusing to let go. Saint Sun, what is the meaning of this behavior? Wei Wuyang found himself somewhat bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Indeed, Li Zhentang was rather formidable, yet you, the esteemed Saint Sun of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possessed the cultivation of a celestial saint. How could you be reduced to a quivering wretch in fear? Do you not care for your dignity? Does the Heavenly Demon Sect not value its reputation? However, Lin Chuan was indifferent to such considerations. What is dignity if it cannot fill one's stomach? What good is it if it cannot grant one an additional life? Since it serves no purpose, why cling to it? Furthermore, if the Heavenly Demon Sect were to lose face today, it might provoke the ire of several elders, who could very well strip him of his status as Saint Sun and cast him out for a minor transgression. Wouldn't that be quite delightful? Seeing Lin Chuan in such a state of disarray, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect wore dark expressions, struggling to contain their fury. Leng Ningshuang, too, held her forehead, appearing distressed. Please, do not look at me. I do not know this individual. Elder, he is quite terrifying, I am afraid. At this moment, Lin Chuan embodied weakness and timidity to a remarkable degree. Had it not been for the palpable aura of genuine cultivation emanating from him, anyone who beheld him would likely mistake him for an ordinary coward. The rumors of the Heavenly Demon Sect's Saint Sun being exceptionally gifted, who once single-handedly vanquished the leader of the Xinjiang sect, now seem utterly ridiculous, for he appears to be nothing more than a timid, spineless creature. Within the grand hall, some cultivators accompanying Li Zhentong burst into derisive laughter, prompting the elders of the Tianma sect to turn ashen-faced. Oh, elder, I am terrified. Lin Chuan clung to Wei Wuyong's leg, his face awash with tears, yet internally he was frantically countering the mockery. Indeed, I am nothing but a cowardly shrimp. What will you do about it? Come and strike me. Leng Ningshuang, seated nearby, caught wind of his thoughts, and her delicate features twitched involuntarily. A dog cannot change its nature. How can this fellow be so shameless? She mused. If you have the courage, then proclaim your thoughts in front of everyone. Faced with Lin Chuan's duplicity, who incessantly contemplated his expulsion from the sect, Leng Ningshuang felt an urge to lash out, yet found herself powerless. There was no alternative. That old coot Li Zhentong was still present. They could not afford to let him take too much notice of Lin Chuan. Otherwise, the repercussions would be unbearable for the entire Tianma sect. Saint Sun. Wei Wuyong gritted her teeth, desperately suppressing the humiliation and anger swelling within her. How utterly disgraceful! She forcefully assisted Lin Chuan to his feet, only for him to use the hem of her skirt to wipe his nose. Witnessing this scene, Wei Wuyong trembled with rage. She stealthily concealed her hand within her sleeve and pinched his arm fiercely. After all, she was a woman, even if Lin Chuan disregarded his own image. He ought to consider hers. Ouch! Elder, why are you pinching me? Lin Chuan yelped, jumping up in pain, his exaggerated reaction reminiscent of a clown at a lively event. In the grand hall, Li Zhentong, seated in the principal position, watched the unfolding drama with a piercing gaze. Noticing his stare, Lin Chuan immediately shrank back behind Wei Wuyong, revealing only one eye to furtively observe. Damn, I've already become this timid, and yet you still look at me. Heaven help. May this old coot not take an interest in me. Li Zhentong remained expressionless. Prior to arriving at the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had heard of the Saint Sun's feat of slaying the head of the Xinjiang sect. Initially, he had intended to gauge what kind of person this Saint Sun was, but he never anticipated encountering such a cowardly and lewd individual. Nevertheless, regardless of his character, Li Zhentong would not place much importance on him. After all, no matter how talented he might be, he was merely a small heavenly saint in the presence of a formidable being who stood on the threshold of the title of Heavenly Emperor. To him, a heavenly saint was no more than an ant. Was the great Zhe illusion his responsibility? Li Zhentong fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan, who had completely hidden behind Wei Wuyong. Upon hearing his inquiry, Leng Ningshuang spoke up. On that day, it was our sect's eldest disciple, Wu Naming, who led the team. The Saint Sun merely accompanied for training. Understanding Lin Chuan's intentions, Leng Ningshuang was fully aware that he was attempting to conceal himself to avoid drawing Li Zhentong's attention. Thus she naturally chose to assist him at this moment. Hearing her response, Lin Chuan stole a glance at her. Well done, old hack. You truly understand me. Thumbs up for you. Sensing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang felt an undercurrent of irritation. The beauty of our sect's leader is renowned across the continent. How dare this fellow still call me an old hack? What about me makes you look down on me? However, despite her frustration, Leng Ningshuang did not allow it to show on her face. She turned towards the entrance of the grand hall and said, Wu Naming, gather the others who accompanied you that day. Yes, master. Wu Naming had long been prepared and swiftly brought the group from the Dian illusion over. Upon confirming the presence of all necessary individuals, Li Zhentong cast a sweeping glance over the 10 in the hall. Of course, since Lin Chuan was still gripping Wei Wuyong, it would be more accurate to say there were 11. As their gazes met Li Zhentong's, a shiver coursed through each of them, akin to prey being scrutinized by a lion or tiger. Before they could collect themselves, Li Zhentong leaped forward, landing directly before them. Speak, he commanded. What did you witness that day within? Following his inquiry, his eyes continued to scan the group. as if to convey that anyone daring to lie or conceal the truth would meet a dire fate. Returning to the elder, Wu Niaming was the first to respond. On that day, as we ventured near the central area, we suddenly heard whispers of the discovery of a level 9 ferocious beast. The Emperor Wolf. For the safety of the Saint Child, we sought refuge in a hidden place. It was only when the illusion was on the verge of closing that we hurriedly made our escape. As for the events that transpired within, we remain oblivious. Wu Niaming bowed her head, replying with utmost respect, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. The formidable presence of Li Juntong was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Oh? Li Juntong turned his head to gaze at her for a moment, then shifted his attention to the individuals beside him. Is that so? The nearby disciples were fixated upon, each one too afraid to even breathe. Yes, it is so. We initially intended to continue searching for spiritual herbs in the vicinity, but the Holy Sun forbade us from leaving. Thus, we remained concealed until the illusion was dispelled. The disciples lowered their heads, not daring to meet Li Juntong's gaze. Had it not been for Wu Niaming's prior arrangement with them and her repeated assurances of discretion, it is likely that some would have faltered and confessed by now. Have you concealed yourself? Li Juntong's gaze sharpened, his tone growing increasingly grave, and the aura emanating from him intensified to a terrifying degree. Was there truly nothing that had been overlooked? A few disciples of merely celestial realm cultivation could hardly withstand such overwhelming pressure. They immediately fell to their knees one after another. Bang! Oh dear, I am so frightened. Great Elder, please save me. As several individuals buckled under the pressure and knelt down, Lin Chuan suddenly collapsed to the ground. He turned his face sideways, gazing at the kneeling figures. Shielded by Wei Wuyong's skirt, he cried out in despair, yet his eyes were constantly flickering, sending signals to the others. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone present in the grand hall. The kneeling disciples, already in a state of fright, were nearly overwhelmed when they witnessed Lin Chuan's fall, almost causing them to lose consciousness. However, this incident redirected their attention entirely to Lin Chuan. Upon noticing Lin Chuan's exaggerated expressions, they quickly regained their composure and comprehended the situation. It was evident that Li Juntong had failed to uncover any clues, otherwise he would not be lingering here with them. With this realization, the disciples felt a sense of relief. Clearly, Li Juntong would not be able to extract any information from them today. However, Lin Chuan's actions caught Li Juntong's attention. An inexplicable sense of peculiarity about this individual washed over him. Li Juntong shifted his focus, directing his gaze squarely at Lin Chuan. Oh no, this is bad. Realizing he was under Li Juntong's scrutiny, Lin Chuan's mind raced as he contemplated how to evade this predicament. Li Juntong, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, we regard you as a guest, but do not overstep your bounds. As Li Juntong approached Lin Chuan, the long-silent Leng Ningshuang finally stood up, her expression stern. Simultaneously, the senior members of the Heavenly Demon Sect rose to their feet, each one fixing a piercing gaze upon Li Juntong. Clearly, he had indeed crossed the line. What was initially meant to be an inquiry had now escalated to something bordering on intimidation. Faced with the sudden ire of the Heavenly Demon Sect's high-ranking officials, Li Juntong's gaze hardened. This incident might involve an unknown pseudo-emperor of the sealed, and if he did not investigate thoroughly, he would surely find no peace. He held no fear of the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet the current situation was intricate, and making enemies recklessly would be unwise. For a moment, he remained silent, deliberating on how to resolve this matter. Just then, a voice transmission unexpectedly surged into Li Juntong's mind. Li Juntong's gaze abruptly shifted towards the elderly Baiku. He had just received news that the individuals from Fanning Temple and Tianyin Temple were convening at the Luoyan sect. It seemed that their intentions were far from benign. Upon hearing this news, Li Juntong's expression darkened. He had only just arrived at the Tianma sect, and already the righteous factions were gathering nearby. What could this imply? Were they planning to take action against him? The situation had arisen so unexpectedly that Li Juntong found himself utterly perplexed by the adversary's motives. Therefore, it was imperative not to sever ties with the Tianma sect at this juncture. Given the ambiguity of the circumstances, it would be wiser to retreat for the time being, gather more information, and then devise a plan. Suddenly, Li Juntong donned a smile. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, it appears that I have been overly hasty and somewhat presumptuous. Do not take offense, esteemed guests. The transformation of Li Juntong left the higher-ups of the Tianma sect momentarily astonished. They had prepared themselves for a confrontation, yet were taken aback by his unexpected concession. Was he intimidated by the Tianma sect? Clearly not. There must have been some other development that prompted such a drastic change in his demeanor. Nonetheless, since Li had chosen to seek peace, it was indeed a fortunate turn of events. After all, the current strength of the Tianma sect was far from impressive. Given that Li had already inquired about the matters of interest, it would be inappropriate for us to prolong his stay. Cold Ningshuang's address to him was imbued with respect, yet her tone hardly conveyed warmth. Li Jintang paid her no heed. Merely nodding to the companions he brought along before turning to leave. It was evident that he would not linger here any longer, even without the Tianma sect issuing an eviction order. As for the investigation into the unknown pseudo-emperor, he merely suspected that Lin Chuan and his companions were privy to some information. Such mere suspicion was insufficient to warrant significant sacrifice on his part. Once Li Jintang and his entourage departed, Lin Chuan leisurely rose from the ground, nonchalantly wiping his nose on Wei Wuyong's skirt. My apologies, Great Elder. You can wash this skirt yourself when you return. After witnessing Li Jintang's departure, Lin Chuan immediately reverted to his true nature, and Wei Wuyong quickly grasped the situation. His prior display of timidity had been nothing but an act. Yet, recalling the earlier moment when Lin Chuan clung to her leg, weeping and using her skirt to wipe his nose, her expression shifted dramatically, pale, flushed, and interspersed with shades of anger. It was evident she was quite vexed. Wei Wuyong. She pointed at Lin Chuan, momentarily rendered speechless. Ultimately, she could only huff and return home to wash her dress. As she departed, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Today had been quite perilous. He had not anticipated that the old man Li Jintang would be so difficult to handle. Fortunately, the old witch was quite formidable, otherwise, he would have truly been in a dire predicament. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, having just praised Leng Ningshuang in his thoughts, when he saw her approaching with a rather mischievous expression. You all can leave now. You, come with me. Leng Ningshuang instructed Wu Nanming and a few others to return, gesturing for Lin Chuan to follow her. In response, Lin Chuan winked at the group and leisurely accompanied Leng Ningshuang. Having narrowly escaped the calamity and avoided embarrassing his sect in front of so many people, he believed he had earned his dismissal. Ha ha ha. The thought of life without the old witch was exceedingly pleasant. Before reaching their destination, Lin Chuan began to fantasize about the carefree existence that awaited him after being expelled from the sect. He envisioned finding a serene place to seclude himself, free from the worries of the sect's incessant conflicts. The mere thought of such a comfortable life made him involuntarily burst into laughter. Hearing Lin Chuan's musings, Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of irritation. Why did this fellow keep thinking about fleeing the sect? Was it truly her demeanor that had been too harsh on him? Oh dear, Lin Chuan exclaimed as he stumbled and collided with Leng Ningshuang. While she remained unfazed, Lin Chuan staggered back 2 or 3 steps. Why aren't you leaving? Sect leader? He scratched his head, anxious that his earlier thoughts might have been discovered. Leng Ningshuang, however, paid no mind to this. Her thoughts were consumed with ways to retain Lin Chuan, wishing for him to willingly remain within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, she found herself without a suitable approach. And at that moment, another matter weighed heavily on her mind. Speak up, what is the matter? Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Chuan mistakenly assumed she was referring to his earlier blunder that embarrassed the sect, a matter of great consequence regarding his potential expulsion. He immediately began to speak fervently. Sect leader, you know me. I have always been timid, not one to withstand fright. Enough. Don't think I am oblivious to your little schemes. Leng Ningshuang interjected before Lin Chuan could continue his performance. We shall settle that matter later. Right now, I am inquiring about the Great Marsh Illusion. Is it the Great Marsh Illusion? Lin Chuan was interrupted mid-spell, momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that cold condensing frost must have deduced something. What could possibly be amiss with the Great Marsh Illusion? We have been hiding quite well, completely oblivious to any developments. Noticing Lin Chuan's silence, cold condensing frost felt a twinge of discomfort. Ever since the incident at the inn, Lin Chuan's standing in her heart had transformed into something quite extraordinary. Yet, Lin Chuan continued to refer to her internally as an old witch, and now he harbored so many secrets from her. Will you speak or not? As she recalled those events, a sense of grievance welled up within Leng Ningshuang, causing her tone to grow sharper. Lin Chuan was startled by the sudden outburst. What was this old hag's issue now? Upon hearing Lin Chuan refer to her as an old hag in his mind, Leng Ningshuang's anger intensified. She seized Lin Chuan by the ear and exclaimed, Old hag, is it? I'll make you call me that. I'll make you. As she shouted, she twisted Lin Chuan's ear, making him tear up in pain, pleading for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Though he submitted verbally, Lin Chuan's heart raced. What happened? Did I inadvertently say that out loud? It seemed not. But how did this old hag hear it? Could she truly read minds? Realizing that her ability to hear Lin Chuan's thoughts was nearly exposed, Leng Ningshuang quickly regained her composure. She could not allow him to discover this. Otherwise, he might conceal matters from her in the future, or worse, avoid her altogether. This was not the outcome Leng Ningshuang desired. You needn't hide the matter of the great marsh illusion from me. Even if you don't speak, can I inquire with Wu Nanmeng and the others? She swiftly redirected the conversation, wary of letting Lin Chuan dwell on it further. Indeed, Lin Chuan's attention was immediately captivated by this new topic. He was well aware that Leng Ningshuang's assertion was accurate. Although Wu Nanmeng listened to him to some extent, her loyalty to the sect undoubtedly took precedence. As the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang would certainly not withhold information when questioned. However, upon reflection, if Leng Ningshuang were to learn of this matter, it would merely mean one more person was aware. It would not significantly alter anything. After all, Leng Ningshuang was more deserving of Lin Chuan's trust than several other disciples. Very well, I shall tell you. Lin Chuan shrugged and began recounting the events that transpired in the Great Marsh Illusion. That is roughly how it happened. After listening to Lin Chuan's narrative, Leng Ningshuang regarded him with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Are you saying you killed those 3,000 cultivators? That valley was your handiwork? Lin Chuan nodded. Otherwise? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Leng Ningshuang found herself momentarily unable to process the news. She could hardly believe it. Yet, if Lin Chuan were to be exaggerating, a simple inquiry to Wu Nanmeng would reveal the truth. Thus, it was almost certain that Lin Chuan was not boasting. However, therein lay the dilemma. She was well aware of the mysterious realm of Dazai. Given the circumstances, even she could not achieve such a feat. How could Lin Chuan, having just ascended to the heavenly sage rank, accomplish what was beyond her capabilities? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Chuan harbored many secrets. Just how many secrets do you conceal, you rascal? Leng Ningshuang fixed her gaze upon Lin Chuan, her expression seemingly attempting to peel away his layers. Although she was curious about his secrets, she would not press him for answers. She merely hoped that one day he might willingly share everything with her. Such was the situation. Lin Chuan refrained from discussing his secrets. After all, who would comprehend the intricacies of his system? Moreover, such revelations might attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to schemes against him. Wasn't that a perilous gamble? Nevertheless, Lin Chuan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the sect master for today's events. He was genuinely appreciative of how Leng Ningshuang had shielded him. Had it not been for her interventions, he might have already found himself at the mercy of Li Jintang's inquiries. I merely did what was necessary. Leng Ningshuang's cheeks flushed slightly at Lin Chuan's unexpected gratitude. He had never shown such tenderness towards her before. You are the holy son of the sect. When faced with challenges, it is my duty as the sect master to step forward. Lin Chuan understood that had it been any of the other elders, they might have also come to his aid. Regardless of their motivations, he had indeed received a favor. Thus, his gratitude was heartfelt. And gratitude was not merely a matter of uttering a few words. Lin Chuan had already devised a plan to repay her kindness. Sect master, please accompany me to a certain location. Before Leng Ningshuang could fully comprehend, Lin Chuan had taken her hand and soared towards the back mountain. What are we doing here? As night fell, Leng Ningshuang gazed into the pitch-black woods. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She had heard that some disciples often sneaked to the back mountain for clandestine meetings. To her astonishment, Lin Chuan had suddenly brought her here. Was this a date? No, he seemed quite familiar with this place. Had he previously brought another woman here? A tumult of chaotic thoughts surged within her. Her expression became a vivid tapestry of emotions. Come, let us go to my secluded retreat. I wish to show you something intriguing. Lin Chuan, oblivious to her turmoil, continued to lead her towards the precipice. A secluded retreat? It suddenly occurred to Leng Ningshuang that Lin Chuan had indeed mentioned his intention to enter seclusion. At that time, she merely thought he sought an excuse to be lazy. Now it seemed he might be concealing some treasure in this very place. Considering Lin Chuan's familiarity with the area, it was unlikely that he was here for a clandestine rendezvous with someone else. A smile once again graced Leng Ningshuang's face. Before reaching their destination, Leng Ningshuang distinctly sensed the air around her brimming with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Did the sect possess such a treasure? How had she been unaware of it until now? Before she could fully recover from her astonishment, Lin Chuan had already guided her to the medicinal garden at the edge of the cliff. Are you ready? He inquired. For earlier, he had set up an illusionary array and a concealment formation, ensuring that the garden remained hidden from their sight at this moment. What? Cold condensation frost appeared somewhat bewildered. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, withdrawing the protective array by dismissing the hand seal. The resounding chime echoed as the grand formation dissipated. And the mist lifted. Beneath the night sky, a myriad of extraordinary elixirs shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The rich fragrance of the medicinal herbs permeated the air, invigorating the senses. Merely inhaling their essence instilled an immediate sense of vitality. This is... Leng Ningshuang could hardly believe her eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, she leaped into the heart of the medicinal field. Nightmare flowers, thousand threads blood lotus, wolfberry fruits, dragon's trust grass. My heavens, these are all 9th grade spiritual herbs. In comparison to Wan and Meng, Leng Ningshuang was evidently much more knowledgeable. So what do you think? If the sect master finds them worthy, I shall bestow them all upon you. Are you giving this to me? Cold condensation had never been so uncomposed. It was understandable. Anyone else in this situation would likely struggle to maintain their composure. Except for Lin Chuan. After all, this fellow had acquired all these celestial treasures effortlessly through system gifts. How could he possibly grasp the true value of these items? I cannot accept these. Taking a deep breath, cold condensation gradually calmed her excited heart. Although she was unaware of how Lin Chuan had managed to obtain such exquisite spiritual herbs, she believed that his talents surpassed hers and that he was far more deserving of these treasures. Moreover, the very fact that Lin Chuan had offered to give them to her filled her with joy. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that cold condensation would readily accept his gift, but the outcome was not as he had envisioned. Did she perhaps look down upon these items? That seemed unlikely, given her astonished expression. Initially, Lin Chuan intended to use these treasures to repay cold condensation's kindness. Now, it appeared that she had no interest in them at all. What was he to do? Perhaps you might reconsider? Just as he was about to continue persuading her, Lin Chuan seemed to recall something. He leaped into the field, carefully selecting among the plants. Cold condensation watched in bewilderment as Lin Chuan busied himself in the field. Soon, he approached her, cradling a handful of blood lotus flowers. Was he intending to gift her flowers? Under the moonlight, her delicate face flushed suddenly, just as she was about to extend her hand to accept. Lin Chuan spoke. I almost forgot. I promised my senior sister that I would bring her some flowers today. Senior sister? Wan Meng? For her. Cold condensation's hand, which had been half extended, froze in midair. A chill breeze swept by, and time seemed to suspend in that moment. Master, please reconsider the items here. I must first deliver these flowers to my senior sister. The instant Lin Chuan turned away, a roar erupted from behind him. Lin Chuan, under the moonlight. The cold and condensed frost surged with an overwhelming aura, casting an elongated shadow. Like a ravenous wolf beneath the moon, it advanced step by step, pressing inexorably towards Lin Chuan. Gulu. Lin Chuan swallowed hard, perplexed by how this ancient witch had suddenly lost her mind again. He stood frozen in place, clutching the bouquet to his chest, too fearful to move. You. Cold condensation frost advanced menacingly, her face nearly pressed against Lin Chuan's. She snatched the 1,000 silk blood lotus from his grasp and declared fiercely, Who says I don't want it? I shall take all the flowers here. They all belong to me. You are not permitted to give them to anyone else. Observing cold condensation frost's frenzied demeanor, Lin Chuan broke into a cold sweat. Goodness. Has this old hag truly lost her mind? Upon catching Lin Chuan's thoughts, cold condensation frost nearly choked in disbelief. What do you mean lost her mind? You were clearly on a date with me while still thinking of other women. Moreover, you wish to give away the flowers that rightfully belong to me. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law to uphold? All of them are yours, all of them. Lin Chuan promptly declared the ownership of the medicinal garden, yet inwardly he mused. Just a moment ago you rejected them, and now you are outright snatching them. Truly. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. The ancients did not deceive me. Meanwhile, at the Flowing Cloud sect, it appeared that Li Jintang was indeed investigating the matter of the great marsh illusion. Is this not beneficial? Once he clarifies the situation, we too shall uncover the identity of the murderer and avenge our fallen disciples. The leaders and representatives of various righteous sects gathered together. They had been startled upon hearing that Li Jintang might ally with the demonic sects to launch an attack. Thus, when they received the invitation from Kong Ju to convene and discuss, they hastened to attend. However, it seemed they had misinterpreted Li Jintang's intentions, having assumed the matter to be far more dire than it truly was. Evidently, the sects present at this assembly were not inclined to engage in genuine conflict. No one wished to step forward as cannon fodder, nor did anyone desire to be used as a pawn by other sections. As the initiator of this gathering, Kong Ju breathed a sigh of relief. It was now virtually certain that Li Jintang would not breach the boundaries for the time being. Given sufficient time, the righteous faction could indeed unite. By then, even if Li Jintang sought war, they would no longer be intimidated. Master, I have just received word that Li Jintang has gone to the ruins of the Xinjian sect, a young monk under Master Kong Ju whispered as he approached. Xinjian sect? Kong Ju furrowed his brow in contemplation. Did he truly understand the purpose of his actions? The young novice spoke again. I have heard from the demonic side that they seem to be searching for traces of a false emperor of the Heavenly Seal. A false emperor of the Heavenly Seal? Kong Ju was taken aback. Could it be that, aside from Li Jintang, another false emperor of the Heavenly Seal existed? Reflecting upon the Great Zamaraj incident, coupled with the destruction of the Xinjian sect by the Beast Tide, Kong Ju felt an urgency and promptly shared his findings with the others, articulating his conjectures as well. Esteemed sect leaders, it seems that the Great Zamaraj incident was indeed the work of an unknown hermit within it. Moreover, the annihilation of the Xinjian sect may also be connected to this individual. The sect leaders fell into deep thought, each receiving information from their subordinates, all of whom were aware that Li Jintang was currently investigating a certain unknown false emperor of the Heavenly Seal. A second false emperor of the Heavenly Seal. At that moment, all present could no longer remain calm. What a jest! The emergence of one false emperor of the Heavenly Seal from the demonic side had already rendered them restless. Now, another one was wandering about. And though they did not know who it was evident that the one capable of obliterating the righteous sect Xinjian could not possibly be one of their righteous cultivators. Even if he did not belong to the demonic path, he was likely not an easy opponent to deal with. Considering that Li Jintang was currently scouring the world for him, the atmosphere among the attendees grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, someone stood up. Everyone was aware that Li Jintang's great-grandson had also perished in the Great Zamaraj. This meant that the individual in question was indeed an enemy of Li Jintang. It could be surmised that Li Jintang's pursuit was not for an alliance, but rather for vengeance. Upon hearing this, the sect leaders began to realize the implications. Indeed, while the unknown hermit might be implicated in the destruction of the Xinjian sect, he was equally an adversary of Li Jintang. This line of reasoning led them to consider that if their faction could locate him first, there might be an opportunity for an alliance to turn the tables on Li Jintang. With this consensus reached, the prominent figures within the Luoyuan sect promptly sent out messages, instructing their disciples to venture forth in search of traces, ensuring they would find the individual before Li Jintang did. News among the righteous sects spread like wildfire, and the demonic side was equally aware of their movements. At the Tianma sect, on the Holy Maiden Peak, Lin Chuan had just settled onto his bed when he was abruptly pulled up by Leng Ningshuang. What on earth is happening? Are you telling me the truth? Upon learning that Li Jintang was in search of an unknown false emperor of the Heavenly Seal, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but begin to doubt Lin Chuan's words. Why would I deceive you? Lin Chuan was also taken aback by this news. How could something he had orchestrated suddenly be attributed to an unknown pseudo-sealed emperor? Observing that Lin Chuan was indeed not lying, Leng Ningshuang felt even more perplexed. Setting aside the matter of the Great Zay illusion, the existence of an unknown pseudo-sealed emperor remained a mystery to all. However, she was well aware of the affairs concerning the Xinjian sect. It was clearly a venture initiated by both her and Lin Chuan. How could it possibly be linked to a pseudo-sealed emperor? As this thought crossed her mind, Leng Ningshuang's expression suddenly changed, as if she recalled something significant. It is you. You are the so-called false emperor. Upon seeing Leng Ningshuang glaring and pointing at him, Lin Chuan wore a look of utter disbelief. Have you had too much to drink? If I possessed such power, would I still allow Li Jintang to bully me? No. No. Leng Ningshuang reorganized her thoughts and said, that is not my intention. What I mean is, the so-called pseudo-sealed emperor they believe in may very well be you. Lin Chuan stood there, at a loss for words, realizing that despite his efforts to clarify, he was still being labeled as that pseudo-sealed emperor. He was utterly perplexed, unsure when he had acquired such power. Seeing that Lin Chuan still failed to grasp her meaning, Leng Ningshuang took a moment to calm herself and gather her thoughts before continuing. Do you remember the orb in the demon pool? Yes. What about it? Lin Chuan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice, uncertain why she had suddenly brought up that matter. That orb contained the power of the sealed emperor, and you absorbed and fused it previously. Thus, you possess a trace of the sealed emperor's strength within you. At this point, Lin Chuan began to comprehend. Are you saying that the trace of the sealed emperor's power I left behind during my time in the Great Marsh Illusion and with the Xinjian sect is what you're referring to? Realizing this, Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. If that were the case, then Li Zhentong must have already discovered it upon seeing him. Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow and then shook her head. That is precisely what I find curious. However, I have a theory. On that day in the Great Marsh Illusion, you created such a commotion that you likely employed a considerable amount of your abilities. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, not concealing anything. Indeed, I exerted my full strength to ensure there were no traces left behind. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang felt even more convinced of her suspicions. It seems my thoughts were not mistaken. The trace of the sealed emperor's power within you would only be revealed when you exert an extraordinary amount of strength. This also explains why Li Zhentong did not notice anything amiss in your presence. Lin Chuan slightly nodded, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. It appeared that things were indeed as she had described. Although Li Zhentong had been forced to leave at that time due to certain matters, he had already taken note of Lin Chuan. Once he resolved those issues, he would likely return to seek him out, even if he hadn't detected anything previously. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't in the future? The capabilities of a pseudo-sealed emperor were beyond what Li Zhentong could imagine. This was troublesome. Being targeted by that old man, Lin Chuan feared for his safety. Perhaps it would be wise to flee post-haste, to find a secluded place to hide away. And perhaps in time he would be forgotten. Lin Chuan held on to the belief that survival was victory. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, upon understanding his thoughts, fell into contemplation. She truly wished to keep Lin Chuan safe, but this matter pertained to his very life and death. Moreover, the adversary was one she could not withstand. If she forcibly kept Lin Chuan by her side, it would likely only bring him harm. Perhaps you should go hide for a while. What? Upon hearing that Leng Ningshuang suggested he go into hiding, Lin Chuan initially thought he had misheard her. Just as he felt a surge of joy and was about to agree, a grave realization struck him. It seemed that Li Zhentong's determination to find him was formidable. Would disappearing for a while truly dissuade him? Moreover, if he chose to hide, wouldn't that implicitly indicate his guilt? The thought of being pursued by the entire world sent a chill down Lin Chuan's spine. Clearly, hiding was not an option. He had to contemplate alternative strategies. Master, it appears that evasion is inevitable. However, I shall bear the consequences alone and will not implicate the sect, Lin Chuan stated resolutely. To Leng Ningshuang. His words echoed with a sense of noble sacrifice. Her heart tightened, and her fist clenched in response. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on you. Leng Ningshuang gazed at Lin Chuan, her eyes glinting with fierce determination. It was evident that she was prepared to fight to the death. Lin Chuan felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. To think this old witch cares so much for me. Perhaps my allure is simply too much for her to resist. It seems one ought not to be excessively handsome. The atmosphere, once heavy with seriousness, shifted dramatically with Lin Chuan's whimsical thoughts. What are you thinking? Leng Ningshuang exclaimed, delivering a playful kick to his rear, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Why can't you ever be serious? Ahem, it's nothing, Lin Chuan stammered, realizing that Leng Ningshuang had noticed his unusual demeanor. I was just contemplating. Since hiding is futile and waiting only invites death, why shouldn't I take the initiative? At his words, Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow. Don't be foolish. Even if it were just the two of us, or even the entire Tianma sect, we would still be powerless against Li Zhentong. Lin Chuan felt a surge of emotion at her words. She had included herself in his plight without hesitation, indicating that she was constantly thinking of him. Despite her tendency to bully him, she stood by him in times of trouble. If only she could temper her temper, she would indeed make a fine wife. Realizing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. She pounded her small fist playfully against his chest. Who would want to be your wife? How annoying. Unprepared, Lin Chuan was suddenly struck by a torrential downpour of the fierce pear blossom fist, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Alas, even a celestial emperor-level powerhouse, despite not exerting excessive force, proved to be quite unbearable for him. Oh dear. What have I done to provoke you? Lin Chuan grimaced, hastily splashing cold water on his own thoughts. The old hag was indeed an old hag, almost deceived by her appearance. To marry such a person as a wife would truly be a stroke of misfortune beyond measure. Cold Ningshuang also recognized her momentary lapse in composure and quickly turned away, daring not to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. Lin Chuan, however, did not pursue the matter further. After all, he had somewhat grown accustomed to the old hag's occasional bouts of madness. My dear sect leader, let us speak our minds but refrain from resorting to violence, Lin Chuan said from a distance, resuming his thoughts. We may not be able to confront Li Zhentong, But he is not invincible, is he? If that is the case, then there is hope for resolution, is there not? With business at hand. Cold Ningshuang also focused her mind. However, resolving this issue was no simple task. Even if he was not invincible, one or two individuals could hardly handle it. Lin Chuan smiled and replied, I am well aware of that, which is precisely why we will need assistance. Cold Ningshuang nodded slightly, saying, Assistance? There are hardly any sects allied with my heavenly demonic sect that possess celestial emperor-level experts. Moreover, even those sects that are friendly with us would likely hesitate to offend a pseudo-emperor. Upon hearing this, a somewhat unsettling smile crept onto Lin Chuan's face. I certainly do not expect those fellows to lend a hand. It is worth noting that I am not the only one with grievances against Li Zhentang. If we are to stir the pot, we must certainly enlist the help of those righteous sects. Are you planning to divert the trouble onto the righteous cultivators? Cold Ningshuang furrowed her brow. But they are not fools. This matter is not so easily navigated. While conversing with Cold Ningshuang, Lin Chuan's thoughts raced as he began to devise this plan. The righteous cultivators were indeed not foolish, yet they were currently in a state of panic. With Li Zhentang and an unknown pseudo-emperor, the righteous side was undoubtedly losing sleep over the situation. As long as they were flustered and disordered, an opportunity would arise for them to act. This task was indeed challenging, yet as the saying goes, the mountain man has his own clever strategies. And I should still be able to manage it. Lin Chuan retrieved a pill from his pocket. He could hardly have anticipated that the previously deemed worthless illusory transformation pill would prove useful at such a critical juncture. What is this? Cold condensation frost stared at the elixir in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for elaboration. Lin Chuan gazed at cold condensation frost, gravely stating, Sect Master, there is a matter I must entrust to you. One that is pivotal to the success of my entire plan. Noticing his earnest demeanor, Cold condensation frost dared not delay. What do you need me to do? You must immediately dispatch individuals to the major demonic sects to disseminate the news that remnants of the soul-devouring demon tome have been discovered in the extreme northern lands. Devouring soul grimoire. Cold condensation frost was startled by this name, but upon seeing the mischievous grin on Lin Chuan's face, she immediately realized that this was likely a part of his scheme, and certainly not a genuine discovery of the fragmented scroll. Are you attempting to lure the demonic cultivators over there? Cold condensation frost inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded. The soul-devouring tome is among the most formidable texts of dark magic. Anyone who practices such arcane arts is undoubtedly aware of its existence, and it is something they dream of obtaining. Of course, this is only true unless one has ascended to the rank of a titled Heavenly Emperor or has comprehended the power of such a being. After all, the soul-devouring tome is merely a potent method of cultivation, and reaching its zenith equates to becoming a titled Heavenly Emperor. Thus, those of such stature would naturally regard it with indifference. Those who have attained the power of a titled Heavenly Emperor no longer require such artifacts. Spreading the news of the discovery of the remnants of the soul-devouring tome will undoubtedly attract various dark sects in pursuit. As for the righteous sects, their differing paths of cultivation render dark treasures almost worthless in their hands. Hence, they will not bother competing for them. At this point, Lin Chuan's intentions become glaringly evident: to divert a multitude of dark practitioners while orchestrating an ambush against the Legion Hall by the righteous sects, thereby preventing any interference during the assault on the Legion Hall. Leng Ningshuang also surmised Lin Chuan's plan, yet she harbored numerous doubts. I assure you this will be handled well, but those righteous fellows may not align with your intentions. Lin Chuan was well aware of this and had made preparations accordingly. As for other matters, leave them to me. I entrust everything concerning the dark sects to you, Sect Master. Lin Chuan raised the illusory pill in his hand, clearly indicating that it was a crucial component of his scheme. Leng Ningshuang refrained from probing further. Since Lin Chuan had entrusted her with the task of attracting the attention of the dark sects, her focus now shifted to maximizing the efficacy of this endeavor. Disseminating the rumor of the soul-devouring tome is not as simple as merely speaking it into existence. Executing this task is far more complex than it appears. As Leng Ningshuang began to strategize the spread of the rumor, Lin Chuan made his way to the main hall of the peak. He approached the central seat, running his hand over the heavy wooden chair. Goodness, this illusory pill must be consumed in conjunction with something that has been touched by the target. Do I really have to consume this chair? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, concluding that anything he had touched would suffice. Thus, he decided to strip the leather from the armrest of the chair he had encountered. As he contemplated this, he wielded a superb spiritual flying knife and meticulously peeled away the skin from the armrest. Although he had acquired the item, Lin Chuan did not hasten to utilize it. Instead, he turned and made his way back to the precipice of the back mountain. This ambitious plan required the assistance of the cold condensation frost, as well as the Emperor Wolf's cooperation. It was common knowledge among nearly all factions of both righteousness and malevolence that an Emperor Wolf had once appeared within the Great Marsh Illusion. The same creature was present during the annihilation of the Xianjian sect. Currently, everyone presumed that an enigmatic pseudo-imperial title figure existed, appearing alongside the Emperor Wolf in those two identical locations. A little deduction would reveal that this unknown pseudo-imperial figure was likely connected to the Emperor Wolf. If the Emperor Wolf were to roam freely, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of many. However, it was primarily the righteous cultivators who would be lured. After all, those of the demonic path were likely preoccupied with pursuing the elusive soul-devouring tome. Naturally, there was another reason for enlisting the Emperor Wolf's aid. It was to guard against the possibility that Li Jintong might also seek the soul-devouring tome. Lin Chuan did not wish to find himself helplessly watching the righteous cultivators. He believed that once Li Jintong learned of the Emperor Wolf's emergence, he would certainly disregard the matter of the soul-devouring tome. For the Emperor Wolf might indeed be connected to that unknown pseudo-imperial figure. The importance of such a connection was clear. Deploying the Emperor Wolf would not only keep Li Jintong occupied but also attract countless righteous cultivators, a true twofold advantage. Yet, despite this, Lin Chuan remained overly cautious. As a pseudo-imperial figure, Li Jintong might not be able to contend against the multitude of righteous cultivators. However, should he choose to flee, it was likely that no one could detain him. This was not the outcome Lin Chuan desired. As long as Li Jintong lived, he would remain unsettled. Thus, as the final component of Lin Chuan's scheme, he prepared the illusory transformation pill, previously rewarded by the system. In his estimation, the righteous cultivators alone would not suffice to subdue Li Jintong. Therefore, he required additional allies. The demonic faction was not an option. Thus, the only remaining possibility lay within the myriad ferocious beasts concealed deep within the mountains. The first to come to mind were the two soul-devouring armored beasts that had previously annihilated the Xianjian sect. Lin Chuan had witnessed their ferocity firsthand. Faced with two peak-level 9th-grade beasts, what could a pseudo-imperial figure do? With such a formidable lineup, it was hard to believe that Li Jintong could escape unscathed. Brother Wolf, might I trouble you for a favor? Lin Chuan smiled as he stood beside the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf yawned and shook its head, making it quite evident that it anticipated no favorable outcome. With a sense of disappointment at their refusal to comply, Lin Chuan retrieved two 8th-grade beast intercores, tossing them lightly into the air. Sighing, he remarked, "Alas, the fortunes that await me are uncertain. I fear that Brother Wolf's future meals may be in jeopardy." Upon hearing that his future sustenance was in doubt, the Emperor Wolf could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly snatched the intercores from Lin Chuan's hand, then placed a paw upon Lin Chuan's shoulder. Alas, the expression seemed to convey, "Brother, your affairs are my affairs. The matter of provisions rests upon your shoulders." Lin Chuan chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, Brother Wolf, once our mission is accomplished, the inner elixir will be plentiful." Shortly thereafter, after Brother Wolf confided his plan to the Emperor Wolf, the duo strolled side by side, appearing rather dubious in their demeanor. The task assigned to the Emperor Wolf was, in fact, quite straightforward: to make an appearance before the multitude of righteous cultivators. Regardless of whether he could hold his ground, as long as he captured their attention, he could swiftly make his escape. Once the Emperor Wolf's presence was known, there would be no concern about Li Jintong's arrival. On the contrary, it would then be the Emperor Wolf's duty to lure Li Jintong to the predetermined location. With clearly defined roles, the duo parted ways upon exiting the Heavenly Demon Sect, each heading toward their respective objectives. Along the way, Lin Chuan retrieved a transforming elixir and a piece of skin from a chair. With a wry smile, he popped the concoction into his mouth without hesitation. After all, who could tell if consuming less would yield any effect? He might as well consider it akin to savoring beef jerky. Crunch, crunch. The wooden skin crackled under his bite. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's celestial-level strength, he would likely be bleeding profusely by now. Gulyalu. After laboriously swallowing the tree bark and elixir, Lin Chuan steadied his heart to sense the changes within. A warm current coursed through his entire being, followed by a sudden flutter in his chest. In a mere few breaths, all peculiar sensations dissipated entirely. Is this sufficient? He produced a mirror and upon gazing into it, He was astonished to find himself transformed into the visage of Li Zhentong. An aura of malevolent bloodlust radiated from him, causing all living beings within 100 meters to retreat in terror. This was merely in a restrained state, yet it exuded such a formidable presence. Truly, he was worthy of the title of a pseudo-emperor. However, Lin Chuan could distinctly sense that this was merely a facade of power. At best, it could be likened to a sheep donning the skin of a wolf. In the heat of battle, it would offer no real assistance. Moreover, Lin Chuan discovered that within the span of a single day, he could seamlessly shift between the forms of Li Zhentong and his original self, without any limitations on frequency. This was, indeed, a fortuitous revelation for Lin Chuan. It significantly simplified the process of concealing his identity after carrying out his tasks. As he journeyed toward the territory of the soul-devouring armored beasts, Lin Chuan overheard several groups of demonic cultivators engaged in discussions regarding the soul-devouring demon canon. It appeared that Leng Ningshuang was making considerable progress. Simultaneously, he noted that righteous cultivators were also converging in the same direction, suggesting that the developments on the Emperor Wolf's front were also promising. Now, it was time for him to take center stage. Bursting into the Shifeng Mountains, Lin Chuan swiftly pinpointed the domain of the two soul-devouring armored beasts. He summoned his spiritual energy and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into the likeness of Li Zhentong, his aura perfectly mirroring that of the formidable figure. With a deep breath, Lin Chuan adjusted himself before soaring into the sky. "You beasts," he declared, "today, I shall act as the hand of justice and eradicate your lair." To amplify his formidable presence, Lin Chuan infused his voice with spiritual energy. Waves of sound rippled outward, causing the surrounding flora to sway. "Cowardly creatures, come forth and meet your demise," he continued to bellow. The ninth-tier ferocious beasts were capable of comprehending human speech, and Lin Chuan's crude insults were likely unbearable for any being with a shred of pride. Seemingly unsatisfied with mere verbal taunts, Lin Chuan summoned forth a dozen exquisite spiritual weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the tranquil mountain range. In mere moments, the landscape within a radius of several dozen miles was rendered unrecognizable. At that moment, two terrifying roars echoed from a distance. A resounding roar echoed through the air as the earth trembled, sending distant birds and beasts scattering in frantic flight. The terror unleashed was far more formidable than the earlier bombardment by Lin Chuan. Goodness, it has truly ignited. I beheld two crimson-eyed soul-scale beasts charging towards me with alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan swiftly turned and dashed along the prearranged route with the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, I possess the ability to traverse distances in an instant, and these two creatures also exhibit a notable lack of speed. Otherwise, by heavens! Just as Lin Chuan was reveling in his swift escape, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily intense surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind. Turning around, he was immediately struck with terror, his hair standing on end, and he hastily dodged aside. At the very moment he evaded, his afterimage was obliterated by a laser as thick as a barrel. Goodness, is this truly necessary? Observing the enraged soul-scaled armor beast, Lin Chuan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Was it really warranted to risk one's life over a few harsh words? He murmured to himself, yet empathizing with the beast's fury. After all, he had not only insulted the creature, but had also laid waste to its home. Imagine if someone barged into your house, cursing and demolishing your meticulously decorated abode into smithereens. Who could remain composed in such a situation? It would be mild to say the least if one didn't resort to devouring the intruder on the spot. While he grumbled, another laser, again as thick as a barrel, shot towards him from behind. With astonishing agility, Lin Chuan swiftly employed his movement technique to evade the strike, narrowly escaping yet again. The terrifying prowess of a pinnacle-level 9th-grade beast was indeed formidable. From those two lasers, Lin Chuan distinctly sensed a cataclysmic force. He was certain that even an expert of the Celestial Emperor level would be rendered to mere fragments if struck by such a laser. How audacious! As Lin Chuan swiftly fled, he suddenly heard an enraged shout from ahead. Almost immediately, a mocking howl followed. "Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo." It seemed to taunt. "Hey, come and strike me. If I do not slay you today, I am unworthy of being human." Clearly, the pursuer was in a furious frenzy, somewhat losing their sanity. Lin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. What on earth did that little wolf cub do to provoke Li Zhentong to such an extent? Roar! Another beam of laser streaked by, and Lin Chuan almost fell victim due to a momentary lapse in concentration. He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that his actions were scarcely better than those of the Imperial Wolf. After dashing forward for a while, As soon as Lin Chuan spotted the imperial wolf, he immediately reverted to his original form, donning a rare spiritual treasure that concealed his presence. Come quickly. Lin Chuan gestured for the emperor wolf to shrink and join him. The creature, without needing Lin Chuan's prompt, had already diminished to the size of a palm and leaped into his embrace during his utterance. Once the man and the wolf reunited, Lin Chuan did not dare to linger. He immediately altered his course, fleeing towards the direction where the soul-scaled beast and Li Jintong were entrenched in conflict. Initially, his treasure that concealed his presence was insufficient to elude the pursuit of Li Jintong and the soul-scaled beast. However, both adversaries were currently in a state of furious rage, having already collided with one another. Li Jintong, faced with the sudden emergence of a new opponent, was unwilling to underestimate the situation, his focus entirely fixated on the soul-scaled beast. Meanwhile, due to Lin Chuan's earlier disguise as Li Jintong, coupled with their identical auras, the two soul-scaled beasts persistently regarded Li Jintong as their target. As both parties found themselves in a standoff, Lin Chuan seized the opportunity to slip away. Roar! The soul-devouring scale beast emitted another laser towards Li Jintong. Upon witnessing this, Li Jintong's body erupted with a surge of blood light, causing all the vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters to wither instantly, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Drink! With his thunderous shout, the seemingly unstoppable laser, in Lin Chuan's eyes, was surprisingly withstood by Li Jintong. By heavens! Lin Chuan exclaimed, utterly astonished. He was aware of Li Jintong's formidable prowess, yet he never anticipated it to be so extraordinary. It was not only Lin Chuan who was taken aback. The two soul-scales armored beasts were equally startled. They had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding their laser attacks. While they were indeed momentarily surprised, the ferocious beasts did not cower in fear of Li Jintong. The lethality of the laser, amidst their various offensive techniques, could only be deemed mediocre at best. When it came to actual combat, they had never feared anyone. With a deep exhale, Li Jintong braced himself against a powerful laser, his vitality surging within him. His gaze returned to the soul-scaled armor beasts, now tinged with a hint of gravity. He had just disowned two formidable auras and faintly sensed a trace of the power of the sovereign emperor. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the emperor wolf he had been tracking vanished without a trace. He intended to extend his spiritual awareness to search, but was met head-on by the two enraged soul-scaled armor beasts. Thus, he dared not exhibit any complacency, let alone divert his focus to seek out the emperor wolf's whereabouts. Could it be that the creature was lurking nearby, grasping the faint thread of the sovereign emperor's aura? Li Jintong's expression darkened. The emperor wolf's sudden disappearance in the vicinity suggested that this formidable entity was indeed close at hand. The thought of a terrifying presence hiding in the shadows compelled him to abandon any notion of confronting the two soul-scaled armor beasts. He promptly resolved to retreat, preparing to flee. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Peering into the horizon, he beheld a vast throng of people sweeping towards